Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Supersmart Naruto Got Harem. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a clear night in Konohagakure, the shinobi village in service to the Land of Fire, one of the 5 major elemental nations ruling the large continent. Arguably the most powerful of the 5 great hidden villages, Konoha endured and survived attacks from the others and their allied minor villages in 3 separate large-scale conflicts called the Great Shinobi Wars. Even more impressive, they came out among the decisive victors in each of those wars, thanks to the powerful and somewhat eccentric shinobi in service to the village that helped secure those victories. It was a quiet and peaceful night for citizens of Konoha without any fear of unprovoked attacks from outside forces. Despite that, members of the Uchiha police force were diligently keeping the peace with their silent patrols on the streets and rooftops. In addition, the Special Operations Force ANBU, while unseen, also watched for any danger from the shadows. All whispered conversations in the shadows and drunken mumbles from a few stragglers ceased abruptly when they all sensed a growing presence in the air. Glancing up from whatever they were doing, they noted a lone old man walking down a dirty and poorly maintained street, a good sign that he was in one of the poorer parts of Konoha. He looked as if he already had a particular destination in mind, with his wizened face set in stone and his dark eyes never wavering. 4 ANBU were easily keeping pace with the old-looking man from the rooftops, slipping between shadows silently and unseen. It wasn't because they considered this man a threat like one might think. Instead, they would give their lives to protect him from any slightest indication of danger coming from any direction. This village leader, and the powerful commander of its military, was known as Sarutobi Hiruzen, or the Third Hokage. His large white haori with red accents flared out at the bottom as he walked, more like glided, silently down the street toward an old and decrepit apartment building. He stopped in front of its entrance gate for a moment, and shifted the front brim of his large and iconic conical Hokage hat up to glance at the fresh graffiti covering the front of the building and its perimeter wall. He sighed despairingly as he stroked his graying pointed goatee and read over the painted text. "Die, demon, and go away, monster," were some of the kinder words he made out. It's already been years since the Kyuubi attack. Why do the people of this village still carry so much hatred? He thought angrily as he almost forced the creaky old front gate off its hinges, opening it, and continued onward into the building. The 4 ANBU guarding him split up, with 2 going inside after him in almost invisible blurs while the other 2 took up vantage points on the rooftop. After making his way up several flights of stairs to the top floor, he arrived at the door to the apartment belonging to one Uzumaki Naruto. The young boy was living here by himself, ever since he was forced out of the orphanage last year, and the Third had to give him a place to live in since no one were able to adopt him due to politics involved. As soon as he moved in, the tenants all immediately moved out. Even the landlord. In all senses, it was an abandoned building slowly falling into disrepair. Only the occasional genin team hired by the Third himself to do maintenance on the building barely kept it from being unsafe to live in for the young boy. He raised his hand to knock on the door, having come here to check in on Naruto, and hand him an envelope holding this month's allowance. Waiting patiently as the knocking echoed almost forebodingly throughout the hallway, the Hokage's thoughts began going over what had been happening to this child, not for the first time. And certainly not the last time. He couldn't help but blame himself for not being able to save his former successor, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, from sacrificing himself to seal the Kyuubi into his own newborn son, Naruto, during that disaster on October 10th so long ago. Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, who was already fatally wounded from when the Kyuubi inexplicitly broke out of her seal while giving birth, sacrificed herself holding the demon fox down with her unique chakra chain jutsu to help her husband complete the sealing process. If only Hiruzen had managed to get there before the 4th Shikifuijin sealing ritual took place, he would have gladly taken Minato's place in the Shinigami's stomach. That would have at least allowed the young man to live in order to be able to take care of his son and protect him from those who resented his Jinchuriki status. Instead, after the deaths of Minato and Kushina, Hiruzen, even as he mourned his beloved wife's death, was forced to come out of retirement and retake the Hokage hat until another suitable replacement could be found. Somewhat regretfully, he was also forced to keep Naruto's parentage a secret, even from the child himself. Iwagakure and Land of Earth would have likely attempted to kill any offspring of Minato Namikaze, the man who single-handedly decimated a large portion of its army in one battle with his deadly techniques in the last Great Shinobi War. That would include sending assassins after an infant. The Hokage could not risk that with his village still recovering its shinobi force from the war and the Kyuubi's destruction, at least until Naruto himself grew up to be strong enough to defend himself from most adversaries. Unfortunately, due to his parentage being secret and having to be hidden among Konoha's many orphans as a legitimate ward of the village civilian council, this left him alone to face the coming animosity. When it was leaked that the Kyuubi was sealed into this young boy, most of the village believed him to be a true reincarnation of the monster itself instead of being its container. The Hokage and many other respected shinobi did try to stem the coming storm by publicly announcing that Naruto was just a human child who had the misfortune of being chosen to carry a heavy burden. For that, he should have been viewed as a hero. The villagers, in their grief and hatred over losing their beloved fourth Hokage and many of their loved ones, ignored their pleading and tried to openly attack and kill the infant anyway. After seeing his ANBU stop so many attempts, the third became angry and passed a law forbidding any talk of Naruto being the Kyuubi container on pain of death. He hoped that the hatred would not be passed down to the child's own generation at least, though he knew that was a fool's hope at best. In the years since the attack, quite a few shinobi, like the Yamanaka clan head and the famous Hadate Kakashi of the Sharingan, found themselves blocked in every attempt to take Naruto, and thanks to the village council making it a mission to put up impassable red tapes in order to keep the child isolated as much as possible. Blinded by their hatred toward the Kyuubi, the civilian council refused to believe the child could not be the demon fox and kept finding ways to discreetly have their ward die early without intervention from the Hokage. They began by denying him even the basic necessaries of life by often having him kicked out of stores and restaurants and overcharging him for anything, even expired food. It was only luck that there were no attempt to attack Naruto outright due to the ANBU standing guard around him in the shadows almost all the time. The old man had to allow a small smile as he remembered how his most powerful, and rather antisocial, ANBU, recently promoted to commander, was quite protective of the cute and innocent infant back then. The Hokage, in all his power, could not do much as there weren't any evidence that the council was going behind his back. Instead, he could only watch over Naruto from afar as the child continued to be more isolated from everyone in the village. Even the children his age avoided him due to their parents warning them to stay away from him without any explanation. The old man was brought out of his grim thoughts by the cold silence that followed his knocking. It unnerved him somewhat, since he felt this wasn't due to the stillness of an empty apartment. His shinobi senses, refined by age and experience, told him this was unnatural. To confirm, he waved a hand and two ANBU seemed to melt out of the walls on both sides of the door. They immediately went down to one knee where they stood in salutation to their leader. As Naruto-kun left the apartment at any time tonight, hers and asked the dog-masked ANBU with gravity-defying silver hair kneeling to his right. This particular ANBU captain was called Anu, or, more famously, Hadate Kakashi of the Sharingan whenever he wasn't wearing his ANBU mask. No, Hokage-sama. He entered the apartment mid-afternoon and hadn't left since. Before that, we followed him through his usual routine. Aside from eating lunch at Ikaraku Ramen, nothing of interest happened today. Anu replied quickly. The Hokage seemed to contemplate this for a moment before the ANBU added. But he seemed out of it. I think he's depressed. A small shiver went down the third spine at this observation, and one thought went through his mind out of instinct. It couldn't be. It should be impossible for a young child to think about that. He immediately pointed his index finger at the door, and four ANBU, the two guarding Naruto plus the two that followed the Hokage into the building, quickly surrounded the door with two on each side. Inu, on the right side, picked the lock almost instantly and slowly opened the door. When it tapped fully open against the wall, all four masked shinobi quickly zipped into the apartment with a textbook crisscross entry procedure. The Hokage, walking calmly but decisively, then immediately followed them in. The first thing he noticed was the deep darkness and the unnatural quietness permeating throughout the entire apartment. Even if Naruto was sleeping, shallow breathing should have been heard at least. Anu and his partner were standing in the unlit kitchen to the left, and the other two ANBU took positions in the empty living room to the right. After a quick scan, all five noted some dim light leaking out from under the door to the bathroom down the hallway opposite from the entrance. The third desperately hoped that the young child was just taking a bath and ended up falling asleep. Anu shattered that hope into a million pieces. Hokage-sama, I smell B. So much of it. He whispered haltingly with his uncovered eye widening behind his ANBU mask. Not wasting any time, the third, with speed not seen by any for years, blurred to the locked bathroom door, using nothing but his natural strength, easily ripped it off the frame with a thunderous crack of its cheap plywood construction around the hinges. Tossing the door aside with the ANBU immediately moving up behind him, Hiruzen prepared himself for what was beyond ... and still could not contain his shock. If one had to describe the horrific sight the Hokage and the ANBU saw in the tiny bathroom in one word, it was simply that. There was so much of that viscous, life-giving liquid covering nearly every inch of this enclosed space in large splatters and blots. The cheap tiled floor was covered wall to wall with a thin sheen of bright red color, because the water overflowing from the bathtub diluted the. Also, next to the tub laid a rusty and chipped kunai, apparently discarded by a random shinobi long ago. It was nearly covered handle to pointed tip in that viscous liquid as well. It was at this moment that the third made the grisly discovery. A soaked blonde boy was slumped down in the tiny bathtub filled to the brim with red water. His eyes were closed and his face was deathly pale with shallow cheeks. His left arm was sticking out over the edge of the tub, his limp hand hovering over exactly where the rusty kunai was located. The last thing to hit everyone was the putrid metallic smell of dried in this tiny space. The third had to choke back some vomit, and it was only thanks to his years of seeing death and gore on the battlefield. One ANBU with him wasn't as steeled against this sight and smell, and immediately took his mask off to vomit his last meal onto the hallway floor. Anu slowly removed his mask, revealing one wide eye and his mouth obviously gaped behind his face mask. He became still and unable to speak, not believing the sight. The last two ANBU stepped back in shock and had to turn away. They were all used to seeing this kind of scenes involving adults, not a child so young like Naruto. Snapping out of his shock, the Hokage quickly moved to Naruto's still body and scooped him out of the bathtub, getting everywhere on his white and red Haori, not that he even bothered caring. He cradled the small and fragile body to his chest as he checked for a pulse. It felt like an eternity as he held his breath until he finally found one tiny heartbeat, but it was barely there. He then quickly searched for any cut on the neck or the arms to stop the bleeding. To his surprise, there were none, not even a scar. "Why?" A small and weak voice barely reached Herswain's ears. The old man immediately stopped his frantic checking and looked at Naruto's face. What he saw broke his heart. Coldness, despair, and crushing emptiness were all he saw in this child's half-open eyes. "Why did I die? I wanted to." The pale boy managed to whisper out. Hers began to tremble, and he had to allow some tears out as he clutched the fragile boy tighter to his chest. His 4 ANBU couldn't stand to watch this and went off to pretend to check the surroundings while dealing with their own emotions. "Naruto-kun, you need to tell me why you did this." The suddenly frail old man choked out. "I'm tired of not being seen. I want to exist," Naruto tiredly whispered out before breaking down sobbing softly with an anguished expression. Each rack of the boy's sobbing form was like a knife stabbing directly into Hiruzen's heart. "I see cut in my wrists. 4 times. Every time I go to sleep, but I still wake up with no C cut. It must have been the Kyuubi's chakra. How ironic your curse saving your life." The Hokage thought sadly as he watched Naruto slowly fade away into unconsciousness, now completely exhausted. At this point, he finally stood up, carefully wrapped up the naked boy with his ruined Haori, and quickly carried him out of the apartment. He then made a beeline for the hospital with his best speed, and Anko was hot on his heels while the other ANBU remained behind to clean up and try to get over what they just saw. Next day at the hospital, the Hokage marched into the front lobby of the hospital with a tall Jounin by his side, both carrying grim expressions on their faces. This new man wore a regular Konoha Jounin outfit, with a heavy green long-sleeved shirt and a loose red cloth vest layered over the flak vest being the only variations. The Hittite was displayed on his forehead with clear pride, and he had his long dirty blonde hair tied into a high ponytail. His pale blue pupilless eyes displayed determination, but also some worry. The receptionist gasped and stood to greet them with a nervous expression. A stern hand gesture from the third implied no greeting was necessary as the two men walked past the stunned woman to the stairwell. Upon arriving at the correct floor, they continued briskly to Naruto's room that was currently under heavy watch with 2 guards at the door and an ANBU hidden in the ceiling inside the room. The Hokage immediately dismissed the guards with a gesture. As they entered the room, he then waved his hand to allow the ANBU to appear from the ceiling. It turned out to be Anko. Glancing at each other briefly, all 3 men then had a quick look at Naruto in his hospital bed. He still looked pale and unconscious. A small and pained intake of breath from the new man was the only sound anyone made. While the blonde Jounin stood still staring almost despairingly at the patient, Anko and the Hokage immediately set to putting up several security seals around the room. After a moment of tense silence, the Hokage finally spoke up. "Yamanaka Inoichi, what happens here never gets past these 4 walls. Is that understood?" The answer was a grim nod from the now identified head of the Yamanaka clan and one of the top experts in mind arts. "Now, I wish to thank you for discreetly taking care of the ANBU who were with us, as well the doctor who was here last night. I doubt they would miss the memories anyway, and we absolutely have to keep this to as few people as possible." The Hokage offered with a sad smile. "I wouldn't want to remember this either if I had a choice, Hokage-sama. To think this child is the same age as my daughter." Inoichi trailed off as he stared sadly at the feeble blonde boy sleeping peacefully in the bed. This was the child he and his wife wanted to adopt since birth. He felt red-hot anger flare up inside against this village civilians for impeding them so much and had to work to remain calm. The third nodded before turning toward Anko. "Anko, would you like to have your memory from last night altered?" The ANBU slowly took his dog mask off to reveal a man with one lazy-looking eye. The other was covered by a small black eye patch designed to fit inside his ANBU mask. The dark blue spandex face mask covered the bottom half of his face all the way up to his nose. Haddock Kakashi shook his head in response. "No, I need to remember this, Hokage-sama. It'll encourage me to make sure he's better protected from now on," he replied in an unusually serious tone for anyone that knew him personally. The third nodded again with a sad smile before turning back to Inoichi. "Inoichi-san, as we have discussed before, I would like for you to go into Naruto-kun's mind and completely remove any trance of the past 48 hours from his memories. Then go back to the time he just left the orphanage and work from there to the present, altering some events he encountered in subtle ways that may help him feel a little better about himself. Even random acts of kindness from non-existent strangers will help. As for why he ended up here, an accident involving him hitting his head should work and explain the foggy memories he may have after this. If you wish to object about any ethical issue with this, now is the time to do it, and I will note it in the report that I'm making for Hokage's eyes only." Inoichi shook his head. How could he object to this? No child should ever have to think about committing suicide. He then walked over to Naruto's bedside and pulled up a chair so he could sit comfortably as he dived into the boy's mind. Upon reaching up to the boy's forehead with his hand, the Hokage decided to give the clan head a warning. Be careful, only Minato-kun knew exactly how the Kyuubi seal works, and you may encounter the beast in there. If you do, give it a wide berth and try your best to fix the memories. It should not be able to harm you, but it may attempt to speak to you. Be wary of it. Inoichi only hesitated for half a second before touching his hand to the boy's forehead. The closing of his eyes and slight slumping of his shoulders were the only signs he had successfully entered Naruto's mind. The Hokage sighed as he sat in another chair. I hope this works, he mumbled as he and Kakashi watched over the two blondes. 2 hours later, Inoichi blinked awake as he removed his hand from Naruto's forehead. The Hokage and Kakashi looked up at this movement, and they were surprised to see the blonde Jounin shoot up out of his seat with his body trembling from unbridled rage. How dare they? He growled out quietly before exploding. Those bastards. How dare they? He roared before slamming a fist on a nearby wall, cracking it a little. Afterward, he had to work to regain control and managed to calm down a little. The Hokage and Kakashi were stunned to see the normally calm clan head fly off the handle like this. They decided to give the blonde a minute to calm down more. Did you see anything notable? Hiruzen finally inquired after an eternity of tense silence. Nothing. Absolutely nothing, Hokage-sama. Inoichi bit out. This odd statement confused the other men. That's the thing. This young child was never attacked. The worst they ever did physically were selling him bad food and throwing him out of stores and restaurants. Apparently they didn't see the point of directly harming him since it would most likely mean their death due to your law. The Hokage nodded for the blonde to continue. Inoichi let out a pain-filled sigh as he stared down at the unconscious Naruto with trembling eyes. They just acted like he didn't exist. They ignored him and cursed him anywhere he went. The only times he actually got positive attention was whenever he saw you or ate ramen with a middle-aged man and his daughter. He has been dealing with that ever since the first memory he could remember. I wonder which is worse, physical harm or having your entire existence cursed and denied anywhere you went. The Hokage's expression slowly became grim as he began to understand what the clan head was getting at. Kakashi was now glaring intensely at a particular spot on a wall. After a moment of silence, the third finally spoke up. Do you think you did enough alternations that his mental state might be improved after this? It's hard to say, but in my study of his mind, he was so desperate for attention that a single encounter with a kind stranger boosted his belief in his existence exponentially. I created and scattered several encounters like that throughout the past year and altered some of the negative events he encountered to have somewhat better outcomes. I even put myself in one of the new memories so he would feel comfortable talking to me if he sees me again around this village. I will likely introduce my daughter to him to be friends at that point. The civilians will object to seeing these two together. The third stated calmly, they all can go to hell for all I care. Inoichi snarled in response, before taking a breath to continue calmly. My wife and I have allowed ourselves to be pushed around by them and their red tapes whenever we tried to adopt young Naruto. We've dealt with it long enough, and if we cannot go that route, then we will involve ourselves in his life another way. It's not like they can legitimately order Inohime to not be friends with him. The Hokage nodded in response. I couldn't agree more. I will support you and whoever goes this route fully. Did you do anything more in his mind? I couldn't because I'm sure he'd notice. I believe when he wakes up, he should be in a better mood. Even then, I still hope he will become friends with my daughter and the others. That will go a long way toward validating his belief in his existence. Inoichi spoke in an analytical tone. Very good. What about the Kyuubi? Did you encounter it? No, Hokage-sama. I easily felt its presence in the mindscape, but Naruto's memories were located far away from the Kyuubi, so I was able to work unimpeded. Inoichi replied with apparent relief. Good. The fourth did an excellent job with the seal then. Now, I need you two to understand why none of this leaves the room. The Hokage began with a firm gaze at the two men before continuing. If news of this got back to those who are still angry about the Kyuubi, they will believe whatever they were doing was working and will intensify their efforts, making this worse and isolating him even more. I do not want to see a repeat of what I've seen the night before. Naruto-kun and suicide should not exist together in the same sentence. I know you believe this as well. The other two men nodded in firm agreement. The third sighed before putting his hand up in a half-ram seal and whispering Kai to release the security seals in the room. Inoichi slowly rubbed his palm on the young blonde boy's forehead with a sad expression before it changed to one of full-on determination. He then excused himself to leave. Kakashi, sensing that Naruto was coming out of his sleep, decided to put his dog mask back on and return to his hidden position on the ceiling. Hiruzen calmly straightened out his Hokage outfit a little bit before taking a seat next to the bed. It wasn't long before the young blonde began to stir and yawn, as if he was waking up from a long and fulfilling night of sleep. The other two occupants of this room immediately noticed the changes in the little boy's cerulean blue eyes. They weren't as empty or soulless as before. They showed some of their usual brightness with some visible confusion as the boy took in his surroundings. Hokage Jiji, Naruto muttered in surprise as he saw the third and then surveyed the hospital room with a confused pout. What am I doing here? Did something happen? Naruto by Hiruzen, the third Hokage known as the famed god of shinobi and the professor, was suddenly stumped and silently cursed his stupidity at forgetting to ask Inoichi for details regarding the supposed accident that had the boy land in the hospital. He heard the tiniest bit of snickering and glanced menacingly in the direction of the hidden Kakashi. The corners of his lips barely twitched upward when he heard a gulp. He still got it. Naruto-kun, I'm glad you're okay. And you're in the hospital. I was told you were admitted here unconscious after you hit your head. What was the last thing that you remember? He tried to fish the fake event out without suspicion. He saw Kakashi shrug and did a so-so gesture with his hand out the corner of his eyes. He frowned in slight offense. Maybe he should make the one-eyed Anbu a sensei for 3 brats as punishment. While the old man was contemplating unfair punishments, young Naruto was concentrating to remember what happened. I was walking through the park and I saw a girl trying to climb a tree, Naruto muttered as he continued to work through the fogginess in his head. All I could remember about her was that she had long brown hair. I didn't even see her face. I was watching her and she suddenly screamed and slipped off. I ran toward her and tried to save her. I guess I hit my head when I jumped under her because that was the last thing I remember. The Hokage nodded empathically while inside he was considering giving Inoichi more pay for this. A brown-haired girl in this village. Needle in a haystack. Still, he'd make sure the boy wouldn't needlessly look for the girl. That's right, Naruto-kun. That child and her father brought you in asking for you to be admitted. That was 2 days ago and you have been sleeping since then. That was a rather nasty lump you had on your head. The Hokage continued to spin off the event. He saw Naruto brighten up considerably at this act of kindness, which made his heart clench painfully. Just how deep was his need to be acknowledged? Is she still around? The child inquired hopefully. Unfortunately, not anymore. Hiruzen's heart almost broke at the boy's visible disappointment before he quickly continued. It turns out she's the daughter of a traveling merchant and they have left the village. She was playing in that park to pass the time while her father did some business. She did leave the staff a message to pass on to you, however. Naruto perked his head up, waiting to hear the message. She wanted to thank you for saving her ... and that she hopes to see you again eventually. The Hokage said with a warm smile. Naruto's smile was enough to brighten up the room. The third saw Kakashi give a thumb up for his acting. Maybe he'd put off making the Jounin a sensei for a while longer. Now, Naruto-kun, you get some rest and I have to get back to my duties. You will be released tomorrow morning. Get some sleep in the meantime, alright. The third stood up, getting ready to leave. Naruto gave an enthusiastic nod, his smile still plastered on his face as the old man stepped out and closed the door. Kakashi immediately appeared at his side. Keep an eye on Naruto-kun and let me know of any change. In the meantime, make a list of the stores and restaurants that kicked him out or overcharged him. I will personally take care of them. We're going to make sure things improve, if only a little, for him from here on. The Hokage dictated to the ANBU. The dog-masked man nodded as he took an orange book out of nowhere to begin reading it. The third suddenly put on a grin with a small blush on his cheeks. So you get to that part with Ami-chan yet? Kakashi let out a perverted giggle. That was the best so far, Hokage-sama. I wonder how Jiraiya-sama got the research material for that. Suddenly, the temperature in the hallway chilled a few degrees. Both men note this and looked around to see several angry female nurses and patients glaring at them as if they wanted them to combust on the spot. The 2 men gulped and quickly shunshined out, lest they suffer the women's wrath. Back in Naruto's room, the still smiling boy let out a long sigh as he watched the Hokage close the door. His fake smile faded like a wisp from his face as he leaned back into his bed. He could feel his crushing depression and shame crash over him like waves. Sorry, whatever you did in my head, I still remember everything. It didn't work and this still hurts so much. The blond boy trailed off, with his bright blue eyes dulling to near darkness as he curled into a ball and began shaking with silent sobs. Soon at Yamanaka Flowers, Inoichi let out a weary sigh as he took his shoes off in the entranceway of his home. A beautiful brown-haired woman with almost gem-like hazel eyes appeared to greet her husband with a chaste kiss. How was your day, darling? They called you away so suddenly, Yamanaka-kana asked with some concern at her husband's bedraggled expression. I can't tell you since Hokage-sama declared this a village secret. I'm sorry, my hime. Kana nodded in understanding, knowing this was quite serious. Inoichi's expression then turned determined. However, whatever happened today has finally convinced me to get off my ass and really do something about our blonde comrade, he said resolutely. Since there were so few blondes in this village with many coming from their clan, Kana and Inoichi took to calling Uzumaki Naruto their blonde comrade. It was one of their favorite inside jokes. Kana was surprised to hear this and frowned. She was sharp enough to know this secret had something to do with Naruto if Inoichi just brought him up out of the blue, and that it was bad enough to shake her usually composed husband up. She was coming to many conclusions, all of which she didn't like at all. How? The morons running that orphan's office have blocked us at every avenue whenever we tried to adopt him. If only Hokage-sama would just use his power to force it through. You know as well I do that if he did that, then his political enemies will use this to go to the fire daimyo and raise a stink. The Hokage may be in charge of the village, but the daimyo still carry more power than him. He's also a civilian and will likely side with those bastards if they present a convincing argument. All this will result in his Hokage-sama losing political credibility and power. As much as I want to do something for young Naruto, we can't risk this with that old warhawk Danzo chomping at every bit. FKING politics. Kana spat out quietly with a nasty scowl, irritated enough to curse. Inoichi smiled and put his hands on her shoulders to kiss her forehead, getting a pleased hum out of her. All we can do is bide our time and wait for the opportune moment. Shikaku and Chusa definitely do not like this either, and neither does most of the other clan heads, too. He muttered before smirking fairly. Which is why when the moment comes, and it will, we'll attack ferociously. Danzo and the others will not be able to do anything, and they'll be lame ducks before long. Kana grinned devilishly and hugged her darling tightly around his waist. You know, that kind of talk is a big turn-on for me, she murmured lowly before kissing him softly. In the meantime, the adoption route isn't working. We'll have to go another way, the blonde man declared as he moved out of the embrace and stepped into the living room. What are you thinking? The brunette asked softly at his side and saw that he was gazing lovingly at the living room's large bay window overlooking the street in front of their ground-floor flower shop. Sitting on its cushioned surface was an adorable young girl with shoulder-length pale blonde hair staring out at a lone cloud high in the clear blue sky. She was swaying her head gently side to side and humming a nonsensical but happy-sounding tune. Friendship, Inoichi declared quietly with a prideful expression he reserved only for their beloved daughter. Kana grinned even more devilishly than just a moment ago as she hugged her darling's right arm tightly to her ample chest. That brain of yours is why I married you, my darling, she whispered into his ear seductively. Her husband grinned roguishly down at her, making her shiver with excitement. Only that, my beautiful Hyuga. I suppose your devastatingly handsome looks and wonderful personality are nice bonuses too. They chuckled, getting one young Yamanaka Ino to stop her humming and turn her head to find her parents standing in the living room's doorway staring and smiling at each other in a way that usually resulted in her having to leave the room for some reason. The cute blonde girl frowned briefly at the couple for interrupting her super awesome fun singing time with their adult things, and turned back to follow the lone cloud with her striking pale blue eyes. She began humming again with a bright grin. She never bothered to notice her parents sneaking away for a small dose of their own fun. Land of Wind. At around the same time in Sunagekure, the shinobi village protecting Land of Wind, 8-year-old Sabaku no Temari was walking down a street with her family. She had dirty blonde hair done up in 4 separate ponytails, giving her a unique hairstyle easily recognizable by many. She wore a simple but expensive-looking dark blue kimono that brought out her teal eyes, and she was carrying a small ornate fan in the sash. It was a memento of her deceased mother. Sabaku no Kara passed away after giving birth to her youngest brother, Gaara. Temari still never forgave her father along with the 2 elders of the village council for the circumstances that led to her beloved mother's death. On her left was her 7-year-old brother, Kinkuro. He had brown hair, wore a simple t-shirt and cargo shorts, and he had a nice face. He would have an easy time getting women to notice him in the future if she didn't have to wonder about his growing obsession with creepy puppets and makeups. On her right was her brownish red-haired father, the Yanden Kazekage of this village in his full Kazekage robes. Despite his somewhat short stature, there was no denying the power that radiated from him. His ability to draw out and control gold dust from anywhere in the environment around him was the only reason the village hadn't gone bankrupt in the years since its massive losses in the Second Great War. All this was also in spite of the Wind Daimyo beginning to send more missions to their current ally, Konoha, due to its lower rates. Next to her father on the other side was her youngest brother who just turned 6, Gaara. He was basically a mini version of the Kazekage, with short and shaggy dark red hair, and the same blank expressions on their faces. They even shared the same black rings around their light green eyes, making them look somewhat like raccoons. He wore a simple black full-body suit with a white tunic draped over his right shoulder and wrapped around his waist. He also carried a small gourd, full of his near-sentient sand, on his back. Everyone on the street gave the family a wide berth. Temari knew it wasn't out of respect for the family, who were basically royalty in this village. It was because they feared Gaara due to the fact that he was the host of the Ikabai, or one-tailed beast, named Shukaku. At the urgings of the elders and the council, the Kazekage tried to increase the quality of the village shinobi force to attract more business from the Wind Lord by sealing the Ikabai into Gaara still in his mother's womb. This led to complications during the childbirth, resulting in Gaara passing away as she held the tiny and frail Gaara. Temari gritted her teeth at the memory. Since her mother's death, the family became broken and dysfunctional. Temari and Kinkuro barely managed a tiny semblance of a sibling relationship while living in constant fear of their youngest brother's occasional psychotic episodes. Their father became cold and distant, deciding to focus all of his attention on the village instead of his children. The worst off from that death was Gaara himself, however. Due to his sentient sand controlled by the Ikabai inside him, other people feared him and kept away from him. At first, Gaara wanted to make friends, but his sand kept accidentally hurting and killing some people. The longer this went on, the more desperate the red-haired boy got until he was finally broken some time ago by the betrayal of his caretaker. His mother's brother Yashimaru ... the only one to ever show him compassion in his lonely existence. From what Temari knew of that event, their uncle tried to kill Gaara out of revenge for his sister and, upon failing, he told the little boy that his mother hated him, cursing him throughout the childbirth until she died, and that his own father ordered the assassination attempt. That was what broke Gaara's hold on his sanity, and he had his sand crush his uncle to death. He then swore to live only for himself and went around validating his existence by killing at will. Since then, the village feared and hated him even more. Temari let out a sigh. How did her family become this fucked up? She didn't even understand the reason for this walk together. They rarely did anything remotely family-like since her mother's death. She hated her father, but wouldn't go against his wishes, so that was why she was walking among them, ignoring the villagers' stares. Out of nowhere, she heard several soft thuds. What was that? She looked to her right to see some kunais embedded into Gaara's suddenly raised sand wall, their sharp tips inches from his face. He wasn't expecting that and suddenly screamed in surprise and rage. His sand then flared up and quickly shot for a rooftop close to the Sabaku family. In response, the Kage immediately shoved Temari and Kankuro into a nook between two buildings with a muttered warning to stay there. Gaara's shrill screams continued to fill the air as everyone around them panicked and immediately retreated into their buildings or hiding spots. The last thing Temari saw before entering the nook was Gaara's sand dragging a surprised Suna shinobi down off the roof of a nearby building by his leg, his face frozen in terror. The blonde girl noticed offhandedly that the Kage had already taken his stance calmly, almost too prepared for this sudden attack. It was as if he had been expecting this. As she hid in the nook with Kankuro with her whole body trembling at the rising killing intent in the air, she instinctively wrapped her arms around her similarly trembling brother in a feeble attempt at protection. It wasn't long until Gaara's scream stopped. After a moment of hearing the soft sounds of shifting sand and groaning, the two children almost considered peeking out of the nook to see what was happening. That notion was immediately shot to hell. Loud and curdling screams of terror and agony filled the air, and the two poor children trembled even more. Temari could smell the scent of urine coming from Kankuro, but she paid it no mind. She wouldn't blame him since she was about to piss herself in terror too. Suddenly a sickening ripping sound was heard even over the shrill screaming, and there was a wet thump somewhere. One more incident of such disgusting noise followed another few seconds later. The agonized screams were no more by this point, so the third ripping sound, longer and even more revoltingly wet this time, was burned into Temari's memory forever with total clarity. Trembling, she finally spared a glance at what she could see outside the nook. There was nothing but an empty and dusty street from what she could see. She would regret her decision to look outside a moment later when she saw an apparently discarded corpse suddenly land in front of the nook with a wet thump as if it was a gift to the children trapped inside. Only that it wasn't a whole person. His left arm was missing, leaving behind a Y socket, and his body was ripped in half at the waist, allowing her to see the inside spilling out. She also easily noted his spinal cord with some tendrils of nerve sticking out at its torn end, as if they were searching for the other half of the body. Despite this being only a half of the body, there was so much dark red pooling under the remains, soaking into the dusty dirt covering the street. However, the most horrific thing she saw was the frozen look of terror on his face, with sand dribbling out of his wide-open mouth and nostrils, as if he had seen pure evil itself. Taking this sight in, she finally let her bladder control go and opened her mouth wide in a silent scream as her body instinctively prevented her from making any sound in pure self-preservation. The last thing she remembered before fainting due to the stress of this horror were seeing the glitter of gold dust floating from the ground as her father apparently prepared to subdue Gaara. The last thing she heard in the darkness enveloping her somewhat lovingly was her youngest brother's insane cackling. Somewhere in an abandoned laboratory and land of the sea. Oi ... okay. Wake, was all the 12-year-old Mitarashi Anko heard through the fogginess of her consciousness as she slowly woke up. She felt some light slapping on her right cheek. Her light brown eyes hurt as she opened them slowly to see a dim light directly overhead. She could barely make out two moving outlines at her sides. "Why?" was all she could manage to say before she was struck silent by her sudden inability to move her limbs. "Don't worry ... we'll get you out of this. Just remain calm." One of the two outlines spoke in a soft feminine voice. "Why should we? She's a traitor's whore ... we should just cut her throat and be done with it." The other outline growled in an angry male voice before the female hushed him harshly. "Wait ... what? Where's Sensei? Last thing I remember was when I was leaving with him on our training trip." Anko thought as she tried to get up again, only to be restrained by something. She shifted her head down for a look at her body. What she saw shocked her so much she shrieked loudly. She found herself completely nude and strapped to a cold metal table, her arms and legs restrained in a spread eagle fashion. She panicked as she strained and failed to cover herself up instinctively. So complete was her terror that she failed to notice that her body looked more grown up compared to when she left with her sensei. "Get her something to cover up now," the female outline hissed at her male counterpart. "Why should a fucking traitor care about her mod?" was all the man retorted before the female struck him hard on his masked face. It was a thunderous crack echoing through the large room, and it actually made Anko pause briefly in her struggling. That was an order. Understood. The female's whisper was low and deadly. Obviously the male outline responded with a nod since the woman continued even when Anko didn't hear any vocal reply. After you find something for her, do not say a single word for the rest of this mission or I will have you up on insubordination. The female ground out through gritted teeth over the young girl's continued whimpering. The stunned male silently bowed and left Anko's line of sight. The young girl continued to whimper and struggle at the restraints even as the female-voiced outline tried to shush her gently while working to free her. After a long minute of struggling, Anko was finally freed of her restraints. She then immediately curled up into a fetal ball and began to sob loudly with the female outline trying to soothe her with a gentle hand on her back. At this point, the male returned with an old discarded blanket found somewhere else in the lab. He then quickly left the immediate area to stand guard while his female squad leader spoke to the young girl. After what seemed to be hours, but actually just a few minutes of crying, the purple-haired girl finally regained her composure somewhat and stopped trembling, feeling less exposed with the blanket covering her. She slowly sat up to take a glance around and saw that she was in a large experiment room, apparently abandoned if papers strewn about and missing equipment were any indication. Even in the dim lighting, she could make out 9 other tables just like the one she was found lying on, and each had a corpse strapped to it. All of them apparently died not too long ago and were beginning to show effects of decomposition. Was she the only one who survived whatever experimentation she went through? If that was the case, why was she left behind? Her eyes finally adjusted to the dim light and she took a good look at her female rescuer. Her savior turned out to be a Konoha ANBU. The taller masked woman was wearing a dark blue armored and sleeveless outfit, showing her bare upper arms with a tattoo on each shoulder denoting her as an ANBU and a captain of a squad respectively. She had beautiful long purple hair somewhat lighter in hue compared to her own purple hair. Finally, Anko noted this ANBU's mask to be shaped and painted like a cat's face. She took a shuddering breath, resolving to figure out what happened to her. Nico-san, I don't know what's going on. Where am I? Anko forced the words out of her throat, hoarse and dry from her panic a few minutes ago. The cat-masked ANBU seemed to take a moment to consider her response. Before we start on that, I need you to answer a couple questions honestly. I'm afraid what you say now will affect what's going to happen to you from here on. I hope for your sake that you're innocent in this whole thing. She began in an even tone. Anko grew more confused but nodded anyway. First, what is your name and age? Mitarashi Anko. I'm 9. Anko stated quickly, and the older woman was taken aback at that reply. She already knew who this girl was, so no surprise there. However, Anko definitely did not have the body of a 9-year-old from what she glimpsed earlier. This girl had already begun developing her bust and hips, plus there was an odd mark on the left side her neck. However, the ANBU didn't sense any sign of lying. Okay, Anko-chan, what was the last thing you remember? She inquired, trepidation clear in her voice. I was on the road with Orochimaru-sensei. We just left Konoha in the middle of the night a few days ago. Nico was absolutely stunned to hear this. If this was true, this meant that this girl had the last 3 years of her life wiped out. She had to ask one more question and she'd decide if she would have to kill this young girl right now or take her back to Konoha for more questions. When you left, did Orochimaru ever say anything about why he was suddenly leaving? We know it was a last-minute departure. Did you get an explanation? She asked with a slight edge in her voice as she subconsciously slipped her right hand into her leg holster for a kunai. Anko was puzzled at the lack of honorific for her sensei but paid it no mind. Sensei said that he was taking me with him on a long-term training trip and told me we were leaving at that time because he just felt like it. It was typical of him, so I didn't think much of it. Why do you ask? Did something happen to Sensei? Has he been captured and experimented on too? Sensing no malice from Anko as she heard genuine concern in these rapid questions, the ANBU let out a silent sigh of relief and moved her hand away from the kunai to put it on one of the young girl's hands. Anko-chan, I'm sorry, but there's no easy way to say this and I'm just going to let it all out now. You'll learn more about this while we escort you back to Konoha. The night you left with Orochimaru... he betrayed the village. He was caught doing inhumane experiments on kidnapped villagers and shinobi. He then escaped from Hokage-sama and Jiraiya-sama and must have taken you along at the very last minute. He then apparently fed you lies about his reasons for leaving. If you had admitted knowing about his betrayal at any point up till now, I'd have killed you right now for treason instead of simply questioning you. The cat-masked ANBU spoke, her heart breaking as she watched the young teen's face change from confusion to shock, then to absolute betrayal. She had to continue before she lost her resolve. That's not all. He apparently thought of you as an experiment, not his student, because he used you in whatever this was. This room is part of a laboratory complex that the intelligence division believed to have belonged to Orochimaru. We were sent to investigate here and that's how we found you. You're the only one alive in this entire place. Anko's expression continued to break down as her light brown eyes began to leak tears non-stop. Lastly, it's been 3 years since Orochimaru's betrayal. You're not 9, you should be around 12 now. The ANBU quickly got out as she watched Anko spiral into total despair with sympathy. The young girl couldn't believe it. Her sensei, the one she looked up to and admired for years, used her and threw her aside like a piece of trash. She lost 3 years of her life. Worst of all, she's been associated with a traitor and she now felt dirty and tainted. After a few minutes of trembling and sobbing, she turned her despair into pure and unrestrained rage. "I'm going to kill that son of a hhhh." She suddenly cried out at the top of her lung, unable to bear the pain of what felt like red-hot fire growing throughout her body as she clutched futilely at the strange mark on her neck. She slumped back onto the table and started thrashing all over it in pure agony. The shocked ANBU tried to hold her down and immediately stuck 3 of her fingers into the girl's mouth, preventing her from biting her tongue off in this pain. She then noticed the strange mark on the girl's neck glowing red, and it seemed to be wriggling around a little. Another loud scream of agony ripped through the abandoned base and the sea surrounding it. Konohagakure, the Hyuga compound. The large Hyuga clan meeting hall was where the elders and leaders of both main and branch families met to discuss any issue about the clan or the village. Right now, it was filled to near full capacity with many members of both branches awaiting news about a special event happening now. The young clan heiress Hyuga Hinata was one of the many members kneeling properly on the well-polished main floor, her hands clenching tightly at the fabric of her richly appointed lavender kimono as she willed herself not to run away from the harsh scrutiny of her older relatives. The reason why she was nervous was because she was left alone, away from her parents who usually protected her from those that hated her shyness and gentleness. These were traits apparently unbecoming of a Hyuga heiress in the eyes of the more arrogant and prideful members of the clan. Ever since Hinata was born, all she knew was scorn for most of the clan's main branch for her kind nature. All Hyuga clan members were supposed to be strong and take pride in their clan being arguably the most powerful in the village, always competing with the Uchiha clan for that position. The fact that she hadn't shown the required amount of clan pride was a point of offense for the older Hyugas. Instead, she preferred to see herself as equals with others, including the branch members. This was a sore subject for many, especially when a branded branch member named Neji was clearly the clan's rising prodigy, not her or any one of the other main branch members. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan head Fugaku already had a talented child in Itachi, who was just promoted to ANBU at age 10 and would make captain rank before long. The only solace Hinata got from the constant harassment by the entire clan she might be in charge of one day was her mother and father. Her mother loved her unconditionally and allowed her to be who she wanted to be. Her father, while stern in public, cared for her deeply and refused to take the elders' negative words about her to heart. She believed that she would survive even the most horrid treatment as long as she had the love and support of her parents. This day was grating on her already low self-confidence, however. Who knows, maybe this new child will replace that weak girl and we can finally have a proper heiress. She'll be branded and thrown in with the branch members she apparently adores so much. One elder was overheard speaking somewhat loudly. Several branch members in earshot, including young Neji and his father, frowned. This cruel banter was only a small part of all Hinata had to hear throughout the day, and her resolve was starting to break. However, she had to remain strong for her parents, who were currently occupied with giving birth to a new child. She knew she would be rewarded for her perseverance with having a younger sister to love and grow up with. She also hoped the bleak news about her beloved mother's condition would improve soon. Finally, after what seemed like eternity, the main doors to the meeting hall slowly opened to reveal one Hyuga Hayashi, Hinata's father. The entire hall fell silent with his presence, since being the powerful head of the clan demanded their respect. Hinata almost jumped up in delight, and had to work to keep her composure as a proper Hyuga in front of the others. Any hope of this being a happy occasion was shattered when she saw something wrong in his grim expression. It can't be ... Oh, please don't let it be true. Hayashi was feeling numb and broken on the inside, despite keeping up the charade of a powerful man on the outside. He had known that there would be complications with this childbirth due to forewarnings by many doctors, and were prepared for whatever could happen. However, he hoped with every fiber of his being that his beloved wife would survive the childbirth and they would be welcoming a healthy baby girl into this world together. The baby, now named Hanabi, did survive and was in perfect health. However, Hyuga Hitomi did not live through the process. Hayashi had to allow himself a long few minutes to shed his tears over his wife's covered body and regain his composure. It would not do him any good to look weak in front of the other main branch members. Now that he needed to be stronger than ever for his two beloved daughters. Sometimes he wondered if he was truly in control of the clan, rather than the elders who tried to run things from behind the scene. As he stood in the doorway, he spared a glance at his eldest daughter, and his resolve almost shattered into a million pieces as he watched the painful realization slowly creep up on her face, with her pale lavender-tinted eyes widening and becoming watery. However, she hadn't allowed any tear to escape yet. He would have been proud of her for being able to keep up a strong appearance this long if the situation didn't require the opposite reaction in his opinion, which was to let it all out and fall into a sobbing heap. He would allow her that chance soon. I bring you mixed news. We have given birth to a very healthy infant. Our newest daughter's eyes are excellent, and she will be a strong member of this clan. She shall be called Hanabi, and it is my hope that this clan will help her grow into an outstanding individual. The clan head spoke with a hint of fatherly pride, but there was no happiness in his voice. No one in the room had said anything or moved to congratulate him. They were obviously sensing there was more to this. He continued, however, due to complications during childbirth, my wife Hyuga Hitomi passed away peacefully in her sleep just after she had enough time to hold Hanabi in her arms and name her. The room remained deathly silent. Only one sound could be heard, and it was coming from Hinata. She was slowly grinding her teeth with trembling eyes, and her hands were now clutching desperately at the fabric of her kimono as she was trying to keep her composure for a while longer. With this sad news, there will be no celebration, and I wish to retire with my daughters to our house to grieve in privacy for the rest of the day. Hyashi finished with a tone that left no room for objections. He gestured for Hinata to rise from her kneeling position and allowed her to walk past him as he closed the doors. The entire room then broke into whispers. "My daughter, you may go ahead. I will retrieve your new sister and join you soon." Hyashi spoke with as much affection he could spare in his tone. Hinata did not object as they split up, and she quickly picked up her pace toward their house. Hyashi arrived a few minutes later with a tiny bundle in his arms to hear loud sobs and wails filling the house's common area. After a brief second of searching, he found his eldest daughter kneeling on the floor by the living room table. Her head was buried and her arms resting on top of it as she continued to cry loudly, her tears wetting her kimono that became loose and disheveled from apparently running the rest of the way here. As if sensing the mood, the little bundle in Hayashi's arms named Hanabi began to wail loudly too. Sighing painfully, the father of two could do nothing but take his seat by Hinata with a soothing hand on her back as he allowed a few tears to run down his cheeks as well. Uzumaki Naruto, 8 years old, was taking a leisurely walk through the quiet walkways of the clan's district, admiring the beautiful full moon in all its glory on this night. He was heading home to his crappy apartment from the Nara compound, the residence of one of his close friends, Nara Shikamaru. He had been invited over for dinner with the Naras and to play several shogi matches afterward with the pineapple-haired young heir. The blonde found it hilarious to see his incredibly lazy friend, a bona fide genius, be both fascinated and frustrated by his unconventional tactics, even though he ended up losing each match anyway. He considered it a victory on his part if he forced the pineapple-haired lazy ass to take his famous thinking pose, in which he sat still with eyes closed and his hands together in an odd gesture, during the match. Smiling fondly at the memory of Shikamaru, Naruto wondered how he managed to turn his life around quickly and made friends so soon after that fateful night. Despite Inoichi's best efforts, he still remembered everything, every drop of spraying. The sound of his wrist tearing open with the jagged blade of the rusty and discarded kunai he found in an alley, and his surrogate grandfather crying over his wide body. He had no idea how, but he knew as soon as he woke up that the memories planted in his head were fakes and the real ones remained. The fake events were just foreign objects in his mind that he recognized immediately. Naruto could have thrown a huge fit with the Hokage for messing with his head, but he understood why upon seeing his surrogate grandfather's anxious face. The third simply wanted the young boy to be well and happier. He then did a better acting job than the Hokage ever did to assuage the old man's fears about his mental state. After the third left the room, Naruto then spent all day in the hospital bed thinking about what happened the night before, and decided to push down the pain and loneliness just a while longer for his surrogate grandfather's sake. The crushing depression he felt about what he attempted didn't make that decision easy, though. He wondered how to even begin, and it wasn't long until he remembered that tall and blonde ponytailed man he saw in his fake memories. It was soon after he was released that he ran into the same man around the village and found his name to be Yamanaka Inoichi. He was then quickly introduced to the man's daughter. Yamanaka Ino became quite important to him quickly. In fact, he honestly thought he would have gone back to try to finish the job for the final time if he hadn't met her just in time. It also probably helped his fragile mental state at that time that he developed a small crush on her because he enjoyed her genuine cheerfulness and playful nature compared to the fake smiles he used to display in the past. They became fast friends and he was introduced soon after to Shikamaru and the eternally jolly, as long as the word fat wasn't heard, the Kamichi Choji. The four of them got along great even though they annoyed each other with Ino's bossiness, Shikamaru's laziness, Choji's over-the-top gentleness, and Naruto's pranks. He remembered being scared out of his wits when he was first invited over for dinner with the three clans when they gathered for their bi-monthly dinner party. After some prodding from his friends and Ino's use of force, he finally relented to the invitation. To say it was an eye-opening experience to eat dinner with other friendly people was as much an understatement as saying one had a Kakashi-liked porn a tiny bit. Naruto's social ineptness, especially his poor table manners, endeared him to the clans, and they took it upon themselves to beat some etiquettes and common senses about society into him whenever he came for over with any of his friends. Yamanaka matriarch Kana and Nara matriarch Yoshino especially made sure he was well educated, much to his hidden chagrin. Choji's clan at least made sure he was well fed. Thanks to their hard work, he turned out to be a genuinely bright and friendly individual who had no issue with anyone as long as they didn't cause him any trouble. In the years since meeting those three kids and their clans, the blonde's quality of life improved considerably and he found himself genuinely happy these days, despite still enduring the hatred of most of the village. Despite all that, it still took him a long time to truly pull himself out of the depression and guilt that came with trying to take his own life. But he felt lately that part of his life was finally over, and he could say that awful memory was just that. A memory, and he honestly could not imagine why he even considered it in the first place. To think, all it took was a curious girl declaring "let's play." to pull him from the very edge of the abyss. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Naruto noticed he was near the Hyuga compound and gulped loudly. He never liked the entrance guard's white pupil-less eyes following his every movement as he walked past, stony expressions seemingly forever chiseled onto their faces. He wondered if the cute girl he met earlier in the year lived inside this compound. 3 months ago, Naruto grunted loudly as he found himself tackled to the dusty ground of the neighborhood playground by an overenthusiastic Ino as she made to tag him. "Oh, take it easy on me, Ino-chan. Where in the rules did it say it was okay for you to tackle someone in the middle of a simple game of tag?" he yelled from under his friend's weight. Ino smirked as she stood and smoothed over her shoulder-length platinum blonde hair to make it less disheveled. She was wearing a purple t-shirt with white capris. Where in the rules did it say it wasn't allowed? She shot back impishly as she lightly dusted herself off. Naruto had no retort for that and resorted to annoyed murmurings about new rule forbidding Ino-chan from ever playing. His fellow blonde just giggled cutely before she noticed the time, and it was getting late. "Naruto, I have to get home to help mommy out. You're gonna be okay." She got a bright smile and a nod from the blonde prankster and then left after a quick hug goodbye. When she disappeared, Naruto let out a sigh with a small blush as he remained unable to contemplate just what the cute blonde girl was to him exactly. He knew they were friends for certain, but he also felt slightly closer to her than he was with their 2 male friends. He hoped he'd get answers one day if they ever came. "I guess I'll go home and treat myself to some ramen cups." "Wait, that's not so bad," he exclaimed with a picture of a ramen cup in each eye and drool coming out a corner of his mouth as he realized this lucky development. Before he left the playground, though, he heard scuffling in the bushes nearby. Furious, he decided to check out the disturbance and stepped carefully into the bushes. As he got closer, he heard several boys' boisterous voices and a whisper-quiet girl's frightened voice. Forcing his way through the leaves, he stumbled upon a group of 3 boys ganging up on a small and timid girl with short indigo hair. He saw that she was wearing a simple black training outfit and was quite cute, but what his eyes quickly locked onto were her beautiful white eyes tinted with a hint of lavender. They were wide and trembling with fear. All of her would-be bullies turned to the new annoyance. "What? Don't bother us and beat it, shrimp. We're just asking this prissy Hyuga why she thought her clan is superior over the rest of us." The largest of the 3 boys tried to dismiss Naruto with a lazy wave. The blonde would have none of that, and he sure as hell wasn't going to take having his height be made fun of. He let out a battle cry and launched into the group, smashing a fist into the nose of the apparent leader. A few minutes later found poor Naruto bruised and winded as he laid spread eagle on the ground with the bullies, having grown bored with him and the still untouched Hyuga girl, leaving to find something better to do. The timid girl stared at the heaving form of her blonde savior in wonder for a moment and gathered the courage to speak up. "Oh no, I am sorry why you had to jump in. It's because I am weak." The girl forced her words out in a tiny and stuttering voice Naruto had to strain to hear. After a moment of catching his breath, the boy slowly rose to his feet and dusted himself off a little bit. After another moment of tense silence, he finally spoke up. "Don't worry, strong or weak, I won't stand for seeing someone hurt if I can help it," he declared with a foxy grin and a raised fist. The girl's cheeks reddened considerably upon seeing the grin. She wanted to know more about this boy, but before she could introduce herself, "Milady, it is time to return," a deep male voice echoed throughout the forest. The girl's pale eyes widened before she reluctantly bowed and left. Naruto shrugged this off and began making his way home once again, wondering about that girl. He thought she was as cute as Ino, and seemed very nice if not a little weird. It wasn't long before he forgot about the incident thanks to the power of ramen. Present, Naruto made it past the 2 Hyugas guarding the main gate and was walking along one of the compound's long perimeter walls. He realized it was already almost midnight according to the bright full moon overhead. Wow, that last shogi match took longer than I expected. As he walked in silence, he heard scraping of feet on a rough surface, likely roof tiles, but it was barely there. He doubted any other human could have heard this without chakra enhancement. He learned one day that he was blessed with heightened senses compared to other people because he was always the first to sense anything long before others noticed. He just never realized this until he was finally spending time with his peers and noticed his senses weren't exactly the norm. He also discovered at the same time that his sense of smell was about as good as a normal dog's, which he made use of this moment with a breeze blowing over him from the compound. He sniffed the air deeply and caught a slight hint of lavender. Was that a fresh shampoo scent? Naruto narrowed his blue eyes as he scanned his surroundings. The scraping and scuffling sound was getting closer, likely from the other side of the wall. Deciding to follow his instincts, he pressed his back up flat against the compound wall to try to blend into the shadow it was casting from the moonlight. The scent of lavender became stronger as the scuffling got closer. Then it all fell silent. A long minute of waiting followed with thick and stuffy tension filling the night air as Naruto rapidly shifted his eyes right and left down the length of the wall on either side. Finally, he heard a light thump as a pair of feet carefully landed onto the street from the top of the wall, and it was like an explosive tag going off right next to him since he was concentrating so hard on his hearing. He held back a pained gasp and an impulse to jump in surprise as he snapped his head to his right and glimpsed a tall figure clad entirely in a black stealth outfit. His body shifted into a ready state as his eyes searched the figure and zeroed in on a small bundle in the figure's left arm. He noted right away that it was a little girl in a white nightgown, and she was tied up tightly and gagged. Her lavender-tinted eyes were wide open with helpless terror. A few minutes ago in Hinata's bedroom, Hyuga Hinata was glad for this kind of day. A day in which the entire clan was busy entertaining a diplomat from the land of lightning's Kumagakure. Earlier in the day, the diplomat signed a tentative peace agreement with Konohagakure to help each other in certain aspects like aids, sharing some missions, and making some military concessions. That kind of dinner event kept the clan busy with preparations. A busy clan then would not harass Hinata as much, so she relished these days, which were still too few and far in between for her liking. The only things she had to worry about this day were to dress up formally, keep silent, and be composed at the large dining table, and that was it. After she took her bath with Hanabi, she put her younger sister to bed before slipping into her own futon. Her heavy eyelids began to droop, with her last thoughts being of that blonde-haired boy with the gorgeous blue eyes, cute whisker marks, and that heart-stopping grin. The next moment, her pale eyes snapped wide open as she felt a rough hand cover her mouth and a sharp blade against her neck. She stared right up at the face of a large black-clad man and saw the clear message in his cold and dark eyes. "Make a sound and you die." Her entire body froze at once and she couldn't breathe. So complete was her terror that she barely noticed being pulled out of her bed, then tied up and gagged quickly. She only registered bits of the scenery changing as she was carried under the assailant's arm from her bedroom to the compound's rooftops, too terrified to think about anything. It was only when, upon landing on the walkway outside the compound, she locked eyes with a pair of striking blue eyes floating in the shadows by the wall nearby that she came to life. They widened in surprise and shone brightly in the moonlight, and she knew they were the same eyes she daydreamed about only a moment ago. Somehow, she felt her terror abiding, and unconsciously began to struggle. She fully realized now what was happening, and decided she didn't want to be taken away from her father and sister, and would do anything to prevent that now. For some reason, she didn't want to just give up in front of these blue eyes. Naruto saw the girl begin to struggle after they locked eyes. He immediately recognized her as the indigo-haired girl he met 3 months ago and gritted his teeth. This was a bad situation, and he knew he was no match for that black figure. He didn't smell a single trace of this man, a good sign of an experienced shinobi. He would die before he even got the first syllable out if he tried to alert someone ... but he had to save that girl. Naruto would be the first out of anyone to know that if she disappeared, she would suffer greatly. Having been through so much already by now, he wasn't going to allow that to happen to someone else if he could help it. As he watched carefully from his hiding spot, he noticed the shinobi was growing frustrated with the girls struggling, and was getting quite distracted. This was his chance as he took a steady breath and reached for something he happened to glimpse lying on the ground by the wall. The black-clad man was growing irritated with the Hyuga girl struggling in his hold. Since when did she instantly grow a backbone? He gathered from observing his primary target at the dinner earlier tonight that she was a cowardly and submissive girl. He thought she was going to be the easier of the 2 Hyuga females to kidnap for his secret mission in an effort to acquire more Kekkei Genkai carriers for Kumagakure. His disguise as a diplomat was a ruse in order to study the security of the Hyuga compound up close so he could attempt the snatch after he returned to his hotel room. What would happen to the young girl and the shitstorm that had come when news of this got out ... he didn't care. He was happy to serve the rakeage, and could almost taste the glory and fame that came with being the one to bring the famed Byakugan into his village. Web. That was the last thought he had before he heard a loud fleshly smack and felt pure agony like no other, even in his long career as a shinobi, fill his entire body all at once, pain so great he almost swallowed his tongue in shock. He barely noticed that this ungodly pain originated mostly from a certain pair of balls hanging between his legs. The last thing he saw before his eyes rolled up toward the top of his head was a long piece of stick wedged tightly between his legs. Why ... is it? There, a young blonde boy almost had to wince in sympathy as he finished taking a full-strength swing with the long and thick stick that he found nearby into the man's completely unguarded family jewels from behind. The nin slowly sank to his knees with a strained groan as his arms instinctively reached for his prized treasure, dropping the tied-up Hyuga girl in the process. Naruto was waiting for this and caught her before she hit the ground. At that moment, they locked eyes again and he saw tears of relief and joy dribbling from the girl's beautiful eyes. He ripped the gag out of her mouth and she immediately buried her face into the boy's chest with happy cries of thanks. His cheeks warmed up at the praise and close contact. However, he had no time to think on this since the man would recover quickly. "It's all right. I'll get help for you," the blonde assured as he used some effort to carry the tied-up girl as far as he could from the man, who was still in a quivering heap. He then inhaled in all the air his considerably large lungs were able to take. "Hoo-woo-woo-I-I-I." That guy in black's touching the pretty Hyuga girl in weird places could be heard echoing throughout the entire village of Konohagakure. In an unrelated matter, all fathers of young girls suddenly felt compelled to check in on their precious daughters at this time, just to be sure. Hinata was stunned into silence with mixed feelings about this. She was blushing at being called pretty, but she was also embarrassed by the possible misunderstandings about having been touched in weird places. Whatever they were, Naruto only had to wait one whole second before he heard the thunderous crash of someone smashing through a solid wall. That was immediately followed by a man's loud and terrifying roar of pure primal rage from inside the compound walls. Where's my daughter? I will slaughter you like an animal." The entire compound lit up at once, and Naruto had to snicker. He figured something like this would happen after years of dealing with Ino's father and his overprotective nature. Apparently, this was something only a father and a daughter shared. With his sensitive hearing, he heard thundering footsteps zeroing on this location fast. Good, he and the girl should be able to get out of this uninjured. "Why oh you ... got him, brat. I quote I'll kill you." Startled, Naruto quickly turned around and instinctively pushed the tied-up girl onto the ground behind him. He only had enough time to see the man in black standing on shaking legs, with one hand clearly wrapped around his abused nuts and the other outstretched in front, before he felt a small twinge in his chest and heard a wet squelch. He then heard the girl cry out in terror from behind. Why was she screaming like that? At that moment, a tall and enraged pale-eyed man with long straight black hair leapt over the wall and landed between the two children and the surprised black-clad man. If it wasn't for the seriousness of the situation, it would have been hilarious to see a man of high nobility standing barefoot and bare-chested on the walkway in his white silk pajama pants, shredded and dirtied by his alternative to using a door just a moment ago, not to mention his wild and disheveled hair. "Phew," the new arrival growled out wrathfully as he caught sight of the kidnapper. Before the black-clad man could get a word out, the Hyuga man snarled and charged at the assailant with his Byakugan blaring. In under a second he struck multiple times with fatal precision as all chakra-enhanced strikes were aimed at the forehead, throat, lungs, kidneys, and heart. It was all over so quickly when the black-clad man fell, already dead, into a broken heap with so much dark pooling underneath that the moon reflected off it easily. Naruto had to admire the way that powerful man quickly dealt with the kidnapper. This man also had to be the girl's father too, from the relief clearly displayed in his eyes upon seeing the girl safe and sound, if only tied up for the moment. Though the blonde couldn't understand why they changed to extreme alarm upon shifting their gaze to him. Before he could say anything in greeting, his head instantly became light, his eyelids felt heavy, and it felt like he was falling slowly to the right. He didn't understand this ... he should have been perfectly all right. Was this why the girl behind him was still crying out in anguish? He watched rather than felt as his body hit the ground in slow motion, first with his right knee, then his hip followed by the shoulder, and finally his temple tapped against the cold pavement of the walkway. He couldn't fathom why he wasn't able to move his limbs anymore now. Finally, after a moment of panicked confusion, he used all his waning strength to glance down at his twining chest and finally found the cause. A small kunai was embedded into the very center of it, almost up to the handle, courtesy of the black-clad man before his brutal death. It was this damn thing. I need to pull it out, he thought, clearly going into total shock. But no matter what he tried, he couldn't muster the strength to move even a finger. He needed to remove this bothersome thing so the girl wouldn't have to cry any longer than necessary. His eyelids drooped even lower, despite his best efforts to keep them open. He felt himself being gently turned and laid on his back. He finally took a good look at the Hyuga man that moved him. He looked like a stern and stoic man. However, at this time, he could see clear concern in the man's pale eyes with the veins bulging around them. He also could hear the man's quickened breathing, apparently trying to work on his grievous injury. He also glimpsed the tear-streaked face of the cute Hyuga girl he just saved standing behind the man, apparently freed from her bindings now. "Please ... you need to stay alive." The pale-eyed girl cried out in anguish as her entire body trembled at the sight of so much gushing from the young blonde boy's chest. That was when it struck Naruto as his breathing became shallow and his throat began to flood with, making each labored breath that escaped sound like a wet gurgle. His wound was definitely fatal. There was no coming back from this one, he was sure. He didn't even feel anything as he watched the man quickly pull the kunai out with a wet snick, ripped his shirt off, and wadded it up to apply pressure to the gushing wound. The man then shouted something unintelligible at some far-off location, apparently addressing other people that must have arrived recently. Naruto's last sight was the heart-wrenching vision of the indigo-haired girl's tear-streaked and grief-stricken face, still desperately imploring for him to stay alive with her beautiful lavender-tinted eyes. His last thought came before total blackness took him. Damn it, I'm not coming back from this one, and this time I don't want to go ... talk about irony. I wanted to be able to grow up and protect my friends, but I guess I won't be able to do that now. At least I saved that cute girl. That was better than most people could ... do ... Hinata and Hayashi, get any of our physicians here now and make haste. I want this child kept alive. Hayashi shouted at the group of Hyugas gathering nearby as he kept the pressure on this child's gaping wound, with no trace of his usual composure present. Some of them obeyed and left in search of an available medic inside the compound. The others were reluctant. Hayashi-sama, we shouldn't treat him. Don't you know who he is? We can finally get rid of this brat ... This to an older Hyuga man was cut off as he choked under Hayashi's impressive killing intent directed toward him. Finish that word and I will gladly have Hokage-sama execute you for breaking the law. This brat saved my daughter from being kidnapped and most likely a fate worse than death at the risk of his life. I owe it to him to keep him alive. Enough of your bullshit and begone with your ineptitude. He roared at the trembling Hyugas, his Byakugan blaring with promise of a painful fate for anyone who dared to object further. Only his younger identical twin brother opted to step up to the boy's body in an effort to help him out. Brother, his flow is slowing down too quickly and his chakra network is fading. What can we do now? Aashi spoke softly as he kneeled down and checked the boy over with his Byakugan. Hyuga could only respond with a frustrated growl as he desperately tried to keep the boy alive even a second longer by increasing pressure on the wound. Hinata barely noticed her frantic father and uncle next to her as she continued to stare down at the blonde boy's still impaling form. She was completely numb inside as her tears stopped. She couldn't understand why this had to happen to someone as kind and brave as him. If she hadn't been so weak, this boy then wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself to save her worthless self. She stared down at her trembling hands. It felt like she had the boys on them, even though they were perfectly clean. Before she could spiral lower into total despair, she heard an unnatural yelp of surprise each from her father and uncle. Before she could glance up to see what happened, she was yanked backward by her nightgown's collar, her father's soaked hand clenching tightly onto it. Landing some distance away from the boy's body, all three were shocked to see bright red chakra burst from the body and surround it as if it was protecting the boy. Hyuga and Aashi had to deactivate their Byakugan lest they became blinded by the dense and pure chakra radiating from the boy. They also had to resist the familiar and overpowering presence in the atmosphere as the other Hyugas scrambled to get away from the body as quickly as possible. The clan head heard his daughter cry out in shock. Father ... What is this? Is it hurting him? Hinata exclaimed with none of her usual stutter, pulling hard at her father's death grip on her collar in an instinctive effort to protect her savior from whatever it was. Her father shushed harshly to get her to calm down a bit, and took a moment to stare at what was happening before them. He shared an astonished expression with Aashi before replying. No ... It seems to be healing the wound as if it was nothing. He murmured in amazement as he observed the young child's gaping wound beginning to close. Inside Naruto's mindscape, Naruto opened his eyes to find himself lying on his back, submerged up to his ears in shallow water. He quickly sat up in confusion and clutched at his chest, only to see no sign of the wound he supposedly suffered, and his shirt somehow remained intact. He knew that was real, so why did he end up here suddenly unhurt? He had a look around and saw that he was in a long, wide, and dimly lit hallway that seemed to stretch on forever into pitch-black darkness in either direction. The walls were old and crackling with large dark red and blue pipes snaking along them in odd patterns. He noted the red pipes were glowing bright red compared to the blue ones. What is this? Is this where people go when they die? Confused, he forced himself to rise and shake some of the excess water off. As he glanced at both directions the large hallway stretched into, he could feel something tugging at him a little one way. Having nothing else to go on, he decided to follow this sensation. After what seemed like hours of wading through the shallow water, the hallway suddenly opened up into an enormous room. Red and blue pipes covered nearly every inch of the walls on both sides and even the ceiling, but that wasn't what caught Naruto's attention, as he could now feel a very powerful presence in here. Walking further into the room revealed a giant set of iron bars blocking further progress into the darkness beyond. A closer inspection revealed a paper with seal written on it stuck high up on the center bar. He felt anxiety flowing through every single inch of his body. Something told him this was neither heaven nor hell. You catch on quick, boy. A loud and authoritative voice boomed through the large cavern-like room. The young blonde yelped in surprise and fell back to land unceremoniously on his backside, splashing the shallow water everywhere. There was silence for a long moment before the booming voice broke into a mirthful chuckle, seemingly shaking the entire room with each exhalation. Aha ... It has been a while since I've had a good laugh. Please do not be frightened. We are in your mindscape and I wish to have a discussion with you, Uzumaki Naruto. The voice continued, rolling throughout the room like thunder. It took a moment for Naruto to regain his composure at hearing and feeling the presence beyond the iron bars. Oh okay ... But may I ask for your name since you apparently know mine? The young boy carefully inquired upon the mysterious presence. He heard what sounded like a pleased growl. Respectful. I like that. I will tell you my true name soon, but for now, I'm afraid you know me by another. The darkness began to fade out and Naruto could easily make out a massive silhouette shaped like an animal towering high over him. He also noted, with some trepidation, many long tails swaying gently behind it. Two enormous crimson eyes shone brightly down at him in the darkness near the top of the silhouette. The humans out there call me Kyuubi no Kitsune, the same nine-tailed demon fox that the fourth Hokage supposedly killed, with one exception. The darkness finally faded away completely, revealing an enormous crimson demonic-looking fox with rabbit-like ears and 9 tails. It was calmly lying on the floor and facing the boy directly with its arms crossed underneath its raised head. Its eyes were still staring down at him unblinkingly. Instead, I was actually sealed within you when you were a newborn. I am the reason why you are hated by most of the ignorant idiots you've met so far in this ungrateful village. The now revealed Kyuubi finished softly as its 9 tails twitched and swayed around absent-mindedly. It was watching the boy intensely for any reaction. It took all Naruto had to keep from crapping his pants at the prospect of being face to face with the giant demon fox that the entire village feared and hated. Only reassured somewhat by the presence of the iron bars between the two, he regained his composure finally. As he gazed up at the fox, whom seemed to be waiting for what he would say, he had to take a moment and think about what to say to this powerful entity apparently trapped within him. He finally understood why the villagers hated him so much and, at first, he impulsively wanted to yell insults at the fox sitting beyond the bars for being the reason he lived a painful existence until recently. But, would that have changed anything? Whatever put the fox into him already happened, and he already lived through the worst of the villagers' anger and hatred. Plus, those same villagers were morons for even believing him to be the demon fox itself in the first place. So he had no reason to care about what they thought of him now or in the future. He could tell things would continue to improve for him as he made more friends at this rate. And what if it wasn't the fox's fault it had to be sealed into him? He already learned of one lie when all of his generation and younger were told the Kyuubi was actually killed. Right now, to him, it might not be such a bad thing having a giant entity sealed inside him. He probably got some benefits from that, right? And maybe he could make another friend in the process. At that thought, the Kyuubi's eyes widened fractionally for an instant. After taking a long moment to quell the shock of this revelation, Naruto decided there was nothing that could be done to change anything right now. He decided to ask some questions before forming an opinion about his recently discovered tenant. Thank you for not calling me a prisoner ... And yes, you did get some benefits from having a giant entity sealed inside of you. The Kyuubi suddenly spoke, as if the boy's thoughts were said out loud. Naruto flinched in surprise at that ... then remembered that he was in what the fox called his mindscape. It makes sense in this case. From those red pipes I see coming out from your side, you're kinda paying rent with some of your chakra, even if it was forced. The blonde replied sheepishly, pointing at the pipes lining the walls. The fox only gave a small grin, liking this human. He had a sharp mind, being able to understand instantly what the pipes symbolized. So what happened that had me end up in here with you? The last thing I remember before coming here was a creepy man in black killing me for saving a girl. I certainly had no idea you've been in me all this time till now. Naruto asked, looking up at the giant fox with a cocked head. When you were dying, I pumped some of my chakra throughout your system and it increased your healing rate exponentially. While I'm working on that, I decided to pull you into this room so we can finally meet face to face and have a discussion. It spoke with an annoyed tone on the last word, as if it was going to confront the boy about something. Naruto gulped, having a feeling he knew what the Kyuubi was pissed about. As if to signify the changing mood, the fox's massive tails began to move around a little forcefully, splashing the shallow water everywhere. Now, I would like to tell you about my end in regards to how this seal works between us. As long as I am inside you, my chakra is absorbed little by little into your body and I cannot break out of the seal at any time without killing you. The fox explained while pointing at the paper seal on the bar with one of its tails. While I'd admit I'm not too put out by that notion, I realized it's best for me to work with you and keep you alive until the end of your life this time. The reason for this is the seal connecting us both is designed so that if you died for any reason aside from old age, I die as well, and it probably would be long and painful, too. Naruto winced. The fox became more agitated as it narrowed its sinister crimson eyes at the cringing blonde, bared all of its teeth, got up on all four legs with thunderous footsteps, and its tails thrashed loudly behind it. They were raising a deafening racket in this large room. So imagine my rage when I watched you try to kill yourself 4 times in quick succession some time ago, and I desperately worked my ass off to keep the both of us alive every goddamn time. The all-powerful Kyuubi roared as it punctuated the last 5 words with an intense slam of one of its powerful tails onto the floor, shaking the entire room each time and causing large waves everywhere with the shallow water. The fox's angry roar knocked the boy off his feet and blew him back several meters to tumble through the choppy water. After the outburst, the fox exhaled loudly and seemed to calm down as it returned to lying down. Naruto, while a little wary this time, slowly stood up from the calming water and shook the excess off to face his tenant again while remaining silent with a guilty expression. The Kyuubi sighed slowly and a small smirk tugged at its black lips. You're lucky that I healed you on a whim this time. After what happened, I decided I wouldn't heal your moronic ass ever again as long as you kept contemplating suicide. That'd mean I'm trapped inside a weak container and I'd rather just die with you and deal with the hassle of coming back to life a few decades later. I almost considered not saving you this time, since going up against an experienced shinobi the way you are now would be considered a form of suicide by many people, myself included. The Kyuubi grinned at Naruto's annoyed scowl at being called suicidal for doing what he thought was right. Still, you did do it to rescue that human child and you actually did not want to die, so I decided to interfere and make a deal with you. I want to help you get strong enough to keep the both of us alive, as well as protect all of your friends, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto became alarmed about the notion of making a deal with a demon, especially when it was the most powerful being in existence. He decided to make sense of something before he would decide to accept or not. Go ahead and ask your questions. The Kyuubi snickered at seeing the boy face fault at having his mind read again. Damn it. Anyway, I only have one question. Why did you attack Konoha? He asked firmly, before gulping a little as he saw the giant fox narrow its eyes angrily. Its tail shifted some as it took a deep and calming breath. Apparently it was a sore subject. A masked man with the Sharingan ripped me out of my previous container and put me under his control with that accursed Kekkei Genkai. I was then taken to your village and forced to rampage through it until your 4th Hokage came and sealed me into you, and that's how we got here. I should warn you that man apparently needed my power for something far beyond simply rampaging through some human village, at least before he was stopped and released his control over me just before I was resealed. He would likely return in the future to try and rip me out of you, and I don't need to tell you that, with this seal, would result in certain death for us, boy. The Kyuubi spoke with an angry undertone. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the prospect of being hunted in the future for what he contained. He decided to move on and worry about that later. That's all I need to know for now. I'm going to be fine with being your partner on this then. The Kyuubi was surprised at this boy's carefree attitude about making a deal with a demon, even though it wasn't really one, at least in the strictest sense of the term, in the first place. Aren't you going to ask what the terms were on this deal, at least? Fine, I'll listen to the terms. As long as none of them has you stepping out of me and going nuts on this village, they should be reasonable enough. Naruto replied as if he was wondering why they were wasting time on this. The Kyuubi rolled its eyes. I'll tell you anyway so you won't bitch at me in the future about anything that comes up. Now, your benefits in this partnership are that you receive all of my help in making you much more stronger like a container of the Kyuubi no Kitsune should be. That includes, but is not limited to, physical training, learning to control your chakra efficiently, receiving my fire affinity and several of my own personal fire jutsu, my knowledge of tactics and strategies, genjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, and the ability to control your own tailed beast transformation after you've trained long enough. I will also help you with most of the genjutsu cast upon you by dispelling them with my own chakra. If you begin now and work hard, you should be strong enough to get on even ground with the strongest people I've seen by the time you reach the age of 18. The Kyuubi had to hold back a smirk at seeing the boy's expression of wonder and amazement. I have 4 terms of my own in this partnership. First, you unlock all of your senses to me so I can see, hear, smell, taste, and feel whatever you come across in the outside world since it gets boring in here. A simple agreement between us is all the intent it should take for the seal to allow me to actively link up with you. Up until now, I could only find out things about you by reading your memories. We'd also now be able to speak to each other without you having to come here every time, and you also benefit by having your senses heightened even further thanks to my own senses merging with yours. Either of us can still cut the link for some privacy if needed. Why should I care about my privacy if I'm going to trust you? Believe me, when you get older, you'll want all the privacy you can get. The fox retorted with a snicker. The blonde just cocked his head in confusion, but shrugged. Sure, let's agree to that. It sounds like a great help for us both. The Kyuubi grinned. So be it. We should be able to link up now. Indeed, they both felt something shift slightly in the air around them, as if some unknown force just responded to their conversation non-verbally just now. Next term, I would like for you to fix this mindscape so it isn't such a shithole to live in. It only takes a little bit of concentration to be able to change anything in this place with your mind, so I'll help you with that when we have time. This will help improve your training exponentially when you come in here to train your mind and chakra while your body rests at night. Naruto immediately responded with a sharp nod, having no objection to that. Third term, this one you may have difficulty accepting but you must do this. It's for both our sake or the deal's off, is that understood? The fox spoke with a serious gaze, and Naruto gulped. The fox's expression suddenly switched from serious to clear amusement as it held 2 fingers up. You must limit your ramen intake to only 2 times a week. It said in a sing-song voice that did not match the rows of sharp teeth as it smiled, baring them all. Naruto face-faulted, clearly tricked by the serious atmosphere just a moment ago. The fox was enjoying the look of utter horror creeping up on its container's face at the prospect of actually having to eat his beloved ramen like a normal person should. What the hell was with that sudden change, fox? And why the hell do I have to cut down on the food of the gods? The fox once again bared its sharp teeth in a wide grin that looked purely demonic, and the boy involuntarily gulped. I may be viewed as a demon, but I am also based on a fox. It's my nature to enjoy jokes and tricks. You will provide plenty of entertainment by the way. The Kyuubi had to chuckle at Naruto's indignant oi. Before continuing, you should be glad I'm actually allowing you to eat any. This so-called food of the gods you love and trust so much is the primary reason you're a shrimp for your age. The fox spoke bluntly, holding its right hand up to show its pointer and thumb with very little space between them, as if to denote smallness. Naruto got a tick mark on his temple at the sight. I can help you craft a strong body from here in combination with your extreme physical training, but I can only do so much without proper nutrition. It was a good thing you still occasionally visit your friends for dinner lately aside from your 5 meals of ramen every day, otherwise you'd have been a malnourished prawn at this point. The fox finished with its pointer and thumb growing even closer together to punctuate the malnourished prawn insult. Naruto developed another tick mark and had to take a minute to calm down. GRR. Damn it, I'll do it. I'll give up on that stuff if that's what it'll take for me to get strong enough to protect my friends. The blonde declared more for himself than for the fox in front of him as if to steel his nerves in face of that horrible reality. Very good. Before we move on, I forgot to mention that I'm female, and you may call me by my given name, which is Kurama. I just wanted to clear that up since I'm getting tired of you referring to me as it. The fox now named Kurama dropped this bombshell as casually as if she was talking about the weather. What? Was Naruto's intelligent reply as he stared up at her in shock. The Great Fox seemed to take offense to this. Is there a problem with the most powerful entity in the world being of female nature? Kurama slowly ground out as the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Naruto straightened up, sweat pouring buckets down his face. And then no, ma'am. It's just that ... you have such a wonderfully deep voice, so that's why I was confused. The fox rolled her eyes with a sigh at the failed flattery. It's just the way I am. Do you expect a smaller version of me to pop out from some hidden curtain and say pay no attention to the tiny fox behind the curtain? With a squeaky voice, she muttered in a sarcastic tone, then sighed again at the boy's totally lost expression. She waved her hand dismissively. Never mind ... it was just an old expression I picked up many thousands of years ago. Moving on. Naruto, this is the last term of our partnership. When I think you're powerful enough and ready, I want you to go hunt down and kill the man who took control of me and made me attack your village. I doubt you have any issue with that, considering he's responsible for everything that's happened to you since then. If you succeed in that, I promise I will be content living out the remainder of your lifespan within you, and I will swear not to have anything to do with Konoha and its allies when I get out. I just don't want to be sealed into another person. Kurama finished dictating her terms and awaited the boy's reply. Before that, there's something I need to say to you. Naruto finally spoke with a serious expression after thinking a long moment. The fox was wondering what he meant when her eyes widened at what she saw. The boy was now on his knees and hands, dunking his forehead into the water to touch the floor in a classic submission posture. Kurama, I am truly sorry for that time when I tried to take my own life. While I did not know you were sealed inside me at that time, it did not excuse the fact that I could have killed you as well. It was never my desire to drag anyone else into that. Also, I want to thank you too. You saved me. Because of that, I've been able to fix myself up enough to move on and work for a better life now. Naruto spoke in his most sincere tone possible. Kurama was so stunned by this display that she didn't say anything for a minute. She finally found her voice and growled with an annoyed expression. Get up from that pose and don't ever do it again. You are my container and partner, and you will not bow down that low in submission to anyone ... not even to me. Is that understood? She growled out. However, her face settled into a more gentle expression as the boy picked himself off the ground. But ... you're welcome and apology accepted. The blonde boy gave her a million-watt smile as he walked up close to the bars and stuck out his right hand out between them. Deal accepted. I expect you to work me hard, Kurama-sensei. And I expect you to do me proud as my container, Uzumaki Naruto. Kurama replied as she stuck one of her giant claws out to let the boy grip it on the very tip, and they shook a little. After releasing and letting the comfortable silence settle in the air for a moment, the boy decided to say something that was on his mind. Did you do something with my memories back then? Apparently I was supposed to have these fake memories put into me so I would forget about what happened, but I knew right away and I still remembered everything anyway. The giant fox put a finger to her muzzle as she thought for a moment. I'm not quite sure about that. It may have been something to do with my chakra interfering with the effects of whatever that man with the long ponytail did to your mind. If that's the case, then, with my help, you could be immune to mental probing and torture. Another useful trait of our partnership, it seems. That got her a foxy grin from the boy. She then perked her head up and seemed to glance at something that Naruto clearly wasn't seeing. Now, I sense something is going on outside, so you should be waking up soon. I'm done healing your wound and only a few minutes have passed out there. Be careful, as you'll be weakened for a while. We will speak more about this arrangement later when you're rested up, Naruto. See you later. See you then. The blonde container replied as his waving form began to fade out. Looking at the spot where he disappeared, Kurama had to let a toothy smile grow on her face. So that was your son, Kushina ... He'll surprise me many times, I'm sure. Outside with the twins and Hinata a few minutes earlier, Hayashi, Aashi, and Hinata found themselves the only ones standing close to Naruto's body that was currently glowing, tinting the surrounding night air in crimson color. The others already ran away in terror, screaming about a demon fox coming loose, their oh-so-important Hyuga pride and composure completely forgotten. The three Hyugas stayed rooted in place, staring transfixed at the beautiful but apparently deadly red chakra slowly whirling around the boy's body in a protective manner. Father, Uncle ... what is that? Hayashi noticed his daughter ask that with no fear in her voice, only open curiosity. He also noted his brother stiffening uncomfortably. I am afraid I cannot tell you that, my daughter. It is a secret only this child can tell you himself. I recommend waiting on inquiring about this until you feel you have gained this boy's trust ... that is if you wish to pursue a friendship with him. Hayashi replied softly as he still kept a firm hold on her shoulder, making sure she didn't get close to the body just yet. Now then, we must prepare to greet Hokage-sama. The clan head spoke as he and his Aashi turned around and Hinata reluctantly followed suit, a little confused. Her unasked question was answered immediately when the sight of the Hokage and 6 of his ANBU escorts jumping down onto the walkway from the air greeted them. The third's face was grim as he surveyed the scene, from the broken body of the black-clad shinobi, to the 3 Hyugas, and finally to the crimson-glowing body of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. What happened here? He asked calmly, but his tone did not hide his tension at seeing the Kyuubi's chakra floating around the boy's body. A few minutes of explanations brought everyone up to speed. They were also dismayed to discover the kidnapper when one of the ANBU investigated his body turned out to be the diplomat sent from Kumo. The Hokage rubbed his temples at the upcoming headache, as he'd have to deal with an international incident when word of this eventually reached Kumagakure. In the meantime, 3 of the ANBU were now standing guard at a triangle formation around Naruto as the crimson chakra continued to twirl around him. After a few minutes of anxious waiting, everyone noticed the red glow was beginning to fade away, and the chakra eventually shrank until it finally retreated fully into the boy's body. The Hokage and everyone else held their breaths for what seemed like eternity until they saw the boy stirring awake. The old man stepped closer until he was just out of the boy's range with his escorts tensing into readiness. Naruto-kun ... Is that you? Are you okay? Groaning, Naruto opened his eyes to see the very concerned face of his surrogate grandfather. Hokage Jiji, what are you doing here? He murmured tiredly. The third let out an explosive breath of relief as he discreetly signaled his ANBU to stand down. Only Naruto would call him that, and this was definitely the same boy he came to know and care for. He'd have to put off his discussion about the red chakra, at least until he was able to get alone with the boy soon. He noted the young Hyuga girl bravely stepping up. Ano ... What's why your name? Hinata asked with barely any stuttering, surprising the twin brothers a little. I am Uzumaki Naruto. It's nice to meet you, the boy replied with a tired and sheepish smile as he sat up. Well, Naruto-kun ... My name is Hyuga Hinata and I want to thank you for rescuing me once again. I'm glad you do not seem to be hurt anymore now, Hinata quietly stated before she quickly reached in for a hug. It was all Naruto could do to not jump in surprise at being suddenly hugged by someone other than Ino and her mother. After getting used to it, he thought it felt very nice and warm. Hinata, on the other hand, was blushing scarlet at such an impulsive action. Both hid their slight disappointment upon letting go of each other. I would like to see you again soon when you recover ... if that is permissible with my father, Hinata shyly stated as she glanced at her father. Hyashi nodded slightly in approval before turning to his twin brother. His Aashi, please return to the compound and inform them that all is well. Take my daughter with you as well, and guard her and Hanabi until I return, Hyashi requested of his younger brother. He got an affirmative nod in return and turned back to Hinata. My daughter, you should get back to check on your sister and Tomo-san. I am sure they are worried about you. Afterward, get cleaned up and await my return before you retire to bed. I will remain here for a moment longer, Hyashi commanded of the little Hyuga, who quickly bowed her head to everyone and made her way back into the compound with her uncle. Hyashi then kneeled down next to the tired boy. Uzumaki-san, my name is Hyuga Hyashi and I am the head of my clan. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to you for saving Hinata. You are welcome to come by the compound anytime my daughter wishes to meet with you. I also have to admit it was very clever of you on how you alerted us to the kidnapping, Hyashi remarked with a slight twinkle in his eyes. Naruto had the decency to look sheepish. It was all I could think of. I've seen how protective parents are of their children, especially a father and his daughter. I had to get help as fast as possible, sir. Hyashi nodded with a small but amused smirk before continuing. In addition, if you desire help with any situation, please come to me soon and we will discuss it. I will do my best to provide you with solutions. The Hyuga had spoken in his most sincere tone and bowed his head slightly. Naruto was caught unsure on what to do with this unexpected display from one of the most powerful and influential noblemen in the village. He almost flinched when Kurama's voice spoke quietly into his head. Naruto, it's me, Kurama. Do not speak, only think your responses when you're talking to me, okay? Respond to him with respect. Make sure to use the proper suffix and be modest. We're going to need his support in the future if we want our lives to be a bit easier, and it's important we secure it now. Gotcha, Naruto thought quickly and took a moment as he considered his response. Hayashi-sama, thank you for your generous offer. I just did what I had to do when I came across that guy, even if it hadn't been your daughter in his clutches. Anyone else would have done the same, I'm sure. Excellent response, Naruto. Nonsense, Uzumaki-san. You were there and that is all that matters now. My offer will always be available indefinitely. I shall be seeing you soon, Hayashi smoothly replied with some admiration for Naruto's humbleness. He then stood up before inclining his head slightly. Have a good night and get some rest, Uzumaki-san, he added before moving over to the Hokage for a few words. Looks like we won his support. Don't do anything to screw that up. Besides, that female child will likely grow up to be a good mate to you in the future, Kurama murmured offhandedly. What's a mate? Naruto swore he heard the giant fox face fault in his head. Don't mind that for now, and I'll explain in the future. I keep forgetting you're just a young human child. Naruto thought about inquiring further about that term before he froze as he noticed someone's terrifying presence looming over him. He creaked his head robotically around and up to see his surrogate grandfather's peering face. The old man's gaze was deadly serious. The boy also noticed no one else were in sight around the two of them for some reason. Now, Naruto-kun ... tell me what happened for you to have your apparently fatal wound miraculously healed by some crimson chakra, the third demanded in a tone that brooked no lie or half-truth. Naruto gulped loudly. Boy ... what do I say, Kurama? Sorry kiddo, you're on your own with this one. That guy scares the shit out of me too. Good luck, the fox said quickly before signing off for the night. Boy, don't leave me alone with the scary old man. Come back, Naruto screamed futilely in his head before he slowly glanced up to the third again with growing dread. Well then, please speak, Naruto-kun. The third leaned in over him with a closed-eyes grin. However, behind the grin was a promise that unspeakable horrors would be brought down on Naruto if he did not satisfy the god of shinobi with his explanation. The blonde hero gulped loudly. Two people now currently occupied the office of Konohagakure's village leader at this time, the young blonde-haired and whiskered boy Uzumaki Naruto, and Saruto by Hiruzen, the third Hokage himself. The boy was sitting in a chair in front of the Hokage's giant wooden desk, looking exhausted and about to nod off to sleep, having been kept from his precious bed all night due to Hiruzen's incessant questions. The old man himself was sitting behind his desk, his elbows resting on it as he rubbed his temples and kept his eyes trained on his surrogate grandson. It was silent between the two for 10 long minutes aside from Naruto's occasional half-snort as he briefly dozed off before jerking awake repeatedly. The young boy was growing frustrated as the silence went on. Damn it, old man. I told you everything, down to every single thing I remember ever since I was born. That proves I'm really Naruto. Please let me go home and sleep, or at least kill me now. I don't care either way. I'm about to drop dead from exhaustion. Naruto yelled, having had enough of the silence and the Hokage's studying eyes. The old man sighed with closed eyes for a moment and leveled his gaze again at the young boy. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I just have to be absolutely sure you weren't being taken over by the Kyuubi. Even though you believe what it. The fox gets pretty touchy about that. Naruto corrected with a foxy smirk. Boy, Kurama growled from inside his head. You finally showed up, huh? Thanks a lot for bailing out on me, damn fox. He thought, then grinned mentally at his tenant's grumbling. She told you about her being controlled. We have to be wary. She is still a clever and powerful entity after all. Though, I admit I am intrigued about how you would turn out if we allow her to supervise your training from now on. The Hokage admitted with a sigh. He thought about the alternative of doing the child's training with some of his top shinobi, but there were always time constraints. Those same people were also quite busy with a backlog of missions due to the lingering effects of the military force being reduced significantly by the Kyuubi disaster. Unfortunately, against his personal judgment, the third had to realize letting the Kyuubi help was going to be the best option for the young blonde in the long run. After another long moment of consideration, the older man stood up to retrieve a fresh scroll and began writing when he returned to his desk. Okay, I'll allow this. Naruto's excited shout of Yada was immediately followed by the old man raising an index finger with a firm gaze. But you must keep this secret. Most people in this village will not take kindly to the thought of you being raised by the Kyuubi, and they will likely take it upon themselves to get rid of you if this gets out. You may confide in people you truly trust, but I'd still be very selective about that too if I were you. He warned as he continued to scribble in the scroll. For now, you should work on your physical conditioning and learn to open up your chakra network for molding until you begin your academy career. When your first term ends for the summer, you will be escorted by some of my most trusted people, depending on who volunteers, to a secret training field with a shack far outside of the village during the 3-month break. This will repeat every academy year until graduation, so you will be able to safely practice using the Kyuubi's chakra among many other things. He dictated before his expression turned deadly serious. Any other time until I personally change this, you are not allowed to draw on any of the Kyuubi's chakra anywhere near or within the village premises unless you have my express permission. Is that understood? He narrowed his eyes at the boy. Naruto locked his gaze with the older man just as seriously, and nodded once without hesitation. The third nodded back, his visage relaxing. What are you going to do about the academy, Naruto-kun? I was planning to get you admitted early this year. You should put off going to the academy for this year at least. You need a lot of physical and chakra training to be able to use my chakra without hurting yourself initially. At this rate, it will take about 1.5 years before I think you would be ready, which is right when the first 3-month break next year should occur. Kurama suggested. I think I'll wait on that for now if that's okay with you, Hokage Jiji. I'll join whenever my friends enroll, and they said they're waiting till next year. Naruto replied after a moment's thought. The old man nodded with an understanding smile. Let me add that, for now, I would be happy to help provide you with training aids, some low-level jutsu scrolls, and some weapons should you need them in the future. Just come to me and we'll discuss any of that, okay? He got a happy nod before continuing. For now you will be allowed access to Training Ground 42 since no one is using that. However, you will need a special permit since you are not a shinobi yet. The Hokage finished writing in the scroll and called for an ANBU to appear. Take this to Commander Dragon, please. The third commanded, and the masked nin saluted as he took the scroll and disappeared in a swirl of smoke. I need to learn that. The boy bounced excitedly in his chair while the Hokage chuckled. Naruto, ask the old fart if that training field will have some steep cliffs for climbing. Kurama suddenly spoke, and Naruto reluctantly relayed what the fox asked, having a bad feeling about this. Despite his misgivings, Hiruzen had to smile. That fox knew what she was doing, after all. Yes, there is a large and deep ravine that should suit what you are looking for, Kyuubi-san. I will be sure to include a little something with the training aids when you are ready to have Naruto-kun start on that. The Hokage replied for the fox's benefit. Naruto was confused. and somewhat scared as he saw his surrogate grandfather's knowing smile, and he could feel the fox inside him grin wide in response. The third cleared his voice. I apologize for keeping you here this long, Naruto-kun. I will let you get on your way now, since I have things to take care of in regard to the kidnapping attempt last night. You also need to recover your health, so come back in 3 days for your permit. Have a good day, he stated with a polite dismissal. The blonde boy just nodded with a grin and quickly ran out of the room with a wave. The god of shinobi sighed tiredly as he turned in his chair to look out over his village through the large window behind the desk. He knew the entire village would be buzzing loudly when the news of the Hyuga kidnapping attempt reached everyone. What are you going to do now, Hyuga? Naruto, so what do I do? Naruto thought as he sped through the streets toward his apartment, a little embarrassed with getting stares from the villagers this time. He was still topless after he lost his shirt last night, after all. As the old fart said, you need rest. Just get something to eat that's not ramen and get to sleep all day and night. We will get started on organizing your training tomorrow morning. Kurama spoke thoughtfully. Naruto was a little crestfallen since he wanted to get started right away and he wasn't actually feeling tired, but he'd trust her. He stopped by a market that was forced to treat him as a normal customer thanks to the Hokage's interference and bought 2 disposable bowls of cereal and milk. Arriving home, he quickly ate then dived onto his bed, already asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He hadn't realized just how close to extreme exhaustion he was. Hokage, Raikage's office. The very large, dark-skinned, and muscular fourth Raikage grunted as he lifted a dumbbell weighing 500 pounds. While sitting in his desk chair, this powerful shinobi named I was deep in thought as he wondered how the Hyuga kidnapping he ordered went. Gaining more Kekkei Genkai users was his father's last order before appointing him the new Raikage. Then that tough old bastard went and got himself killed defending Kumo's retreat against 10,000 Iwa troops after that damn village decided to disband their alliance at the end of the Third Great Shinobi War. I did not have his now-deceased father's obsession with getting more Kekkei Genkai users to increase Kumo's might, but he had to admit he was curious about what adding the abilities of the famed Byakugan could do for his military. Kumo was not well known for its sensing and tracking capabilities. Hell, I only found just one amazing sensor in Shia from the latest crop of shinobi coming out since the last Great War. When this peace treaty negotiation came up, the Raikage decided to take a chance and made the order to sneak one of his retired jounin into Konoha as an ambassador. Now all he could do was to just wait for any news to come back to him. There was urgent knocking at the office's door. I carefully put the dumbbell down onto the floor, which creaked loudly under the weight, since he didn't want to get berated by his lovely new secretary for destroying his office again. After a loud grunt of enter, a chunin in charge of the messenger hawks burst in, breathing hard with a scroll in hand. Raikage-sama, there's bad news from Konoha. What? The Raikage growled as he rose to his feet and moved to the chunin. Snatching the offered scroll and opening it quickly, he began reading. His mood began to darken with each line he read and, upon reaching the end, crushed the scroll in his closed and trembling fist. He then growled in rage as he slammed one of his massive fists into his desk. The strike easily obliterated it into splinters. The chunin stood stock still, as if making a single movement would alert the enraged Raikage to his presence. But I only took a deep breath while the dust from the desk cleared and took a moment to think. He wasn't going to give up on this. Fortunately, the treaty that Kumo and Konoha signed was real and binding despite the true nature of the ambassador being revealed. He'd make use of that if he could find a way. Chunin, send a message to our spies in Konoha. Have them find a copy of the report on exactly what happened with our guy. I need all the details, including any witness background details. Fastest speed. He barked in a tone that brooked no hesitating. The messenger chunin quickly nodded and sprinted out of the office like a bat out of hell. Early next morning, same location. The Raikage entered the office after finishing his usual early morning workout regime. He sighed in disgust as he remembered how he had to deal with the council yesterday and spent all day assuring those lazy bastards that he would find a way to get something out of this fiasco. He was so close to using his lariat on all of them and then adopt Konoha's style of military dictatorship. The council's pressure was part of the reason why he pulled the trigger on this kidnapping attempt. Now he was already realizing his father might have happily dumped the Raikage title on him and rushed to death just to avoid dealing with the council ever. In all the damn paperwork. He sat behind his new desk to absent-mindedly lift some dumbbells and shake out evil thoughts about decapitating pompous asses. After about 30 minutes, there was a knock at the door. Another loud enter revealed the same messenger chunin. Raikage-sama, we got the information from our spies in Konoha. These were sealed into the Hawk's message scroll. The man spoke quickly as he presented just 2 scrolls. I raised an eyebrow. Did they not have time to gather more files on other witnesses? No, sir. There was only one legitimate witness at the time of our ambassador's death. There were 2 others present, but they were the clan head and his daughter, so their accounts could be dismissed as biased in any court. The Raikage's other eyebrow joined the first one at this interesting development. He took the 2 scrolls, then sent the chunin out. He laid them out on his desk and took his time reading over the detailed account of exactly how it happened, and then looked over the witness file. Eyes widened at the interesting history of this person. His lips began to form a smirk as he reread the Konoha ANBU's report, and his many years of shinobi experience told him that it seemed to have left important parts out in some areas. Apparently there were some secrets involved with this incident that they could not carelessly put on an official report for even their own shinobi with high enough clearance to read over. No matter, it would be their downfall. Without the whole truth, this report suddenly had holes. It was a long shot, but I would take this as he buzzed his secretary into the office via the intercom. Nabui-san, get me the diplomat that worked with Konoha in the past ... and clear my schedule for this morning. I have a long list of things to discuss with him. The Raikage ordered. The now named beautiful dark-skinned young woman affirmed with a silent nod and moved to make arrangements. I then leaned back into his chair and sighed. This is truly an underhanded tactic. I almost actually feel bad about this ... but I need to succeed in this to make the inevitable international shitstorm from the attempted abduction worth it. He began to grin. If this works, we may actually get an intact body of the strongest and most pure male Hyuga. That would provide solid results in our research compared to a female Hyuga who was viewed as weak by her own clan. Especially if we manage to extract some semen before it could decay. Same time in Konohagakure. I can't believe I slept that much. You're right about me needing it, Kurama. Naruto muttered out loud as he yawned and stretched his body as much as he could in his bed on this early morning. He slept most of the day away yesterday, only getting up to eat and relieve himself. I am always right. I do have one question, though. Just what is that abomination you have on your head? Kurama remarked in his head, curious about the interesting-looking nightcap her host was wearing. It looked like an odd toothy monster eating the boy's blonde hair. Oi ... don't diss Mr. Nightcap. It protects me from bad dreams and keeps my head warm. Besides, it's a gift from Hokage Jiji. He defended as he stepped out of the bed to stretch some more. Nevertheless, my container shouldn't be wearing something that's stupid and childish, grumbled the fox. Naruto just shrugged as he pulled the nightcap off and began undressing for shower. You do realize I'm still a child, right? The boy deadpanned. So, foxes are already adults by the time they're your age. Kurama tried pitifully. He just laughed out loud. Your fox logic won't work on a human ... and the hat stays. He smirked upon hearing an annoyed snort in his head. After showering and eating an actual healthy breakfast of milk, fruit, toast, and oatmeal, Naruto dressed in his training outfit of a black loose sleeveless shirt with the Uzumaki spiral drawn in red on the back and white shorts. So what do I need to start with? The boy thought, getting down to business as he stretched to make his body loose. Unfortunately, your body is pitifully underdeveloped thanks, once again, to your hopefully former ramen addiction. Kurama paused for an angry snort from her container before continuing. Any real physical conditioning will just break your body at this point. We will build up your endurance and muscles as you eat healthier before we begin on any actual conditioning and your shinobi training. It won't take much time, as I will be working to make efficient use of your body's improved nutrition. It shouldn't more than 2 months for you to be in good enough shape. Until then, we'll start with something easy. Maybe 10 laps around the entire village, in 2 sets of 50 crunches, push-ups, and squats each 2 laps. The fox couldn't help but smirk evilly at the boy's horrified expression at the list of the easy exercises. We will flesh out more of your exercises from there as time goes on. Now get going and no talk back. Chop chop. The hidden ANBU guarding Naruto eventually wrote in their daily report that they heard their charge loudly cursing a damn fox as the boy left his apartment for his long morning of tort exercises. Later, it was noon when our blonde hero was dragging himself up the stairs to his apartment. Damn fox, you put me through hell today. Naruto whined as he painfully fished for his keys in his shorts pocket. I know. I particularly enjoyed your creative vocabulary on what you were going to do to me when I asked for 2 more laps. I'll be looking forward to more tomorrow. Kurama replied, snickering at the memory. Naruto let out a pain groan as he opened the door, shuffled in, and fell forward flat on the entrance hallway's floor. A moment later, the 2 ANBU guards hidden next to the still open front door could hear snoring. 2 huge sweat drops formed in the air above where the 2 invisible guards were hiding. After listening to the boys snoring for 5 minutes, the guards shrugged at each other and one of them briefly shimmered into visibility to gently close the front door. An hour later, the blonde woke up with his stomach grumbling. He opted to make use of the first of his 2 allowable ramen meal for the week. He cleaned himself up and headed back out, wincing in slight pain from his sore body. Arriving at Ikaraku Ramen, he was greeted by one of the few people that saw him for who he really was, Chuchai, owner of his favorite ramen stand. Hey there, how's our hero doing? The middle-aged man called out boisterously from the kitchen as he saw the little blonde sit at the counter. Naruto glanced around to check he was actually the one being spoken to and cocked his head in confusion with a fox-like expression. Hero, did I do something, old man? He innocently quizzed. Chuchai laughed uproariously. You sure did. You're too modest, or have you forgotten how you saved the cute Hyuga heiress the other night? The whole village should buzz about it. The cook clarified. Naruto smacked a fist into the other hand in realization. Oh ... That one. Actually, I did forget about that. I was sleeping all day yesterday and I was busy with my sensei from hell all morning. Naruto replied with an embarrassed chuckle while rubbing the back of his head. I heard that, scoffed the sensei from hell. A cute brown-haired young teenage girl came into view from the back of the stand. As soon as she saw the familiar mop of sun-kissed blonde hair, she let out a happy cry and jumped over the counter, with speed that would shock an elite jounin, to snatch the boy into a bone-crushing hug before he could say anything. "You're a hero. You must have been so awesome when you stopped that evil nin all by yourself and saved that Hyuga girl. Maybe she'll fall in love and you two will get married." The cute waitress rambled on as she squeezed her little brother figure harder. "I am Chan. You're killing our favorite customer, you know," the amused Tuchai pointed out to his daughter. "Huh," was her reply before she looked down to see the poor boy's blue face suffocating between her already budding breasts. She yelped and pulled Naruto away from her chest before apologizing sheepishly. Naruto took in a breath and chuckled at Iam, his sister figure, who also saw him for who he was instead of the Kyuubi. "It was no big deal, Iam-chan. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time," Naruto replied shyly with a hand on the back of his head before continuing. "Why would anyone want to marry me though? I have the..." He quickly clapped a hand over his mouth at the slip. Tuchai and Iam caught on and were stunned. "Moron," Naruto's inner voice grumbled. "You you know now." The older cook leaned in to inquire carefully while Iam looked on with a demure expression. Naruto sighed before nodding, and heavy silence fell on them for an uncomfortable moment before Tuchai smiled broadly. "Don't worry. What happened with the Hyuga clan is only the beginning. Some of the villagers are beginning to form new opinions of you, and it won't be long before everyone sees you for who you truly are. If you keep this up when you grow up, I wouldn't be surprised if you have many friends. And likely many girlfriends." The old man spoke the last part with a small perverted grin and laughed, before Iam lightly conked him on the head with a ladle. "Don't pay attention to him. Even though it's true you'll be breaking many girls' hearts everywhere you go when you're older," Iam slyly said with a teasing smirk. Naruto looked horrified. "Why would I do that? It'll kill them if I break their hearts." His childish misunderstanding caused both Icarus to laugh uproariously, and it took them a while to settle down before asking an embarrassed blonde for his order. He felt better immediately when he was told it was on the house for his heroics. After eating 3 bowls, he wondered for a minute about what he was going to do today. "Maybe I should stop by the Naras and see if Shika's home," Naruto thought before jumping off the stool and walked in the direction of the clan's district, saying his goodbyes to the ramen stand owners. A 30-minute walk found Naruto speaking with the lazy-looking guards in front of the Nara compound. However, he was dismayed to discover the head family had gone out of town for a few days into the clan's giant nature reservation to catalog the deer population for research, as well as gathering supplies for medicine and other things. The blonde let out a sigh and muttered troublesome before thanking them and leaving. The Naras thought about filing for copyright infringement upon hearing their signature phrase being uttered, but found it too troublesome. On the way, he passed by the Hyuga compound's main gate and he was reminded that Hinata wanted to see him again soon. He shrugged on that thought and decided it couldn't hurt to see if she was available. Stopping in front of the gate's 2 guards, he made his request. My name's Uzumaki Naruto. I was asked by Hyuga Hinata to stop by when I recovered, and I was wondering if she was available." The 2 guards narrowed their eyes at the blonde boy and he had to hold back a gulp. Finally, one of them spoke up. "Uzumaki-sama, please remain here while my colleague steps inside to inquire about your request." The one on the left spoke professionally while the other slipped inside through the gate, apparently to speak to someone. A few minutes of terse silence passed between Naruto and the remaining guard until the front gate creaked open to reveal the other guard and one more man. Hyuga Hisashi stepped up to Naruto and bowed slightly. The surprised Naruto nervously returned the bow. Hello, Hayashi-sama. We met the other night. I apologize if my stopping by here unannounced took you out of your busy schedule," Naruto respectfully said, mistaking the man in front of him for his identical twin brother, the Hyuga clan head. Hisashi could not resist an amused smirk. "My sincerest apologies, Uzumaki-sama. We have not officially met and it was dark the other night, but please do forgive the confusion. I am not Hayashi-sama, but his twin brother, Hisashi." The man paused as the boy flinched in surprise and confusion. The boy allowed himself to have a closer look and he did notice that this man was wearing a hideate on his forehead compared to Hayashi being completely free of any headwear. "I was asked to greet you and take you to our meeting hall since that is where my niece is being trained by her father," Hisashi continued as he bowed and stepped aside for Naruto to enter the compound. The blonde stayed where he was, a little nervous. Hisashi-sama. If they're busy, maybe I shouldn't bother them." The boy tried to respectfully back out. "Nonsense, Uzumaki-sama. They are about to finish and Hinata-sama will have some free time afterward. In the meantime, I'd be happy to escort you until then," insisted Hisashi. Naruto reluctantly gave up and went inside with his escort. The sight Naruto saw as he entered through the gate flabbergasted him. He was immediately surrounded by a gorgeous garden on the sides and a long and thin reflecting pool forward of him. The pool was filled with beautiful and colorful koi fish, and vibrant green and white lily pads peppered the surface. The inner gardener in him squealed like a fangirl as he observed all kinds of rare plants and flowers in the garden surrounding the entrance. This was a clear display of the clan's wealth, and also their appreciation for the beauty of nature. As Naruto followed Hisashi around to the left side of the long reflecting pool, the garden opened up wide for him to see many impressive traditional Eastern-style houses littering the enormous compound. This was like a small village within Konoha. The long and narrow reflecting pool seemed to almost split the entire compound estate in two, with several ornate wooden bridges allowing access to either side. However, Naruto seemed to notice the odd discrepancies between the houses on the left side of the pool and the ones on the right. He also noticed that he was being taken to a giant traditional meeting hall at the other end of the pool, opposite the main gate. Hizashi-sama. He tried to speak before Hizashi politely interrupted him with a shake of his head. Uzumaki-sama, please do not refer to me with Sama. I am not the head of this clan. My brother is, he replied politely with a small smile. Okay, Hizashi-san then. I know I'm being rude asking this, but I noticed that there are a lot of small houses on this side of the pool while there are fewer on the other side, yet they're bigger and fancier. Is there a reason for that? Naruto inquired as he continued to see the differences. Hizashi smiled gently at the boy's observation. Usually a child like him would be staring into the pool the whole way, not even bothering to look around and notice the subtle darkness of this clan. Even the more mature and adult guests were only interested in the more luxurious offerings. Uzumaki-sama, since you may be coming here to visit more often, I am inclined to give you a brief history of this clan. That way, you will understand some of the things we do here. Hizashi spoke as the two walked slowly alongside the pool to the meeting hall. Since this village was founded and our clan moved here, our Dojutsu, the Byakugan, was revered about as much as the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. In the beginning, we had to deal with our enemies trying to capture members of this clan to put the Byakugan to their own use, which is what you just saw happen with the Kumo nin the other night. Almost immediately, the clan leaders of that time came up with a seal. It would effectively protect our Byakugan from capture by permanently sealing our eyes if they were removed forcefully or death occurs. It worked brilliantly. With this method, it was almost impossible for any enemy to capture the Byakugan. It incurred a high cost, however. Hizashi paused to take a breath. Naruto was paying full attention. What cost is that? The boy wanted to know more. Total subversion for the ones who carry the seal. There are two groups in this clan, the main and the branch lines. Whoever has the seal belongs to the larger and more populous branch line of this clan. Hizashi explained as he pointed to their left at the large collection of small but well-kept houses, then pointed to their right across the pool at the more luxurious houses. Those who doesn't have the seal belong to the smaller but more powerful main line, and they are in charge of the entire clan. The main members usually are raised to control this clan, deal with politics, and other more important functions. The branch members are allowed some freedom, but they must obey whatever any main member commands. If disobedience occurs, the main member may decide to use a special hand seal to incur unbearable agony as punishment on the branch member. This can even lend to mental damage or death. Ever since the beginning, we have been separated, the branch family forever serving and protecting the main family. Hizashi finished and glanced down to see an upset-looking Naruto. That's too cruel. No clan should have to be like that. I never had a family or a clan, but I can't imagine relatives being forced to serve me just because we were born into this. We should all be equals, he muttered with a sad expression before looking up at Hizashi. Hizashi-san, you're a main member then. I mean, your brother is the clan head, so it makes sense, right? Hizashi shook his head with a sad smile, much to Naruto's shock. I am of the branch line and I serve my brother. The seal is here, Hizashi replied as he pointed to his forehead covered by the hit I ate. My brother came into this world a few minutes before me, and that was the difference between us because we are even in skills, intelligence, and other attributes. The main family groomed him while I was branded with the seal. In addition, because I was a few minutes late and ended up on this side of the pool, my son, despite his potential as an incredible Hyuga prodigy, was automatically branded. My two nieces will eventually have to face the same fate as my brother and me someday. When Hanabi-sama is old enough, the clan elders will determine who would be the true heiress of the clan, and the other will be moved to the branch family. Hizashi explained, and he could see the little boy was about to have an angry outburst. The man decided to interfere by holding a placating hand on the boy's shoulder to calm him down. Naruto had to hold his anger in, and then he looked downcast and shook his head in frustration. Uzumaki-sama, I am sorry this has upset you, but I wanted you to understand a little of this clan's traditions. When you see something here you may object to, whatever happens here inside these walls, it generally would be best to not interfere and leave it for the clan's business. Now we are here, Hizashi pointed out as they arrived at the main meeting hall's large double doors. Hizashi opened one of the two doors, allowing Naruto to step inside, and followed him in. They moved down a hallway, and they could hear grunts and fists striking flesh. Hizashi opened a smaller set of doors, and Naruto finally caught sight of the training area. It was apparently set up as either a meeting or dueling hall with 3 cascading rows of wooden benches surrounding a very large flat square area set against the back wall. Naruto could see a small indigo-haired girl in a black skin-tight training outfit, attempting to land a hit on a tall man wearing white training robes in the middle of the stage. They were obviously sparring. The boy felt a hand on his shoulder, and he glanced up to see Hizashi silently nodding his head toward a particular section of seating. He complied and followed his escort to sit farthest from the sparring so as not to distract either of the combatants. Naruto could only watch in amazement as Hinata tried to hit her father with a flurry of fast, at least for him, and precise strikes aimed at his limbs. He was particularly impressed when Hayashi knocked her to the floor hard with a nasty downward palm strike to her cheek, but she immediately got up to keep trying to land a hit on her father. He definitely liked the guts she was showing, at least. After a few more minutes of sparring, Hayashi suddenly held a hand up signifying that their spar just came to an end. The two fighters then straightened up and bowed to each other. "You are improving, my daughter. You have managed to close one of my tenketsus earlier than last time," Hayashi commended as he seemed to flex his left hand. "Your kata need work, however. Practice them and we will train again tomorrow afternoon. For now, I see you have a guest," he stated as he glanced up at Naruto and his Aashi. Hinata was confused for a moment until her pale eyes finally locked with blue eyes after searching the meeting hall. Her only reply was "Eep," as she instinctively hid behind her father's legs. Hayashi and his Aashi exchanged amused glances while Naruto was wondering what was wrong with Hinata after her complete 180-degree from a fighting badass to a bumbling introvert. "Now, you should not be rude. Do not be shy and greet your guest properly." Hayashi smirked as he gently pushed his daughter around to his front. Hinata was losing her nerves and her eyes were wandering, looking at anything in her vision except for Naruto himself. His Aashi gently nudged his charge to get the boy's attention. He then motioned with his hand for the boy to get closer to the girl and her father. Naruto complied, making his way down the steps to the main floor to stand face to face with a very nervous Hinata, who still would not look him in the eyes. With an incline of his head in greeting, Hayashi left them alone to talk some things over with his brother. Hello Hinata-san. I stopped by here to let you know I'm alright, since I thought you'd like to know that. By the way, that was some cool fighting you did. What was that called?" Naruto curiously inquired. Hinata blushed at having her martial arts skill being called cool. "Oh no. We train in the G gentle fist. We use it to strike W with chakra to I inflict internal damage, instead of external like most other fighting stances," she bravely replied, but still unable to look him directly in the eyes. "That's incredible. I guess that's why I saw that Kumo guy fall apart even though there was no damage on the outside. Your dad was really awesome," Naruto exclaimed before he realized something. "Wait, when I met you at that playground, you could have fought those bullies off, couldn't you?" The question made Hinata flinch visibly and a cloud seemed to form over her head. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I just don't like hurting anyone if I can help it," the pale-eyed girl mumbled as she looked dejectedly down at the floor while poking her two index fingers together. "Well, that's no good. I'd hate for you to be hurt, and if you could defend yourself, you should do it," Naruto admonished gently with a serious expression, and there was clear concern in his deep blue eyes. Hinata could not help but blush at that. I suppose you're right. I'll try my best next time," she replied with a shy smile, finally locking her eyes with his. Naruto gave one of his trademark foxy grins and nodded in approval. "So your uncle told me you have some free time after this. Do you want to play together or something?" He then tried to offer, hoping his new friend would say yes. Hinata nodded quickly. No, I'd like that. Just let me clean up and get changed," she replied with another blush and quickly made her way toward the changing room. Naruto looked after her departing figure until she was no more, before he turned to the twin brothers. "Hayashi-sama and his Aashi-san, was that really the same person that hugged me out of nowhere the other night? Maybe she's got a twin like you too?" he curiously inquired as he was pointing in the direction of Hinata. The twins exchanged amused grins. "I will admit that was a very rare occurrence for my daughter. She is rather shy and unwilling to stand up for herself in most situations. That was why I was impressed when I was told she actually made it difficult for the kidnapper before you rescued her," Hayashi admitted. The blonde boy put a finger to his chin and his eyes squinted fox-like as he became deep in thought. "She didn't do anything like that until she saw me sneak up behind the nin. I wonder why she suddenly tried so hard at that moment," he innocently said. The two brothers raised an eyebrow each as Hinata picked that moment to return in a simple pink kimono. After some small talk, the two children excused themselves to go play together elsewhere and the twins were left alone. "That little ... he is already stealing my daughter's heart and he does not even realize it. I should teach him a lesson," Hayashi suddenly murmured to his twin in an annoyed tone. His Aashi smirked a little. "He is only a child, brother. I doubt Hinata-sama realizes it as well. We should just let them grow and find out themselves," his Aashi advised and heard his brother let out a small sigh. "I am not looking forward to my daughter's teenage years. If Hinata turns out to be anything like Hitomi-chan was, she would only remain shy until she decides one day to do what it took to get and keep her man. I should not say this as her father, but I am not betting on Uzumaki-san's chastity lasting long." Hayashi spoke in a resigned tone. His Aashi had to smile at the memory of his brother's deceased wife. "Not only that, but imagine the headaches our elders will give you when these two become close," his Aashi pointed out playfully and enjoyed seeing one of his brother's eyebrows twitch slightly at the mention of the elders. "That comes with the territory of being the clan head, I suppose. However, have you noticed something about Uzumaki-san?" Hayashi inquired, changing the subject for now. "Yes, brother. He looks like a young version of the fourth Hokage and his somewhat mischievous nature reminds me of Uzumaki Kushina. Brother, you don't suppose. Aashi would have completely lost his calm at the implications if he weren't shocked into silence upon seeing a very rare full-blown smirk form on Hayashi's lips. He looked truly devious. If you remember, we have had good relations with Minato-san, and we were privy to the fact that he and Kushina-san were in love and secretly married. You should also remember that we have not seen Kushina-san anywhere in the village for about 6 months until the Kyuubi attack. That day, we have heard the sad news of her dying along with the fourth ... on the same day young Naruto was born. It is possible that if she had been actually pregnant with that child, she would have kept any sign of showing hidden until after birth for security concerns. One last thing that could make this more believable: we knew Minato-san personally, and how could he have used someone else's newborn, even an orphan, to seal the Kyuubi? I see him trusting only his own child to carry the burden. Hayashi finished his deduction to his younger brother's growing astonishment. Brother, if that is true, Aashi sputtered before his older brother held a hand up for silence. It is just speculation without solid evidence. We should keep this information hidden for now, at least until this could be used as a bargaining chip against the elders should they object to my daughter's growing involvement with the demon brat. They will not be able to resist the prospect of having our clan linked with the powerful traits of the lost clans of Uzumaki and Namikaze. This is all for my daughter's happiness should she wish to pursue Uzumaki-san in the future. Aashi allowed himself to regain his composure and formed a smirk of his own at this devious plan. He was curious about something though. Brother, you seem quite convinced that Hinata-sama may choose Uzumaki-sama as her lover in the future, even though they are quite young and have just met each other. He pointed out to his older brother. Hayashi just closed his eyes and allowed a tiny grin. It may be somewhat undignified of a noble main member to speak like this. Aashi almost snorted at this private joke between them. They never agreed with this clan segregation and took to occasionally poking fun at that tradition. But I would have to call this a hunch. A very good one, too. Hayashi finished vaguely as his thoughts went back to when he met Hitomi at around the same age as Naruto and Hinata now. His daughter was so much like her mother it almost frightened him. 2 hours later, Naruto found himself standing outside the Hyuga compound's gate exchanging goodbyes with Hinata and Aashi with promises of visiting again soon. As he walked away, he was happy about how things went with Hinata. She was a little weird with all the blushing and stuttering, but she was really kind and he could see himself being good friends with her. He found it funny that she was clueless about some of the games that other kids played outside the compound walls such as tag and ninja. He easily won at tag but was rather humbled playing ninja with Hinata as she usually found him easily with her Byakugan. Note to self, don't play any kind of hiding games with any Hyuga. That aside, Naruto, did you check out that girl's body when she was training? Kurama asked from Naruto's mind, before she almost smacked herself in the face for asking such a loaded question. Yeah. What about it? Naruto replied, not catching on to anything. The fox sighed in relief that her container was still young and naive. Bless your naivete, boy. Anyway, that is how a properly developed body looks. Her clan was focused on Taijutsu training and proper nutrition almost from birth. She was fast, limber, and agile. Were she so inclined, she could kick your ass 8 different ways in the first 5 seconds with the way you are right now. Kurama stated as a matter of fact. Naruto had to bitterly agree with her assessment of his current condition. In your case, you have a natural disposition toward strength rather than speed like her. That is not to say we cannot make you fast, but your physical attacks will be devastating when you can fully utilize your strength. In 2 months, we will work strength into your body but also make sure you stay as quick and agile as your body would allow. For now, just focus on your exercises until then. Naruto nodded his affirmative before he had another thought. How do you know so much about human training methods? I was not always a monster who raises villages to the ground for no good reason, you know. I did observe humans in various forms throughout my long life, and while I was trapped in my 2 previous containers, I had a good and up-close look at how shinobi train. The fox explained before an idea struck her. That reminds me ... we will need to get you started on studying history, tactics, math, human anatomy, and science. Every day after the morning exercises, when you are not busy, you will go to the library and spend the afternoon studying the books I pick out for you. She finished in a no-nonsense tone as Naruto flinched in terror at the prospect of having to read anything without pictures. First you take away my ramen, then you destroy my body, and now you want to bore me to death. Oh, stop whining like an infant. A strong body works best with a strong mind. A clever tactic you study now may save your life later when you remember it in the heat of a battle. You can effectively damage any human body with as little force as you need if you know where exactly to strike and what amount of pressure to apply. Studying famous shinobi and clans now may help you later if you ever encounter any of these shinobi or their offspring, since specialty jutsus are generally passed down. These are just few of many benefits of having knowledge. The fox lectured. Naruto didn't want to admit it at all, but he knew she was absolutely right. Besides, it's only for the first couple months as you build your body up to acceptable levels. After that we will get more practical, and you'll only have to read just 1 or 2 books per week in addition to what they may teach you in the academy. Kurama allowed. Naruto nodded in resignation as he continued the walk back home. 2 days later. The past 2 days have been quiet. The only thing even remotely exciting that happened was when Naruto was kicked out of the public library on his first visit. The Hokage immediately appeared afterward though, and kindly asked for an explanation from the terrified librarian. When she could not provide an adequate response, the boy was allowed back in. The librarian was then reminded that she might be called in to talk with Morino Ibiki of the interrogation department to provide her supposed reason the next time she tried something again with Naruto. She swore to never even look at the blonde the wrong way since that day. I guess studying history isn't so bad. The battle at the Kanabi Bridge was pretty awesome. Naruto mentally spoke to the fox as he was walking toward the Hokage Tower from the library. Glad to see you're taking well to your exercising and studying. Kurama approved in his head. You work fast, Kurama. I can already feel my body changing. The blonde thought as he flexed his arms some, noticing a little bit more muscle as he entered the Hokage Tower and went up several floors. He noticed a lone figure walking down the stairs from above. He scowled when he saw the cloud insignia on the man's armband, denoting that this man belonged to Kumo. The man was wearing the most arrogant and victorious smirk the young boy had ever seen on anyone. He did not pay the wary blonde any notice as he passed by and continued down the stairs out of the building. Naruto was glaring holes into the man's back the whole time until he was out of sight. He then disgruntledly spit on the floor where that man stepped through and continued up. Something was wrong, and he could feel it with each step he took closer to the Hokage office. There was a feeling of heavy pressure in the air and it seemed to be trying to crush him. By the time he reached the landing, he noted the secretary by the office's door was gripping onto her desk's edge with white knuckles and trembling, clearly scared out of her wit. At this point, the pressure was so strong and deadly that the boy himself felt like running back down the stairs and all the way out of the village, never to return. This is that old fart's killing intent. He's seriously pissed. The fox calmly clarified. I'd say, I want to faint and he's not even directing it at me. I think it had something to do with that Kumo guy. I've never seen Hokage Jiji this angry. Also ... it doesn't sound like this is bothering you one bit. Naruto inquired of his tenant, who just scoffed. Please ... this is like a gnat threatening a full-grown elephant. The fox replied dismissively. Says the one who left me to his mercy the other night when he was asking nicely about us. Huffed Naruto. In my defense, that smile was scarier than anyone's killing intent, and I am looking at the world from a small human boy's perspective, not from a giant biju able to squash puny humans with just my pinky. The killing intent in the air slowly lifted, much to the relief of the secretary and the blonde boy. A long moment of heavy silence passed before Naruto brought an index finger up. I don't suppose this is a good time to visit him, Tammy-chan. He tried to say in good humor. The cute young brown-haired female chunin, doing secretary duties this week, violently shook her head. You're kidding me, right? You had to have felt that too. I like you too much to let you go in there now, Naruto-kun. She warned with a glare that brooked no argument. The boy just nodded his head and turned back in the direction he came from. I suppose you're right. I'll see you tomorrow then. Naruto agreed with a wave over his shoulder as he disappeared down the stairs. Now what? Now we find something else to do. There is no hurry in getting to that training field anyway. How about we repeat what we just did this morning for the evening? You should be able to handle that now, Kurama said thoughtfully as the boy winced at the prospect of more exercising. On the other side of the office's door, the Hokage felt Naruto's presence fade as he left the building. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but other things are on my mind at this moment, he thought as he sat in his chair and went back over the conversation that just happened with the Kumo ambassador. 15 minutes earlier. Would you repeat that again? The third ground out with barely constrained anger at the man standing in front of him, the new ambassador from Kuro. The man remained stoic, despite trembling violently on the inside in face of the powerful Hokage's anger. The good politician had to bluff all the time, after all. You heard me. Under the guidelines of our new peace agreement, we demand reparations for the wrongful death of one of our most prized retired shinobi. You also wrongfully did an autopsy on him without our permission and certainly have learned all of his secrets by now. The only way Reikage-sama will be satisfied is if we are allowed to retrieve an intact body of the man responsible for our ambassador's murder. The new ambassador spoke with a stern expression. You will forgive me for saying this, but bull fking shit. We have evidence and witness accounts that placed your retired shinobi in the act of kidnapping Hyuga Hinata. We obviously followed procedure with a hostile shinobi in our territory. The Hokage almost shouted as he slammed a fist on the desk, cracking it a little. What evidence is that? We have confirmed reports that there were absolutely no traces of our previous ambassador anywhere in the Hyuga compound, and none on the Hyuga girl who accused him of abducting her. Here is what we feel truly happened. The previous ambassador was just taking a walk outside the compound wall when a young and infamous prankster decided to surprise and assault the man. Why would he have expected an attack in a village he had just signed a peace agreement with? The ambassador spoke calmly with a fake puzzled look before continuing. And to make it worse, the boy yelled out a blatantly false statement that would send a random man nearby into a blind rage. After the ambassador was brutally murdered by the same man, the Hyuga clan attempted to cover it up by having a young innocent girl lie about a kidnapping attempt and procured the gag and rope themselves. The reports also said that the young prankster himself disappeared right before the other Hyugas appeared, apparently not wanting to be caught responsible for the ambassador's demise. Because of that, he cannot be considered a reliable witness, even if we did not take his history of being an untrustworthy public nuisance into account," the ambassador said, laying out all his carefully prepared lies. The Hokage kept his deadly glare burning into this hateful man, but inwardly he was stunned. What this man said nearly matches the official ANBU report word for word. That Kumo kidnapper really did not leave any trace, even on the young girl and the ropes, which was a near impossibility. How did Kumo get their hands on the report in Naruto-kun's file? Because the ANBU reports could be accessed by any nin with high enough clearance, I ordered them to strike Naruto-kun's near-death experience, the Kyuubi's chakra, and any evidence, including the Ankanai used by the Kumo nin, from the official record. This was all done to protect the S-rank secret of Naruto-kun's Jinchuriki status. I didn't think it would come back to bite us in our collective ass. I honestly believe we have a better case than you do, and we will win if we held court in neutral territory over this, especially when we call your entire village in as witness to the young prankster's character. With that, I will repeat our one simple demand. Give us the intact body of the man responsible for our ambassador's murder. If you do not comply, I have been personally authorized by the Raikage to declare our newly signed peace treaty dissolved, and we will escalate our military's presence on our border," the ambassador reiterated. "You dare threaten us?" the third snarled, increasing his killer intent at the ambassador, who blanched a little. We are simply doing what was required in response to the unprovoked murder of one of our most respected retired shinobi. Are you sure you want to risk heavy losses for an alleged murder if things were to escalate between us? We all know Konoha is still weakened by the Kyuubi no Kitsune's attack. I'm also sure your current reports state that our military force is already back up to full strength after the last Great War. I wonder how your village, weary after so many losses, would feel if it was found out many more deaths could have been easily prevented by the life of one single man. You don't have to worry about this being public. We will keep this quiet, and you can just explain the Hyuga man's death in any way you want. The ambassador pressed his advantage. The air grew heavy with tension each passing moment as the Hokage seemed to contemplate killing the man in front of him to just go ahead and get things started with Kumo. "Get out," the god of shinobi finally spat out before he did something he would regret. The ambassador decided not to press his luck anymore and made for the door. "I will be back later tonight for the official response," he quickly blurted out before exiting. After Hiruzen felt Naruto come and go and he had a few minutes to gather his thoughts, he realized there was no way out of this. It would either result in the death of one man or the deaths of many in a village with its morale still low and tired of death. He sighed and waved his hand. A dog-masked silver-haired ANBU instantly appeared in front of his desk. "And you have heard all of that. Find the leaks in the ANBU information network and seal them. Use any means necessary, and I don't care who are responsible. Just make sure to pump them for all information they have before they disappear," he ordered. "It shall be done, Hokage-sama." Kakashi almost growled from behind his dog mask, angry at having been compromised. He then disappeared out of the office to carry out the new orders. Hiruzen, who was feeling every bit of his old age, tiredly stood up and looked out the window at his village, as if this would help him come to a decision. He remained staring at the sun slowly setting beyond the majestic forest surrounding this quiet village for almost an hour, before he finally turned around and buzzed Tammy on the intercom. The coming darkness seemed to signify the Hokage's sober mood. "Get me Hyuga Hayashi. Tell him this is urgent." Previously, Hiruzen, who was feeling every bit of his old age, tiredly stood up and looked out the window at his village, as if this would help him come to a decision. He remained staring at the sun slowly setting beyond the majestic forest surrounding this quiet village for almost an hour, before he finally turned around and buzzed Tammy on the intercom. The coming darkness seemed to signify the Hokage's sober mood. "Get me Hyuga Hayashi. Tell him this is urgent." Later in the evening in the Hyuga meeting hall. "This is unacceptable, brother. How could you have already agreed to this?" Aashi exclaimed at his older brother just after Hayashi relayed the Hokage's account of his meeting with the Kumo ambassador. They were standing on the main floor among the top elders from both branches of the clan as they argued over this development. "Your brother is right. We cannot allow you to be sacrificed. You are the head of the Hyuga clan, the most noble and respected clan in Konohagakure. Even more importantly, we also cannot allow our Byakugan to fall into their hands," cried one elder. "Let the cowards fight us. We will beat them back like we always have done," another elder raged. Hayashi held out a hand for silence. "I appreciate your sentiments. However, we have no choice in this situation. Shimagakure has outmaneuvered us completely. Even if we decline the reparations, then go to war and somehow come out victorious, what do you think will happen? This country, weary of conflicts, will blame this clan for this new conflict and we will lose our reputation and standing. This is my fault, since I have killed the man in blind rage without any thought to the consequences afterward. I have failed one of my own teachings in always accessing any situation with a calm heart and mind. For that, I must pay," Hayashi stated calmly, obviously prepared to meet his fate. "This does not mean you should just give yourself up. You have a responsibility to rule over our clan and ensure its continued prosperity." Aashi tried to reason with his older brother, but he and the other rebellious elders were suddenly struck silent by a large blast of killing intent. "That is enough. This has already been decided. Our loyalty is to the village first and the clan second. It was, has been, and will always be that way for as long as this village stands. I will not allow myself to be the one person responsible for the possible destruction of our home and our children's future. The clan leader paused to calm himself. I only came here to inform you of my decision and offer my goodbyes, not to allow any of you to change my mind. I have already spoken of what I need for all of you to do after my death, and I expect all of you to carry out your tasks. Aashi then directed his gaze at his twin. The same goes for you too, my brother. You must understand why I have to do this, and I expect you to raise my daughters alongside your son to be strong in my stead. Now, I do not have long, and I wish to spend my remaining time with my daughters before I leave to face my fate. I wish you good fortune after this dark day. Farewell. He finished his speech. He then immediately walked out of the hall, pointedly ignoring several still protesting elders in his wake. As Aashi clenched both of his fists hard enough to draw blood and gritted his teeth. It is you who do not understand that this clan will fall apart without you. The elders will panic and try to use both your daughters to gain more power and influence with others who would take advantage of the confusion. I cannot imagine them ever being happy when they may be used as political tools any day. Worst of all, I will be powerless to stop all this because of this damnable seal. He almost growled at that thought, before his expression softened some. I can feel this clan is inching ever closer to the day when this segregation would end and my son will be one of the first few to be set free. However, I fear that will never come to pass without you as clan head to oversee this. For once, the clan truly needs you more than the village does, and I will go against my own fate in order to save you and this clan, brother. As Aashi left the hall with a determined gait, heading for his house. Aashi's house, a few minutes later. Hyuga Neji knew something was wrong tonight. His father hadn't come back home yet and the entire compound was in an uproar. He had a bad feeling about tonight, as if his life would change forever after this. It was just like the night before he lost his mother on her last mission when he was younger. The front door opened swiftly to reveal his grim-faced father entering. Aashi then immediately went into his bedroom to get changed from his gray robes into a set of pitch-black mission robes, as if he was getting ready for a night mission. Neji was watching all of this with increasing trepidation. Is something the matter, father? He tried to get his father's attention, but Aashi continued his preparations, seemingly ignoring his distressed son. Only when he finished a few minutes later did he turn toward and kneel down in front of the young boy with an expression that seemed to say he was going off to a battle he would not return from. Neji's lips began to tremble and tears were now streaming down his cheeks. Neji, my son, I need you to know that I am extremely proud of you. Despite that damnable seal on your forehead, you continue to excel and outshine everyone else in this clan, even your two cousins. It is because of that you will be able to live on and grow stronger even when I am not around. Tonight, I am going out to make a choice I can be truly proud to call my own after having been mocked by fate my whole life. Aashi then gripped his crying son's shoulders tightly. Someday, you will be freed from your curse, and you will be able to make any fate your own. In the meantime, continue growing strong and do your best to protect the clan and those that are precious to you. Do you understand me? Aashi implored of his son. Neji was stunned at his father's unusually passionate speech, but he didn't dare say anything for he believed if he did, then his father would take that as the cue to leave and not return. Unfortunately for him, Aashi continued anyway by tightly hugging his son with a whispered "I love you," before releasing and rising to leave. Neji did not want this, and quickly latched onto his father's leg tightly. No, father, you can't. His pleading was cut short by his father's soft chakra strike to the back of his neck, completely unseen. He instantly relaxed and fell limp in his father's arms. As he was gently laid on the living room's couch, the last thing Neji saw before his eyes completely closed was his father putting a blanket over him with a serene expression, like how one would put his son to bed any night. Same time at Hayashi's home. Aashi stared down at his two beloved daughters sleeping in each other's arms in their favorite place, which was a large and very comfortable chair in the living room. Hinata and Hanabi apparently tried to stay up late because their father was suddenly called away for his talk with the Hokage. They wanted to greet their father when he came home finally, but they fell asleep before that. Hayashi smiled forlornly. He did not want to leave them, but he wouldn't allow them to experience war if he could help it. He reached down to gently rub Hinata's forehead. She shifted a little under the touch and ended up resting her cheek on the top of her younger sister's head. Hanabi was curled up in a small ball on Hinata's lap, her head resting against her older sister's chest. Hayashi let out a shuddering sigh and allowed a tear to roll down his cheek before wiping it away. He would truly miss them, and prayed to every deity out there that they would pull through after his death with his brother helping them out. After a long minute of standing over his sleeping daughters, he gently laid out a blanket over them to keep them warm. After one more reluctant glance, he then quietly left the living room and was about to make his way out when he was stopped by a female voice. "Will you be coming back, my lord?" It took all he had to not show visible shock at being addressed out of nowhere. Slowly turning his head to glance in the direction of the voice, he found one of the female branch members, Hyuga, standing off to the side wrapped in a simple sleeping yukata with her arms crossed underneath her ample bust. Her fingers were nervously gripping her elbows. Her long and luscious black hair, reminding Hayashi of Kushina's memorable red hair due to its incredible length and volume, was braided now for sleeping and hanging loosely over her shoulder. She was an incredibly beautiful woman even for the usually high standards that all Hyuga women easily met. She was also kind and motherly, which was why he personally selected her as the primary caretaker for his daughters after Hitomi's unfortunate death. She did an excellent job raising them since that fateful day, and he had come to truly admire her loving, yet slightly mischievous nature. None of that was present on her terrified expression as he stared unblinkingly at her for a long moment. "Yes, I am." That didn't seem to calm her at all as she nodded jerkily with hitched breaths. He didn't think she was convinced at all, and let out a small sigh. "Tamo-san, I do not believe I have told you yet that I am eternally grateful to you for helping raise my daughters. I feel we would have been lost without you around, and they truly do consider you to be their mother now, if not by blood at least." Tamo took a shuddering breath as she allowed several tears to escape her pale eyes. "Why, you honor me with your kind words, my lord. I truly do feel blessed to have been invited to serve your family, and I can only hope I did Lady Hitomi proud in her stead." Hayashi closed his eyes and smiled fondly at the memory of his deceased wife. "Believe me when I say you have done much more than that. Please continue to watch over my daughters," he stated sincerely and bowed his head gratefully to the now trembling caretaker. "I must go." "My lord," Tama whispered brokenly as she seemed to reach her hand out for him, who was already walking with his head high through the door out of the house. He didn't look back, letting out a choked sob with her outstretched hand now covering her mouth. The caretaker slowly turned her head to gaze lovingly at her charges, who were still sleeping in each other's arms looking adorable and peaceful. "Your father can be a terrible liar sometimes," she muttered with a faint smile as tears continued to stream down her cheeks. After bowing to the gate guards, Hayashi slowly made his way alone down the long and dark walkway leading from the compound into the village. It was nearly midnight as he slowed his pace. He did not need to be at the Hokage Tower for a good while, and he would enjoy this final stroll before his upcoming death. It was interrupted, however, when he suddenly stopped after a few minutes of walking and instantly activated his Byakugan. "Whomever you may be, you cannot hide from my all-seeing eyes. You may as well come out now," he quietly declared to a nearby lone tree on the side of the road. The tree's dense leaves shook and split open to reveal a black-clad man leaping down upon Hayashi's ready form. Hayashi effortlessly dodged a preemptive palm strike from the landing assailant before he rushed in to disable the man. He would not make the mistake of killing his opponent this time. He would just merely beat this man to within an inch of his life instead. He opened with a blindingly fast flurry of two-fingered chakra strikes, which his attacker easily parried or matched blow for blow. Dancing around each other like a pair of graceful performers, the two combatants descended into a beautiful and almost quiet exchange of blows and parries that went on for a long minute with neither party landing a successful hit. It wasn't long before Hayashi realized he was facing a gentle fist user, and an excellent one, too. He was also irritated to find that his Byakugan couldn't penetrate through the man's head wrappings, preventing his attacker's identity from being revealed at this moment. Somehow, this man had access to the anti-Byakugan seals usually used by ANBU for their masks. "You aim to defy your clan head's wishes. Why?" he quizzed tersely as he increased his tempo to try to overwhelm his attacker. The black-clad man remained silent, however, and easily matched his pace, before shoving him back to get some distance. This was so he had room to spring into a fast combo that just barely managed to overwhelm Hayashi's defense, leaving him with a numb right arm. Frowning at his unmoving arm as if it betrayed him, Hayashi snapped back to the attacker with a cold glare as he reared his left arm back. Hakusho, a powerful and precise blast of pure chakra shot out of his palm in the direction of his attacker. However, the black-clad man was prepared and easily somersaulted forward high into the air over the blast. Crack! The blast instead hit the tree the assaulter was just hiding in, breaking the tree's top half off, and it crashed to the ground with a loud thump. Meanwhile, the airborne man easily sailed over his opponent, twisting in the air to avoid one more blast of vacuum palm that continued harmlessly into the night sky. He then landed behind Hayashi, who was already whirling around and striking out to meet this man's assault. However, it was still too much as the assaulter easily rushed in under the strike and deftly disabled his opponent's remaining arm with several more Juken strikes. Hayashi stumbled back with a growl, not willing to give up even with his arms sealed. He tried to spin to activate his chitin. However, his attacker already anticipated this as he quickly dashed in to gracefully land a flurry of Juken strikes along the length of his left leg. Almost stumbling onto the ground at an undignified heap, Hayashi barely managed to remain standing on his good leg with nothing but the full extent of his pride. He let out a defeated sigh as he watched his attacker relax and straighten up to slowly remove the head wrapping. "If I had known it was you from the beginning, I would have gone through this scuffle much more carefully and differently. It is rather irritating to have my every move predicted rather effortlessly." The black-clad man finished removing everything, revealing himself as the identical twin of Hayashi, his Aashi. "Indeed, that is why I have hidden my identity. It was the only way to defeat you, Hayashi." The clan head snorted slightly as he allowed his brother to gently help him over to the tree trunk he just broke in half a moment ago. "Do not patronize me. You have always been slightly more skilled than I find that interesting, because I believe the opposite." Aashi retorted with a small smirk as he helped his twin sit down against the tree trunk in a dignified manner. Aashi would not be able to get to some help on just one leg without crawling, which would be bad for the clan head's image, so the only thing he could do was to wait and recover his mobility. Aashi squatted down next to him with a regretful sigh. "Forgive me, my lord. I feel I must disobey your orders." Aashi ... Why are you doing this? You know they will not just give up on this. You should not have stopped me, unless you want to be responsible for the death of thousands. Aashi tried to reason as he stared his brother in the eyes, despite his immobile body. Any conflict with Kumo will not happen, and I will make sure of it. However ... You must live. Your daughters and our clan need you alive more than this village needs you dead. I have decided I will take your place instead to ensure the best possible outcome for both the clan and village. Hayashi's eyes widened slightly as his brother continued. Since I am your identical twin, they will likely not have noticed the switch until after the reparations have been confirmed through the official channels. By the time they discover the ruse, there would be nothing they could do without making fools of themselves internationally. As a result, we will be able to keep the Byakugan out of their hands. This is what I have chosen to do in order to protect our clan, and especially our own family. Aashi explained with a determined expression. What if you are wrong and they decide to go to war anyway? You will have died for nothing, Aashi. What about your son? Hayashi tried to reason once more, his desperate eyes locking with his twin's steady eyes. Aashi broke eye contact after a moment, slowly stood up over his brother's form, and stared longingly back in the direction of the Hyuga compound. The people in Kumo would have to be imbeciles to go to war over a false body. Deception is a large part of a shinobi's job after all. We just have to get them to think they have won until it was too late. They then would not be able to do anything without looking like fools. Aashi let out a slightly exasperated sigh before continuing. For a man with all-seeing eyes, you are blind to how much your daughters need you without Hitomi-sama around. Only you would be able to truly ensure their freedom and happiness, since I will not be able to do much as long as I carry this seal on my forehead. Hayashi had to agree with that assessment, but there was no one else he trusted more than his own brother. Neji is mature and capable already, and you know as well I do that he will be able to handle himself just fine. My only request in regards to my son is that you help guide him into becoming a strong and honorable man in my absence. Aashi finished and smiled like a prideful father at the thought of his son, before his expression turned somewhat sad. Forgive your little brother his selfishness. All my life, I felt like I have been mocked by fate, especially when my beloved son, and once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, was branded simply because I was a few minutes late in our own births. Tonight is probably my one chance to make a true choice ... To die the way I choose, doing what I want, which is to ensure the best outcome for the clan, and more importantly, the best future for our children. He spoke thoughtfully while Hayashi could only listen in silence. Before I take my leave, I want you to understand this, Hayashi. I may have resented my fate, but I never resented you at all our entire lives. I will always be proud to have served the true head of our clan and, more importantly, proud to be your brother. Aashi ended his heartfelt speech by moving calmly in the direction of the Hokage tower, never looking back while leaving his final words behind. Goodbye, big brother. Hayashi could only sit in silence, his head following the departing figure of his twin. He already lost his desire to plead for his younger brother's return. How could he continue when he had seen nothing but fierce resolution in those pale eyes? As his immobile body remained propped up against a lonely tree next to this lonely stretch of the dark walkway, his quiet voice carried out into the still midnight air that just barely reached Ashi's ears. Goodbye, little brother. 15 minutes later in an empty park near Hokage Tower. Wow, that was rough. I took way too long finishing those exercises this time. Naruto thought as he leaned back on a park bench, exhausted from his latest round of exercises. That is to be expected with your body still recovering from this morning's routine. You did well, actually. Tomorrow you will rest both your mind and body. Either spend the day at home or go out with your friends. Kurama decided in the boy's head. He nodded, glad for the brief reprieve. Uzumaki-sama. A voice surprised Naruto into sitting upright on the beach as he snapped toward the source. He saw that it was Hisashi coming into view, easily recognized by the highlight adorning his forehead. Hisashi-san. What are you doing out here this late? I should be asking the same of you. It is more odd for a young child to be out here compared to an adult merely taking a stroll. Hisashi inquired with a raised eyebrow as he stopped nearby. Naruto put on a sheepish grin and scratched the back of his head. I'm sure you've realized I'm not like most kids. I was just resting after finishing my exercises and was about to go home when you showed up. Hisashi nodded, satisfied with the explanation. I see, Uzumaki-sama. I am on my way to see Hokage-sama for a mission, so I shall see you around. He politely dismissed the conversation as he made to walk past on the way to the Hokage Tower. Naruto had something on his mind he wanted to ask, though. Hisashi-san, if you have time, I have a question. He called out in an apprehensive tone. Hisashi stopped to glance back at the blonde and inclined his head to show he was listening. I was thinking about what you said the other day about your clan's history and the seal. If it was so bad, why hadn't anyone come up with a better seal? Something that everyone in the clan can use to protect the Byakugan without all that pain and control. Naruto carefully inquired in a neutral tone. Aashi was surprised by this question and had to take a moment to think over his answer. I am not exactly sure, Uzumaki-sama. My best guess is that, in the beginning, the clan was proud of the seal as it protected their pure bloodline from being stolen and tainted by their enemies. They did not realize the implications that they just laid the foundation for a truly segregated system the clan is using now. By the time the branch members became dissatisfied with the way things have become, the entire clan were already set in their ways. It is now tradition to use the seal and they all just accepted it as the way of life. I suppose that is why not many have thought about modifying the seal up until now. He offered and Naruto could only furrow his eyebrows together in deep thought. You know, Uzumaki-sama ... you are not the first one to ask me this. Hinata-sama asked me a similar question not too long ago. The Hyuga added. The blonde glanced up at him with a raised eyebrow. Hinata-chan did. So she doesn't like the system either. Aashi shook his head. She never has. She is kind, does not enjoy having servants, and she hopes to one day see the use of the seal band. Well, I was going to say that, since I might be Hokage one day, I was going to fight to get this seal banned and have them find another way. However, it looks like it'd be a lot easier when Hinata-chan get to be the next head of the clan and we could work together. Naruto muttered thoughtfully as he cupped his chin and squinted his eyes fox-like. Aashi raised an eyebrow and kneeled down in front of the boy to level his pale-eyed gaze with a pair of blue eyes. What makes you believe you might be chosen as the Hokage? I just began training, but I'm going to be the strongest shinobi ever. I have to if I want to protect my precious people. And when you become the strongest shinobi in the village, you become the Hokage, right? It's just natural. Naruto replied as if this was the most obvious thing ever. The Hyuga was instantly reminded of the fourth Hokage at this reply. He raised his other eyebrow, then broke into a chuckle. Naruto was a little unnerved by seeing a composed Hyuga chuckle heartily. Maybe that's why they wear such stoic expressions. It's pretty disturbing. I agree wholeheartedly. The older man suddenly ruffled the blonde's hair, much to his cry of chagrin, and stood with an amused grin. Uzumaki-sama, you will have to work hard then since there are many powerful shinobi out there, but I believe you may be able to do it as long as you have your precious people to think about. My son, Neji, will be incredibly strong and he might aim for that Hokage seat someday as well. You two may likely end up being rivals. The man had to smirk deviously at the boy's slightly affronted expression at the thought of someone being as strong as him in the future. However, I also have high hope that the two of you will get along eventually and be good friends. Now, I need to go, so be sure to get home safe and have a good evening. Aashi finished by bowing slightly and turning in the direction of the Hokage Tower to begin walking again. Aashi-san, can you tell me what this mission is? Naruto quickly blurted out. The older man stopped for a moment and spoke without turning around. I cannot tell you, but I can say it is to protect my own precious people. Goodbye, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto watched the Hyuga disappear into the darkness toward the Hokage Tower, feeling a slight bit uneasy. Oi ... let's go home. There's nothing to do out here. Kurama suddenly spoke up. Naruto frowned, but just shrugged and began making his way toward his apartment. The fox was deep in thought, however. That man had the eyes of a warrior who's content with all he did and is strolling toward his death as if it was a simple walk in a park. Something is happening tonight, but it's best not to let this boy know just yet. There is nothing we can do right now anyway. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat at the desk, waiting patiently for the arrival of Hyuga Hayashi. In the room with him were two ANBU, one of them Kakashi, and the Kuro ambassador. In the center of the office was a scroll laid out with a large storage seal array. The ambassador was growing nervous by the second as the other three occupants leveled their glares at him, as if they were wishing for him to slowly die by melting into a puddle. I expect this to be kept quiet. We will deny anything if this comes to light. The Hokage ground out through gritted teeth. The ambassador flinched at the leader's harsh tone before nodding nervously. When you retrieve the body, you will sign this statement that declares you have retrieved your so-called reparations for Kumigakure, and we will not speak of this ever again. Is that understood? The third continued as he pointed at a piece of paper on the desk, his glare intensifying. Believe me, we want to keep this quiet on our ends too. I will sign as soon as I have confirmed it was Hyuga Hayashi himself. The ambassador tried to steel his own nerves against the third's anger, but failing miserably. It felt like eternity for him under the unbearably imposing presences of the two ANBU and the Hokage until the office's door finally clicked and creaked open to reveal his Aashi Hyuga. It took the Hokage all he had to keep his face schooled in a neutral expression even with the massive shock he was experiencing. The ANBU were lucky they had their masks on, and it took considerable effort to keep their bodies from showing any reaction. What the hell is going on? Why is Lord Hayashi's twin brother here? Was the singular thought of the three as they easily recognized him by the Hidayate always covering the seal on his forehead. Lord Hyuga Hayashi reporting. Aashi said shortly with a scowl. The Hokage saw something in the new arrival's pale eyes that made him think he should at least play along. He really hoped this man knew what he was doing. You have come, Lord Hayashi. You do understand why you are here, correct? The ambassador asked nervously, visibly relieved at having a distraction, as Hayashi walked to the center of the office. Yes, I am to die and give up my body for my crime of killing one of your retired shinobi for no reason. Let us just get this farce with so I do not have to deal with any of you thieving cowards a second longer. Aashi retorted dismissively as if the Kumo man was even less than a cockroach to him. The ambassador bristled at the tone and insult but said nothing, not wanting to cause any more problem than necessary when they were so close to their goal. He then took out a photo of the real clan head to compare to Haashi's visage. The 1 minute the ambassador spent studying and comparing between the photo and the person was the longest ever for his Aashi, the ANBU, and the Hokage. It's a match. Take your Hidaite off and we will proceed. I'm sure Hokage-sama would prefer to keep the insignia here, the ambassador suggested, and another new bout of tension was rising in the air. They knew they would be found out if Aashi took the Hidaite tie off and revealed the hidden seal. If it is all the same to you, I am doing this as a duty to protect Konohagakure from an unnecessary war. I would prefer to die knowing I have served my village to the very end, so please allow me to keep my Hidaite on until after my last breath has left the body. Aashi coolly replied without missing a beat. The ambassador took a moment to think before silently nodding. Everyone almost exploded with relief, but they had to keep up the charade. Aashi kneeled formally on the floor next to the sealing scroll and closed his eyes as if in mediation. A long moment of grave silence persisted in the air before the dog-masked Kakashi decided to begin preparing for the inevitable. However, the Hokage stopped him. I will do this one. It is my responsibility, since I allowed this to happen, he grimly said as he slowly moved behind Aashi and took a small quick injection syringe from the ANBU. He then gripped the kneeling man's shoulder tightly and leaned his head down next to his ear. I am really sorry for allowing this. You will receive the highest honors and your clan will forever remember you as a hero, he whispered, his voice breaking slightly. His Aashi only nodded once with a serene expression before he felt a small prick at the base of his neck. He felt a calming numbness overtake his entire body almost all at once. It was welcoming actually. His last thoughts were of his older brother and nieces, his deceased wife, and finally, his son. He let a small smile grace his face. In just 3 seconds, his body fell limp in the Hokage's grip, devoid of all life. Hyuga Aashi had just passed away instantly and painlessly as a hero to his clan and village. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently and gently laid the body down onto the sealing array with trembling hands. After a moment of silence out of respect, he slowly removed the Hidaite to reveal that the seal disappeared, having already worked its magic sealing his Aashi's Byakugan and all of its secrets. The people in Kumagakure would not be able to learn anything from this man's body now. The third then sealed the body into the scroll with a loud poof. The ambassador silently walked over to the desk to sign the statement. As he set the pen down and turned around, he cried out in surprise as a hand suddenly grabbed him by the neck and swung him into a wall, cratering it inward. The ambassador was trying to let out a strangled cry of protest when he was frozen solid by the Hokage's glare and killing intent. Hiruzen's face was old and wrinkled, but his eyes looked virulent, cold, and calculating, as if they were the eyes of Shinigami looking at its newest soul to eat. The ambassador felt like he truly would die any moment just looking into his powerful gaze. You may have won, but this will be the last time. After tonight, no Kumo ambassador or shinobi is welcome here until further notice, unless absolutely necessary. That means you will leave the village premises within 10 minutes of this conversation, or I will have you imprisoned for open hostility. In addition, if I ever see one single Kumo nin set foot anywhere in our country without express permission from our people for any reason at all, you tell your Raikage I will personally come and show them exactly why I have lived this long, and why I am known as the Kami of Shinobi. The third Hokage spat out before he harshly tossed the terrified ambassador to the floor with a loud crash. The whimpering man thought of nothing but escaping as he frantically scrambled to his feet, grabbed the scroll, and ran out the office as fast as his feet could carry him. It was as if the Shinigami was breathing down his neck. Follow him all the way out to the lightning border and make sure he can't even stop for rest. In addition, send someone out to the Hyuga compound to deliver the news and ask for an explanation. The third growled as the two ANBU bowed and vanished. He was not relieved that they might have protected the Hyuga clan's secret. He was still angry that he still sacrificed a life to supposedly protect thousands. It did not matter if it was a nobleman or a servant. A person's life was still lost this day and he had to allow it on his watch without any resistance. All of the emotions Sarutobi Hiruzen kept in all day finally overflowed as he yelled in rage and smashed his fist on the desk, splitting it in two. The next morning, Naruto noticed something was different in the air around the village. Life went on as normal to most people, but to him, he could feel that something was somewhat off. He relayed his feelings to his tenant as he was walking around, enjoying the morning air. Stop by the tower if you want. Maybe that old fart knows. Kurama only had this suggestion to offer. Naruto, having nothing else to go on, decided to detour to the tower anyway. He entered, made his way up the stairs, and was led in by Tammy. The blonde was surprised to see his surrogate grandfather, sitting behind what looked like a new desk, looking so old. The third was exhausted, having been up all night dealing with all kinds of emotions. He felt and looked defeated. He was so deep in thought he did not notice Naruto entering the office at first, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, hello, Naruto-kun. What can I do for you? He tried to pull himself back together and keep some semblance of a facade up. Nothing, Hokage Jiji. It's just that I haven't seen you in a while, and I figured I'd stop by for the permit and chat a little. though it looks like you have been through a ringer lately," Naruto pointed out, seeing the old man wince slightly. "So I think I'll just pick up the permit and leave to do other stuff for the day," he added for the third's benefit. The tired old man sighed and looked somewhat grateful for this thoughtfulness. He got up to retrieve the prepared permit out of a folder and passed it on to the boy. They were about to exchange goodbyes before Naruto remembered something. "Hokage Jiji, before I go, I was wondering if you know something about Hyuga Aashi. I ran into him last night near here. He told me he was coming here for a mission, something to protect his precious people. I was wondering if he's okay now." The Hokage stiffened with a grim expression, and that was all he needed to see. His entire inside became ice cold as his blue irises turned icy and shrank to small dots. "Don't tell me," was all he could squeeze out in trepidation. The third's expression softened into sadness and simply shook his head no. "I am sorry, Naruto-kun. I will tell you he died very bravely and with honor for what he believed in. He had no regrets. Beyond that, I cannot tell you the details myself. It is up to Lord Hyuga to offer more if you still wish to know," the suddenly frail-looking man tiredly admitted. "He knew," Naruto whispered before his face twisted into anger, his blue eyes still icy. The third narrowed his eyes in confusion. He knew already he was going to die. "That's why he talked to me like that last night. Why did you let him go? If you knew it was going to happen, why didn't you protect him like a Hokage was supposed to?" The boy shouted at his surrogate grandfather in tearful rage. He didn't want to stick around to hear any excuse and sprinted out of the room, leaving a crushed old man behind. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. He will come to learn this is easily the worst part of being a Hokage," the exhausted and crestfallen village leader quietly whispered to no one in particular. Later at the Nara compound, was all Naruto made out from a very far-away voice in his dazed confusion. He just couldn't seem to stop going over what happened with the Hokage this morning in his mind. It was like an infinite loop. "Naruto," yelled a voice that was very close by, and it finally shook him out of his dazed thoughts with a dumb expression. He took a look around to see he was sitting across a shogi table from a familiar lazy-looking pineapple-haired boy his age, Nara Shikamaru. Naruto then quickly remembered he spent an hour sulking and holding back tears after berating his surrogate grandfather. Afterward, he ate something he didn't even remember now and walked aimlessly around the village just for something to take his mind off what happened. He then ran into his friend on the streets. Shikamaru noticed something was wrong and offered for his blonde friend to come over to his place to cheer up. Now, the brown-haired boy was putting on an annoyed expression as he muttered troublesome and pointed down at the table, which had a match in progress. "Sorry, Shika, I've been out of it lately," Naruto mumbled pitifully as he moved one of his white pieces without a thought. His friend's eye twitched in annoyance at the new move and went into the thinking pose for the 5th time in this match if he had been paying attention and kept count. "Oh, I got you thinking now. Yes, that's somewhat a personal victory for me now," he remarked half-heartedly as he tried to clear the cobwebs from his head. Shikamaru raised a twitching eyebrow. "This isn't the first time you've forced me to do this. Troublesome ... It looks like you're truly an idiot savant if you just don't pay attention at all while playing shogi," he muttered grouchily as he came out of his pose and moved one of his black pieces. "Boy, I resent that remark." Naruto grunted indignantly as he moved one of his own pieces without another thought again and took one of his opponent's pieces. Shikamaru growled in frustration and went back into his thinking pose once again. "You know ... You just proved his point. I have never seen such sloppy play, but you just keep getting out of trouble against vastly superior strategies. It's like what you are doing is organized chaos. In my thousands of years existing, this is simply astonishing." Kurama offered her thoughts in clear awe. "Not you too, Fox," Naruto groaned mentally. "Troublesome. Remind me to never challenge you to a match when you're in a bad mood. This is hard on my brain," Shikamaru grumbled as he moved one of his pieces into position to be sacrificed. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows at that move ... and wondered what his friend thought of sacrifices. "Hey Shika ... What would you think if you had to sacrifice your own life for a cause? Would you be angry at the person who asked you to do it?" Naruto quietly asked, his eyes staring down at the table. Shikamaru stared at his blonde friend silently for a long moment. "That's an odd question to ask a kid, you know. If you want me to answer that seriously with what I know, I would say that the only reason I'd be angry with the person asking me to sacrifice myself is if I knew there were other options. Other ways of solving whatever troublesome situation I was dragged into. However, if it was the only choice and I was saving the people I cared about, I may find it troublesome, but I'd accept it with a clear conscience." The Nara replied with a sigh. Intrigued, Naruto thought over that answer as he moved his own piece to take his opponent's sacrificial pawn. Shikamaru capitalized on the trap he set and took advantage. "You know, Naruto ... It's troublesome to say this," he murmured as he effortlessly took another one of his opponent's pieces. "But my dad told me this when he first began teaching me shogi. He said that in many ways, a shinobi's life is almost like a game of shogi. You use strategy, tactics, traps, and sometimes sacrifices to win your battles. The only reason we do all of this is because we have to protect our king no matter what." Naruto was still deep in thought as he carelessly made another move that Shikamaru was prepared for. "Our king? I guess that'd be the Hokage. he asked as his eyebrow twitched in annoyance with his growing disadvantage in this shogi match. His friend just shrugged. I asked Dad that, and he was being troublesome about it, saying that we decide who or what is our king that we absolutely must protect at all costs. The pineapple-haired boy replied offhandedly as he moved one of his pieces for a checkmate and called it. Naruto just groaned and cursed. Damn it, you win ... for the 68th time in a row. Anyway, I wonder what Hokage Jiji considers to be his king. He muttered as he properly put his pieces away. I think that's a question that shouldn't be troublesome even for you to answer. Shikamaru raised his eyebrow as he cleaned his side of the table. His friend smacked his forehead loudly. The village and everyone in it. Of course. He smirked and muttered troublesome blondes before rising. Oi, you want to stay for lunch? Mom will be glad to have you over. He shrugged as if he didn't care if his friend stayed or not. Naruto's stomach growling was the answer. Several hours later, outside in the clan's district. Remind me not to go back there for a meal, Kurama. Yoshino-sen didn't go easy on me with the etiquette's lessons today. Naruto groaned tiredly as he left the Nara compound. She's doing you a favor. What she was trying to show you today was how to eat properly with nobles. Everyone and their mothers know you're a favorite of the Hyuga clan head now, and that bossy female probably figured she'd get started on helping you impress anyone if you were invited to any formal dinner. The demon fox reasoned. I guess I can live with that. It's just that I'll never understand why there were 4 different forks and 3 different glasses. I'm underage and I can't even drink 2 of them, anyway. The boy and the fox continued chatting within as he walked his usual route past the Hyuga compound. The blonde took a moment to pull out of his inner conversation to check things out at the front gate. He saw the guards were dressed in all black, and he could feel that the entire clan's mood was subdued even from outside the compound. He then bowed his head in condolences toward the guards. A little surprised, they returned the bow nevertheless. The boy then continued past at a slow pace, deciding he would give it a few days before it was alright to stop by. Uzumaki Naruto. A tight voice rang out from behind. Turning around in confusion, Naruto's eyes landed on a lone and slightly larger boy standing in the middle of the walkway 10 meters away. He was dressed in all black with his long black hair tied together in a loose ponytail, and the blonde saw that he had the pale eyes of the Hyuga clan. He looked like his whole body was tense with coiled-up anger. They stood staring at each other in silence for a long moment. One boy was trying to figure out who this Hyuga was, and the other was trying to burn holes through his blonde counterpart with blazing eyes. Yeah, that's me. I don't think we've met, Naruto inquired with a confused eyebrow. The boy quickly shifted into an aggressive kata of the gentle fist. You do not need to worry about my name. You will not need it after this. The boy snarled as he sprinted toward the bewildered blonde with killing intent. Naruto. He intends to kill you. Just get away. You can't beat him now, Kurama yelled into her container's mind. Naruto was so flabbergasted by the situation and the yelling that he just stood there as he took the angry boy's first strike square in his throat. The blonde was blown back, spitting out blood as he went down hard on his back. He was in so much blinding agony just trying to breathe and clutching at his throat that he didn't notice the long-haired boy had moved to stand over his body and began a flurry of 2-finger strikes at many tenketsu all over him. He could do nothing but scream hoarsely with blood coming out of his mouth as even more incredible agony slowly enveloped his entire being while his attacker continued the enraged assault. Finally, the angry boy stopped and straightened up, breathing heavily. Uzumaki Naruto, I have left your vitals for last because I want to make you understand that you will suffer as long as possible for my father's death. The boy growled down at the battered blonde. Realization finally struck Naruto. Why, you're in Neji. He painfully tried to get out through his blood-flooded throat as his entire body continued to scream in agony, not being able to move at all. The long-haired boy now named Neji flinched at hearing his name and narrowed his eyes angrily. Who told you that? He snarled, his Byakugan blazing. Aashi. Guh, was all Naruto could force out before he was struck hard in one of his kidneys. The pain he felt before was nothing compared to now, and he nearly passed out from shock. Don't you dare say that name in my presence. You do not deserve that honor. It's your fault my father sacrificed himself in his brother's place. If you hadn't interfered with the fate of a weak person like my cousin, it wouldn't have led down a different path toward the death of someone truly strong, like my father. Neji spat out, his eyes blazing even harsher. Naruto, despite the extreme agony, frowned. Hosikimyusatt had about Hinata. He pushed out through the pain, more dark blood pouring out of his mouth. She is weak. I have decided that weak people like you and her should not interfere with the fates of the strong. The Hyuga replied with a sneer. Be bullshit. YUS should be protecting her, ARGH. Naruto screamed out and gurgled again as Neji slammed a charka strike into his left lung. A weak and dead person does not get to tell me anything. Neji's face darkened ominously before he prepared to go for the finish. Naruto, we're going to have to break your promise with that old fart. I'm going to pump my charka into you. A lot of it. You're not ready and you may go berserk with the power, but it's the only chance. Kurama was cut short by an ear-splitting scream of agony that was not coming from the Naruto but from the Hyuga boy instead. Neji was screaming at the top of his lung to the high heaven as he clutched at his forehead tightly and was about ready to tear his hair out. He fell down next to his blonde victim and flopped like a fish in unbearable pain. Naruto was stunned and utterly confused at this abrupt change in the situation, until he noticed an approaching man wearing the same black funeral robe as Neji. It turned out to be Hyuga Hayashi holding one of his hands up in a seal. He also looked pissed as hell. The boy quickly connected the dots. The clan head had just activated Neji's caged bird seal to stop him. That's enough. Please. He tried to force out as loudly as he could, and was relieved when he saw Hayashi release the hand seal a second later. Neji's scream ceased abruptly and he was now gulping for air, apparently unconscious. The Hyuga clan head glared at one of the gate guards nervously approaching the three. Get this, moronic boy to confinement and leave him there for a month. No visitors except for me. He snapped harshly as he made his way over to Naruto and kneeled down. The guard quickly scooped up Neji's unconscious body and carried him away into the compound, while the clan head then activated his Byakugan to scan the blonde's body for any major damage. Nothing looks fatal and you are already beginning to recover, thanks in no small part to your Naruto noticed the pause about his tenant. Incredible healing most likely, Uzumaki-san. You were fortunate when the guards reported my nephew running out after you a few minutes ago, and I decided to investigate. I think this is what you call a case of deja vu, since I've had to look over you the other night as well. Hayashi spoke softly as he continued to scan the body. Naruto had to hold back a chuckle. Please don't make ML laugh. I heard it all over. He grunted with a pained smile. That is what most people generally say after their first time facing the gentle fist. I truly apologize for this unforgivable behavior from one of my clan members, Hayashi said sincerely with his head bowed, before letting out a weary sigh. I could have you rest inside or have you transported to the hospital on our expense if you wish, Uzumaki-san. I think I'll recover soon enough, so I'll wait wherever you put me if it's okay, and thanks. Naruto was now beginning to speak more clearly as he got used to the pain. He groaned a little when Hayashi picked his limp body up carefully and carried him into the compound toward the largest and most luxurious-looking house sitting on the right side of the long reflecting pool this time. Good thing this guy arrived in time to save you. The alternative would have made the entire village crap their pants with the feel of my released chakra alone, and then converge on us with pitchforks and torches. Though I'm disappointed somewhat, since that stupid brat just barely avoided being pasted across the compound wall like graffiti. For now, I'm pumping my chakra into you a little more than normal, so you should recover sooner. He sure did a number on you, and it's surprising you haven't fainted from the pain yet. Hirama spoke up from inside. Sorry to make you feel my pain. We're sharing a link, right? You said you'd feel what I feel. Naruto thought guiltily as Hayashi opened the door to his house. Oh, you needn't worry. I didn't tell you I could turn any of our shared senses off at any time. I keep that particular link off most of the time since you only seem to attract trouble. The great fox replied dismissively, and Naruto was twitching his eye nonstop. Give me back the apology and the sadness I actually felt for your possible pain. Damn lucky fox. The boy huffed while his tenant snickered. Hayashi arrived in the living room and carefully set the boy in his arms down on the carpeted floor, quickly removed the blood around Naruto's mouth with a damp towel, gave him some water to clear out anything in his still recovering throat, and procured a blanket and pillow. Uzumaki-san, you may rest here for as long as you need. I do have business to take care of, so I will need to take my leave. My daughters should be home soon. Just explain your situation to them if you are awake and all should be well. Hayashi explained with an incline of his head. He was about to leave when Naruto stopped him. Hayashi-sama, I should tell you I already know about my tenant so you don't have to tiptoe around it. Hayashi blinked at this. And I'm sorry about your brother's death. I can tell you two were close from the other day. He forced himself to speak without stuttering in pain. His host allowed a sad nod after a moment's pause. We shall speak more of this when you recover. For now, just get some rest and I shall be back before too long. The clan head replied as he stepped out. Naruto decided to heed his host's suggestion and closed his eyes. 3 hours later, Naruto could still be heard gently snoring away on the floor. The relative silence of the living room was finally broken by the front door sliding open to admit two young girls wearing all black, one clearly older than the other by several years. Ni-chan, can we play games after dinner? Hanabi childishly asked as she tugged at the sleeve of her older sister's black kimono. Hinata sadly smiled and rubbed a hand on her younger sister's head. I don't think we should do that so soon yet, Hanabi-chan. This is a day of mourning for our uncle, she replied as the girls made their way further into the living room. Hanabi had an impatient scowl on her face before it turned into curious scrutiny as she noticed Naruto on the floor. Who is that? She pointed at the boy. Confused, Hinata just followed the direction her little sister was pointing in and yelped in shock as she noticed the still form of her savior. "Hanin Naruto-kun," she cried as she immediately kneeled by the blonde and activated her Byakugan to see what was wrong. She gasped in shock as she observed what looked like minute amount of the same red chakra she saw the other night mixing in with Naruto's dense and dark blue chakra inside the body. She also noted some of his tenketsu were recently closed forcefully, but was also relieved that they were slowly opening back up. He was attacked by one of us. What happened? She worriedly thought as Hanabi kneeled down next to her. Naruto, the one who beat that bad guy? Hanabi inquired as she searched over every inch of the boy with her gaze. Hinata only nodded in response, and the little girl grinned wide. Then I'll call him Oni-chan, since he saved you. Despite the serious situation, Hinata had to smile at her little sister's antics. Hanabi was already taken with Naruto apparently. While the girls were contemplating how the blonde ended up injured and resting in their home, their father had just entered the living room, back from whatever business he was taking care of. "I see you have discovered our surprise guest, my daughters," Hayashi announced, surprising the two girls with his voice. Hanabi recovered quickly, ran up to her father, and latched onto his leg cutely. "Father, why is Oni-chan here?" she somewhat demanded as Hayashi patted the top of her head. He had to hide a smirk at his youngest daughter already calling his new favorite blonde such an affectionate nickname. He wouldn't have to worry about both of his children getting along with Naruto now. He also noticed Hinata had the same expectant look on her face as her little sister, awaiting his explanation. Uzumaki-san was attacked by a stupid young boy with a misguided grudge about his father's death. He was unable to move, so I decided to have him rest here until he recovers, he finally admitted with his eyes closed in exasperation. And Neji-san did this. Why would he blame Naruto-kun for uncle's death? Hinata's stutter disappeared mid-sentence as she showed a flash of anger in her eyes. Hayashi did not miss this. This boy is already doing wonders for Hinata's self-confidence. Note to self, fabricate reasons to get them together more often from now on. He thought offhandedly as he prepared his response. It was a misguided decision on my nephew's part to direct his anger about the loss at this child. Unfortunately, I do not think he will ever let this go until they meet in battle in the future and finish it. He spoke with resignation in his voice. Oh no, that's terrible for Naruto-kun. Hinata whispered as she dreaded the thought of her new friend being hurt again, especially by one of her relatives. Hanabi showed an angry yet cute expression as she devised plans to tell Neji off for this. I am going to prepare some dinner since Tomo-san has the day off. In the meantime, please leave Uzumaki-san to sleep in peace and get changed for tonight, Hayashi requested of his daughters, and they obeyed with Hinata leaving the blonde alone somewhat reluctantly. Some time later, Naruto smelled something lingering in the air before he slowly opened his eyes. It smelled like curry. On that cue, his stomach growled loudly. His eyes opened wide quickly at that sound and sat up, only feeling a little tender from his earlier beating. He glanced around to see he was still in the living room, which was now dark, and noticed Hayashi through the only lit doorway nearby. The man was kneeling at a desk in the room beyond. It was apparently a study, and he looked like he was busy looking over a large collection of papers and scrolls. Looking around a little more, he heard what sounded like very cute snoring from nearby. Following the sound, he saw two girls cuddled together in the large living room chair just a few feet from him. They were wrapped in a blanket, and he saw one of them was Hinata. The smaller girl curled up in her arms must have been her younger sister, Hanabi. They seemed to have fallen asleep waiting for something. Maybe for him to wake up. Uzumaki-san, now that you are awake, I would be most pleased if you replenish your energy with your portion of the dinner I made, which is being kept warm in the kitchen stove. Please take your time eating before joining me in the study when you are finished. Do not concern yourself over cleaning up afterward. Hayashi's calm voice carried out into the living room, being quiet enough as not to wake either of the two girls. He hadn't turned his head around at all the entire time as he continued to go over the paperwork on his desk. Naruto decided to quietly do just what his host suggested. 10 minutes later, after eating some of the most delicious curry he ever tried, he quietly stepped into the study and his host finally glanced up from the paperwork. Please close the door and have a seat, Uzumaki-san, Hayashi gently requested of his guest as he gestured with his hand toward a spot across the desk. Naruto quickly complied as he quietly slid the office door closed, before moving to kneel down opposite the clan head, who took a moment to clear his throat. I want to apologize on behalf of the entire clan for Neji-san's unprovoked attack against you. I have no excuse for his misguided anger upon you, Hayashi regretfully said as he deeply bowed his head. Naruto frowned as he thought for a moment. Hayashi-sama, is there really a need for an apology? He replied softly while Hayashi raised his head in mild surprise. He continued quickly. Neji-san did say I was responsible for the events that led to your brother's death. What if that's right? Utter nonsense. If that was actually true, then if my brother had not taken my place, you would be responsible for my death instead. If you had allowed that Kumo nin to leave without any resistance, then you would be responsible for my daughter's unthinkable fate. There is simply no way to know what could have happened with the infinite amount of scenarios this entire event could have played out. My nephew lost his mother early in his life, and now just lost his father. In his grief, he apparently decided to direct his anger at someone, and you were unfortunate enough to be the target. I shall reprimand him most severely for this and ensure he stays away from you until he calms down, Hayashi assured his guest. Hayashi-sama, I'd appreciate it if you just let Neji-san be, and if he still wants to take his anger out on me in the future, let it happen. Train him more for it, even. I'll take it all and beat it back tenfold into him until he finally moves on, Naruto declared with a steady voice after a moment's thought, stunning the clan head. You should understand that he is the most promising prodigy of this clan in generations. He is much stronger than my brother and I when we were his current age. He was not joking about killing you. He will do it whenever he finds a chance. He pressed. That's fine with me, sir. With the training I just started, I'm going to be the strongest shinobi ever someday. I want to protect my friends and I can't do that if I'm too weak. I think it definitely will be a good match when we eventually meet. the blonde replied with a confident smile, showing no trace of hesitation in his blue eyes. Hyashi had to wonder if this child in front of him was way too mature for his age, or just simply excited about the prospect of a rival. Nevertheless, I will not allow any duel between you and my nephew within this compound, and I will inform him any further unprovoked attempt on you will be punished more severely. The two of you will have to find a way to get an official match outside of this compound, and that likely would not happen unless you both are enlisted in the shinobi force. I will not allow any less. Is that understood, Uzumaki Naruto? He spoke sternly as he narrowed his eyes at the blonde boy. Perfectly clear, Hayashi-sama. Naruto accepted with an incline of his head before continuing. I hope this happens and he lets it all out. I'd hate for him to continue being angry with me for long, since his Aashi-san hoped we'd get along when we talked last night. He muttered sadly. Hayashi raised his eyebrow at the mention of his brother. Uzumaki-san, you have met my twin brother last night. Naruto nodded and quickly relayed what transpired between him and his Aashi in the park outside the Hokage Tower. A long moment passed as Hayashi seemed to contemplate this. I see. I am glad he seemed calm and ready. I was worried he may have had regrets since this all happened suddenly. The clan head finally said with a sigh of relief. Naruto decided to satisfy his curiosity. Hayashi-sama, if it is okay. I wasn't told by anyone exactly what happened. I'd like to understand his actions. He asked with some apprehension. Hayashi allowed himself a small grin as he nodded and explained everything that happened. 30 minutes later, Naruto was clenching his fists tightly in anger. Those Kumo bastards ... That's not fair. They can't get away with this, even if they didn't get the Byakugan. The boy growled through gritted teeth before his expression softened with realization. I just understood he did all this to protect his king. This wasn't because he served the clan or the Hokage. I need to apologize to Hokage Jiji soon. He muttered sadly, feeling immensely guilty for yelling at his grandfather figure so harshly. Hayashi raised an eyebrow. The shogi analogy the Nara clan likes to use. In my opinion, it is a somewhat rigid description of a shinobi situation in many cases, but I understand where you are coming from. Most of us have our king we are willing to protect with our lives. His Aashi most certainly did it for that reason alone, and I was willing to do anything to protect my king too before he took my place. You should understand Hokage-sama did not order either one of us to die for the village. I immediately offered myself upon hearing Kumo's demands, and it is only because my brother's desire to protect his loved ones was slightly greater than mine that I am still here and alive in front of you. Hayashi said thoughtfully as Naruto nodded soberly, his eyes downcast. It's still not fair. Kumo's going to get away with meaningless murder, and there's nothing we can do about it. The boy grumbled before looking up. At that moment, an ice-cold shiver went down his spine as he saw a truly malicious and devious smirk growing on the clan head's face. It was a truly terrifying thing to behold on one of the most powerful people in Konoha, and the young blonde had a feeling that someone was going to regret ever crossing this man very soon. I dare say that I have doubts that Kumagakure is going to get through this without any consequence, if all have gone as planned. Great minds think alike, and my younger brother had the exact same plan as I did when I was preparing to meet my death. I have seen a glimpse of what he was preparing with my eyes when he disabled me. I will say it was a good thing we regularly studied up on all diplomats' mannerisms and personalities, and I am confident that bumbling fool from Kumo would not check closely for anything on the body. It would be safe to assume that not getting the Byakugan will not be the only surprise for our dear friend, the Raikage. Hayashi replied smoothly with the malicious smirk still plastered on his face. That expression was not even directed at Naruto, yet the boy was wide-eyed with terror at seeing this man's visage. He knew it would haunt his dreams for a while. A certain fox inside him shivered with excitement, her hackles rising slightly down her spine. Kumagakure and Raikage Tower. The exhausted and battered ambassador had just returned from Konoha, and in record time too. I was displaying an amused smirk as the man told him about his harrowing experience with the Hokage Rage and the ANBU as he was chased and hassled by two of them all the way to the Lightning's border. A few minutes ago, the large and muscular man handed the scroll with the clan head's body off to a lab assistant for processing down in the tower's basement. He should be getting news soon. To be honest, he should have been more ecstatic about this victory for Kumo, but he could not help but feel a little uneasy about something. He tried to dismiss it as the occasional paranoia, but a good shinobi simply did not survive long without being cautious. Or ... did you actually check for any seal on the Hyuga body? He suddenly asked the ambassador out of nowhere. Yes, I did ... on the forehead, right. It wasn't there when they removed his hit I ate. The ambassador replied. I scowled. There was that paranoia rearing its ugly head, and it was here to stay. Was this before or after death? Our reports on the seal says that it will disappear shortly after death. He replied with deadly calmness, having a feeling he knew the answer. The ambassador gaped at him in stunned horror, and his mouth flapped like a fish with no sound coming out. The Raikage clenched his fists and gritted his teeth just as the feeble man finally spoke. It was after death. J.H. He choked out when the fourth Raikage moved with insane speed to grab him violently by his neck. The huge man loomed large over him, leaning in close with an angry snarl. You got him, fool. That was why they easily let this happen with only token resistance. That clan head had an identical twin that was branded and could have easily substituted with him. The clan head also has never been known to wear any type of hideate inside the village. And you signed the fucking paper confirming that this body is Hayashi Hyuga, not his twin. Now we can't even raise some uproar about this, else we look like the jackasses here, not them. You're the worst ambassador ever. He raged at the man shrinking in his grip with each word. He groaned in disgust at this man's cowardice and stupidity, before swinging the now former ambassador around to throw him out through one of the floor-to-ceiling window panes at the back of his office. It shattered with a thunderous crack and the mountain wind blew in harshly, blowing papers everywhere and ruffling eyes Reikage Haori. The large man grunted and spat out the window as he listened to the man's scream fading 20 stories down. A faint thud followed. He didn't care if the man survived or not as he sat down in the chair and leaned back with the wind buffering his tightly wound platinum blonde cornrows around, resignedly awaiting the bad news from the lab as he rubbed his temples in preparation for an incoming migraine. What he did not expect was a massive explosion shaking the entire building. It even shook him out of his chair. After the explosion died away, I immediately rose to his feet and gritted his teeth. He figured he could guess where exactly the epicenter was as he turned his lightning armor on with a shroud of crackling lightning covering his entire body. In the next instant, the office's door was obliterated into tiny pieces as the Reikage charged through, tearing up a gouge in the floor underneath him as he instantly flickered to the stairwell. Using a combination of amazing acrobatics and his armor's super speed, he bounded like a lightning down the 20 flights of stairs to the basement level. He made the basement door his next victim as he skidded to a stop upon arrival. He had just gone down 20 stories from his office to the basement in under 5 seconds total. It was chaos. Half the people were running around in panic and the other were running damage control with smoke, fire, body parts and broken equipment everywhere. An entire room in the center of the basement level had all of its walls blown out into other rooms. I then deactivated his lightning armor and glanced at a bruised and battered person sitting next to him on the floor who just became aware of the Reikage's arrival. What happened here? He asked with a neutral tone and his gaze was steady on the destruction, though he probably already knew. A very powerful time delay explosive tag, hidden on the Hyuga specimen. It was activated when he appeared, out of stasis from the scroll. The disheveled lab worker stammered in broken sentences as he tried to shake off his daze. The large man sighed heavily, totally exhausted with everything. He tried everything and still lost, yet he could not even bring himself to get angry with this. He brought this on himself by trying to deal a cheating hand. They just returned the same favor tenfold, and he was the one worse off in the end. He would bet the Hokage never knew of this. It was likely prepared by this Hyuga on his own. He might as well cut the losses now before it got silly between the two villages. The fourth Reikage of Kumagakure let out a defeated groan as he began helping the people in the basement level deal with the destruction. At least he had a very solid reason to tell the council to back the hell off about kidnapping more Kekkei Genkai holders. Back with Naruto and Hayashi. Naruto stared at the clan head unblinkingly with mouth agape and eyes wide open. The fox was very impressed, which was saying a lot. Hayashi's devious smirk had been replaced by a neutral grin, as if the last few minutes were forgotten. Hayashi-sama, if I may speak freely. Your brother was a vicious and evil bastard. Same goes for you too. Naruto muttered bluntly in awe. I did not get far in my political and shinobi career without some measure of trickery and backstabbing. I know better than anyone else that I am a vicious and evil bastard, and my brother deserved that description even more. Even in his death, he will remind them not to trifle with our clan again or they would pay a toll even heavier next time. Hayashi replied calmly as he continued to gaze over some more paperwork. Naruto had to let out a chuckle. Just how the hell did either of you get your hands on some demo-class explosive tags? Even a kid like me know they were very heavily restricted after the last war. He quizzed curiously. Hayashi just turned and stared at the boy in silence with a blank expression for a long moment, as if he was waiting for the young blonde to just get it. He did finally get it and gave a sheepish grin. Right, powerful political figure with friends in high place. Naruto pointed out the obvious with an embarrassed chuckle. They allowed a comfortable silence to settle in the study as Naruto went over what he learned for a minute. He finally decided it was getting late and he needed to get home. Hayashi-sama, I should get going. It's late. He was about to politely dismiss himself when the study's door slid open to reveal a very sleepy and wobbly Hinata in her light purple pajama outfit with some white frills. Everything fell silent as Hayashi stopped shifting his paperwork and observed his daughter with a blank expression while Naruto was surprised into silence by this sudden intrusion. Hinata looked somewhat out of it, shifting her gaze sleepily between her father and her new friend. There. You are. Naruto-kun. Don't just walk off like that. She grumbled tiredly, while glaring lightly at Naruto through half-lidded eyes. Before the boy could say anything, she stumbled up next to him and flopped down to lay her upper half across his lap. She then hugged the blonde tightly around his waist and one side of her head was fully pressed up against his chest. Naruto was shocked speechless by this sudden action. Stay. You're warm. She mumbled into his chest before falling asleep again with a cute snore as his heartbeat lulled her back to dreamland. He was stone still for a few long and uncomfortable minutes before he realized Hayashi wasn't making any attempt at admonishing or removing Hinata. He slowly glanced up to see her father had gone back to his paperwork like his daughter was not even there. Hayashi-sama, may I politely inquire about what you are doing? He strained to not let his irritation at Hayashi's feigned obliviousness show through. I am just going over the expenses reports for the entire clan. Only I can approve these or the clan would fall apart. What would they do without me? Hayashi murmured with such blatantly fake innocence. Naruto swore he saw a ghost of a smirk on his face just now. My apologies if I am interrupting your very busy schedule, Hayashi-sama. He was impressed with himself for almost keeping the sarcasm out of his tone. However, as you can see with your all-seeing eyes, okay, sarcasm is steeping in. One of your precious daughters is cuddling up tightly against me, and I can't move. The boy finished urgently, his cheeks red with embarrassment. I have noticed this, but thank you for pointing it out. However, I am very busy and cannot spare even a second. You will have to wake her if you wish to leave, or wait until I have finished and I can put her to bed then. Hayashi replied coolly without missing a beat. Naruto narrowed his blue eyes. He just knew Hayashi was smirking like a dastardly madman on the inside. He sighed in defeat, but he wasn't going to play the clan head's game. He would just wake Hinata, who was sleeping with a heart-wrenchingly adorable expression, then apologize for rousing her and leave. I should inform you my daughter is what one would call the antithesis of a morning person. She has been known to repeatedly use her gentle fist to fend off anyone from waking her up. Her caretaker and I can attest to that, Hayashi warned calmly as if he knew what his guest was thinking. Naruto stared quizzically down at Hinata's cute expression. How could she be so dangerous? He has to be bluffing. He decided to take a chance and tried to shake her shoulder just a slight bit. Before he knew it, there was a sharp whoosh and he stiffened and sweated comically as he now noted a small girl's hand, in a two-finger thrust, just an inch from his nose. The only thing that saved him was Hayashi effortlessly catching the hand by her wrist as if was nothing. Hinata's hand immediately went slack and slipped back to her body as Hayashi let go and went back to the papers with an amused smirk on his face. Naruto trembled and sweated at how close he came to getting a strike to his face, and this girl was now innocently cuddling up tighter against his chest. Okay, I've changed my mind. This girl is dangerous. I am afraid my hand might slip next time, so I strongly recommend you do not risk another chance. She seems to be very attached to her sleep this night, Uzumaki-san. Hayashi spoke in a very amused tone. This truly was an entertaining evening for him. Hyuga Hayashi, you truly are a vicious, evil, and sadistic bastard, was Naruto's sole thought as he sat stone still with this cute and dangerous girl curling up even more and tightening her grip around his waist. He decided he didn't want to risk another stray Tenketsu strike this day because these hurt like hell. I love this. Devious and ruthless. This might be a man after my own heart. Kurama exclaimed with a mock flutter of her eyelids and broke into laughter at her container's suffering. It was 2 hours before a very tired and nerve-wracked Naruto left the compound for his home, with the damn fox cackling at his luck the whole way. 2 days later in the Hokage's office, in the warm radiance of the rising sun breaking into a certain office this morning, Kano Hagakura's own third Hokage was found sitting behind his large and ornate desk. Now that things have settled down after his Ashi's unfortunate death, the grumbling old man was being forced to face his greatest enemy, the tall stacks of papers on the desk waiting for him to painstakingly go through. He was a little disappointed that he wasn't going to be reading his copy of the latest installment in his Students Ika series for a while longer. Before long, Hiruzen decided to give his sore writing hand a break and enjoy a mid-morning smoke. As he just got done preparing his long pipe with some new tobacco, the office's door banged open loudly to reveal one blue-eyed and whiskered blonde boy. Holding the pipe still halfway to his slightly open mouth, the old man's eyes followed the young boy's march into the office until he stood ramrod straight in front of the desk. Uzumaki Naruto had an uneasy expression on his face as he was clearly bothered by something. The Hokage, still holding his pipe, was wondering what was wrong when his surrogate grandson suddenly bowed deeply at the hips, surprising him quite a bit. Hokage Jiji, I'm sorry for what I said the other day. It wasn't fair to you, especially after I learned more about what happened. I finally understood this wasn't easy for you, and that you had no choice. He sincerely and regretfully spoke with his head still low. Hiruzen smiled gently as he put his pipe down. It's all right, Naruto-kun. I believe how you feel about this is truly the correct way in my own opinion. I constantly wish that I could protect every single person under my command, and make sure they all got back to their loved ones. He replied gently, before sighing woefully. Unfortunately, there are times where I must risk their lives on missions in order to protect the village as whole. Nothing would make me happier than to see every one of them return relatively unharmed from their missions, and that is the case most days. However, there are some days this did not happen, and that is the part of being a Hokage that I must accept. I don't like it, but it's what I must do in order to ensure the rest of this village's protection and safety. Even so, I shouldn't have said all of these awful things, Naruto insisted as he rose from his bow. The third waved his hand dismissively with a smile to show that there was nothing to forgive in the first place. Well, that's over with. Tell me, how is it going with you lately? I hear you've been attacked by a wayward Hyuga the other day. The old man changed subjects, hoping to prolong his reprieve from the paperwork. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He wasn't sure anyone else other than Hayashi saw that incident, and he was confident the clan head wasn't the type to just go tell anyone about a troublemaking relative. He figured it was those two ANBU guarding him that recounted the scene to this man. Boy, care to tell me why my followers didn't jump in when Neji beat my ass to within an inch of my life? He was about to strike a fatal blow, too. He asked bluntly in an irritated tone. The Hokage had to cough violently after he took a surprised intake of breath at this revelation. I'm sorry about that, but they noticed Hayashi-san coming, so they decided to stay back and let the scene play out. He finally admitted after coughing a few times, before putting on a curious expression. But how did you know they were there? You never gave any indication of noticing them up until now. Naruto shrugged and just pointed at his nose, then his right ear. I can smell them, and I fall asleep to the sound of their heartbeats nearly every night. I noticed them a year ago or so, he stated matter-of-factly, and the old man was shocked to hear this. Even an Inuzuka would be hard-pressed to sniff out the hidden ANBU. The blonde then smirked. My senses became even better since that night with my tenant, though. Like for example, he turned to point at a spot by the giant bookcase near the office's door. I could smell that guy over there had bacon and eggs for breakfast. He paused to sniff once. Coffee too. Black, I'm guessing. He then turned to point at the office's lone sofa in the back corner. That guy is pretty much dipped in sword cleaning oil. I guess he just likes swords a lot, he deduced before finally turning back to the Hokage and pointed up above at the tiled ceiling. That woman up there used some very fruity-smelling shampoo. I guess she thought we're in a tropical area, but I sure as hell don't see any fruit trees around to cover up the smell. He finished. The Hokage sat there, feeling a little dumbstruck and impressed. For a brief moment, he believed this young boy would grow up to be a truly dangerous shinobi. Before the apparently male ANBU in the ceiling hopped down to appear at the Hokage's side and cleared his throat. It was clear Naruto mistook him for a woman, and the boy let out a sheepish grin. Sorry, Boar-san, I thought you were a woman with that shampoo. No offense, sir. He inclined his head slightly. The boar-masked ANBU just shrugged his shoulders and mumbled something about had to use my girlfriend's shampoo before disappearing back into the ceiling. I put a cube of sugar in my black coffee. A man's voice corrected from the hidden spot by the bookshelf. Naruto flinched and turned his head toward the voice. Who uses just one cube? Even I know you put in at least 2 cubes to even notice any change in the taste, and I don't drink coffee yet. He defended. The Hokage gave a brief "it is kinda true" nod with a half shrug at this statement. I'm a woman. A feminine voice called out from the sofa, sounding clearly amused. Naruto comically twirled his head toward the sofa in shock before sighing. Give me a break. It's not like I've learned to tell the differences between men and women by smell yet. Hiruzen, having watched all of this, shook his head in amusement. Well, this boy will at least be dangerous in the future with more practice, I suppose. The humor was short-lived when he heard something very uncomfortable. Oh, you should clean your sword better since I can also smell blood all over you. You must have been fighting someone recently, Naruto innocently offered. The air in the room quickly chilled and cracked as the other men kept stone still, not wanting to make the slightest amount of noise. Even breathing. They all knew she hadn't drawn blood from anyone for days. Naruto just cocked his head at the suddenly tense atmosphere. Restroom break. A panicked female voice cried out before a whoosh of air was heard, signifying the unfortunate woman's departure from the office. What the heck just happened? The child inquired as he gazed confusedly at the profusely sweating Hokage. He didn't want to answer that and tried to shrug it off, acting as clueless as the blonde boy. It seemed to work when the boy returned the shrug and apparently moved on to another subject in his mind. The men in the room and a certain fox let out a silent sigh of relief. They definitely did not want to be the ones to tell a naive young child about the messy facts of life just yet. Taking a moment to clear his throat after that awkward situation, the aged leader spoke up again. So you didn't answer my question earlier. Is everything okay? Are you doing well with the training so far? He pressed a little, and Naruto smiled broadly. I'm doing great. I'm getting along with Hinata-chan and her dad. They're pretty nice once you get past the stoicism, or in Hinata-chan's case, her shyness. As for the training, the fox is working me hard and fixing up my body. See, he reported as he rolled up one of his t-shirt sleeves and flexed his bicep, which was already showing some significant improvement from just a week ago. The Hokage nodded in approval. I'm glad to see you're working hard, and I hope you will continue to get along with the Hyugas. They will be very important allies if you remain friends with them, he advised. The blonde nodded in response. I know it's important, but I want real friends. I'm not going to do this just to get favors, he declared. He didn't want to be thought of trying to get on anyone's good side for his own sake. That's an excellent principle to follow. I am sure all of your friends will appreciate this, nodded the third. Naruto returned the nod with a wide grin and turned to leave. Well, I guess that's all I got to say. The fox is grumbling for me to get back to exercising already, so I'll be going, Hokage Jiji. He waved over his shoulder before exiting. The Hokage smiled and said about getting back to the paperwork when he noticed a difference. Did this stack of papers just increase in size when I wasn't looking? He grumbled, directing a nasty glare at the stack that would have set it on fire if it were possible. A sweat drop formed in the air over by the bookshelf. No, Hokage-sama, it's just your imagination, I think. The invisible ANBU's voice replied without any conviction. Hiruzen sighed wearily and grumbled for a moment with a small smirk, thinking a certain blonde did something. This only lasted until he felt something change in the atmosphere, and his eyes narrowed. He quickly waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. Please step out for a moment. It seems I will be having a rather shy visitor soon. The ANBU quickly obeyed and their presences vanished, all trace of the previous humor gone. After a long moment's silence, the third steepled his hands on the desk as he calmly watched a murder of crows suddenly come into existence out of thin air, and flapped around the office for a few seconds, before they all converged toward one spot in front of his desk. With a sharp caw, the crows then melded together into a young raven-haired human male already down on one knee with his head bowed slightly in salutation. His face was the epitome of stoicism. Report. The powerful god of shinobi rumbled with his suddenly ruthless and steely dark eyes locking with a pair of sinister red eyes that displayed 3 black tomos in each iris. Hokage-sama, I bear unfortunate news. The man began in a calm and collected voice. Just outside, a blond boy was snickering mischievously as he went down the tower stairs. How's that for a quick prank? I managed to sneak in an extra stack of papers when the old man wasn't looking. I would have loved to see the look on his face when he notices they were all requests from random villagers for my face to be engraved into the Hokage monument. Naruto thought while Kurama was chuckling deeply in his head. Not bad, boy. It's not the greatest, but it's good enough. Let's get back to your exercises. The fox ordered as her container began stretching at the bottom of the stairs. Hey, Kurama. I was just thinking on what happened with Hokage Gigi and that woman in the office. Did I say something wrong? He inquired of his tenant who was now sweating nervously and silently cursing his naive curiosity. It's probably nothing. Anyway, your body's not going to get any stronger as long as you're standing here thinking about useless things. Let's go, she urged, hoping he would forget about this subject soon enough. Puzzled, Naruto just shrugged and got on the streets to finish jogging, wondering why adults acted so strange sometimes. Soon in a certain apartment, Aashi Anko, a 15-year-old kunoichi who was just promoted to chunin, groggily rubbed the sleep out of her eyes with a loud yawn, before she then stretched her entire body in her bed with a contented groan. She was happy she usually drew the night shifts in most of her duties, since she definitely wasn't a morning person at all. After stretching, she slowly got out from under the blanket, revealing a nearly nude body and only a pair of white and purple striped panties. She didn't pay this any mind since it was her preference to sleep that way. She moved over to the closet in her sparsely decorated bedroom. The only personal touches in her room were the 2 framed photos on the nightstand by the bed. One photo was of Anko getting congratulations and hugs from one of her few friends, Yuhai Kurenai, when she was promoted to chunin a few months ago. The other photo was a simple one of her smiling genuinely, which was a rarity for her these days, next to her equally smiling surrogate sister and roommate. The young purple-haired teen finished getting dressed for the day when she put on a tight white t-shirt with a random logo on the front and a black miniskirt. The shirt did little to hide her still growing breasts, which were a very impressive size for her age. She finished the outfit off with getting her long purple hair done up in the usual fan ponytail style, and putting the Hide on under her long bangs that almost completely hid it from view. She then moved into the kitchen to quickly eat a breakfast of toast and oatmeal. Afterward, she flopped down on her stomach on the living room couch with a heavy sigh and let her mind wander for a while. It was 3 years ago when she was rescued from that dank abandoned lab. She still hadn't recovered any of the memories she lost during the 3 years she was supposedly with her old sensei, Orochimaru. Not even the top mind arts user, the Yamanaka clan head Inoichi, was able to help her find any trace of those memories. Afterward, the unfortunate young woman was left to deal with picking up pieces of her life, made difficult by the combination of suddenly skipping 3 years, at least in her mind, into a developing teenage girl's body, and the stigma of having been an apprentice to the village's most hated traitor. Her first experience with that stigma was the continued disgruntlement of the male ANBU escorting her from that abandoned lab to Konoha. Although he did keep silent under strict orders from the other ANBU escort, she easily felt him staring at her with murder and disgust in his eyes. It grew worse when she arrived in the village and news spread that an ex-apprentice of the traitor Orochimaru was in custody. By the time she reached the torture and intelligence building, villagers and shinobi were already lining the path screaming insults and throwing debris at her. It took a massive dose of killing intent from the female ANBU escort to finally scare the crowd away. The interrogation was relatively tame because it was already verified by Inoichi that Anko truly did lose her memories and was telling the truth that she had no intention of betraying the village along with her ex-sensei. Yet, this did not keep Morino Ibiki, the head of interrogation, from asking her truly invasive and personal questions. The only good thing from that miserable day was the Hokage himself dropping by and assuring her that he did believe her wholeheartedly, and that if she still wished to enter the shinobi force, she was allowed to do so. That put him number 2 on her list, right behind the female ANBU who rescued her and comforted her on the way back to Konoha. After being allowed out of questioning, she was escorted to an apartment by the same female ANBU that saved her. Upon arriving, the young teen was surprised to find Nico removing her mask, revealing a beautiful and mature-looking young woman with slatted chocolate brown eyes. Flashback. Anko was rather bewildered by the female ANBU inexplicitly taking her cat mask off in the middle of the living room of the apartment that she was taken to. Why, Nico-san, The young preteen managed to blurt out upon seeing her savior's beautiful face framed by long purple hair that seemed just a bit more vibrant in its shine than her own. She swore they shared family blood considering just how similar they looked. I go by that name when I'm working. Whenever I'm not wearing the mask, you may call me Hyuga. Yuzuki Hyuga. The revealed woman smiled gently as she introduced herself. Okay, Hyuga-sen ... but why did you just reveal yourself? Anko could not get it in her head that someone was actually nice to her after the last few days of dealing with nothing but anger and misery. It makes sense for me to officially introduce myself as your new roommate, Anko-chan. I studied your file and I noticed you have no relative to stay with anywhere near here. Considering how the past few days went since you entered this village, I feel you could use someone to help you through this horrible time. I also hope we will come to be good friends someday as well. Hyuga offered sincerely. This stunned Anko into silence as she stared at her new roommate wide-eyed for a few long minutes. The 16-year-old ANBU shifted uncomfortably under the stare. Perhaps she was wrong about Anko wanting someone to help her. She almost didn't hear the younger teen's response in her growing internal panic. Think ... you. Anko barely whispered as she shuffled over to the older woman, her arms spreading out slowly. As she got closer, tears were beginning to stream down her cheeks like waterfalls. When she finally clutched her new roommate into a crushing hug, she released a loud wail of misery and anguish. The dam finally broke wide open for one Mitarashi Anko as she just let out all the negative emotions she held in over the last few days of hell. Hyuga had to hold in a sniffle as she hugged her now proclaimed little sister back tightly. Her hand then instinctively began raking through the young girl's purple hair gently as Anko continued to sob and wail into her savior's chest for what seemed like eternity. In flashback, that was the last time Anko allowed herself to cry that much. She swore to herself that day that no matter how shitty her life got, she'd never let Orochimaru win by taking the easy way out. She would go out fighting, never letting being tainted get her down, but it was hard to avoid thinking differently many days. Things never got easy for her after that day, even with Hyuga's constant support. Countless nights since then were interrupted by extreme pain radiating from the curse mark that Snake Bastard left on her neck, and the horrific nightmares it caused as well. When she enlisted as a genin, her teammates and sensei never let her live down the fact that she was associated with a traitor and was mocked constantly. It was a miserable 2 years for her, even though she was clearly superior in skills to her teammates and even matched the Jounin sensei in some aspects. Things got a little better when she met Yuhai Kurenai from another team. The beautiful raven-haired young woman did not immediately judge her, and they clicked as friends quickly. Kurenai, along with Hyuga, did help alleviate some of the pain and misery the young genin felt at the hands of her team. It was only because of these two that she managed to remain sane long enough with her team. Her break finally came when they were nominated for their Chunin exams because her two worthless teammates finally garnered enough meager skills for their arrogant Jounin sensei to actually consider them ready. With nothing but pure luck and strategy, she pretty much single-handedly pulled her team into the finals. She was the only one out of 3 to have earned the Chunin rank, thanks to the fact the exam was in Iwagakure and the judges there weren't biased against her past association with Orochimaru. Even then, her own people were going to block her promotion based on drummed-up charges by her former team that she sabotaged her two teammates somehow. It was only when the Hokage angrily stepped in that Anko was assured of moving up. That endeared him to her even more, and she would only obey him completely out of anyone in this entire military force. It still occasionally took him ordering her to listen to her superiors before she would do her assigned duties properly. Things got a little better for her as a Chunin, at least. She still had to deal with her squad mates' prejudice, but it was more manageable for her since it wasn't as personal as it was with her former genin teammates, who still have yet to get promoted last time she heard. The fact that she switched squads often helped to keep anything from going too far. Her life in the village became more manageable as well. The villagers' hatred for her did not disappear, but they were a lot less intense than when she first returned to the village from her rescue. Right now, she merely got open glares and hateful mutterings from everyone, and disgusting leers from some men. She may have been associated with a traitor, but it did not stop men from thinking she was beautiful, especially with her being an early bloomer. They just automatically decided she was easy because of Orochimaru. She proved them wrong by introducing her foot to their balls. It still didn't stop them from coming back more aggressively, however. She ended up having to be harsher. Some of these times still had her snickering to this day, since they usually ended up with her standing before the Hokage for a reprimand on sending her snakes where the sun definitely did not shine. She swore to herself she'd make it to Jounin quickly. That would allow her to work more solo missions and take command of squads so she could at least keep the prejudiced fools in line. It also would give her a measure of deterrence against most of the village's male population because of how dangerous the rank would have signified her skill level to be. Anko was jolted out of her thoughts by the front door banging open. She glanced up to see her older roommate, 19-year-old Hyuga, stumbling into the apartment as if she had been turned into a zombie. The off-duty ANBU slowly unlatched her sword from her back and removed her mask with a disgruntled growl. She then tossed them onto a chair rather carelessly. At this point, Anko noticed her surrogate sister's downcast expression as the older woman unceremoniously flopped onto a chair at the dining table with her head burrowing into her arms with a groan. "Something happened today, Hyuga-ni. I thought you got the easy shift this time with guarding the old man," she carefully inquired as she sat herself upright on the sofa, a little worried if something happened to the third. "I did get the easy shift. I even got the comfortable spot on the sofa today. All I had to do for the entire morning was to just sit there and be invisible," Hyuga mumbled as she raised her head from her arms, her face still downcast and blushing with embarrassment. "So, something clearly happened. So it came early," Hyuga vaguely said, expecting her roommate to get the meaning. Anko had to wince in sympathy. It took her a long time to get used to the idea of a girl's body suddenly bleeding and cramping up painfully once every month. That was one of the most jarring effects of her suddenly transitioning from her 9-year-old self to a 12-year-old preteen already beginning puberty when she lost her 3 years of memories. This got her very embarrassing conversations with her surrogate sister about periods, puberty, and sex for many weeks afterward. Not to mention the awkward visits to a specialized medic ninjas for checking on her reproductive health. She only just had gotten used to the idea of becoming a woman recently. Ouch, lose your favorite pair, she wondered, expecting this reason to be why Hyuga was depressed. It was not like anyone was going to be able to tell with her dark-colored ANBU-style pants. No, that's probably the only good thing from this. I didn't lose any pair because I was told just when it began, the older woman vaguely said, still looking depressed. "Oh, I guess that's fine. Wait, what did you say?" "You were told." Anko's eyebrows shot up in amazed incredulity. "Yes, Anko-chan, I was told that I just started my period." Hyuga was now trembling. By this 8-year-old blonde boy with a better sense of smell than the entire Inuzuka clan. Right there, in the goddamn Hokage's office, with the freaking Hokage and 2 of my comrades within earshot in the same fucking room. She cried out pitifully before slamming her head back into her arms on the table. "So now 3 people aside from Hey-kun know my cycle," she mumbled dully from her arms before perking back up with an irritated expression. "If Hokage-sama assigns me easy missions this time next month out of concern for me, I'm going to stab him repeatedly with my sword, I swear to Kami," the purple-haired ANBU growled. Despite her roommate's misery, Anko had to stifle a chuckle. It wasn't like the usually composed Hyuga to go off the handle. "So how did the brat look after you've sliced him into pieces for his offense?" she teased. Hyuga raised an eyebrow at her roommate's assumption that she would do something like that. "I didn't do anything to him. Besides, he had no idea what he was saying. He thought I was fighting someone and suggested I clean up because he smelled the blood," she grumbled with a shudder at the last word. Anko winced, wondering just how that particular and perfectly natural body function smelled to any sensitive nose. "He's an adorable and naive little boy with those whisker marks on his cheeks and beautiful blue eyes. I could never stay mad at him even if I tried," she admitted with a small smile before sighing dejectedly. "I'll be okay. I'll probably forget about all this after a week. It just was embarrassing today, that's all." Anko raised an eyebrow at her surrogate sister's impression of the boy. Hyuga generally didn't care for kids because she considered them brats and did not intend to have any kid of her own for a long time. If she ever got around to it, that is. This kid must have been someone special to endear himself to Hyuga rather easily. Who's this kid then? Must have been super skilled or high-class VIP if he can just barge into the old man's office, she asked offhandedly. Hyuga smiled at her roommate's curiosity. "No, just a kid that Hokage-sama considers to be his surrogate grandson. His name's Uzumaki Naruto, and I can tell he will grow up to be a very interesting, and probably amazing, shinobi. It's almost too bad he's not close to your age. At least for the time being. You two would get along great when he becomes older and more mature. Hell, despite his naivety, he's mature beyond his age," Hyuga sadly said, knowing exactly the reason why he had to grow up so quickly. "Really? What kind of history did he have?" Anko inquired, but her roommate shook her head soberly. "Sorry, Anko-chan. I trust you, but that's a S-class secret that only Jounin and ANBU are allowed to know. You'll just have to hurry up and get promoted to understand everything about Naruto," she replied mysteriously. Even though Anko had on an impatient scowl, she just shrugged this off and got up to put on her black kunoichi sandals. "Sorry to hear about your morning, Hyuga-ni. I'll leave you alone to wallow in your humiliation while I go out to kill time," she declared with a teasing grin. Hyuga just stuck her tongue out at her roommate before returning her head to rest on the table with a groan. Anko chortled briefly as she stepped out the front door. Naruto on a random street in the village. Naruto was panting heavily as he continued to run at a quick pace up the street. He was already used to the open glares from the people on the street, so they didn't even register. However, with his superior hearing, he could hardly ignore the whispering about the demon brat. Some of the things he heard almost made him stumble over in exasperation at their idiocy, like how he was training to get stronger so he could destroy the village. That they were somewhat cowering while muttering that they needed to hurry up and kill him quickly almost made him laugh. However, he was encouraged to hear some positive comments from some of the younger people, like how he saved the Hyuga heiress and would a demon have done that. They also began to notice how he still remained cordial to them despite being openly shunned. He had to smile. Hearing just one of these positive comments made it worth hearing 1,000 insults from the others. He was so distracted by his happy thoughts that he did not notice someone standing in his way. He slammed into the person's leg hard and bounced back onto his back on the hard ground with a pained grunt. Before he could apologize, a large man's hand suddenly grabbed onto the boy's collar and lifted him up harshly. Naruto let out a yelp of discomfort and opened his eyes to stare into the hateful glare of a large male villager. Naruto knew this man as one of those villagers that were most vocal and aggressive against his continued existence. "How dare you try to hurt me, you damn demon brat," the man hissed harshly. The boy knew he was in for it, but he had to try to calm the man down. He put both hands up in a placating gesture. "I'm sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. I was just jogging," he tried to say calmly. The man just shook the boy hard for a few seconds. "Don't think you can trick me with that nice act. I know you're secretly training to destroy this village in the future. Well, I'm going to do everyone here a favor and put an end to that right now," the man declared to the other villagers gathering around him as he drew out a long knife from his belt. The villagers gasped and some of them cheered. "I'm going to make you suffer," the man whispered darkly as he moved the tip of the knife to the blonde's face. Naruto had no choice but to close his eyes with gritted teeth and just hope that Kurama, who was already roaring angrily at the man in his head, would help him survive this until someone interfered. He was still too weak to even defend himself against a villager. However, he never had the chance to test his quick recovery ability once again as he heard a yelp of pain and he was suddenly dropped. Landing hard on his butt, he cried out at this sudden action as he opened his eyes. He was surprised to see a beautiful purple-haired teenage girl with pupil-less light brown eyes gripping the large man's knife hand in place as if it was nothing. Aashi Anko glared harshly up at the nervous man, who stared at the young girl fearfully before his face began to grimace in pain as the girl tightened her grip on the man's hand. Naruto could hear the slight cracking of bones in the man's hand for a second until he heard a cry of pain. At the sound, the young girl finally let go and the man stumbled back clumsily, dropping the knife in the process. Clutching at the fractured hand with a pained grimace, the man glared balefully at the purple-haired girl. You fucking bitch. Of course a traitor's whore would protect the demon brat," the man spat out, only to wilt under Anko's glare and her rather impressive killing intent. "You'd better get it into your idiotic brain if you know what's good for you, and the same goes for all of you." Anko swept her arm out to indicate the other villagers surrounding them. "I'm a Kunoichi of this village and my job is to do what I think need to be done to keep the peace and protect its people. I just saw a cute little boy being harassed and about to be cut up by a pathetic retard that seemed to think he was out to destroy the entire village." The purple-haired girl laughed mirthlessly for a few seconds before pointing at the large man. "You'd have been more of a danger to this village than this boy could ever be if stupidity is actually contagious. In fact, I should probably lock you up anyway for public safety." She spoke with a malicious grin that sent shivers down everyone's spines. After a moment of holding that expression, she then let out a suffering sigh. "I really don't need to deal with this crap, so get the hell out of here before I set my snakes on you. And that goes for all of you too." She raged while sending her killing intent everywhere, terrifying everyone around her. In the next instant, it was just the blonde boy and her alone on the street. "Whoa," Naruto muttered in amazement. The teenage girl turned around and gave a silly victory hand gesture before bending down to offer her hand for the blonde to grab onto. The boy gladly took the proffered hand. "Thanks, one-san. You saved me," he said gratefully upon getting to his feet. Anko could only grin cockily and rubbed a finger under her nose. "It's no biggie. I don't know why they'd think you're going to destroy the village. You're pretty cute, especially with those whiskers," she teased as she bent over to pinch and stretch one of the boy's cheeks. Naruto could only cry out in indignity as he swatted the hand away. The girl then narrowed her eyes as if she realized something. "Wait a minute. Blonde, whiskers, and gorgeous blue eyes ... Are you Uzumaki Naruto?" she suddenly asked. Naruto flinched in surprise. "Why yeah, I am. How did you know that, one-san?" The boy cocked his head in confusion. "I heard it from a little purple cat." "Did you know you embarrassed a young woman this morning, Gaki?" Anko pointed out, and then smirked upon seeing the blonde looking seriously affronted. "No way. I didn't do anything to any woman on purpose." The boy huffed with crossed arms, thinking someone else out there was slandering his good name. "Nah, it's all right. You didn't realize. However, I have a piece of advice for you, and it's very imperative you listen to this, Gaki." Anko leaned in to speak in a low voice. Naruto, putting on a curious fox-like expression, brought one of his ears in close. "Gaki, I hear you have that great sense of smell ... and it's pretty useful, I'm sure. However, in the future, if you ever smell any kind of blood on a woman and she doesn't look like she's bleeding from anywhere visible ... it's probably very important for your sake that you do not bring it up with her out of nowhere, especially with people around." The teen whispered vaguely, confusing the boy even more. "Something like that happened this morning, but I don't understand, one-san. If I smell blood, that means someone's hurt and bleeding, right?" Naruto tried to press for clarification. The older girl quickly shushed him. "In a way, you might be right about us occasionally hurting. However, it's extremely personal for all women. I'm doing you a huge favor by asking you to just ignore that scent and don't ever mention it. Don't even think about it. You were lucky the woman this morning didn't cut you up out of anger," the girl warned sternly with a serious expression. Naruto cocked his head with squinted fox-like eyes in bewilderment. "Hyuga on he's right ... he is so adorable," she squealed in her mind. "Even though I'm now smelling it mixed with snakes on you, one-san." The blonde innocently dropped the bombshell. A cold chill went down Anko's spine as her pupils shrank in shock. She didn't even note the fact he smelled snakes on her as well. "Excuse me for a moment. And stay here, Gaki," she mechanically spoke as she straightened up and walked awkwardly into a nearby alley to hide herself from anyone's sight. A long moment of silence followed for the very confused young boy before an enraged yell exploded from the alley, scaring him into falling on his backside again. God fucking damn it, these were my favorite. Naruto was trembling with wide eyes at the girl's sudden temper. Another long moment of silence followed before he saw the teenage girl emerge from the alley, her eyes closed and cheeks bright red with embarrassment. Anko purposely walked right up to the boy and bent down at her hips, looming dangerously over the terrified boy. "Yes, Gaki. Don't even mention it to me from now on whenever we meet again in the future," she slowly ground out with one of her eyes twitching and her cheeks still bright red. "Oh okay, I won't say anything about this to any woman ever, one-san," Naruto promised frantically. He wondered what the hell was going on, but if this was a big deal for women, he decided he should leave this to them from now on. He had a feeling he'd be better off this way anyway. "Very good. Now, I want to go home, change, and get some dango, so I'll see you around the village once in a while, okay?" Anko chirped in fake cheerfulness with a strained smile before turning around to walk off, dejectedly waving goodbye over her shoulder. Naruto, even though he was still confused, waved back anyway. "Okay, this is too much trouble for me. I'm never going to bring that up with any girl from now on." He sighed as he thought this to his tenant. "Good, because that would save your life, and mine by proxy, from enraged and irrational human females." The fox replied with clear relief, glad this subject was closed for good, at least for a few more years. The naive young boy shrugged before he began stretching his legs a bit to continue his run. Some weeks later in Naruto's apartment, Naruto entered his apartment, still lightly panting from his latest round of exercises. 20 laps around the village with 3 sets of 100 crunches, sit-ups, and squats every 4 laps. He then ended it all with 4 sets of 20 pull-ups and 10 100 meters dashes to get his blood really pumping before cooling down on his walk home. "Wow, I keep saying this, but you really work fast. I know I'd have died if I did all of that just 2 weeks ago." Naruto spoke internally as he poked at some of the hardening muscles on his body. "I'd be lying if I said I expected you to reach this point already. At this rate, I might be finished bringing your body up to appropriate levels in just a couple weeks, much earlier than I anticipated," Kurama admitted. She wondered if it was the elite blood of those 2 clans in him that allowed him to adapt and mold his body so quickly for anything. "In any case, this amount of exercising is more than enough to get you into shape quickly, so we'll keep the routine the same until we move on to the next level of your training," she suggested. Naruto nodded as he took his sweat-drenched t-shirt off and began preparing some lunch. This time it was a sub-sandwich packed with meat and vegetables to give him plenty of protein and nutrition. While the boy was eating, Kurama was deep in her thoughts about how best to reveal some important information to her container. She knew he wasn't going to be happy, but she felt it needed to be done. Just as the young blonde finished his delicious lunch, he heard a somehow timid-sounding knocking at the front door. Naruto frowned in confusion since he wasn't expecting any guest. He went up to the door to open it slowly and then smiled broadly. "Hinata-chan, how are you? What are you doing here?" He greeted cheerfully to a cute indigo-haired girl standing stock-still in a purple kimono. She was holding a small and cute pink drawstring purse that had a white floral pattern. Her lavender eyes were wide open in shock because she was seeing her young friend standing in front of her totally shirtless. Her cheeks quickly became inflamed with embarrassment. She had never seen any male, even her father, topless or beyond. For some reason, she thought Naruto looked fantastic with his developing muscles. One would hardly think the young blonde's body looked like a normal 8-year-old boy's. She had to turn away from the confused boy lest she'd have fainted from shock and embarrassment. "Oh no, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, baby, but see, could you put a shirt on, please?" The girl stuttered worse than ever at this moment, though she felt somewhat disappointed at having to ask him to do this. The boy cocked his head and squinted fox-like in confusion, and then glanced down before snapping his head up with his blue eyes wide in surprise. He then quickly retreated back into the apartment. After a moment of awkward waiting for the young Hyuga, Naruto finally came back with a clean shirt on and an embarrassed smile. Sorry, that was rude of me, Hinata-chan. I forgot I took it off when I got back from my morning routine. Anyway, how are you? How did you find your way here?" he asked sheepishly of his new guest. Hinata fidgeted nervously and began poking her 2 index fingers together. "I apologize for coming here you unannounced. But after that terrible event the other D-Day and we haven't heard from you since beforehand, I wanted to check if why you were all right. I asked Father to allow me to visit you, and he approved. He then had one of our G-guards escort me here. He's outside," she explained haltingly. Naruto was not too surprised that a powerful man like Hayashi knew his address. And it wasn't like the demon brat's address was a secret in the village anyway. He wondered about the terrible event though. "Does this event have something to do with the Uchiha massacre I heard about?" he deduced. Hinata responded with a quick nod of her head. "Yes, it's terrible how it just happened out of nowhere, and Uchiha Itachi left only one boy our age alive. Why, you live only a short distance from the Uchiha district, and I was worried." She trailed off, her cheek growing red again. Naruto smiled gently at his new friend's caring nature. As you can see, Hinata-chan, I'm alright. How about this ... let's go for a quick walk. I want to check out the district, if that's okay with you, he suggested. Hinata put on a small smile and nodded slightly, happy to be doing something with her new friend. The blonde quickly slipped his sandals on before closing the door. Alright, let's get going, he declared, but not before turning to a seemingly empty space next to the door and inclined his head slightly. Good work, Anbu-san, he chirped cheekily, and Hinata followed suit and bowed to a different spot on the other side of the door. Oh no, please take care of us, Anbu-san. She spoke very politely, not even registering the fact that there were two Anbu guarding Naruto for some reason. 2 huge sweat drops formed in the air out of nowhere as the 2 children walked down the stairs out of the building. Those fucking nose and eyes ... how can we even hide from them at all, Sparrow? Grumbled a male voice in the spot, to which Naruto acknowledged. At least the brats aren't making it difficult for us, Lizard. Another voice, this one female, muttered dejectedly as the 2 masked Anbu appeared out of thin air and jumped to the rooftops, preparing to follow their charge. Back on the streets with the children, they were walking shoulder by shoulder toward the Uchiha district as a Hyuga escort followed a fair distance behind them, keeping his pale eyes moving around for any sign of trouble. The escort also discreetly nodded his head at the 2 Anbu he saw with his Byakugan up on the roof. They returned the gesture. Hinata could tell something was wrong. She noticed nasty glares directed at her ... and only at the blonde next to her. This confused her greatly. Did he do something to upset the village with a prank gone too far? Even as she thought that, she knew that wasn't the case. She could tell the glares of disgust and hatred she saw from the villagers went far beyond that. Growing angry at this blatant lack of respect toward her friend, she glanced at the blonde next to her, expecting him to be bothered by the glares and returning them defiantly. Much to her surprise, he wasn't doing anything. He was being deliberately oblivious to this treatment, and she wondered why her usually straightforward and brave friend was letting this pass by without raising a stink. She could only deduce that those villagers had been doing this for so long that he simply had grown used to this, and it now became a habit to ignore all this. How can this be? Why would a kind person like Naruto-kun get this kind of treatment? She thought in despair for her friend. Naruto, as if reading her mind, turned his head toward her and shot her an assuring smile. Don't worry, Hinata-chan. They're just being petty and pissed about something I had no control over a long time ago, he explained calmly, with that smile still on his face. The Hyuga heiress could tell it was forced for her sake. She wouldn't even return the smile as she glared down at the ground. Naruto-kun ... Can you tell? Her question was interrupted by her friend's loud voice. Alright, we're here, he quickly declared as he sped off toward an unique-looking gate allowing access to a certain part of Konoha. Hinata sighed in defeat. She knew that he interrupted on purpose just now, and decided she would have to wait on that question for later. She caught up with the blonde who was staring in through a large closed iron gate into the Uchiha district. The entire area in front of the 2 children was eerily quiet, and it definitely didn't feel right. A place large should at least have had loud noises and countless signs of busy activity at this time of the day. Right now, there was absolutely nothing that told these 2 children that an entire clan was even living here before the terrible event. The empty streets and buildings were sparkling clean, as if they had to be scrubbed down for a reason. The 2 children had to swallow at the implication of that notion. I see you 2 have decided to satisfy your curiosity about the tragic event here. A calm voice spoke up smoothly from behind Naruto and Hinata. They twirled around to face Hyuga Hayashi gazing down at them in his usual clan head's robes. Father. Hinata jumped at the sight of her father. Hayashi-sama, what brings you this way on this day? Naruto bowed slightly. Hayashi returned the polite bow. I was walking this way toward home from a meeting with Hokage-sama. I happened to see you, and decided I would collect my daughter for the trip home. Hayashi spoke with a nod to the Hyuga escort, allowing the man to leave on his own for the clan compound, now relieved by the clan head. Father. Hinata trailed off sadly at her father's implication that she was to go home with him soon. Naruto smiled and scratched the back of his head. Don't worry, Hinata-chan. I was going to have you go home after this. I have something I need to do today, he assured. Hinata could only nod in disappointment. But man ... this is really weird. I wasn't particularly liked by the Uchiha clan, but it's just strange to see an entire district with absolutely no life in it all of a sudden. Naruto murmured to no one in particular as he turned back to face the blocked gate. I wonder if it could have been avoided, Hayashi mysteriously whispered, and the blonde caught that. Hayashi-sama, my apologies, but I should not speak ill of the dead, even though my clan and the Uchiha clan were rivals up until recently, the clan head said carefully. Naruto nodded his head, respecting the man's desire to not speak any more of this. I am afraid my daughter and I will need to take our leave. I hope to see you soon again before long, Uzumaki-san. Hayashi and Hinata bowed their goodbyes before heading off toward the compound, leaving behind a waving Naruto. Alright, Kurama, they're gone. Why do you want me to ditch Hinata-chan all of a sudden? Naruto quizzed his tenant. Because there's something we need to discuss and I'd rather that child don't get in the way of that. The demon fox replied bluntly. Sounds pretty serious. Naruto thought offhandedly as he continued to stare into the empty district. Oi, fox ... how do you feel about this? I know you got some strife against people with these Sharingan. He wondered, and Kurama let out a scoff. They had it coming. This clan was cursed, destined to be exterminated one day. It was only just a matter of when since the very first day the clan formed. It was rare to see any Uchiha that is different from the two main types I've observed. The first type are the ones that grew arrogant and complacent with their eyes, and relied on them so much they easily got killed in battle early in their lives. The other type desire power so much they would do anything possible to gain an upper hand. I'd keep an eye on that Uchiha brat who survived this. I'd bet he will look for power anywhere possible for revenge against the one who did this, and he might not hesitate to get rid of those that get in his way. The fox warned, and Naruto nodded his head soberly. Let's go. I'm done looking at this disgusting reminder of that accursed clan. We need to get to the training field the old fart gave us, she finished dismissively. Her host nodded in the affirmative before making his way toward Konoha's training fields. Hayashi and Hinata heading home. Father, Hinata quietly called out, catching her father's attention. Hayashi slightly turned his head to imply he was listening as they continued their walk. When I was walking with Naruto-kun, I have discovered that he deals with looks of hate and disgust from the villagers all around us. They look similar to what I am getting in the compound. Only it was much worse for Naruto-kun. I cannot believe he is someone that has done something to deserve the entire village hating him so much. Am I wrong? Hinata spoke seriously, all traces of her stuttering and low confidence gone. She was gazing up at her father with quiet anger in her pale eyes for the villagers. Hayashi had to admit inwardly he was growing prouder of his daughter with each passing day. I have said once before that this is Uzumaki-san's secret to tell you, but I shall assure you now that it was not his fault. Do not fret too much for that child because he is much stronger than you realize. He is going out to prove to the entire village that he is not the person they think him to be. Just like you are trying to prove to our clan that you deserve to be considered for the position of the clan head in the future. He spoke evenly as they approached the compound's gate. Hinata nodded in understanding, though she was still rather upset with the villagers. Someday, she'd find out this was about, and then she would make sure to assure her friends she was never going to be one of these people ever. Training field number 42. So this is the training field I'm to use for the next 5 years or so, Naruto announced to no one in particular as he walked up to the center of a large clearing in the middle of a dense forest. He could make out a large and deep ravine cutting through the earth at the back of the training field. Looks good. We'll put it to good use soon enough. For now, we just need to talk in your mindscape away from any possible distraction. It's time for you to fix up this shithole, and then we will have a serious discussion about some information you need to know. Kurama spoke her intentions. Naruto nodded his head in affirmation and went over to the center of the clearing to sit down into a meditative pose. Good. Just do what I've told you, clear your mind of unnecessary thoughts, and focus on a small tugging you should be feeling within your abdomen. Visualize yourself grabbing onto that sensation like a rope. You should be pulled in here with me after that, the fox instructed. Naruto quickly followed the instructions and, after a few long minutes, he began to feel the tugging. He imagined himself grabbing onto that with his imaginary hands. In the next instant, he was being pulled in within himself. He opened his eyes to find himself in the room he shared with Kurama the night they met. He noted the massive fox, still in the same position that he left her. She was looking down at him with her crimson eyes, her expression impassive. He had to admit he was awed with her impressive size and presence before him. She looked truly majestic. That's flattering. Kurama snorted slightly with a smirk. Naruto facepalmed hard for having forgotten she could read his mind anytime, and put on a sheepish grin with chuckle. It's true anyway, so let's get started on changing this place. I can't believe this is what my mind looks like now, he remarked with a scowl as he glanced around the room. When left alone, it reflects the acclimation of all the experiences you've had in your life up until now. Since you have experienced mostly negative events and emotions until recently, this is how this place ended up looking like this. I should inform you this mindscape was in a much worse shape until just before you began making friends and experiencing more positive events. It's hard to believe, but conditions here definitely did improve significantly since then. The fox explained calmly before moving on. Go ahead, imagine up what we've discussed earlier. Just concentrate hard enough and this mindscape will obey your will. Naruto nodded before clapping his hands together in a snake seal, his fingers intertwined tightly as he seemed to pray. After a moment, there was a loud rumble and Kurama noted her side of the room beginning to crumble as the walls cracked and fell apart in large pieces. The walls then all collapsed away to reveal a beautiful and majestic green forest hidden behind them with sunlight shining down in bright beams through the tight canopy high above. The trees were so tall and gigantic that Kurama looked like a normal-sized fox relative to the size of one of these trunks. Glancing through the bars, the fox saw the area around Naruto begin to rapidly spout lush grass in large patches while the walls on his side of the bars crumbled away as well, revealing an enormous plain stretching as far as her crimson eyes could see, broken up only by a sparkling blue river running through it in the distance. Kurama had to admit she was very impressed at the scope of this boy's imagination. He was trying his best to make her very comfortable here in this seal and she appreciated that. The only thing that remained of the old room was the giant iron bars sitting between the fox and the boy. Even with the walls crumbling away, the bars just stretched far into the distance in both directions, and they disappeared high up into the sky, never revealing how truly tall they were. Naruto stepped up to the obstacle and patted a hand on it. Boy, I think I can get this out of the way. I have a feeling the seal just has to be near you, and it's not really needed to keep us apart since I could have just walked through them at a time. So with that, tell me what form you'd like the seal to be. I doubt you'd want a collar. He had to pause at Kurama's angry growl at the thought of being collared like a common pet. So that's out of the question. How about a ring for one of your fingers, bracelet for your wrist, or something for your tails? An earring. Anything you can think of. I'll try to change these bars into that. Just a ring for one of my fingers will suffice. The fox threw that out after a moment's thought. The blonde nodded, before beginning to concentrate hard on the bars. After a long moment of silence, a loud rumbling was heard when the bars seemed to be slowly twisting and shrinking into itself. After several minutes of concentrating, the bars were finally compressed into one giant lumpy ball of steel. A loud screeching sound emitted from the lump as Naruto grunted with some visible effort to concentrate on reshaping the seal into something wearable. It was several minutes of adjustments and nearly popped blood vessels before the duo finally saw a simple ring dull gray in color emerge from the shaping process. It was now floating in midair between the two of them, and Naruto seemed to be thinking with squinted eyes and a hand on his chin, as if he was staring at the ring like an artist. He suddenly snapped his fingers and, with a somewhat comedic ding, the ring instantly changed colors to now match Kurama's bright crimson fur. How's that, huh? The blonde chuckled, panting lightly as he was a little winded from concentrating so hard for so long. At least it's not a collar. This will do, and I will most likely forget it's even there after a few days. Kurama grumbled as she snatched the ring out of the air with her right hand and began to put it on her left hand. First she tried the index before moving on to the middle, and when that didn't fit either she tried one more finger. She was a little surprised when it fit on her left ring finger perfectly. She smirked a little and decided to tease her container about this. Naruto-kun ... how bold of you. She feigned shyness, and she somehow managed to show her blush through the bright red fur as she fluttered her eyelids. Naruto could only reply with a confused grunt of huh. We've only really known each other a short amount of time. For you to propose to me so suddenly. The fox continued to intensify her blush as she shyly glanced away from Naruto. The boy cried out in shock and face faulted. What the hell? When did I even say anything like that? He yelled as he shot up and wildly flailed both of his hands in front of him, trying to deny that statement with all his effort. Kurama finally couldn't keep it all in and let an uproarious laugh escape. The boy just stood in stunned confusion as he watched a giant fox roll around on the ground laughing with her thrashing tails carelessly leaving destructive marks everywhere all over the place. You should be more careful, boy. If you ever give any human female an accessory that only fits her ring finger, it might imply that you want to marry that female. You'll need to make sure it goes on the right, not on the left, and you will avoid awkward situations. Chuckled Kurama when her laughter finally died down after some minutes. She then transferred the ring from her left hand to her right. As she looked at the boy, she smirked upon seeing Naruto red-faced with embarrassment. That's ... good to know. I'll be careful about that from now on. He mumbled quietly with a bashful expression. All right, Naruto, time to have that talk. Have a seat somewhere comfortable since this is going to be long. She requested with all pretense of the previous joke gone. Naruto straightened up and glanced around to see a particularly nice patch of soft grass, so he walked over there to sit down on it cross-legged. Kurama just laid down in front of the blonde, her arms crossed under her raised head as she stared down her muzzle at him. She cleared her voice. Naruto, this isn't going to be easy for you to hear, so I'm going to just say it all quickly. You need to know this now so any enemy wouldn't use this information to surprise you and distract you during important moments. Now, I know whom your parents were. I also know that old fart is keeping this hidden from you, because I saw him there when I was sealed into you by your father with the help of your mother. She began with a neutral tone with her crimson gaze locked on the boy's blue eyes. Naruto opened them wide in surprise and confusion. What? Why would Hokage Jiji hide this? Wait a minute. You said my father sealed you into me. The only one who did that is ... oh my kami. It was him, wasn't it? The blonde boy mumbled in shock. That's right. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was your father. Kurama replied evenly, her expression still blank as she continued to stare down at her suddenly overwhelmed container. It took him a long moment to process this information before he spoke up softly. So, I finally find out who my father is. I've always been desperate to know who my parents were, and it turns out my own father's the one who sealed you into me. No offense to you, but he just made me the object of an entire village's hatred and left me all alone to deal with it. Kurama just shrugged, expecting some negative reactions at the news. Sounds like a fantastic father, he muttered disgruntledly. The demon fox's eyes narrowed at her container's disrespect but allowed him to continue. Kurama ... my mother. Who was she? She was my previous container before you. I was transferred from my first container, who was her distant relative, and then sealed into her for about 10 years until that night. Her name was Uzumaki Kushina. She replied with a slightly downcast expression at the memory of her previous containers. They weren't close, but they never mistreated her either. So ... she was alive in there as she helped seal you into me. Naruto was hoping for a possibility that she could be out there and around. His tenant's shake of head dismissed that. She was dying. That masked bastard took advantage of your mother's greatest moment of weakness as a female container. Childbirth. After your birth, he immediately attacked and snatched her away from your father. He then used the Sharingan on me to assert control and ripped me out of her. No Jinchuriki is supposed to survive having their biju forcefully extracted. It was only a matter of time for your mother. Kurama had to pause to allow her host to process this, since she knew he was doing his best to hold back the tears. She then allowed an admiring grin. It was actually amazing she had enough will and strength to live and stand up after that, if only for a little while longer. She used her last remaining strength to hold me down long enough for your father to complete his sealing ritual that bounded me to you. She finally finished, and Naruto was processing everything slowly as his eyes began to shed tears. His expression was now turning into despair. They hate me. Is that why they sealed you in me and left me? Naruto's downward spiral into depression was violently interrupted as the great fox's right hand shot out and roughly pinned him to the ground with it. He cried out in discomfort as the hand pressed down a little, with Kurama leaning over the only uncovered part of the boy, his head. She bared her sharp teeth with a low growl just several meters above. Naruto gulped loudly and kept very still. Listen well, Uzumaki Naruto, for I will only say this once. I have a very poor view of humans in general, so believe me when I say my praise of the few rare individuals I have known personally are not given out lightly. Your father and mother were some of the most honorable people I have come across in my long life. They were well respected, loved by many, and they were looking forward to your birth. Kurama suddenly looked annoyed as a memory came to her. All I ever felt from inside your mother since the day she found out she was pregnant with you was nothing but love and happiness. It was actually pretty sickening after a while. Despite the situation, Naruto had to sweat drop at his tenant's comment. The fox continued anyway. They wanted to be your parents and raise you, before that blasted man fucked everything up. The only reason they decided to seal me into you was because I overheard them stating they believed in you and that they hoped you and I would become partners, even friends one day to keep the village and the world safe. I can state with no doubt, and you'd better believe this, that they truly loved you and only left you alone in this harsh life because they had no choice but to believe in their son. Did you get all of that into that thick head of yours now? She quietly growled out, her expression deadly serious as she narrowed her crimson eyes at the boy pinned under her hand. After Naruto took everything in, he slowly nodded his head with somewhat happy tears flowing out now. The fox let out an annoyed sigh and removed her hand, freeing the boy. An uncomfortable silence settled between the crying boy and the giant fox as he continued to let out some raw emotions at finally finding out who his parents were. It seemed like hours before Naruto wiped at his wet cheeks and finally looked up at his tenant. Hokage Jiji never told me. Why'd he hide this from me? If everyone knew, the villagers might have treated me better. The blonde muttered with some anger in his tone for his surrogate grandfather. Kurama shrugged her shoulders. If I have to guess, he was protecting you. Recall what you read about the fourth the other day, she ordered of her new student. The fourth. Naruto paused for a moment before continuing. My father was considered the strongest Hokage since the first. He was known all over the world as the Yellow Flash due to his improvements on and use of the second's Hiraishin teleportation jutsu in combination with his own personal jutsu, the Rasengan. Dad was particularly famous for killing you and single-handedly destroying half of Hyuga's shinobi force in just a few minutes of battle in the Third Great War. Kumo didn't like him much either. He raised his eyebrows as he summarized what he learned. With all that Dad's done, his enemies would be frothing at the mouth if they ever heard he had a son and would do anything possible to kill me to prevent another Yellow Flash. Naruto concluded as if he uncovered a very elusive clue in a crime investigation. That's most likely why the old fart hid it from you and everyone else. It wasn't just to protect you but the village as well. The old earth fossil likely would have his assassins march on to Konoha and comb over it to find you if he ever heard even a ghost of any rumor about a son having been born and is alive today. That's why you should keep quiet about your parentage for the time being. Kurama narrowed her eyes, not taking a no for an answer. Her host slowly nodded and she knew the reason for his reluctance. Trust me, boy. You may think your life might have been better off if everyone knew and treated you better, but is that really true? Think about this. Do you honestly believe you would be happy if everyone became your friend only because of your famous parents, and they just handed you everything you ever wanted on a platter? It would be very difficult for you to get recognition for your own hard work and accomplishments. She pointed out to her container. No, I can't really imagine myself enjoying that kind of life. Sure, my early years were shitty, but I've been happy to have made good friends lately, and I can't imagine changing that now. Naruto gave a sad smile to his sensei. Thanks for knocking some sense into me, Kurama. The fox just nodded her head and laid it on her crossed arms, apparently finished with her revelations. Is it alright if you told me about all you remembered about my parents? Naruto nervously asked of the fox. She just gave a shrug. Sure, we have some time. Kurama replied with a lazy smirk before continuing on to regale the boy with tales of what she had seen from inside his mother. In Naruto's new and improved mindscape, it was hours after Kurama told Naruto all she knew about his parents, and the young blonde was now lying on his back in the grass with a very contented smile. He finally heard actual facts about his parents and he was only too happy to know who they were after years of nothing. They were more incredible than he could have ever imagined, and he was extremely proud to have been born from them. Kurama had taken a quick nap nearby on the soft grass while the blonde was deep in his thoughts. She just woke and now just truly realized that she had much more space and freedom compared to that dark and wet room she was trapped in for years, not to mention being strapped to a large floating rock and cushion as seal before that. Delighted with that notion, she rolled over on her back and began rubbing her back and face against the tall grass like a cat would, her tail sweeping around lazily. Naruto, hearing the commotion, raised his head to see what his tenant was doing and had to chuckle softly. Kurama stopped to open one eye to glare at him. After a moment of staring, she just grunted dismissively and continued her rubbing. "Don't worry, I'm not going to tell anyone out there what you do in here. It's not like they'll believe me that the great Kyuubi no Kitsune enjoys frolicking around in the grass like a regular fox." He teased with a smirk, as if reading her mind this time. "That goes without saying. Just remember I know everything you think and say." Kurama grunted as she lazily rolled back over on her stomach. She stretched all four limbs, opened her jaw wide to the point of almost unhinging in a massive yawn that actually shook the landscape, and had all of her large and long tails spread out into the sky like a fan behind her in an impressive showcase of her massive size. Her container had to watch in silent awe, wondering just how she was sealed into someone as small as him. That felt good to do after so long in that cramped space. "Oi, I feel like clearing my throat, so I'm going to show you something that you will be able to do if I train you long enough. Get ready to duck for cover." Kurama spoke in a mischievous tone. "Wait a minute. Clearing throat. Why do I have to do ... Oh, hell." Naruto trailed off in alarm as he watched the massive fox point her muzzle up into the air and her tails curved over her head ... just above her open mouth. He felt the air around him getting heavier and his entire body felt like it was vibrating intensely from the sheer power emitted by the large fox. He saw what looked like a large mixture of dark red and light blue blobs of chakra appear out of thin air that began converging toward the space Kurama's tails were curved around. He knew this was big trouble and dashed for cover behind a nearby large tree. "Oi, what the hell are you trying, damn fox?" he shouted over his shoulder as he dove behind the trunk. Kurama didn't pay him any mind as she concentrated. After a few long seconds of charging, a giant ball of raw and sinisterly red chakra was now floating above her head. When it stopped gathering, Naruto could see the ball begin to shrink with a loud rumble. It kept compressing and it was getting darker and denser as it shrank in size until it reached 1 divided by 10th of the size it was before. He was flabbergasted when Kurama opened her mouth wide and snapped it closed around the ball before visibly swallowing. He then watched as the giant fox hunkered down on all fours, as if she was a lion ready to pounce. His eyes widened when her neck and cheeks began to visibly balloon out as if she was holding in a massive breath of air. The fox then opened her mouth slightly with smoke slowly wisping out of it, followed by a slight twitch of her body forward, and that was when all went to hell for Naruto. Kurama spat the chakra ball from her mouth with monstrous force, feeling and sounding like a giant cannon shot. The force from the expulsion immediately tore up a large portion of land in front of her. It also rattled every bone in Naruto's body as he tried desperately to watch through the blinding flash of the chakra ball leaving the fox's mouth at incredible speed. It wasn't too hard for him to follow it as the speeding chakra ball mercilessly gorged the ground underneath it due to its incredible power and speed. The boy watched in amazement as the chakra ball continued on its destructive path unimpeded until it finally disappeared into the distant horizon toward the wide and empty expanses of the plane that he created. What the hell was all Naruto got out as he was interrupted when the empty plane lit up in a blinding white flash of light from the chakra ball's explosion that engulfed a good portion of it in a quickly expanding dome of raw energy and raging flame. A massive shockwave followed, crashing through Kurama and Naruto. It nearly blew the small human away despite his cover, but the large fox was unconcerned, as if it was just some gust of wind ruffling her fur. The energy and flame dissipated as quickly as it appeared, and all that was left was sullen silence and the sight of a huge mushroom cloud of smoke billowing high into the sky in the distance. "Oh my kami, I can't believe this. How is this possible? That'll destroy an entire village in one hit." Naruto murmured in wide-eyed alarm at this sight after he slowly got out from behind cover. He shot a quick look over at the towering figure of Kurama, and she seemed bored as she cracked her neck as if to work out a small crick. A cold shiver went down the boy's spine as he seemed to have finally realized for the first time since meeting her that he just saw a small portion of what the most powerful entity in the world, currently sealed inside his own body, was truly capable of. "Just how the hell did Dad manage to seal you into me? You're way too strong," he blurted out in disbelief as he slowly walked up next to the giant fox sitting on her haunches. Kurama glanced down at the blonde boy still staring in amazement at the plume of smoke. "As much as I hate to admit this, but despite all of my power, your father only needed a combination of smarts, techniques, and timing to hold me down long enough for the sealing. I tried to destroy your village with this very technique while I was under that man's control, but the fourth used his teleportation technique to simply send it where there was no danger." Kurama admitted with some annoyance at remembering her strongest technique being deflected so easily. She sighed and continued, "Absolute and overwhelming power is not the answer to every battle. That's why, even if you could do this with training, I do not recommend using it all the time unless absolutely necessary, or you know it would be to your advantage." You should only use this as a last resort, or if you're matched up against another Jinchuriki. Naruto whipped his head up at her in surprise. There are others like me. I have 8 so-called siblings, and they're all likely sealed into humans as well. I'm the strongest since I have the highest number of tails among the 9 of us. However, the others are no pushovers and should not be taken lightly, she warned as she glanced down at her small host. I remember that your father had a conversation with my previous container about a Kumo nin he encountered in battle during the Third Great War. He spoke of that nin as having the ability to transform any part of his body into a giant octopus-like tentacle. I'm willing to bet that human is the Jinchuriki for the 8-tailed beast, or Hachibai. If he's able to transform like that, he likely attained a full merger with his Biju like we are trying to achieve. If you encounter that Kumo nin in battle in the future, I'll likely suggest immediate retreat. Unless you have full control of my power, you will not beat him. Is that understood? Naruto gulped loudly and nodded. For the all-powerful Kyuubi to stress about retreating, this Jinchuriki definitely was serious business. How long do you think it's going to take for me to be able to use your power, Kurama? He inquired. The fox thought deeply for a moment. To be honest, I do not know. Your chakra coils need to grow and expand to be able to handle the influx of my chakra with yours. The more your coils develop, the more of my power you're able to handle without exploding. Not only that, my chakra is fueled by the residual malice of mankind. If you aren't used to it, the chakra will try to drive you berserk with its negative nature and you may go out of control, even with your comrades nearby. She warned bluntly. She knew it would do no good to keep quiet about the negatives of trying to attain full transformation, so she might as well throw it out there now. Normally, I'd say it will take 20 years for you to develop well enough to attain the full 100% of my power. However, I have noticed lately your body has an incredible capacity for quick adaptability, probably thanks to the elite blood of the 2 clans you were born from. I would not be surprised if you did it in 10 years instead. Naruto nodded his understanding, before something she said hit him. Wait, you said I was born from 2 clans, and I know about the Namikaze. It was a minor clan and it had no Kekai Genkai, but it produced powerful shinobi constantly. It just was unlucky enough to die out over the years, leaving my dad as the last one before me. Are you saying the Uzumaki clan exists? He exclaimed in surprise with a bit of hope seeping into his tone. Existed, the fox corrected, making him look up at her in confusion and some disappointment. She sighed, not wanting to show him this memory, but she figured it'd answer quite a few questions in one go. A picture was worth 1,000 words after all. She snapped her fingers, making what looked like a large holographic screen pop into existence in front of Naruto. This is the last sight your mother saw of her homeland. A picture flickered into sight on the screen, displaying a gorgeous and mountainous island as seen from a beach across the sea surrounding it. However, it was marred by plumes of smoke peppering what was apparently a beautiful and prosperous village sitting in the center of it, now empty and destroyed with most of its buildings demolished. He gasped and stared, transfixed by what he saw. He knew and felt it with every fiber of his being that this was his ancestral home, and seeing it so devastated made his heart clench painfully. The Uzumaki clan was so powerful and large that it formed its own village, Uzashigakure, in the center of the land of whirlpools off the sea coast to the east of here. It was located between what you humans call Land of Water and Land of Waves. The village was a close ally to Konohagakure because of Uzumaki Mido, who was practically a royalty of Uzashio, marrying Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. What happened to us? Naruto whispered as he continued to stare at the image, feeling his eyes become watery at this sight. He could only imagine the grief his mother was feeling seeing this in person. Your clan was so formidable, with its own brand of special abilities, that people spoke of the Uzumaki in the same breath as the Senju and Uchiha back then. Unfortunately, while the abilities of the Senju and Uchiha could be beaten and bypassed, the Uzumaki clan's special talent in Fuinjutsu, or the art of sealing, was deemed virtually unbeatable. One seal master specially trained by the Uzumaki could easily take on an entire platoon of Jounin if he had half a minute to prepare. And that's if he was having a bad day. Naruto's eyes widened. So the others feared us, right? Just before the Second Great Shinobi War, the villages of Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo formed a secret alliance to swiftly destroy Uzashio in one night. And they were going to march on to Konoha in a surprise invasion before any news could reach here about the destruction and the coming enemy. They were intending to wipe Konoha off the map with a quick offensive. They might have succeeded if they hadn't made a fatal miscalculation. Naruto frowned. Wait a minute. I read about that war recently, and the biggest names were Konoha, Aim, and Suna. The 3 you mentioned barely did anything. Kurama's teeth bared in a truly malicious grin as she chuckled sadistically. You'd be proud of your ancestors. At least 70% of each of the 3 village military formed a large invasion force at least 40,000 strong against Uzashigakure's 4,000s. They believed there was enough to overwhelm Konoha afterward. The blonde growled at such a lopsided number. After all was said and done, Uzashigakure was destroyed and its few remaining members were scattered into the wind. The invasion force. Ha-ha-ha-ha. The fox had to stop here because she was laughing uproariously, as if enjoying such a sweet memory. Naruto sweat dropped, not surprised his new partner apparently found large-scale destruction amusing. It took a moment for Kurama to calm down. They were cut down to only 5,000. Naruto's jaw dropped. While he was pissed that his clan was destroyed over such a stupid reason, he had to admit that was damn awesome. To make it worse for the invading villages, they never gained anything of value from Hokage. While your kin were dying or about to be captured, they activated trap seals that destroyed their enemies in their deaths. Whatever were valuable to the clan were sealed away in impassable vaults that only those of Uzumaki descent could open. Even housewives and children about to be captured for breeding sacrificed themselves in kamikaze attacks using seals, taking their potential captors with them. The invaders greatly underestimated just how far the Uzumaki clan would go to make them pay for stepping even a single centimeter into their home. What was supposed to be one night of a quick mission became 3 days of hell the survivors would do anything to forget for the rest of their lives. Kurama finished softly, a stark difference from when she was laughing earlier. Naruto was in complete awe of how his ancestors refused to back down in face of such overwhelming odds. The remaining invading force were woefully unprepared to face the angry reinforcement group that arrived from Konoha. It was the first and only time your mother, who just became genin at the time, drew upon my power and rage, and she used it in combination with her chakra chains to slaughter hundreds. She took no prisoner and did not regret one moment of it, I'll tell you that much. Naruto nodded, he'd have done the same. Despite the destruction of Uzushio, the incident single-handedly helped change the composition of the entire Great War. Instead of Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo marching on Konoha with little resistance, they turned tails and retreated into their countries to lick their wounds. The only reason the war even occurred was because Suna and Aim tried to invade several of the minor countries in the confusion in order to gain more resources. Konoha had to defend their interests. Despite that, it was still the shortest Great War out of the 3 so far, and Konoha came out of it with minimal loss, the legendary Sannin, and a solid alliance with Suna. Kurama exhaled, apparently done with her long lecture. She then jerked her head at the screen still showing the destroyed Uzukage. Compared to the Uchiha, a clan of thieves and power-hungry mongrels, I actually respect the Uzumaki for its strength and wisdom that it earns through hard work. Its focus on family and comradeship was second to none as well. Because of their ultimate sacrifice, Konoha still stands today, and its shinobi force proudly display the Uzumaki spiral on their outfits to honor Uzushiagakure. Naruto smiled softly while he walked up to the floating screen and reached a hand out, as if he was hoping to touch his ancestral home for real. Did Mom ever go in there after? No. She was too grief-stricken. She asked the old fart to seal off its access, and no one were allowed in except for any other stray Uzumaki. Not like anyone else could sneak in anyway, since the trap seals left behind by the dying defenders made this entire island an impenetrable vault now. No one can get in or out. Then it's up to me. I need to see what's there. I need to learn more about my mother's clan and sealing. That's my duty as her son and as an Uzumaki, he declared quietly as he clenched his outstretched hand, as if grasping his clan's past. Kurama grinned. The secrets you may learn there will certainly help in our quest to eliminate that masked bastard, so I have no objection to this. We'll have to wait a while though, because the old fart likely will not allow us to go there now until we're sufficiently strong enough. Naruto put on an impatient frown, but had to nod in agreement. I'll have to somehow learn the basics of sealing around here anyway. I'll help you with some aspects of it. I didn't spend all that time in Mito and your mother without seeing some of their Fuinjutsu skills in action, but you're going to have to find a seal master to truly understand the art. Something to think about another time, he replied with a shrug. With that out of the way, it's time we figure out your taijutsu and kinjutsu styles soon. The sooner you get started on learning these styles, the faster you will rise in power when you complement these styles with jutsu and other techniques you will learn later down the road. The fox suggested as Naruto sat down into an attentive sitting position, ready to absorb all his teacher would suggest. I believe I know the perfect taijutsu style for you, and I actually developed it. It's called the Raging Fox. You will be using my power in the future, and this style is the best way to augment it in order to quickly destroy enemies in front of you. Even without the power, you will most likely overwhelm most opponents with its unpredictable nature and agility. It's also not a very rigid style, so it's easy to flow from a strike into another, which would keep your opponents from being able to easily guess your pattern. Its only major drawback is that it lacks decent defense. You'll use your reflexes to avoid most strikes, but you may take some damage if you get too aggressive and the opponent's good. Fortunately for us, my chakra will be useful in keeping you from being injured too badly, Kurama explained. Naruto's eyes began to get wider and wider as the fox explained the style's benefits and drawbacks. Sounds like a great style, and the nice thing is that no one else would know anything about this and it'll throw everyone off. Please teach me, sensei. You'll spend time here learning the stances from me, and you will need to practice them outside the mindscape since muscle memory is very important for learning martial arts and you can't develop it in your own mind. Same goes for any kinjutsu style as well, Kurama pointed out. This still didn't put a damper on Naruto's excitement. In fact, it only made him more determined. What about the kinjutsu style? Do you have any recommendation? I don't personally care for kinjutsu, but I have seen many styles in my long life. I will show you the memories of all the top weapon users I have seen until you feel a connection with a style you can start out with, and we will develop a training regimen for that. So how will I train here? No offense, but you're super huge and I'll get squashed if I even tried to spar with you, Naruto pointed out with a sheepish chuckle. Hirama grinned toothily. When you linked your senses with mine, I gained a small degree of control over this mindscape. Just enough to form something like this, she stated as she seemed to concentrate a little. Wisps of smoke formed out of thin air and converged on a spot next to Naruto. He was quite surprised to see a human form out of the whirling smoke. This somewhat muscular human turned out to be a very plain and unassuming brown-haired man in dull gray clothing, someone one would easily lose in a crowd. The man had on a blank expression and he did not seem to pay any notice to a giant fox behind him or the surprised little boy sitting in front of him. He had the feeling of a puppet being controlled by an invisible force. I can infuse it with my knowledge of any particular style and set this apparition upon you to train you in that style. Hirama explained as her creation suddenly moved into an odd stance of getting on all fours. Before Naruto could react, the man pounced toward the boy, hands out like claws, even the fingernails looked sharpened. He yelped in surprise and fell back onto the grass just as the apparition disappeared when it was about to land a deadly strike. Hirama chuckled lightly before wagging her index finger in the air. You're not ready yet for either style. First we have to finish your conditioning, then we will start work on developing your body specifically to use Raging Fox effectively in battle. After about 6 months of adapting your body to Raging Fox, we will begin on the Kenjutsu style you pick. Just remember it has to augment your Taijutsu. Raging Fox will be aggressive, wild, and unpredictable, just like how your personality is. Keep that in mind while we search my memories for the style that fits you, okay? Before we forget, you also will need to learn to mold chakra during all of this. You will be doing chakra control exercises to improve your chakra efficiency and be able to use more jutsu in one sitting. Naruto nodded, his eyes looking serious, but he was totally excited on the inside. He just knew he was going to get so strong with his partner's help. Alright, it's time for you to get out of here. You have been sitting out there in the middle of the clearing for around 3 hours now, the fox suggested. Naruto quickly nodded and gave a wave as he faded out. Hirama smirked before glancing over at the ruined landscape she caused with her attack. The sweat drop formed over her head. Maybe I should have asked that boy to restore this before he left. Oh well. 2 weeks later, back at the 42nd training ground. Oi, please tell me you're kidding me, Kurama. Naruto pleaded of his tenant as he stood at the edge of a large and deep ravine next to the training ground. It looked truly menacing and he seriously believed was going to die if he slipped and fell from here. I'm not. Now that you're done with your conditioning, we are now training to use all the muscles you would need for Raging Fox. A major part of that style is the ability to feint and move in unpredictable patterns around an opponent. You need strong limbs able to latch onto most surfaces and bounce off in the same instant. So, in addition to your usual workouts, you will be climbing down to the bottom of this ravine and back up several times, not just facing up, but also facing left, right, and down at random intervals. You will need to get used to the effect gravity will have on your body from any direction. Now get your ass down there, Kurama ordered with a tone that didn't allow any talk back. Naruto gulped and began slowly easing himself over the edge. And promptly yelped in surprise as he slipped off with no warning. It was only by luck he managed to grab onto a thin ledge below him before he fell any farther into the 300-meter deep ravine. Oi, are you trying to have me killed? He shouted out loud as he managed to pull himself up by just his fingers onto the ledge. I don't mind having you suffer a little, but remember, you die. I die, so I wouldn't have you do this if I wasn't sure about your survivability. Please do not betray my faith in you, Kurama said coolly. Yeah, I'm getting that warm and fuzzy feeling from you, damn fox. Naruto's tone was dripping with sarcasm as he precariously climbed down to the next ledge. Oh, and to master this level, you must be able to make it to the bottom and back up in under 10 minutes each time, in whatever direction I tell you to face as you climb. We will keep this up until you can do it 10 times in a row, then we'll move on to the next level. The fox amusedly added on at the end, enjoying seeing her container's face begin to form tick marks. Damn you, fox, was heard echoing from a lonely ravine in the middle of a forest outside Konohagakure. 1 month later, same place. Naruto was resting on his backside at the top of the ravine, panting heavily. He thought it was impossible, but he managed to climb down to the bottom and back up in under 10 minutes, in any direction he faced, more than 10 times in a row. He had just established a new personal best of 6 minutes and 20 seconds. How's that? I can do this in my sleep now. I beat your not-so-subtle attempts at killing me. Do your worst, damn fox, he yelled victoriously in his mind. His exuberant mood quickly disappeared as an odd and knowing chuckling from his tenant unnerved him. Did I say we'd be done with this? We only got you up to a passable enough level to begin practicing the kata of Raging Fox effectively. You still need a lot more work to make this style fast and deadly. You only completed the first level, boy, Kurama ominously stated with an evil smirk. Oh Kami, there's more of this. You know how many times I nearly died doing this, because you were there for every damn time. The boy pleaded with the fox, hoping for some mercy. It gets easier, maybe. She innocently added the last word as Naruto frowned in annoyance. First, we need something from that old fart. We'll move on to the next level tomorrow. We have already discussed the basics of this style, but tonight you will start learning the kata for real, both on feet and on all fours. Let's have some fun for now, though. Try jumping as high as you can into those trees. The blonde raised an eyebrow. He certainly did feel stronger and more agile, but did he really improve that much? Only one way to find out. He quickly got up and ran toward the tree line into the forest beyond. As he neared, he jumped as hard as he could and was promptly shocked to find himself high in the air and zipping straight at a tree trunk. Instinctively, he twisted his body just in time to latch onto it lightly with all fours before instantly jumping off again toward another trunk. He repeated this several times, marveling at how easy it was to do this, before he finally grabbed onto a high tree branch and flipped under and up to land on it smoothly. Wow, now I can easily jump around like these veteran nin, he excitedly exclaimed out loud as he jumped forward to continue doing another series of acrobatics deeper into the forest. Kurama had to admit she was enjoying her container's exhilaration over this. Now this should motivate him more. He'll still hate me tomorrow, though, she smirked, before sensing something far off in the distance to the right through this thick forest. Oi, Naruto, mind going toward your right for a while? I sensed something in that direction, the fox requested of her tenant, who nodded. He figured it made for a nice break after the past month of nothing but climbing and exercises. He shot off in that direction, making use of his body's newfound agility to effortlessly skim across the branches high up in the trees. It wasn't long before the boy was surprised when the tree suddenly disappeared as he jumped into a wide open space and landed roughly on the ground, tumbling a few times. Whoops, gotta be prepared for that kind of thing, he murmured to himself as he quickly got up and lightly dusted off his clothes. He glanced around to see a large clearing between the forest he was in and the next one. However, this forest had an ominous feeling and the trees were much bigger, darker, and taller than the ones he had been jumping on. He couldn't see deep into the dark and foreboding forest. The sinister atmosphere was made more threatening by the presence of a tall metal chain-link fence wrapping all the way around the forest as far as the boy could see from where he was standing. It had signs that called this the 44th training ground and they were barring entry due to the dangers inside. He saw some graffiti on one of the signs that read Forest of Death. That shiver going down his spine was made all the worse as he felt the fox inside him smirk mischievously. Oi, I can feel your evil smile. What the hell are you thinking? Naruto nervously asked of his merciless sensei. Nothing. Just thinking we found a good place to train your battle sense and help prepare you to take lives. I can sense all kinds of wildlife inside this forest that would be out for your blood as soon as you set a foot in there, she replied almost too excitedly. So extreme rock climbing wasn't enough for you. Now, you're trying to have me killed by going in there and face Kami knows what. Naruto yelled out loud in angst, his voice echoing all around him. His answer was a chorus of growls and roars emitting from inside the dark forest. Oh yeah, I'll destroy all of you, bastards, he yelled flippantly as he flipped both of his middle fingers at the forest. Kurama chuckled amusedly at the boy's antics. We won't be coming back here for a long while. I'm just filing this location away until we get you up to a good enough level to survive anything in there, she mused as the blonde turned around to head back into the forest he was in. So I'll be spending some time in there. You said something about battle senses and taking lives. Aren't they just animals? Granted. They sound incredibly vicious and violent, but they're not humans, Naruto pointed out to his tenant as he began tree hopping back to the 42nd. You can spend all of your time training for your first encounter with a human and you will not if will still freeze up due to inexperience. A beast out for your head is about the same as a human going after you, because in the end, it's either kill or be killed. Going in there will not only help tune up your training, it will improve your survival instincts and ease your nerves when facing humans for the first time later on. The fox reasoned, and he had to admit she was right. He wasn't going to like the idea of killing, but as long as he understood it was to protect his precious ones, he would do it. Later in the Hokage's office, the Hokage was sitting at his desk still wrangling with his worst enemy, the paperwork, when Naruto quietly entered the office. Hokage Jiji, I'm here to report my training so far and the fox said to get something from you, he declared as he walked up to the Hokage's desk. The third put a hand up for patience as he finished the paper he was working on. The boy respectfully complied. After a moment, Hiruzen finally looked up at the blonde boy and smiled gently. Ah, Naruto-kun, it's hard to believe it's been already 2 months since you began training with the Kyuubi. How is that going? The old man inquired as he carefully checked Naruto's body from where he sat, impressed with the boy's physical condition. There seemed to be almost no wasted muscle anywhere. All the muscles that developed were the ones needed for the styles this boy was learning. He hated to admit it, but the Kyuubi made for a good teacher. It's going great. Despite the fox's attempts to kill me by dropping me into a ravine, I endured and I'm feeling really good. I can jump through forests like most of the veteran shinobi I see. I'm feeling really fast and strong, and I'm now starting to learn my taijutsu style. I also began to mold my chakra, but I haven't done anything with it yet. Naruto reported on his progress. The third was impressed with this young boy, who had already begun to mold chakra a year ahead of most of the children. Would you mind molding as much as possible? I'd like to see what level your reserves are at, he kindly requested of the boy. The blonde nodded and put his hands up in a ram seal. After a moment of concentrating, the Hokage could feel a massive amount of energy radiating from this young boy. He also felt some of the ANBU guards shifting slightly uncomfortably in their hiding spots. Amazing. This is already high Chunin level. He could be high jounin, or even cage level, by the time he's in his teens. This is just with your chakra, correct? He tried to confirm, discreetly asking if the Kyuubi was somewhat responsible. Naruto caught the meaning as he dropped the molding. Yeah, it's all mine, he affirmed with a proud smirk. The Hokage could tell the boy was looking forward to seeing just how strong he would become in the future. I have to admit I am very impressed with this amount of chakra for your young age. However, I should warn you that it would be difficult to efficiently control your chakra at that level now. At this point, you may not be able to effectively use medical ninjutsu or genjutsu since they both require very fine chakra control. Even some low-level jutsu might be out of your reach now since they can only be used with small amounts of chakra, the Hokage said, much to the boy's annoyance at having some of his possible potential impeded by his own traits. In addition to being proficient enough in knowledge, taijutsu, and throwing, you are required to know 3 specific low-level jutsu to graduate from the academy. Engine Kawermi shouldn't be any trouble after some practice, but I am particularly worried about Bunshin. Know any of these jutsu? I wouldn't mind practicing them on my own time, Naruto asked inwardly. Yes, they're very simple. The old fart is right about Bunshin, though. I can already tell it will be impossible to use that jutsu for you with your insane amount of chakra. Unless you have been doing chakra control since you were born, you won't be able to succeed with your huge chakra reserves. The same goes for medical jutsu and genjutsu. They're out too. I will teach you a substitute for Bunshin and it's infinitely more useful. We will wait on that until you begin classes, though. Right now, all you need is to work on your taijutsu, kinjutsu, and chakra control. It's so we can build very solid foundations right now before we move on. Kurama lectured. I assume the Kyuubi knows these jutsu and you were discussing them with her. The third inquired curiously as he noticed the boy's expression change slightly while remaining silent. Yep, she just told me she knows Bunshin is impossible for me. I'll have to take her word on that ... her being linked to me ever since I was born and all that. Naruto replied with a shrug. That's unfortunate. There are other variations to the Bunshin technique, however. You should be able to pass with any of these. It's just a matter of figuring out which one suits you. Yeah, she said she knows a substitute and will teach me that when the academy starts. She won't tell me any more than that, though. The old man nodded, satisfied the boy would have a solution. That's all I got to say about what I've been doing. The fox also told me to come by here and pick up something to continue my training in the ravine. The blonde added. The third raised an eyebrow. This boy already reached that level in just 1 month. He thought as he stood up from the desk and moved over to a cabinet. He opened it up and took out several odd-looking straps and a vest. This is for you, Naruto-kun. I have to say the Kyuubi knows what she's doing with you. This is an old-fashioned method, but it works, he commented as he handed the equipment to the boy, who grunted as he struggled to hoist the deceptively heavy equipment over his shoulder. What are these for? He asked quizzically as he looked over the equipment with curiosity. These, Naruto-kun, are what you will be wearing as you continue your training in the ravine. You put the vest on and the straps on your wrists and ankles, then you add chakra to the chakra weights inside these to get heavier depending on how much you add. The Hokage explained. He had to hold back an amused chuckle as he watched a look of horror start to creep on the small boy's face before he slumped his shoulders, his face downcast. Both of you are trying to kill me ... Who's next? Hinata-chan, he murmured dejectedly. Later this evening at Naruto's apartment. Why did I have to say that? He cried inwardly while one of his eyes was twitching as he stared with barely restrained horror down at a bento full of mysterious substances sitting on his dining table. He swore he saw something alive twitching in the dark and murky fluid, and the smell was simply too much for his sensitive nose. He had to subtly breathe through his mouth, which wasn't much better as he could almost taste the odor anyway. He had to make some effort to move his eyes away from this dangerous box to the one person who brought it here, the familiar indigo-haired girl named Hyuga Hinata. She was sitting by his side, poking her 2 index fingers together nervously. If it's okay with you, please try it. It's my first time cooking anything, she said softly with a blush. Naruto gulped and wondered where he went wrong in becoming friends with the young Hyuga. Since they met, they have been spending at least a few hours a week playing together and hanging out, mostly with Hanabi tagging along as well too. They even sparred lightly once in a while. It was a good relationship, and he just recently introduced her to Ino, Shikamaru, and Chaoji. She got along well with all of them, especially Ino. Lately she was allowed to come over to his apartment to play and talk once in a while, giving her a chance to get away from the scrutiny of her clan. Now he wondered what he did wrong to have 3 people try to kill him this day, even if only one of them was doing it willingly. Kurama snorted in mock offense at that thought. Hinata-chan, not that I don't appreciate this, but I'm wondering why your dad didn't get to be your first taster. Naruto carefully asked if his would-be murderer as he kept an alert eye on the gurgling bento box for any possible attack. Hinata allowed a surprised expression before looking thoughtful. I did actually ask our father to try this first, but he said that he had eaten and felt you would appreciate it. He then suggested that I bring it over here, she explained with an expectant smile, her lavender-tinted eyes shining with innocence. Naruto inwardly sighed in annoyance at the fact that Hayashi just blatantly passed the buck on to him. Hayashi, I'm going to reiterate that you are a vicious, evil, and sadistic bastard, and I'm going to find a way to get you back for this someday, he vowed. Kurama just chuckled amusedly. You might as well tell her no. Better to hurt her feelings a little and offer suggestions of improvement than to actually die of poisoning from this, she suggested. Naruto tried to look into Hinata's innocent eyes and promptly lost his resolve to refuse this meal. I can't do it. I learned it's important for a guy to appreciate a girl's cooking, no matter how bad it is, he promised in his head before picking up a pair of chopsticks and dunked them into the foreign substance. He shivered in revulsion when the chopsticks encountered resistance going in, as if it was actually more of a slimy substance than liquid. He pulled a piece of something out of the bento with a horrible slurping sound as it had to be literally tugged out of the brown slime's rather strong grip. Oi ... You're seriously not going to do this, are you? Don't believe the crappy mangas you read in the library about having to eat a female's cooking no matter what. There's no guarantee I could keep you alive with this one. Kurama raised her voice in alarm, actually afraid for her container's well-being. She didn't get a chance to say any more when Naruto chomped down on whatever it was on the chopsticks. The effects were immediate. With a loud gurgle, his eyes rolled up into his head as he fell backward in his chair, crashing onto the floor like a rag doll. He went into a brief seizure before becoming very still, his eyes still completely white with froth coming out of his open mouth. Hinata, having watched all of this up close, sat in silence for a moment before she finally realized what just happened. Naruto-kun. Divided by Naruto. Both females cried at the same time as Hinata rushed to his side. Elsewhere in a certain Hyuga residence, Hayashi's stomach growled as he read some reports at his desk. He had elected to skip dinner for the sake of his own safety. As soon as he saw the result of his daughter's cooking, he immediately went into full retreat and, with his best possible Hyuga composure, lied through his damn teeth that he wasn't hungry and suggested a poor victim in Naruto. He felt his nose twitching a little. Uzumaki-san must be thinking about how to get back at me. He mused inwardly and smirked a little. 5 months later at the 42nd. After spending a week in the hospital thanks to Hinata's unique cooking, Naruto had to waste another week getting his body back into peak condition before he could wear the training weights. At first, he began with 40 pounds. It took him 2 months to get used to the extra weight. He finally was able to complete 10 round trips in a row to the bottom of the ravine and back up, under the usual 10 minutes limit each time. After that, Kurama ordered him to put 20 more pounds on until he got used to the weight and then repeat. The last 3 months were spent getting him up to the total weight of 100 pounds. Meanwhile, he worked on the Raging Fox kata extensively. He quickly became proficient with the style, which truly impressed Kurama, who kept piling on harsher training with even more apparitions in Naruto's mindscape. The boy did not falter or complain once. It was also discovered over the months of training that he could learn jutsu and train his chakra control in his mindscape as well as on the outside. Muscles didn't limit chakra and its control, so any knowledge Naruto gained in his mind added up to the real-world applications. Kurama and Naruto quickly made use of that fortunate development, with him already learning the leaf-holding exercise, tree walking, and was now mastering water walking in his spare time. He also began working on kawarami and henge. At this rate, he would be able to use them without seals before his academy years ended. Kurama and Naruto were also pleasantly surprised to discover that, thanks to the fox's unique chakra, the boy was able to form a solid henge compared to the usual illusion usually cast instead. Only anyone with the Byakugan or Sharingan could see through it due to the blonde's chakra signature, and only the most experienced shinobi would be able to find the few missing details on the henged form, if there were anything off in the first place. Naruto was excited about the notion of being a super spy able to go behind the enemy line at will. The fox was more pleased about the possible pranks and bloodbaths her container could induce in the future. However, she made an unusual request of Naruto. Back to that conversation. What? You want me to keep this quiet from Hokage Jiji? The blonde boy blurted out loud as he almost tripped on a tree branch. He had to recover quickly before continuing jumping through the trees toward their usual training ground. They had just finished a successful test run with the solid henge. Naruto used it to transform himself as a plain 20-something man and walked everywhere in the village, especially in full view of as many shinobi as he could find. He even lost his 2 A and BU guards following him at the very beginning. Only 2 Hyugas seemed to notice him when they happened to have their Byakugan activated both times. Naruto was frustrated to discover that, with a simple henge, everyone greeted and acknowledged him warmly wherever he went. The difference in treatment toward the blonde pariah and a regular everyday man was extremely jarring. Pushing that out of his mind, he was planning on telling the Hokage of this discovery when Kurama redirected him toward the training ground and made the request. I know what you're going to say and I understand the great potential this has as a spying tool. However, just think about this for a minute and you will see that this is detrimental to your own personal goals. And mine as well. The fox alluded to something that she knew Naruto wouldn't agree with. Okay ... So let's focus on the obvious benefits. I can go pretty much anywhere I want without enemies noticing if I'm careful. The higher-ups would love the potential for this in spying. It has limited uses in fights and on the battlefield, though. Naruto had to admit he couldn't think much use for the henge in a fight. If he could spy like this all the time, even his surrogate grandfather would have no choice but to send him out on long-term spying missions to make full use of this once-in-a-lifetime potential. Realization hit him quickly. I see you caught on, boy. I believe when the old fart reports your modified henge to the council as part of his job, they will most likely debate having you sent out on long missions. I wouldn't be surprised if they train you now and ship you out within the year. You will only be here in the village a handful of times for the rest of your shinobi career and would be unable to protect your friends if there were trouble. Plus, you will not be able to train as much under henge, and reaching your full potential will be much harder, maybe even impossible. Kurama broke down the cons for her container, who frowned. On one hand, he wanted to help his village as much as he could, but, on the other, his personal goals of being a powerful frontline shinobi conflicted with that. In the end, it was an easy decision for him as he reached the ground. He would keep the modified henge to himself and use it only when he needed to. Present, Naruto was seen hoisting himself over the edge of the ravine onto solid ground easily, as if the extra 100 pounds he was wearing weighted nothing. He let out a tired sigh as he wiped sweat and dirt from his forehead. That was the 10th time in a row, Kurama. I don't know how, but I also beat my best time even when I'm wearing all of this. He had to admit it almost scared him how much he grew so fast. His body did not look like a normal child's now. He grew a little taller, putting him at the same height as Shikamaru, currently the tallest of his friends. Lean and powerful muscles could be seen everywhere on his body, yet he still looked agile and slim. Good job, Naruto. We'll keep the weight the same for a while until you grow some more. For now, just do this twice as a daily routine. Better to just let your body gradually grow used to this level instead of constantly stressing it with more weight. As I said before, your ultimate goal is to be able to move with 3 times your fully grown body's weight on you as if it was nothing. You would be very dangerous without the weight on, and even more deadly when you start drawing on my chakra. Kurama stated matter-of-factly before continuing. Take the weights off and go down the ravine and back up as fast as you can. See if you can't do this in under a minute. Naruto's eye twitched at his tenant's challenge. He quickly stripped the weights off and stretched to get a feel for his new and improved body. He did not get to make use of his body's full strength in any meaningful way. He also had to practice the katas that he learned in the mindscape with the weights on, and Kurama ordered him to not use full strength if he could help it the rest of the time. For one Uzumaki Naruto, this would be the first time he got to truly use his body in months. In the forest leading to the 42nd training ground, a small indigo-haired girl with pale eyes could be seen pushing through some bushes in the dense forest. Hyuga Hinata was slowly making her way toward the clearing where her friend Naruto was training, and she was carrying an oversized bento. She knew her friend was out there training again and that he wouldn't have any lunch with him as usual. After that unfortunate incident with her first bento 5 months ago, she felt so responsible and guilty even with Naruto's reassurances. She then strove to improve her cooking as quickly as possible and, soon afterward, she was able to make decent meals. Hanabi now made requests for their lunches together and she enjoyed anything her older sister cooked so far. Even their stoic father seemed to be visibly looking forward to whatever meal Hinata made these days now. When she found out from Naruto that he was training out here, she decided to make a bento lunch for him once or twice every week. The first time she showed up in front of Naruto with the lunch, she was stunned when he immediately took the box and dug in. Even though she knew she improved, she thought Naruto would be wary of her cooking after the last time, but he just ate it all without any hesitation. It was at that moment she became very happy and was nearly fainting from overjoy when he yelled it so good to the entire world in the clearing. Even now, her heart still raced whenever he smiled brightly at the sight of her approaching with lunch for him. Shaking out of her thoughts, she saw she was getting close to the clearing, and decided to use her Byakugan to check if it was okay for her to get closer. After searching a little, she noticed Naruto standing at the edge of the ravine with her zoomed-in vision. She smiled as she watched him begin to strip off the weights he was wearing and stretched. She figured he was finished with that dangerous exercise. She always was apprehensive when she watched him training, thinking this could hurt or even kill him at any moment. She frowned when she watched Naruto walk back up to the very edge of the ravine. Her eyes then widened in surprise as she gasped when Naruto suddenly jumped up into the air and seemed to be diving into the ravine. Her body broke into a run before she even realized it, and she was panting in panic as she burst onto the clearing, making a beeline for where Naruto jumped off. Somehow she held onto the bento she was holding through all of this. As she was about to reach the ravine, she yelped in shock and fell back onto her backside when a yellow blur jumped up high into the air from the ravine. She craned her neck to see what it was and almost broke into tears of relief when she saw it was Naruto as he did an acrobatic flip in the air before landing gently on the ground facing away from her. Wow, I got to the bottom and back up here in less than a minute. That's amazing. He yelled loudly to no one in particular, not noticing that Hinata was still on her backside behind him staring at the jubilant blonde in shock. It was a few more long seconds before he finally smelled lavender in the air and knew that scent to be Hinata's shampoo. He stopped celebrating and took a glance around to finally notice his friend sitting on the ground behind him in dumbfounded shock, her white eyes and light pink lips trembling. It took him a moment to understand exactly what could have happened. He assumed he probably scared her badly and hoped to play it off as he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Sorry, he tried before a crying brunette tackled him to the ground hard. Don't do that. That scared me to death," she tried to angrily say, but she was just too relieved to see her friend all right. She let herself cry for a moment on Naruto's chest as he guiltily patted her on her back. She finally sat up, straddling his torso as he laid flat on the ground. "What dangerous thing were you doing just now?" she almost growled with a frown as she looked down at the still sheepish Naruto. Hinata's usual stutter had all but disappeared in the time she spent with Naruto and her new friends. Now she would only stutter when she was extremely nervous. To say her father was slightly ecstatic about Naruto's effects on Hinata would be to say Senju Tsunade had a slight gambling problem, even if he didn't show it. I was finally allowed to take the weights off. I decided to give what I could do at full power a try. I climbed down to the bottom and back up in under 1 minute. I can't believe how fast I did that," Naruto exclaimed with an excited smile. Hinata had to smile at his attitude about all of this. She wondered just how much stronger he was going to be even just 10 years from now on. One half of her liked, even found it very attractive, that he could be very powerful. The other half just dreaded it, since it would mean he'd likely attract attention from enemies. She feared for his safety in the future. "Hinata-chan." Naruto's gentle voice broke the brunette out of her thoughts. "Sorry, but if you don't mind, can you get off? I can't move," he tried to ask delicately. It took the Hyuga heiress a second to realize she was still straddling her friend, and jumped off with a blush. Sorry about that. I forgot," she mumbled in embarrassment, her stutter coming back briefly. Naruto simply diffused any awkwardness when he got up and made a beeline for the bento sitting on the ground nearby. He then earnestly began eating his lunch, and Hinata joined in with a happy smile a moment later. As she was eating her half of the lunch, she noticed that her friend seemed to be staring at her somewhat. She began to blush and wondered what he was thinking. "Naruto-kun, is there a reason why you are staring at me?" she timidly asked as she stared down at her bento, too shy to meet Naruto's steady gaze. She heard him chuckle slightly and knew he was doing his usual sheepish gesture. "Sorry about that, Hinata-chan. I've seen all the other female Hyugas and you're the only one with short hair. I was just thinking how you'd look with long hair, and I think it's easy to imagine you like that. You'd look great, I'm sure," Naruto honestly said as he went back to eating his portion of the lunch. Hinata's blush intensified as she wondered if he preferred long-haired girls. Truth be told, she thought about growing her hair out some, and she now felt more reassured that Naruto could imagine her with a style like that. A few more minutes of silence followed before Hinata finally decided to try to satisfy her curiosity. "Oh no, I was just wondering who your sensei is. I have never seen anyone else other than just you working out here alone. This person must be amazing to make you so much stronger than before in just 6 months. She asked with some nervousness, afraid she might be prying. Naruto looked up from his lunch and allowed an embarrassed smile at her compliment. "Sorry, it's kind of a secret. There's a reason for that, and a kid like me actually isn't even supposed to be here. It was only because of Hokage Jiji and my special circumstances that I was given permission to train," he apologetically said, and felt very guilty at seeing Hinata's expression change to one of sadness. It felt like kicking a small puppy to him. "I see," she dejectedly muttered as she looked down at her lunch with a downcast expression, her curiosity once again prolonged. "Hinata-chan, it's not that I don't trust you, but Hokage Jiji asked me to make sure information about me didn't come easily to anyone, even my friends. It's S-ranked after all. You'll find out everything about me in time, I'm sure. Just be patient and you'll get all your answers," Naruto sincerely assured with a sad smile. Hinata felt a little better and nodded slightly. After a long moment of silence, she spoke up. "Oh no, Father was saying he would like to see you and see how you're doing. Hanabi-chan has been asking the same, too. It's been a few weeks since you came by our place, so how about I make dinner and you come over tonight?" she offered. Naruto allowed his usual bright smile and nodded. "Is there anything specific you'd like?" she inquired, wanting to make whatever Naruto was in the mood for. The blonde had to take a moment and think before inspiration struck him. He barely managed to hide his mischievous smile as he made his request. Hinata brightened up at the fact she would have an easy time making this dish and make it as delicious as she could, but she'd make sure. "Are you sure, Naruto-kun? I could do something more complicated." "That's what I'm in the mood for, Hinata-chan. I'm sure your family would absolutely love this too," Naruto assured, his lips almost twitching at what he was planning. The rest of the lunch was spent in comfortable silence before Hinata excused herself since she had to go back for her own training. Naruto sent her off with a wave and a smile, now standing alone in the clearing. "You know as well I do she wouldn't care about the great and terrible Kyuubi being sealed into you. In fact, it would answer most, if not all, of the questions she must have had since meeting you, and it would help her understand why you're hated. I dare say she would stand even more firmly at your side to help you deal with the ignorant fools that wish for your death." Kurama suddenly spoke up, offering her view on this. "That last part is exactly why I'm not feeling great about telling her. That it means she'll have to deal with hatred of her own for being closely associated with the demon brat. She's already dealing with her clan, and she doesn't need the whole village after her too. I can't stand that kind of thought. It probably didn't help that I've been pranking the entire village all this time too, making my reputation worse." Kurama just shrugged, deciding she'd just leave this up to the boy's discretion. Later tonight at the Hyuga main house, Hayashi's left eye twitched as he had on a very stony expression, trying not to betray his displeasure at this development to those around him. In front of him on the dining table sat a plate. It was a very simple entree, and he was sure that Hinata cooked this very well with her developing but already excellent cooking skills. Everyone else at the table would eat this and call it great tasting, all except for him. Hayashi's eye twitched again as he stared down at the abomination on the plate with barely restrained contempt. The entree combined two things he disliked the most, cheese and eggs, into one to make a large and cheesy omelet with rice on the side. Naruto's eyes caught Hayashi's slight contempt for his dinner and had to hold back a smile, victorious that the information he painstakingly sweet-talked out of Tama were correct. He'd enjoy watching this. Hinata had just finished setting the plates down for Naruto and Hanabi sitting to Hayashi's left at the large table before she sat down between her father and Naruto. The blonde was chatting quietly with Hanabi about what she had begun to learn in her recent lessons with the gentle fist. Hayashi hated having to do this, but he would pretend that he forgot he ate earlier and was still feeling full. He hoped to get out of eating this abomination. Unfortunately for the Hyuga clan head, Naruto seemed to have excellent timing. "Oh, Hinata-chan, this looks so good. I can tell your dad's going to love this, and I bet he's really hungry too. I haven't seen him eat anything since I got here long ago," Naruto exclaimed innocently to Hinata's reddening face, though Hayashi swore he saw a ghost of a mischievous smirk on the boy's lips. His eye twitched again at the boy's rather convenient statement. He wondered if the boy planned this. It shouldn't have been possible though, since very few knew of his immense dislike for eggs and cheese. Any thought of getting out of this disappeared when Hinata's expression slowly lit up with innocent expectation as she stared at her father. He almost sighed in defeat as he gently clapped his hands together and Anakin did Adekamasu to officially begin the dinner. The sisters and Naruto immediately dug in, and Hayashi was stalling for time as he slowly picked the chopsticks up. While Naruto ate, he was discreetly keeping an eye on Hayashi's face for his expressions. Hayashi caught this and realization came to him as he frowned slightly at the boy who gave a barely visible grin. "You little bastard ... you took your time getting back at me for the incident with Hinata's first bento." He had to admit he wasn't expecting this and almost allowed a smirk at the boy's deviousness. He was caught in this with Hinata's expectant eyes boring into him for his approval and Naruto ready to cut any escape route off with his timely innocent comments. "I'll have to graciously accept defeat," Hayashi determined as he slowly began to take his bites, making sure to nod his approval to Hinata. He was able to feel himself turn green underneath his stony demeanor and barely held his gag reflex back. It was a long and tortuous 15 minutes, made worse by Naruto's hidden smirk that only Hayashi saw. When it was done, the clan head sat very still, afraid to move lest he might do something unsightly in front of his daughters. It will not do to have them see their father in a less than stellar light. Hinata and Hanabi were beginning to get concerned about their father's non-response to anything when Naruto decided to spare his host any further discomfort. "Oi, how about we play a couple games in one of your rooms?" he suggested. Hayashi was relieved at the prankster's surprising kindness as the girls nodded. The kids then all got up to head into another room. As soon as they left, Hayashi quickly stood and briskly walked to the nearest bathroom, almost knocking over a hallway table on the way. Later outside the compound, that was hilarious watching Hayashi as he sat through the entire dinner trying to keep his composure. I almost lost it when his skin took on a slightly green hue. Naruto giggled as he walked down the usual path toward his apartment. "I like pranks as much as you do and that was good planning, but please do be careful not to piss the clan head off too much," Kurama said with a slightly exasperated smirk. "I know ... and no worries there. Putting that aside ... come into the mindscape tonight. After we finish practicing the kata, it's time we discuss the kenjutsu style you want to learn. You'll practice that along with your taijutsu. Eventually we'll have to ask the old fart for some practice weapons, depending on what you want to learn." Naruto grinned wide in excitement as he continued walking into the darkness of night as he imagined himself with different random weapons, wondering which would be the best fit for him. Inside Naruto's mindscape, Naruto was sprinting through a large and dense forest, doing something akin to Parker, as Kurama called it, from her lifetime of memories across massive roots and fallen trunks in his path. To an uninformed bystander, it might seem like he was running from danger. Instead, he was training. His sensitive hearing picked up some faint pattering of feet and hands on the ground behind him to the right. He spared a glance behind to find two plain-looking boys his age and size running on all fours like foxes before one of them broke off and moved across to behind Naruto's left. He frowned in frustration at allowing himself to be flanked, while his enemies were preparing to strike at his back simultaneously. With a split-second decision, he abruptly stopped dead in his track in the middle of the forest and prepared himself. The two boys were momentarily surprised enough that they nearly overshot him before recovering and turning on a dime to dash at him from both sides. One raised a knife hand with sharpened fingernails aimed at the boy's neck while the other went for the blonde's legs with a sliding leg sweep. The boy smirked for an instant before hopping and twisting his body into spinning horizontally in midair between the stabbing hand and leg sweep, which both missed barely. As he spun, Naruto quickly whipped an arm out downward with all his might, connecting with the stabbing apparition's head to hammer it to the ground hard. The impact snapped its neck instantaneously. At the same time, he swung a leg out to the sweeping apparition, his foot almost punching a hole through its face as it was kicked back. It crashed against a tree trunk hard enough to crack the bark around it. Before it could get up, its neck was brutally smashed against the tree by a lunging elbow from Naruto. Blood and spittle spewed from its mouth as it slumped down again and stayed still. The blonde let out a small sigh of relief. "Give me a break, Kurama. I've been at this for 4 hours with those two." He grumbled out loud to no one in particular. "This will be the last round. Do well, Naruto." The demon fox's disembodied voice rolled through the forest like thunder. The two apparitions that Kurama set upon him remained still for a moment before they twitched and began to rise from their positions like zombies, their previous wounds gone. Naruto cursed before regaining his bearing and ran on all fours as fast as he could toward where he knew the forest would end. After a few minutes of running and hearing the two apparitions behind him, he suddenly broke out from the trees onto a large plain, which was covered as far as eyes could see with tall grass swaying under a gentle breeze. He caught a glimpse of the giant crimson fox Kurama in the distance, lying lazily on her side with her head propped up by an arm. Her red eyes were slowly following her host's movement. Naruto then heard rustling of the tall grass behind him and knew the two apparitions were gaining on him. He abruptly tumbled forward into a series of cartwheels and backward somersaults before finishing by landing on all fours facing the opposite direction he was running. His body was coiled and ready for action as his eyes stared directly into the apparition's soulless eyes while they stopped at the boy's challenging pose, wary of what he was planning. He didn't want to give them any time to strategize, so he quickly dashed forward on all fours, making them tense. He let out a feral roar as he hopped just above them with both of his clawed hands slashing out in huge arcs. This forced the two boys to split up, making him smirk as his plan to divide and conquer succeeded with no issue. While the apparitions lost sight of him due to having to dodge, he landed and leapt high into the air toward one of them just before it quickly oriented itself. Having lost sight of its target, it prepared for any attack from any direction but wasn't ready for an open hand smashing into his face from above. It felt like its head was spiked straight into the ground like a ball with a growl of exertion from Naruto, momentarily dazing it. The blonde tried to finish the boy off with a foot stomp to drive its head deeper into the soil, but had to lean back far to avoid a clawed swipe from the side from its partner. Allowing himself to backflip once to make room, he was ready for this apparition's flurry of swipes that he slipped by. Seeing an opening, he quickly grabbed an arm and pulled his enemy close to deliver a punishing spin kick to the head that knocked it to the side and sent it tumbling away. After Naruto took a quick second to catch his breath, he had to tilt his head to the side to let a knife hand slip by on his left from behind before grabbing the overextended arm and effortlessly broke it over his shoulder. The first boy ignored the loss of his left arm and tried to drive his right knee into his undefended liver from behind. The blonde was ready and spun under the broken arm still in his grip out of the knee's range, making the apparition stumble forward due to the suddenly bad footing. As a result, he easily ended up standing behind it with his right arm wrapped tightly around its neck. A quick squeeze and yank resulted in a broken neck, and the boy fell lifelessly to the ground when he let go. He didn't spare any time when he sprinted toward the remaining boy still laid out on the ground from his kick earlier and leapt high into the air. A knee crashing down on its stream ended its life. Naruto, knowing he won, stood up slowly and allowed himself to take a breath. He had to shudder when he observed the defeated apparition's dull eyes staring up into the sky. There was no indication that it knew it was going to die. It was like seeing a puppet with its string cut. He never cared for fighting apparitions since they made his wins feel hollow, but knew this was the best way to train for the time being. "Good job, Naruto. That's enough for now. Come over here and we will figure out a kenjutsu style for you," Kurama called out from her lazy posture. The boy sighed tiredly and walked away from the two apparitions now vanishing into thin air. "Sit down and rest. I'm going to show you my memories of the styles I have seen while observing the world for thousands of years. It may take hours, even days, but there is no need to rush. Keep in mind that you must be sure that the style would fit you. Just pick out the styles that reach out to you and we'll make a list. Then we'll discuss them at the end." The great fox spoke as he sat down cross-legged and made himself comfortable. He gave an understanding nod just as Kurama snapped her fingers. A holographic projection appeared in mid-air in front of Naruto, who could see a swordsman showing off some techniques with his katana. It looked pretty plain and basic, something he knew someone with a superior style could easily pick up. He gave a shrug, indicating his disinterest. Kurama snapped her fingers again to change styles in the display. This would repeat for hours until they had to stop to allow Naruto to physically and mentally recover for the rest of that night in a deep sleep. 5 days later, thanks to the speeding up of time in his mindscape relative to the real world, Naruto was able to train an extra 8 hours in just 2 hours of real-world time before he had to truly sleep the rest of the night. Any more than this, he wound up being too sluggish the next day. Since they began looking for the most compatible kenjutsu style 5 days ago, the cycle of a full day of physical training and then 4 hours of mindscape training at night followed by the remaining 4 hours used for skimming through Kurama's memories continued until now. "You seem to be finally running out of styles to show me. I can't believe how much you've seen," Naruto remarked as he continued to look over the styles cycling through on the projection. He was sitting comfortably on the grass while Kurama was lying next to him in her lazy posture, looking bored. "You can be so picky. Out of thousands I've shown you, you picked out just 4 and I'm still not quite sure they're a good match for you," she grumbled as she snapped her fingers once more, switching to another style. I can't believe some of these styles ... like that green-haired swordsman using 3 swords or that moody sissy-looking guy with the gunblade as you called it," the blonde pointed out, clearly not interested in the latest style showing on the screen, while his tenant just shrugged lazily as she snapped her fingers again. Finally, the next style caught his attention. "Wait ... stop. Please show me more of this, Kurama," he requested, seemingly fascinated with the tall and muscular man with an eye patch and a very impressive mustache displayed on the projection. The man was cutting through his enemies brutally and effortlessly with 2 thin swords. Kurama smirked as she had a feeling the boy would have been interested in this one, hence why she put off showing this style until near the end after he had seen nearly everything else. She waved a hand and the projection disappeared to be replaced by an apparition identical to the man previously in the display. 10 more apparitions then surrounded him with different weapons and they attacked him all at once. Naruto had to stare in awe as the man effortlessly evaded, sliced, and stabbed all 10 apparitions in less than a minute. The man then straightened up, his swords hanging somewhat limply, but still ready, at his sides as he glared at the boy with pure intimidation. It felt to Naruto like he'd be sliced into little pieces in an instant and had to hold back a gulp. The man's expression abruptly turned blank, losing the intimidation in the process, and he then began demonstrating some stances and moves for Naruto to watch. "I can tell you like this style and I'm honestly not surprised. It is a very aggressive and fluid style. Like Raging Fox, this style does not have any decent defense since the sabers cannot stand up to repeated heavy strikes. It will require quick reflexes to parry, avoid, or counter any strike aimed at you. With enough practice, you should be able to effortlessly deflect any projectile, and you have 3 ways of using these sabers. You can slice through most things, stab with precision at a weak point, or throw them as projectiles to catch enemies by surprise," Kurama explained. "Seems like a style that would cause a lot of bloodshed. You would be able to kill anything that moves with this, but you also have a choice to disable anyone with a careful slice at a tendon or a stab through one of the joints. It can get bloody, but it will be as efficient as you want." Kurama watched the boy think deeply as he watched the man continue its demonstration for a few long minutes. "Well, this is the only style so far that really caught my attention, and I feel some sort of connection with this. I honestly don't think it's worth the time discussing the other styles I picked out earlier, and I might as well get started on learning this one. The swords ... you called them sabers. They are rather unique in the elemental nations. Unlike the basic ninjato or katana, a saber is straight, usually longer, thinner, and somewhat fragile. However, the blade can either be single or double-edged depending on how it's made. It is light, which makes it easy to slice through most things if you use enough strength. It has an effective handguard on the hilt for protecting your fingers, and you can also use it as an improvised brass knuckle for enemies up close. Due to the weapon's rarity on this continent, you may have to get them made or hope the old fart knew where they could be found. Make sure they are battle-ready when you do find some, as there may be ceremonial ones and they're utter crap." Naruto let out a weary sigh. "I wonder why I ended up liking a weapon in which its rarity may be a disadvantage on this continent. Because it'd be boring otherwise, I guess. Don't worry, there will be a place or two that at least carry some decent sabers. You just have to find them," Kurama replied with a shrug. "All right, I just hope these long swords won't come back to bite me in the ass if I get stuck fighting in any narrow corridor. You'll still have your kunai for that. Even with that, while this style will focus primarily on these swords, it will also allow you to quickly disarm your enemies and make use of their weapons to suit any environment that may prove to be disadvantageous for the sabers. Seems like the pros will outweigh the cons on this one. I'm done looking. I like this style and I'll learn it to the best of my ability." Kurama allowed a toothy grin as the demonstrating apparition vanished. "Very well, Naruto. This style will cause a lot of bloodbaths. I can see my bloodlust being satiated in the future." She spoke with a somewhat sinister tone. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Sometimes I forget you're a bloodthirsty one, Kurama." He sighed with a smirk before turning serious. "I'm not going to commit murder for the sake of it. I will steel myself for killing if it's to protect, but I will give them a chance to back off if the situation allows for it." Kurama let out a lazy shrug. "That's fine. I don't care for my container turning into a mindless killing machine anyway. Just remember one thing." Naruto looked up at the giant fox. "Your father single-handedly killed hundreds of Iwanins in Third Great War for the sake of protecting Konoha, which cheered this esteemed achievement. On the other hand, people in Iwa bitterly revile your father to this day for being a monster, murdering their friends, parents, and spouses. It is all about perspectives. Keep that in mind when you face your enemies." Naruto's eyes widened. He hadn't thought much about the view from Iwa's side. Even though Iwagakure ignited the Third Great War, it was hard to justify that massacre. He knew from Kurama's stories that his father did not even show mercy to fleeing nin. Every enemy within his sight died, no matter what they did. Naruto allowed a small shudder as he wondered if he was going to have to do something similar in the future for the sake of protecting his precious people. Now that we're done with the search, we'll get started on learning how to properly maintain swords and some basic exercises to strengthen your arms and hand grips while holding the swords. That's before we move on to the beginning kata for this style. Meanwhile, we'll see if we can at least get some practice bakens from the old fart or elsewhere. By the time you graduate, you need to buy your own set of sabers that you're comfortable with. That's a long way off, but they will be expensive because of their rarity. Better to see if you can put aside some money each month from your monthly allowances for that starting now. Naruto let out a groan. Even with the stores forced to sell anything to him at regular prices, he wouldn't have much left over for savings. Would he even be able to buy anything decent? With that out of the way, let's go ahead and get you rested up. We'll get started on your weapon training tomorrow. Last thing, I wonder what we should call this style. The name was never given by this master. Kurama put a finger up to her muzzle and thought, as she seemed to absent-mindedly swing some of her tails around behind her. Naruto watched the tails flicker around while thinking. He knew his tenants' tails were extremely deadly. They could destroy mountains, uproot entire sections of forests, and generate tsunamis. She could also practically slash anything into pieces with them, more like the style he was shown a few minutes ago. He raised his eyebrows as an idea struck him. How about thrashing tails? It keeps in theme with the raging fox and everything else you're teaching me. The blonde exclaimed excitedly. Kurama widened her eyes before grinning toothily. That's a good name. I don't think I'll be able to come up with anything better. Thrashing tails it is then, Naruto. Later at Naruto's apartment, Naruto was feeling despondent as he watched the sunlight begin to fade from his bedroom's window in the waning hours of this day. He was lying on his bed that he hadn't left all day since he woke up, even with his stomach rumbling for food. He'd be happy 364 days out of the year if he could help it, but not on this day. It was October 10th, the day of the Kyuubi disaster exactly 9 years ago, and also his birthday. It was also the day each year the village threw a festival for the Kyuubi's death, and the hatred rose exponentially for the blonde Jinchuriki for one night as the villagers bitterly remembered how much were lost on that fateful night. He couldn't go out without causing riots, so he decided to lock himself in on this day every year. Kurama gave him the day off from training because she knew his mind wouldn't be in the right frame for anything. She felt somewhat responsible for him hating this day, but there was nothing she could do or say to improve her container's mood. Naruto was going to be content with wasting away for the rest of the night, at least until he jolted into a sitting position upon hearing knocking at the front door. Timid and polite ... he knew that kind of knock to be done by only one person. He let out a sigh, as he couldn't pretend to not be home since it'd be impossible to hide from that person. He stood up from his bed, wearing just a t-shirt and shorts, and walked to the door to slowly open it. It revealed Hinata standing with 4 other people he wasn't expecting. A cute platinum blonde girl was standing in front of the others, waving with a mischievous smile. Oi, Naruto, witness my new technique. Ijutsu, happy birthday hug. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed playfully as she pounced on the surprised blonde for an enveloping hug, causing them to stumble to the floor. He inwardly blushed at such close contact with this girl on whom he was beginning to realize he had a small crush. Oniai-chan, I know the same technique too. Mine's much more powerful, obviously. A cute little Hyuga girl with long black hair piped up and then joined Ino by hopping on him and hugging his other side. Hanabi-chan, Naruto exclaimed with half surprise and half happiness seeing Hinata's younger sister here as well. Troublesome ... don't hurt our birthday boy, girls. I need him for our celebratory shogi match. Shikamaru warned with a smirk. Hurry up and let us in so we can get started on the birthday cake Hinata-san baked for you. Choji insisted good-naturedly as he munched on his bag of chips. Hinata blushed upon having all attention on her now. Sorry for coming by unannounced, but we wanted to celebrate your birthday. She spoke shyly with a gentle smile as she held up a large box, presumably holding the cake she baked. It was her who convinced us come by. We're sorry for not doing this earlier, but we thought since you hated this day that you'd want to be left alone. We know now that's not what you need, Ino explained, making Hinata stammer for having her part in this revealed. You're a troublesome one, but I speak for all of us that we're glad to have you as our friend. To show that, we must celebrate your day of birth that allowed you to be alive with us, Shikamaru added, before glancing away with some embarrassment when everyone stared at him for saying such profound words. Naruto was stunned. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't be upset with this intrusion on his self-imposed private day to wallow in self-pity. In fact, he was truly happy to know that people were truly thankful for his existence, and this was the first time anyone wanted to celebrate his birthday other than his surrogate grandfather. He allowed a true smile as he got up to his feet, then hugged Ino and Hanabi back tightly in thanks, making them giggle happily. Thank you for doing this, Hinata-chan, he said gratefully to his indigo-haired friend, who was smiling happily. He then turned to the others. Thank you as well, everyone. Come on in, soon at the Shinobi Academy. So we're finally about to take the first step to becoming shinobi, Naruto announced out loud as he stood in front of the Shinobi Academy building. Hinata was standing next to him in her dark blue baggy pants, a black sleeveless spandex top covered by her fur-lined pink overcoat that went down to her thighs and was zipped up. Her indigo hair was showing signs of growing beyond her familiar short hairstyle, with it barely covering the back of her neck now. Yes, she asserted with a cute, determined expression while adorably clenching her fists. She was happy to be around Naruto nearly every day in the class. But there was an issue already, at least in her opinion. "Ano, Naruto-kun, is there a reason you're wearing that?" She pointed out to Naruto's odd outfit. It looked like a full workman's jumpsuit 2 sizes too large for him, with very durable fabric and lots of useful pockets. She didn't have a problem with that. She was more perturbed by the color. Blindingly bright kill me now neon orange accented with blue from top to bottom threatened to burn out her precious Byakugan if she was too close. Naruto smiled sheepishly. Don't worry, Hinata-chan. I wouldn't be caught dead in this if I had a choice. I was shopping for an outfit when my sensei and I came across this in the bargains bin. I joked that I'd improve my stealth if I wore this doing pranks and got away scot-free. She got that idea and is making me wear this until I graduate. He grumbled. Oh, thank God, I suppose that's a good challenge. Hinata did her best to hide her relief that her growing love interest did not suddenly have a horrible sense of fashion. Instead, she just had to put up with this for 4 years and hopefully be rewarded with seeing him in an outfit that complemented his good looks. She blushed lightly at the thought of what he could look like at that time with his body well into puberty by then. She wondered about herself, and one thing she was sure about was that she'd get a small chest like most women in her clan. She was quite certain about that, deciding to ignore that nudging sensation in the back of her head that seemed to imply she was going to be proven quite wrong. It's kinda embarrassing, but I'll live with it. It's durable and big, so I probably won't grow into it for a good while. It'll be fun telling Hokage Jiji that I avoided squads of ANBU and Jounin wearing this, Naruto asserted with a foxy grin that would make his tenant proud. Hinata giggled at her friend's antics as they stepped into the building. Arriving at their assigned classroom, which was set up with desks cascading down in rows from the back wall, they saw it was beginning to fill up. They immediately picked 2 free seats in the middle several rows up. They then found Choji and Shikamaru sitting all the way back in the rear corner, far away from everyone else. Naruto smirked, knowing that it was so that lazy Nara could get more sleep while being disturbed the least. They found Ino standing at the front of the room, as if she seemed to be waiting for something. She noticed them and waved happily before suddenly showing an affronted frown. Forgetting her post, she stomped up next to where her fellow blonde was sitting. What the hell is that, Naruto? The platinum blonde bellowed with disgust, pointing rudely at his questionable choice in wardrobe. Everyone that was present in the room looked at the sheepish orange-clad boy. Shikamaru was heard saying troublesome blondes. It's a dare. I'm wearing this till I graduate, Naruto timidly said as he did his sheepish gesture while some people in the classroom sniggered. Why, you're pretty cute and you could get a lot of girls before you graduate if you dress cool, Ina retorted, slamming her hands on Naruto's desk as she leaned in close, making him blush slightly at this closeness and her compliment. Hinata perked up at Ino's words and displayed a flash of jealousy in her eyes at the notion of girls going after him. Ino didn't miss this and smirked slightly. Why would I care about that, Ino-chan? I'm here to train to be a shinobi. Hell, I've already started on that long before I even set foot in this building, Naruto retorted with a serious expression, looking offended at the notion he was interested in anything other than shinobi training in this sacred building. Hinata had to hide her victorious smile. Not only was that horrid outfit going to scare away image-conscious girls, he also wasn't going to be easily swayed into looking for any girl's affection. If everything went right, he'd be left all to her when the time for romance came. Well, the way you said that is pretty cool. Maybe that crappy outfit won't repel girls so much if you're still going to be cool about anything else, Ino retorted with a smirk, feeling a little warm inwardly upon seeing Naruto's serious gaze. She was also enjoying the slightly panicked look in Hinata's eyes as both girls noted several other girls in the classroom blushing at Naruto's serious but very handsome expression, despite his awful orange outfit. Before Naruto could reply, the entire room went silent. Ino perked up and turned away from her fellow blonde to see what was going on. All 3 friends found the source at the classroom's door. A raven-haired boy with onyx black eyes stood there, his eyes carefully surveying the entire room. He displayed a disinterested and arrogant expression, as if he couldn't be bothered with anything that wasn't relevant to him. He was wearing a short-sleeved and high-collared black zip-up shirt with white shorts. His hair was styled to look like a duck's butt. If one were to look at the back of his shirt, it would display his clan's symbol, denoting that he was an Uchiha. Is that Uchiha Sasuke? One girl said in a trembling voice. Ino let out a squeal as she and many other girls scrambled over to near Sasuke and asked him many questions. Hiding the slight pang in his chest at seeing his slight crush fawn over someone else, he amused himself with watching one of Sasuke's eyes twitch constantly at this smothering attention. He glanced over to his left to see Hinata sitting there, looking on with disinterest. Not gonna go for duck butt like everyone else, he whispered near her ear, which nearly made her jump. After taking a second to think over what he said to her, she turned to him with a look of annoyance. Naruto was surprised to see that since it was rare for her to get cross with him, Hinata was a little angry with Naruto. She already matured quickly under the harsh environment within her clan, so much that she already developed a more advanced view on many subjects, including romance. While they were still too young to worry about that subject seriously, he was going to be her future love interest when they grew older, that much she knew about herself. For her love interest to suggest that she went after someone else, even if it was a joke, upset her greatly. I have absolutely no interest in the Uchiha, she replied with such cold indifference Naruto had to check if he was covered in frost at that moment. It was as if she perfected the Hyuga composure. I think I might have pissed her off somehow. I'd say ... even that sent a shiver down my spine. Sorry, Hinata-chan. I was just teasing. Hinata sighed and glanced away outside the window as the rest of the girls in the classroom continued to crowd around Sasuke while he tried to push his way through to his seat. Naruto silently cursed his stupidity and thought about what to say to his friend before a loud and high-pitched screech filled the classroom. "I pig. Get away from Sasuke-kun. You're bothering him." "Argh." A loud pain yell snapped the entire classroom from whatever they were doing to look toward the source. Naruto was tightly pressing his hands over his ears while Hinata was fussing over him, concerned for his pain. "What the hell that all about?" A pink-haired girl near Sasuke, who was also covering his ears, yelled at the interruption, not dropping her volume at all. "For fuck's sake, be quiet." Naruto cried as he slammed his forehead onto the desk, followed by a jolt and a yelp from Hinata as she was a little distressed over his discomfort. It was at this point that he discovered that both he and Kurama were quite sensitive to high-pitched noises. The great fox was now roaring in pain and rolling all over in his mindscape with hands clamped tightly over her ears as well. "What the hell? I can't be that loud." The banshee kept the volume up as she looked around the classroom and saw several people covering their ears. Embarrassed, her mouth flapped like a fish before Ino's hand slapped over it. "Forehead, shut up. You're hurting Naruto with his sensitive hearing." The blonde hissed harshly to her friend, rival. She might have been competing for Sasuke, but she wasn't going to let anyone hurt her best friend, even if it was unintentional. That finally seemed to shut Haruno Sakura up for the moment, much to the relief of everyone in the room, Naruto especially. Recovering, he scowled menacingly at the pink-haired girl, who recoiled under his icy glare. Kurama was now ranting in his head about exterminating all pink-haired humans in existence. He was sorely tempted to take that suggestion for a moment. "Ano ... Are you okay, Naruto-kun?" Hinata inquired of the blonde, her annoyance from earlier completely forgotten. "I'll barely live," he grumbled as his mood took a temporary dive from his failed joke and the banshee. They remained silent as more people filed into the classroom. A young female chunin stepped into the room and the entire room went silent. The instructor greeted and welcomed everyone with a long speech on this being the first step to becoming a shinobi of Konohagakure. As this was going on, Naruto gazed silently at Sasuke sitting in the next row down by the windows. "He seems a little arrogant. Like I said in the past, he looks like he's focused on only one goal, which I assume to be avenging the loss of his clan. You see all those people throwing themselves at his feet with hope of becoming his friend, yet he doesn't care about that. I'd bet he got the civilian council backing his every move, yet he's just using them so he can get stronger any way possible until they ran out of options. He'd then betray them to look for more power." The blonde scowled. "So he's likely getting advanced training. I suppose I'm lucky I have a powerful entity for a sensei. Not just a powerful entity. I am the almighty Kyuubi no Kitsune. Bow before me, puny mortals," Kurama retorted with mock haughtiness. Naruto had to hold in a snort of laughter. "Anyway, you should keep your true talents hidden. Don't use anything you've learned already until the lessons covering them come up. You're also forbidden from using Raging Fox in any taijutsu spar on the school grounds. It will hurt the students too much, and you'll garner too much attention with that. You will learn the academy style instead to fool them. In fact, you probably should think about keeping a low profile throughout the years. Stay middle of the ground in grades. I don't mind that. I don't need the attention that they're probably going to pile on that duck butt to inflate his ego until it got too big to fit through the village's gates. Any particular reason why, though?" "Take a look at the instructor." Naruto shifted his eyes to look directly at the speaking chunin. He narrowed his eyes upon noting the familiar expression of loathing and disgust on her face each time she glanced up at the blonde Jinchuriki. "They're going to find every reason that I'm you personified. I suppose being too smart or too advanced in skills will set them off and they'll try to sabotage me at every turn. Right, I honestly don't care if my container do not come out top in this pathetic academy. If it was 50 years ago when the standards for graduating were much higher, I probably would have cared a tiny bit." Naruto smirked. "It's nice having a doting parent in my head. I doubt a parent would have you risk falling down a deep ravine on a regular basis, plan to have you go into a forest full of vicious monsters for training, teach you techniques that has the power to change the landscape for miles around, or especially have you dress up in that orange abomination for the next 4 years. Love you too, Foxy." He nearly chuckled aloud upon hearing a snort from his friend. 1 month later at the academy. "Okay, it's time for our first exam. Don't turn your test over until I've finished passing them out, okay?" The female instructor ordered as she moved around the classroom handing out papers. She shot a particularly nasty glare at Naruto as she handed him his copy. He gave an uncaring shrug, stapling 5 pairs of her rather racy panties, which he snatched from her home, to the classroom ceiling in full view of everyone a couple weeks ago likely didn't endear him to her. Hinata seemed rather put out for a few days as well. "You should only touch I mean, you shouldn't touch any woman's underwear without permission," were her words as she blushed a brilliant shade of red that day. When the instructor gave the word to begin, he flipped the paper over. He narrowed his eyes immediately. He might have found the lectures boring, but he paid enough attention to know that his dear sensei didn't cover anything related to this exam's questions. In addition, they were much harder than what a first-year student was supposed to be studying. He still could answer all the questions easily though. Just as he was contemplating this issue, a growl came from inside his head. "So ... they're going to try to sabotage my container anyway. Even if you answered them all correctly, they'd think you're me in human disguise. After all, there is no way dumb old Naruto could be this smart. Oi, I think I was just insulted. Whatever do you mean? She replied quickly in a far too innocent tone. He just decided to ignore this. I guess she's still a little pissed about the panties incident. Let's see, I'm sure this is a genjutsu. Why would she stupidly give me any evidence that I can take to Hokage Jiji to get her in trouble? There is no genjutsu, she replied in a perfect deadpan tone that broadcast exactly what she thought of the instructor's intelligence level. Naruto's eyes bulged out. What the hell? Is she really that stupid? He leveled a gaze with the Chunin at the front of the room and smirked evilly. She involuntarily shivered. Think I should pretend to have no clue and answer them wrong. You did want me to keep a low profile. No, I want you to keep a low profile, not be deemed dumb enough to not notice an obvious switcheroo. If you let this go by, they will keep doing this and it'll get annoying. Make an example of her so other instructors won't try the same thing. Excuse me, sensei. I believe you gave me the wrong copy. These questions have never been covered in your lectures, Naruto innocently said, and everyone in the class perked their heads up, interested in the development. The instructor looked offended, but inwardly she was sweating. It's not my fault you didn't pay attention to my lectures. Now complete the exam quietly or I will have you leave for disrupting the test. Naruto allowed a cold smile to slowly form that chilled her. She was now feeling like she just blew her chance to back out. If you're so sure this is the correct exam, I'm taking this to the headmaster of this school, who happens to be Hokage-sama, and have him explain to me why I was given a much more difficult test than the rest of the class without any prior warning, Naruto declared with his icy cold eyes seemingly piercing through the profusely sweating instructor. He merely stood with the paper in hand and stepped out of the classroom toward the Hokage's office. The entire room broke into murmurs while Hinata, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji were glaring angrily at the instructor. She sank down to her knees in defeat as she briefly thought that perhaps she let her hatred for the Kubai consume her, and now she was going to pay dearly. The next day, a new instructor came into the classroom. He flinched under Naruto's steely gaze as he remembered the Hokage's promise of pain if he did not do his job properly. He didn't doubt that after he heard the previous instructor was permanently busted back down to genin. 2 months later at the academy. It was a beautiful spring day in May as all the first-year students mingled outside on the sparring grounds next to the academy building. They were enjoying their lunch break between learning the academy style and sparring with it after the meal. It was going to be the students' first time sparring with their partners. So what are you going to do, Naruto? Shikamaru mumbled as he made a move on the improvised shogi board drawn in the dirt between him and Naruto. They were playing a quick shogi match before the instructor would come out to end the break. Hinata was sitting next to Naruto as she watched the match in fascination while Ino and Choji were making small talks behind the pineapple-haired boy. I'm fortifying my Mino Castle defense against your offensive, was the other player's reply as he moved one of his pieces to block his opponent's advance. Naruto had improved tremendously in his shogi playing. He actually won his first match against Shikamaru a few months ago, much to the Nara's dismay. Now he usually won 3 out of 10 times at this point while consistently challenging Shikamaru's planning capacity each match. Troublesome. I meant the spars. We know you're working on that style of yours. We've never actually seen it in action. Are you going to use it? The lazy genius drawled with feigned disinterest as he made another sneaky move on the board, much to his opponent's chagrin. To be honest, Shikamaru really wanted to see how strong Naruto truly was. He knew the blonde was well beyond everyone, even Sasuke. In this class, with the way he carried himself lately, he might be a lazy ass and he'd find it troublesome to tell anyone otherwise. But he rather disliked not having all the data on anything that interested him. Sorry, Shika, I'd rather not, Naruto replied apologetically as he made a sneaky move of his own. Shikamaru's eye twitched before he went into his now too common thinking pose. Oh no, why not? I have seen you practice with it and you are very far along with it. I am confident you can beat anyone here. Hinata interjected sly, including you. Naruto retorted cheekily. The Hyuga blushed, but gave him a mock glare with puffed cheeks. Chuckling at his friend's cute reaction, he waved it off. No, I don't need the attention and it'll seriously hurt anyone here if I go too far. Also, Sasuke team will be on my ass 24/7 to fight him if I show off too much. I'll just stick with the academy style and see how far I can get with that. Hinata nodded, a little dejected that she won't get to see her friend kick some ass. She was brought out of her thoughts upon hearing Shikamaru's sharp exhalation as he came out of his thinking pose. Damn it, troublesome. You win. I can't think of any move from this point that will get me out of trouble. Naruto punched his arm into the air in victory. Yada, my record's 23 wins and 126 losses now. Everyone but Shikamaru's sweat dropped at their friend's delight over such a lopsided win-loss record. I doubt anyone will find that impressive, Ino said dully from behind Shikamaru, happy to be done waiting for the boys to finish that boring game. Well, imagine this. If it was against someone like that in Inuzuka, it'd really suck so badly. I'd think something's wrong with my head for losing to him so much. Naruto teased, getting a light swat on the back of his head from Hinata. Be nice, Naruto-kun. But if it was against a genius like Shika here, it's impressive. Tell me, did any of you win even once against him? Naruto finished, barely noticing the swat. Choji, Ino, and Hinata flinched and slumped to their fours with rain clouds hanging over their heads. Troublesome. Do you have to be so brutal? Shikamaru grumbled as he let out a yawn. Naruto just shot him a foxy smirk. Oi, lunch break's over. Time for the sparring matches. The instructor yelled as he stepped out of the building toward a large circle of bricks buried into the ground. Everyone gathered around the sparring ring at this point, and the instructor started things off with picking 2 random students to go up against each other for 1 3-minute round each pair. It went on for a while with Hinata, Choji, Sasuke, Ino, and Shikamaru winning their matches rather easily. Finally, it was Naruto's turn up against the same Inuzuka he spoke of earlier. This brown-haired boy was wearing a simple shirt and shorts with the red Inuzuka clan fangs tattooed on his cheeks. He was just introduced to his companion dog, Akamaru, and they haven't trained together enough to be able to fight alongside each other effectively yet. Due to that, the tiny Akamaru stayed on the sideline. Yeah, looks like I got an easy one. Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed loudly as he stepped up across from the waiting Naruto. Still as smelly as ever, dog breath. The blonde retorted as he pinched his nose. He really did smell strongly of wet dogs. Kiba immediately growled at the insult. The instructor shouted start. Just as Kiba leaped toward Naruto, his sharp canines bared in a snarl. Naruto simply sidestepped the lunge and countered with a basic palm strike at the Inuzuka's exposed side. Kiba let a pained gasp escape from his lips as he blindly swung his hand back around, its sharpened fingernails aimed at Naruto's head. The blonde effortlessly grabbed the hand and pulled the Inuzuka backward across to flip him over and onto the ground with a loud thud. Kiba grunted painfully as he landed hard on his back. Damn you, he cursed as he recovered and shot to his feet, only to have a foot already meeting his chest as soon as he stood up. He was sent flying back from the unexpected thrust kick out of the ring and then tumbled to a stop. Naruto was already moving toward the dazed Inuzuka when he was stopped. Akamaru had moved in between him and his partner, barking and growling protectively. The surprised instructor decided to stop the spar at that point and unenthusiastically awarded Naruto the win. Kiba slowly sat up grumbling about his luck, but was surprised when he saw an offered hand in front of him. He glanced up to find Naruto standing over him with a friendly smile. No hard feelings, I hope, he said easily. Kiba eyed him with suspicion for a moment before sighing and took the offered hand to get to his feet. I still want to kick your ass, he retorted with a challenging smile. Naruto laughed freely. I'll be looking forward to more matches with you then, dog breath. He shot back before walking off with a wave over his shoulder. His friends joined him since that was the last spar for the day and the class was over now. The students who watched were impressed while Sasuke eyed Naruto suspiciously. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow as he walked alongside the smiling blonde. That was a very sharp and precise use of the standard kata. It shows how much he trained on his actual style if he was able to use the standard style so easily already, he thought, filling in more blanks about the mystery that was Uzumaki Naruto. Next month in Hokage's office, one day before, Naruto leaves for his first training trip. The third Hokage Saruto by Hiruzen, the most powerful shinobi in the village, also known as the Kami of Shinobi, was rubbing his temples and sighing heavily as an enraged ANBU stood in front of the desk, ranting about a certain someone's latest prank. Uzumaki Naruto was sitting on the floor next to the ranting ANBU, and he was tied up tightly with rope. He had on a shit-eating grin. He broke into our locker room and switched out some of our uniforms and masks. Considering the fact that the HQ is actually supposed to be hidden, this is a serious breach of security. We have to do something about this damn brat. Oi, that was supposed to be a secret. Every villager knew it out by watching where the ANBU hang around certain buildings. At least put a damn genjutsu up or something. Naruto retorted loudly at the very animated ANBU. Hiruzen sighed heavily again. What happened with the uniforms and masks, Naruto-kun? I do not see anything different, he tiredly said as he indicated the normal-looking ANBU next to the boy. He almost regretted his question as he watched Naruto's grin grow sinister. He easily felt his 3 hidden ANBU guards in the office shifting uncomfortably. I only picked 3 to victimize have fun with. You probably can guess who. His surrogate grandson replied ominously. It only took the old man a second to understand his implications. He snapped his fingers. No one appeared from the shadows in this room. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and displayed a too neutral smile that made everyone shiver. Now, I am willing to give all 3 of you one more chance. If any one of you do not come out now, I will bust all of you back down to Genin and doing only Torah missions for a year. Is that clear? Naruto snickered as the third easily felt the fear and shame radiating off his hidden guards. He took a moment before snapping his fingers again. All 3 hidden guards appeared behind the tied-up Naruto at the same time. The third winced as he raised a hand to block the blindingly bright colors radiating off the ANBU's new uniforms. The one on the left was wearing a bright neon yellow ANBU uniform with a generic white mask that had a cartoonish scribbling of a Heno-Henomohaji on it. The one in the center was all neon pink and his generic mask's scribbling showed a perverted expression, a lecherous leer, peering eyes, and rosy cheeks. The last one on the right wore neon green. Her mask showed a scribbling of an awesome face. It took the Hokage all he had to suppress his laughter at the ridiculous display in front of him. Naruto didn't have the same reservation as he laughed uproariously at the sight of the 3 ANBU wearing nothing but eye-searing colors. Even the agent who caught the boy had to work to hold his laughter back. Our apologies, Hokage-sama. As you can see, it was difficult for us to come out here. The one in the center spoke quietly as he glared daggers at the laughing blonde. You weren't able to find any spare. The third inquired as he did everything to keep his composure on the inside. There weren't anything else in the locker room we could use and we could not afford to miss our shift, so we were forced to use what we had. The neon green female ANBU with long purple hair spoke up. Hers and raised an eyebrow at Naruto for an explanation. No worries, Hokage Jiji. I hid the stuff I switched out inside the storage room next door to the locker room. They'll find everything there. The ANBU let out a sigh of relief. Very well. I'll take care of Naruto-kun. You may go back to work. The third spoke dismissively. The three neon-colored ANBU prepared to leave the office to change, while the normal-looking ANBU already vanished into thin air. Where are you going? I didn't say you could leave your posts. Remain like that for the rest of the day. In fact, don't even change until after you have gotten home from your shift. The Hokage ordered with a pleasant smile. The three ANBU flinched in horror. That's cold, old man, Naruto observed with an amused grin. The old man raised a finger to point at him. If they weren't able to detect you breaking into a building buzzing with the best trained nin stationed every 20 feet in that bright orange outfit, then either they need to be trained some more or you deserve an award. Maybe they'll learn from your example briefly, Naruto-kun. He smirked as he watched his guards glare and project their killing intent at the tied-up boy, who was getting nervous. Oi, there's no need to piss off people who can hide in shadows and stab things with pointy things. They're going to come for me in the middle of the night. The neon green ANBU's hand twitched slightly as if she was about to reach for her sword. I am sure they won't, especially after they hear what I have thought up for your punishment. I was thinking about having one of my former students join you on this training trip alongside Tenzo-san, who I have explained as having the unique ability to subdue any Biju's chakra if it gets out of control. However, I honestly do not think he will be needed until the next break, and I could not find him in time anyway. So I will be replacing him with a certain someone. He's a Taijutsu specialist who would be able to help you improve your Taijutsu when you're taking breaks from bringing out the Kyubai's chakra. The Hokage spoke neutrally, working to keep a full-blown dastardly smirk from forming on his face. The three ANBU's demeanor changed completely at the mention of the Taijutsu specialist, and they were grinning evilly behind their masks. Naruto seemed to think nothing was wrong though. A Taijutsu specialist? I don't see how that'd be punishment. He cocked his head. You will find out, young boy, when you meet your two guardians tomorrow at the main gate. The third replied with a pleasant smile. Later that night, one Mitarashi Anko almost had to be admitted into the hospital after she hurt her stomach and facial muscles laughing so hard at her roommate's bright neon green uniform and mask. Next morning at the Hokage's office, Saruto by hers and yawned loudly as he shook the tiredness out of his old body walking into the office to start his work for the day. Before sitting at the desk, he opened the window facing the village's main gate in the distance and sat down. He only had to wait a few minutes before a man's ear-splitting voice shook the quiet morning air. YOSH, your flame of youth is burning so brightly if you are training at such a young age. We shall train together as hard as we can for the next 3 months and make your youthfulness burn white hot. Followed by a child's horrified yell. ARGH, don't let the caterpillars on your eyes near me. Damn you, old man. Hers and leaned back into his chair and let a smile grow slowly on his face. Music to my ear. 3 months later, Tenzo, a brown-haired ANBU with a somewhat plain-looking face framed by a silver hapuri, was standing in front of the Hokage's desk in the office giving his report. Naruto-san trained himself nearly into the ground every day over the past 3 months. After spending half of each day trying to control the Kyubai's chakra, he spent the other half practicing what he learned from the Kyubai overnight and getting into taijutsu spars with me and Gai-san. He never won, but we have seen vast improvements compared to when he left with us 3 months ago. The Hokage nodded his head, indicating for Tenzo to continue. In the final spar against Gai-san before we left, we allowed Naruto-san to augment his new taijutsu style with the Kyubai's power. I carefully monitored the battle so I could interfere with my ceiling at any time if need be. The difference was incredible. It actually ended up with Gai-san getting several minor injuries before Naruto-san was knocked out. Gai-san still did not go all out, but for a 9-year-old boy to be able to give an elite jounin like the Green Beast of Konoha a little trouble for 30 minutes is nothing short of amazing. The third raised an eyebrow. How much of the Kyubai's power is he able to control? He is able to go up to 2 tails of the Kyubai's chakra in a red shroud that completely surrounds his body and it's shaped to look like a fox. In that mode, he was as fast as a high chunin if all he focused on was running. His strength increased exponentially. He recovers from most minor injuries almost instantly, and the shroud defends him against low-level jutsu. He is also able to mold the chakra shroud into forming claws that can extend from his body to reach long-distance targets. All of this was able to go up to 30 minutes of usage in which he was completely stable with no risk of losing control. After that, the malevolent chakra will begin to hurt his body, so we restricted him to only 30 minutes of the chakra's usage per day. From what I documented of Naruto-san's progress, he managed to control 4 levels of the Demon Fox's power. Didn't you say 2 tails worth of chakra? There is also a tailless mode in which we did not see the red chakra surrounding him, but he still released the Kyuubi's killing intent and gained a significant speed and strength boost over his normal attributes. Not to mention at that level and higher, he displayed more defined Kyuubi-like features like red eyes with slitted pupils, extended canines, larger and darker whiskers, and sharp claw-like fingernails. Below that level, he is able to channel a small bit of the chakra to his eyes for improved vision, especially at nighttime where he could see everything as if it was daytime, and he can also use the chakra to extend his fingernails into claws or retract them. The chakra used for these functions was completely undetectable, so he is able to use his eyes or claws anytime he wishes to without worrying anyone around him with the Kyuubi's presence. The third leaned back into his chair, wondering if he was letting Naruto go too far with the training too fast. Tenzo-san, was there any doubt, even a tiny amount from either you or Gai-san, that Naruto remained completely himself? Tenzo shook his head with a smile. After spending 3 months with him, I can say with 100% confidence he is still the Uzumaki Naruto you know. In fact, he's planning a PR. He was interrupted by the office's door banging loudly open to reveal a horror unlike anything the third had seen in his long life. Naruto walked into the room. That was normal enough itself, but everything ended after that. He was sporting a horrid green one-piece spandex with an orange sash around his waist and orange leg warmers. His blonde hair was cut and smoothed into a bowl-cut style like Madogai, and he even sported 2 very thick and fuzzy blonde eyebrows above his blue eyes. To make it worse, he opened his mouth. YOSH. I have returned from 3 months of making my flames of youth burn white hot. I have never felt more youthful than I am right now. The Hokage sat stock still in his chair with a dumb expression on his face, as if he was trying his best to unsee what had been wrought before him. He did not see Tenzo slap his forehead. Your youthfulness burns brightly compared to mine. I shall train myself as hard as I can until my youthfulness can match your white-hot youth. Madogai's voice boomed throughout the office as a tall black-haired man in the same green spandex with a jounen vest worn over it and light green leg warmers ran into the room to stand next to Naruto. He also sported the same horrid bowl cut and thick black eyebrows. Naruto turned to Gai. Gai-SENSEI. I shall make my youthfulness burn even more brightly if you do that. If I cannot do it, I'll run 10 laps around the land of fire. Naruto-san. Your youth will burn even more with that. If I cannot succeed in matching your youthfulness, I shall run 10 laps around the entire elemental nations. The entire office went deathly silent for a moment until a thump was heard. Everyone looked toward the desk to see the third laying his forehead on it, whispering something no one could make out. It's my fault. I was too harsh on Naruto-kun before he left ... and now he's turned into a mini guy. What horrors have I wrought? I'm so sorry, Minato-kun. I shall redeem myself by ending their lives, then commit seppuku. An uproarious laughter erupted throughout the office, causing him to raise his head. He saw Gai and Naruto on their backs laughing. We sure got you, old man, Gai exclaimed before laughing some more with the Naruto-Gai hybrid. As I twitched. What is going on? Is this a prank, and why have you joined in, Gai-san? I'm not him, the Gai imposter replied as he got up before puffing into some smoke. After a second, the smoke cleared away to reveal a regular-looking Naruto in his orange jumpsuit. I forgot to mention, Naruto-san here has learned Kage Bunshin no Jutsu from the Kyuubi, and he can use it in combination with Henge with frightening ease. Tenzo suddenly interjected before there was any further confusion. As if on cue, the Gai-Naruto hybrid released its Henge to reveal another normal-looking Naruto. A cold chill went deep into the very essence of the third's being as he realized the implications of multiple solid copies of Naruto ... each with his intelligence and mischievousness. Terrified of that notion, he quickly pushed it aside and made a mental note to hurry up and pick his replacement as soon as possible. Including the 3 guards hidden inside the office, the entire ANBU force, even the ones out of the village on missions, got an ice cold chill down their spines as they had the feeling their greatest nemesis ever suddenly got much more powerful. Which one of you is the original? The Hokage erratically asked as he wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. The one that was Gai raised his hand to show his fingernails sharpening into claws. He then stabbed them lightly into the other Naruto to pop it. I'm back, Hokage Jiji, the blonde exclaimed with a foxy grin. The Hokage returned the grin with an uncertain smile. I am glad to see you are doing well. Tenzo-san here was telling me how much of a menek how much of a good shinobi you will grow into. Hehe, I can't believe how much stronger I got. It's thanks to Gai-sensei and Tenzo-sensei here that I came this far. I actually almost became a mini-guy a few times though. Everyone in the office, including the hidden ANBU, shuddered. It's like he has some way of brainwashing people. I hope no one else will fall for his enthusiasm. Everyone shuddered again. That won't happen, hopefully. So you are able to use the Kage Bunshin. How many copies are you able to create, Naruto-kun? The Hokage inquired. I was able to go up to 200, but they're pathetically weak with so little chakra, and they won't last long. I can make 25 clones that last all day, and they have about the same strength as me, though they still pop after one hit. Very good. I dare say you are already ready to graduate with what you have learned. You're welcome to test out early if you'd like. The old man was not surprised to see his surrogate grandson shake his head no without any hesitation. No thanks, Hokage Jiji. The fox says I'm still not ready, and I'd rather enjoy my time with my friends before we all have to do missions and stuff. For the next year, I'm just going to focus on learning more about elemental jutsu and figure out my nature affinities. Fox also said I'd likely have a natural affinity for fire due to her chakra, but she believes there will be 1 or 2 more. The Hokage nodded his head. I'm glad you made it back here safely. I'll let you go home, as I'm sure you'd like to rest before the academy starts again in 2 days. Before you go though, I would like to inquire of you and Tenzo-san on the whereabouts of Gai-san. He usually is the first one here upon returning from any mission, expressing his enthusiasm. Tenzo let out an exasperated sigh. Naruto struck his usual sheepish pose. That'd be my fault, Hokage Jiji. The old man raised an eyebrow, clearly expecting an explanation. I got tired of his youthfulness on the return trip, so I challenged him to keep quiet the rest of the way or he'd run 5 laps around the land of fire. Needless to say, he failed miserably. Before we could tell him it was a joke, he took off with inhuman speed and we never found him. He's probably scaring the Kumo patrol shitless running along the lightning border at this moment. The god of shinobi thumped his forehead on the desk while the hidden ANBU could not help but chuckle at the comedy they were watching. On the streets heading toward the Hyuga compound. Man, I really miss the glares of hatred from these lovely villagers, Naruto thought sarcastically as he walked through the village surrounded by glaring people. He heard whispers of the demons back from wherever he disappeared to. I was hoping he'd stay away, and more. Kurama spoke up. Oh well, nothing we can do about that. Listen, Naruto. I never had a chance to say this, but I want you to know I am proud and astonished at how quickly you have learned to control my chakra. I never would have expected you to get up to 2 tails in just 3 months. Not to mention you are doing well with your taijutsu and kenjutsu training. Thanks, Kurama. It means a lot to me to hear you say that. Unfortunately, I'm afraid we will hit a brick wall next break. You will obtain 3 tails with no problem, but 4th and beyond is when it's going to be tough. At the 4th tail and above you will gain more of the powerful abilities I use, like the Baijudama. However, the chakra shroud will become so malevolent and dense that it'll hurt your body right away and you will find it almost impossible to keep control of your senses. If you go on a rampage, almost no one will be able to stop you. Not even that wood ghoul. Naruto frowned at that. That sucks. I guess we'll have to make do with mastering 3 tails to the best of our abilities and leave it at that until we figure out something in the future. I'm not saying we give up on this. There are options we can try next summer to see if they'll work. And what if they fail? What'll happen? Pain. Extreme and all-encompassing pain. So much pain that you'll wish you were dead. Kurama replied with no hesitation. Geez. And no need to sugarcoat it. Tell me how bad it really will be. Naruto retorted with sarcasm while his tenant snickered. I never said it'd be easy. If what that old fart said about his student coming along to help you next year is true, it should help you in your progress. You know of him? Yes. His name is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Naruto raised both his eyebrows. Seriously, I read about him in the history books. He's supposed to be very strong. That's not all. You're more related to him than you realize. Huh, he's also supposed to be your godfather. I heard your parents appoint him as one when I was sealed in your mother. Naruto stopped all of a sudden in the middle of the street, surprising several villagers nearby. He stood there for a minute as he slowly took in the revelation as some of the villagers looked on with curiosity. He started walking again, with a cold frown and his fists clenched tightly at his sides as he continued on his way to the Hyuga compound. When I meet him, I'm going to kick that son of a bitch in the balls first thing. Kurama snickered at that possibility. A few minutes later, his anger dissipated. He decided it wasn't worth fuming over the latest revelation if Jiraiya wasn't going to be around to take his well-deserved punishment. He arrived at the gate of the Hyuga compound. The guards quickly allowed him inside, used to his frequent presence by now. Naruto made his way toward the main family's house. He wondered how Hinata, Hanabi, and Hayashi were doing after 3 months. He remembered that Hinata became distressed when he told her that he would be out of the village. Hanabi's reaction was more extreme as she refused to let him go for nearly all day on the day before his departure. They all but ordered him to stop by the compound as soon as he returned. He smiled at the memory of Hanabi threatening him with bodily harm if he upset Hinata by not making a beeline for the compound from the Hokage's office as soon as possible. He knew the younger Hyuga would be just as upset herself, if more. He frowned as he felt someone's cold fury directed at him. He shifted his eyes to the right to find the source. Hyuga Neji stepped out of the shadow under a tree near the main house's entrance. The blonde stopped in his track, his hands still at his sides as he glared directly at a pair of cold white eyes. They saw each other several times in passing, but they haven't directly faced each other since Neji's brutal attack 1.5 years ago. Is there something you need, Neji-san? Naruto said coolly as he kept his icy gaze leveled with Neji's. You look much stronger compared to the weakling I faced last time, Uzumaki-sama. How is that possible? Neji's tone was just as cold and calculating as his eyes. Training and hard work, that's all. I feel like I could kick your ass right now. Too bad Hayashi-sama banned us from dueling. Naruto retorted with a nonchalant shrug. Neji smirked. I am not concerned about you catching up to me. Fate has decided I am the stronger of us and I will defeat you when we do have our battle. Yeah. I don't believe in all that fake crap, and I'll prove that by taking in all your anger and returning it tenfold. Be ready because I'm constantly getting stronger. Can you afford to rely on your fate bailing you out when you find out you never really worked hard enough to back up your talk? Neji narrowed his eyes with a silent snarl while Naruto smirked darkly as he broke off the conversation and continued his walk toward Hayashi's house. The Hyuga prodigy clenched his fists as he stormed off toward his residence. I will do everything I can to prove him otherwise. I will make myself stronger and faster, for I am fated to win. A moment later, his confrontation with Neji forgotten, Naruto stood at the front door to Hayashi's house. He knocked once before he heard some thumping and rumbling, and it was getting louder. He sweat-dropped for an instant before the front door flew open to launch a tiny Hyuga girl into the blonde's stomach. He could only expel air from his lungs involuntarily as he caught the black-haired cannonball. Oni-chan, you're back. Did you come here straight from Hokage-sama's office like I told you to? Hanabi excitedly yapped as she wrapped her arms around his waist for a tight hug. Naruto chuckled and patted her back. I did, little firecracker. Looks like you're very happy I followed your orders. He teased after catching his breath. That was for Ni-chan's sake. I could wait until tomorrow, but she would be heartbroken if she heard you waited. Hanabi defended with a blush as she let go of his waist. I would have been fine, Hanabi-chan. He might have needed his rest upon returning from the trip, you know. Hinata admonished her little sister softly as she appeared at the doorway, but it was clear she was happy to see her friend as soon as possible too. Her attire hadn't changed much, but her hair had grown longer as it now reached her shoulders. Naruto had to admit she was looking cuter the longer her hair grew. Uzumaki-san, it is good to see you again after so long. Please come in. Hayashi appeared behind Hinata and gave a bow. Naruto returned the bow as he and Hanabi went inside with the rest. A few minutes later, they were seated at the dining table enjoying some tempura and stir-fried vegetables cooked by Hinata. The children were chatting about what they did over the past 3 months. And I was able to pull a fast one on Guy-sensei when he thought he hit me, but it was really a shadow clone that I substituted with. Naruto was recounting his stories, carefully leaving out any mention of Kurama and her chakra. What is a shadow clone? Hinata spoke up softly and Hanabi looked just as curious. Hayashi raised an eyebrow at the notion of a child learning a Jounin-level kenjutsu. Naruto looked toward the clan head as if to silently ask permission. He got a nod. It's a jutsu I learned from my sensei. Not many can use this because of the high chakra requirement, but I have plenty to spare. Naruto explained as he formed a cross shape with his hands and 2 fingers each. A puff of smoke appeared next to him, surprising both Hinata and Hanabi. The smoke cleared to reveal a perfect clone of Naruto waving at the girls. The girls looked shocked and could only dumbly wave back. Hayashi smirked a little. Is that a solid copy? Hinata squeaked as her Byakugan activated to check. That's right, Hinata-chan. I can do the same attacks as boss if I was given enough chakra, and I can also think independently from him if I don't have an order to carry out. The clone spoke up. I also can learn whatever it learns when it dispels. Perfect for training, spying, reading, etc. The only thing that can't be transferred back to me is muscle training. I will have to do that myself. A major disadvantage is that the clone pops after 1 hit. The original explained as he demonstrated by lightly tapping the clone on its head to make it disappear in a puff of smoke. If I use a lot of chakra, the clone can last longer and might be able to take a couple more hits before dispelling. Hinata sat still as the implications of multiple Narutos running around went through her mind. Unlike the perturbed reactions from the Hokage and ANBU, it made her happy. So happy she promptly fainted and fell backward onto the floor from her kneeling position at the table with a silly grin plastered on her face. Hinata-chan, Ni-chan. Naruto and Hanabi cried alarmingly as they moved around to hover over Hinata's form. Hayashi almost face-bombed as he seemed to have understood exactly what went through his daughter's mind. She's starting out so young, like my beloved Hitomi. Uzumaki-san, it seems I will fear for your innocence sooner rather than later. An hour later, our blonde hero was found sitting on the living room sofa next to Hayashi reading a scroll in his chair. His right eye was twitching with annoyance. 2 reasons for this were found in an indigo-haired girl sleeping with her head on his lap, her arms tightly wrapped round his right thigh, and her younger black-haired sister resting her head against his left shoulder with both of her arms wrapped tightly around his left arm. Both of them cuddled up tightly against him as if refusing to let him have a chance to slip out. What's with Hyuga girls using me as their personal teddy bear? Naruto grumbled. Hayashi glanced up from the scroll with a small smirk. Perhaps it is part of your charm, Uzumaki-san. Even your servant looked at me as if I'm her favorite stuffed animal. Hayashi raised an eyebrow. Tomo-san is 38 years old. Exactly. Not just these girls, but other Hyuga females of all ages too. A while ago, I even saw one of the elders do a double take in my direction with that lovely dovey look in her eyes. That must have been my aunt. She is rather odd. My apologies. Naruto gave a slight shudder. Hayashi shook his head slightly with an amused smirk. A comfortable silence followed, with the 2 girls' gentle breathing the only noise being made in the living room. Naruto's expression turned somewhat melancholy, as he seemed to be stuck on a subject in his mind. Hayashi-sama, are you really okay with your daughters being friends with me? The village pariah and the Jinchuriki. Hayashi raised his head. What has brought that up, Uzumaki-san? With your position in the shinobi force, it shouldn't be hard for you to learn what I was really doing the past 3 months. I was learning to control the kyuubi's chakra. Hayashi nodded his head in affirmation. So I am trying to control the wild and terrible chakra of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the bogeyman of this entire village's dreams for the past 8 years. It could get dangerous for me and my friends around me one day. Hayashi put his scroll down as he leaned back into the chair deep in thought. After a long moment, he spoke up. I will admit I did think about possible situations between you and my daughters that would not end favorably for everyone involved. However, these are just mere speculations. I feel if one of these situations ever came to pass, we all would deal with whatever may happen at that time. Until then, I know for certain that my daughters implicitly trust you and are perfectly happy having you around. You are also doing wonders for Hinata's confidence issues. I don't see any reason why I have to be premature and try to change anything between the three of you. You're even directing my nephew's anger into improving himself constantly after what I just saw before dinner. Naruto flinched before doing his sheepish gesture with his free hand. You saw. My eyes are not all seeing for nothing, Hayashi retorted with a smirk before continuing. Uzumaki-san, my feeling is that you are doing a great service to this village by keeping the Kyuubi contained within you. That should have been good enough for you, but you're going above and beyond the call of duty by learning to be in control of the chakra so may be able to grow stronger to protect people you consider important, even with a risk of anything going wrong in that quest. Naruto sat there with a blank face as he looked into Hayashi's sincere eyes. After a moment, he allowed a gentle smile to grow on his face. Thanks, Hayashi-sama. It's the first time anyone in this village ever described my situation like that. I feel much better. I'll be careful about how I progress in my training, though. For everyone's sake. Hayashi allowed a small smile as he nodded. Another long silence followed as he returned to reading more of the scroll. Naruto grew bored with the two girls still clutching onto him. Let's see how I should escape this booby trap of dangerous Juken strikes, he mumbled as Hayashi raised an eyebrow, his eyes never leaving the scroll. I would think you would understand by now, Uzumaki-san. It is not possible to escape my daughters without suffering a strike or two in painful places, he dryly said. He could feel Naruto's foxy grin out of view. I never give up. Besides, I have something new to try, Hayashi-sama. Hayashi heard a slight popping sound. Intrigued, he looked over to see a confused-looking clone of Naruto standing behind the sofa that the original and his daughters were on. Naruto then did a simple series of hand seals and there was another puff of smoke. It was not hard for Hayashi to see that the original did a kawarami with the clone, leaving the poor clone to precariously hold his daughter's dangerous sleeping habits at bay. The original displayed a triumphant grin while the clone shifted nervously under the girl's tightening grips. That takes care of that. Hold down the fort for me, would ya, buddy? The original patted his clone's head, which glowered at the boss's cruelty. Hayashi smirked as he saw an idea clearly form in the clone's head and it showed an evil smirk. It then did the same series of seals and another puff of smoke followed. Huh, was Naruto's intelligent reply as he found himself back under the two girls' clutches and the clone was standing behind the sofa with a shit-eating grin. It's you who should be holding down the fort, boss. Yanni, the clone said cheerfully before dispelling itself. It took a moment for Naruto to realize that his clone pulled a fast one on its own creator. An annoyed frown formed on the blonde's face. Just why can't I get away from here? He moaned in dejection. Another pleasant evening for me to remember, Hayashi amusedly thought as he watched Naruto get flustered under his daughter's clutches. 5 days later at the main gate into Konoha, newly promoted Chunins Izumo and Kotsu, who would soon be known as the Eternal Chunins in the future, were spending their day at the main gate's guardhouse. Man, this is bullshit. We finally get promoted after 5 years of being genin. We even came close to being called the Eternal Genins and they stick us in this damn guardhouse. Kotsu complained. Shut up. You should see this as a great honor to serve the village by protecting it from hostiles trying to sneak past us. Izumo retorted harshly. Before they were able to argue further, they noticed a large party of foreign nins with a man in a large official-looking Haori and a prepubescent dirty blonde-haired girl walking alongside him at the front of the party. The guards remained silent but on guard for any possible attack as the foreign nins stopped at a short distance before the gate, allowing the leader and the young girl to walk up to the guardhouse alone, an apparent attempt to calm any tension. I am the fourth Kazekage and this is my daughter Sabaku no Temari. A veiled man in a robe and hat similar to the Hokage, only with dark blue accents instead of red, introduced himself and the blonde girl. The young but pretty girl with her hair tied into 4 pigtails shot a hard look at the guards before nodding stiffly. The Kazekage continued. We come from Sunagekure and I was invited here by Hokage Dono to discuss several items about our alliance. Here is the message from Hokage Dono. Izumo nervously took the scroll to open it slowly. He easily confirmed the Hokage's handwriting and his official seal on the letter. He rolled it back up and handed it back to the Kazekage respectfully. Welcome to Konohagakure, Kazekage-sama and Sabaku-sama. I will escort you and your party to meet up with the Hokage. He is expecting you, he stiffly said with a respectful bow. The Kazekage simply nodded for the guard to continue. Izumo turned around and led the Suna party into the village, leaving Kotsu alone at the guardhouse. He let out a sigh. Well, that was interesting. That blonde girl's would have been very cute if she'd been closer to our age, though she looked like she'd rather be anywhere but here next to her father. Wonder why that is, he mused while he was moving to get back to his seat. As he was about to sit down, he noticed something far down the road from the gate. A green speck on the horizon. Curious, the guard decided to walk down the road to get a closer look at the odd sight. Realization slowly crept on him as he got closer and broke into an easy run. Upon arriving at the green speck, he finally confirmed this to be the beaten and battered body of Mato Guy. What the hell happened here, Guy-san? Kotsu inquired with worry as he bent down to the body to check for any wound. There were none, but the body stunk as if it acclimated a week's worth of sweat without cleaning up. My youthfulness is rather drained. Water, please. Guy managed to get out. Kotsu sighed and shrugged as he reached for his canteen to pour some water through Guy's parched lips. My advice to you, young one. Don't ever challenge Uzumaki Naruto to any contest of youthfulness. He will beat you. Guy painfully warned as if he was drawing his last breath and trying to identify whoever murdered him. Kotsu shook his head and laughed. That blonde brat. The entire village could have warned you about that before you did whatever you tried with him. Don't mess with the prankster king of Konoha. After a few minutes, Guy finally regained enough strength to stand up and be helped into the village by Kotsu, mumbling about depleted youth the whole way. 3 days ago in Sonogakure, boy, Tenkuro, stop wearing women's makeup around the house. It's creepy. 11-year-old Sabaku no Temari yelled angrily at her younger brother. 10-year-old Kenkuro promptly displayed an outraged expression, his face completely covered in white paint with some red streaking across his cheeks. To the cute young blonde girl, his affronted expression looked utterly ridiculous, reminding her of a clown. It's not makeup, it's war paint. You look like a clown preparing for war then. Oh, you did not just go there, bitch. I just did, asshole. What are you gonna do about it, you circus reject? This went back and forth for a few minutes in the common room of the Sabaku mansion, and they were about to come to blows. Meanwhile, their 9-year-old brother, Gaara, was sitting on a windowsill on the far wall staring out over the populace of Suna below. He was beginning to get irritated, and that did not bode well for anyone in the vicinity. When he was not having one of his psychotic spells, he was normally a quiet and cold boy who had no interest in the people around him. Unfortunately, listening to his older siblings' incessant arguing was getting on his nerves, and he was about to have another one of his episodes. Normally, Temari and Kenkuro would have been quiet and careful around their youngest brother. However, the stress of being tense all the time living in the same house with a psychotic killer and having it going on so long got to the two siblings, and they promptly forgot where they were. A chilling whisper that somehow reached them all the way across the room stopped their arguing instantly. Their angry and glaring expressions seemed to melt slowly into ones of absolute dread as they robotically swiveled their heads in the direction of a twitching Gaara. At that point, the red-headed boy's killing intent crashed into them, and they stumbled back before freezing up in terror at the feeling of death washing over them. You have annoyed me long enough, and Mother is calling for your blood. Gaara raised his cold voice into almost a roar at the end as he summoned some sand from his gourd. It shot out toward the other two siblings, shaped like a giant tendril. Before the petrified Kenkuro could react, he was violently knocked back by the whipping sand into a wall, leaving him unconscious instantly. Temari became even more terrified at what was happening as she took up a defensive position, her legs refusing to take her out of the living room and get away. Gaara smiled insanely as he raised an outstretched hand, and his sand was now crawling toward the unconscious Kenkuro. Temari, upon seeing this, felt her feet move forward, not backward like she wanted. Next thing she knew, she was standing in front of her unconscious brother staring at a giant swell of sand about to cover her even as she tried to blow it back with gusts of wind from a small fan she usually carried on her person. What the hell am I doing? Why am I trying to protect Kenkuro? We don't even get along. Even as she thought those things, she knew why she was doing this. The small and weak, but resilient, part of her continued to wish to be a real family with her siblings someday, and she knew she'd protect Kenkuro and even Gaara if he ever found himself outmatched, despite how extremely unlikely that was. They were all children of her beloved mother, and she knew Gaara would have wanted nothing more than to see them all get along. A larger part of her cursed this desire bitterly for her stupidity since she was going to pay with her life now. The sand splashing onto her body interrupted any more thought. She whimpered fearfully as she tried to blow the sand off to no avail. After some struggling, her fan was knocked out of her hand, leaving her defenseless. She looked up into Gaara's maniac eyes, and his insane smile froze her insides worse than the feel of the sentient sand crawling up to her chest. Gaara. Why are you doing this? We're your siblings. Family. We're not supposed to hurt each other. She pleaded tearfully. She thought it was her imagination that the sand stopped its movement for an instant and there was a flash of something in her brother's pale green eyes. That thought was gone in the next instant when the sand continued its progress up to her neck. A chilling and gravelly voice made her shiver even with the sentient sand restricting her movement. Our uncle tried to kill me. Even now, our own father, Gaara spat out that word hatefully, is allowing assassins to come after me. How should I believe the rest of you won't try anything with me as well? She had no reply for that. Besides, Mother desires your blood and I won't disappoint her. Even now, Temari had to allow a tear as she felt immense pity for her own brother, who'd rather listen to a monster instead of his own kin. She wished she could have at least done something differently to keep Gaara from reaching this point, but it was now too late. This is it. In the next 5 seconds he's going to do the Sabaku Soso, then my blood and insides will splatter all over this room in my own home. This isn't how I wanted to go. She took one last panicked gasp of breath before the sand covered her mouth. She could see Gaara lifting his hand up, fingers spread out as if he was holding an imaginary cup. In the next moment he would clench that fist and Temari would be no more in this world, with Kankuro following soon after. Accepting her fate, the quad pigtailed blonde stayed still inside the shifting sand for what seemed like an eternity, awaiting her death. She knew something was wrong when she didn't feel dead yet. Instead, she felt an odd shifting sensation all over her body and the sand covering her seemed to vibrate erratically. In the next second, it began to dribble off her body quickly in large globs, as if it seemed to have just died. Shocked that she was still alive somehow, she stumbled and fell backward out of the rest of the sand, landing on her backside against the wall next to the still unconscious Kankuro. Sighing in relief and exhaustion from the ordeal, she looked up to see what stopped Gaara. Rasa, the fourth Kazekage, was standing at the doorway into the room holding an outstretched hand up with a slightly alarmed expression. She glanced over at the pile of sand that was covering her and saw it was glittering unusually. She realized now that her father saved her by quickly mixing his gold dust with Gaara's sand to slow it down and disable it. She heard an inhuman yell of frustration, and jolted to see Gaara clutching at his head and what sand he could move was thrashing around him. In the next instant, a large golden bundle of sand shot at him. It split into 2 smaller pieces and they wrapped around his legs and arms respectfully to bind him. Finally subdued, he fell over and hit the floor hard, yet his frantic yells continued for being denied his kills. Temari stared blankly up at the ceiling after this was all over and covered her ears to block out Gaara's insanity. She began to shake and cry as she repeatedly went over the past few minutes in her mind, focusing on how close she came to dying at her own brother's hands. Rasa glanced over at his daughter, whose body was shaking and racking with sobs, and felt a small twinge of sadness in his chest. He decided at that moment she needed some fresh air and he would take her out of town on a long walk to Konoha to help her clear her mind. He'd leave Gaara with his right-hand man Baki to keep him under control, and Kankuro would be content locking himself in his room tinkering with the puppets. Present, in the tower outside the Hokage's office, Temari, the Kazekage's voice pulled the young girl out of her thoughts. She looked up to his veiled face, giving him her attention. We are about to meet the Hokage. Be sure to be on your best behavior. She only nodded once and turned to look straight ahead with a somewhat dead expression on her face. They waited a moment before the Chunin's secretary appeared and bowed to them. She told them the meeting had been moved to the formal hall a few doors down. Rasa quirked an eyebrow at that but decided not to dwell on this detail. They walked a short distance down the hall and waited while the secretary opened the door to stick her head in and inform the people inside that the guests were here. They heard a commenter and the Chunin opened the door wide for the 2 guests to step inside. The sight of this room impressed the 2 guests. It was set up like a traditional meeting hall, with 2 rows of cushions facing toward a raised platform at the far wall of the room. The entire wall was displaying an intricate mural of a large forest of dark green trees surrounding a large golden flame, apparently alluding to Konoha's famous motto, the Will of Fire. On the raised platform underneath the mural was a frame holding up a one-way transparent veil. Anyone facing the veil would only see shadows behind it. The guests noted there was a silhouette shaped like the third Hokage. The Kazekage bowed while Temari did the same, but her eyes were on someone else. She was somewhat curious about the tied-up blonde and whiskered boy wearing a bright orange jumpsuit sitting to the side by the raised platform. His eyes were squinted fox-like and he had a childish pout on his face as he seemed to be grumbling about something. Rasa never glanced over at the boy even once as he took his seat on the cushion closest to the platform while his daughter took a cushion behind and to the right of him. Thank you for your hospitality, Hiruzen Dono. This is my daughter, Temari. He indicated his daughter before continuing. Though I do have to say I am curious about your use of the screen. It is my first time seeing you behind that in all of our meetings so far. Saruto by Hiruzen had to sweat drop as he let out a brief chuckle. You are always welcome here anytime, Rasa Dono. My apologies for the sudden changes, but any time we met in Suna, you were usually sitting behind something similar to this. I thought I would give it a try for once. The Kazekage allowed a nod of understanding even at this pitiful excuse. It is rather nice to seem a little mysterious, isn't it? Temari raised an eyebrow slightly at her father's casual response to the sudden and unexplained changes. He never liked changes. Mentally shrugging it off, she then continued to glance over at the tied-up boy once in a while. She thought he was sniggering about something that she apparently was not in on. What is he finding so funny? Behind the veil, the god of shinobi silently cursed the young blonde boy nearby. It was bad enough he had to do something like this with important guests in order to hide himself from anyone's view. If one were to look behind the veil, their eyes would sear at the sight of his very bright neon orange Hokage outfit. This abominable color covered him top to bottom with blue accents. The worst part was the kanji on the back that read on loan from a future Hokage. Hiruzen had no idea how Naruto managed to get into his closet and hide his entire wardrobe, leaving only this one. He had no choice but to put it on. Upon arriving in the office, the ANBU guards promptly fell out of their shadows laughing. Before their embarrassed leader could even utter the order, one of them was already leaving to retrieve Naruto for him. He was busy scolding the boy and questioning him on the whereabouts of his clothes when he got the message that the Hokage was here for a meeting. Slightly panicking, he changed the meeting to the formal hall and had a paper veil set up quickly. It would be too much for him to have the usually stoic Hokage even chuckle at his odd wardrobe. Did the young boy over there do something wrong? Rasa asked as he finally acknowledged Naruto's presence for the first time since he and Temari entered this room. This snapped the third out of his thoughts of revenge for a certain surrogate grandson. It's nothing too bad. I was scolding Naruto-kun here about a prank he played on me earlier this morning before you and your lovely daughter arrived. Oh, so are you planning a fitting punishment for him? Like execution or at least flogging? In my village, it is a crime to make a fool of the Hokage, Rasa asked with feigned seriousness. The boy flinched and sweated comically as he carefully glanced up at the Hokage. From where he was sitting, he was able to clearly see his surrogate grandfather from behind the veil. Temari had to hold back a smirk at the boy's predicament. Her father might be cold and stern, but even he wouldn't do something like that to anyone in Suna for something as minor as a prank. The Hokage seemed to have caught on and he visibly brought a finger up to his chin and thought, "You are right, Rasadono. Perhaps I have been far too lenient on him up until now. Flogging would be too cruel, but I can still hit him where it'd really hurt. How about I make a law forbidding a certain favorite food of his anywhere in the village?" He mused to himself. Naruto looked up in shock at the third with a look of betrayal. "You wouldn't do that." The Hokage shot him an annoyed glare. "Keep trying me and I might just do that for real, you brat." Temari had to suppress a laugh at this exchange. Hers and then glanced over at the young blonde girl sitting behind the Hokage and, upon seeing her expression clearly holding back the urge to laugh, wondered if she would have liked to at least enjoy herself on this short trip. "Okay, I believe we have tormented the poor boy enough." Naruto openly showed his irritation at this. "It's time we begin our discussion. You did tell me in your letter you are going to be here for a short time and you needed to get back to Suna as soon as possible." Rasa nodded in affirmation. "Then, Rasadono, would your daughter appreciate a small tour around the village? I am sure she wouldn't want to sit through this boring meeting." Temari visibly perked up at that. She'd rather be elsewhere so she didn't have to be around her father any longer than necessary. Rasa seemed to think for a minute before replying. "That is an excellent suggestion, Dono. It is her first time visiting this village after all. Would you like that, Temari?" "Yes, Kazekage-sama," his daughter replied neutrally, though she felt relief at not having to sit through this meeting. The Hokage, and even Naruto, quirked their eyebrows at the girl's stiff address toward her own father. It did not seem to bother the Kazekage, however. "Excellent. Naruto-kun, think of this as your punishment for what you did earlier. Please escort Kazekage Dono's daughter for the day and be on your best behavior. You will meet us at the main gate at 5. The Hokage commanded of the boy, his expression growing serious. Naruto knew not to mess with the old man like this, so he responded with a silent nod. At that moment, he heard a thunk and glanced down to see a kunai stuck into the floor next to him. Hers and apparently threw it, and the boy did not even see him move. It cut the rope binding him, and the freed boy slipped the threads off easily enough. Gulping at this method, he rose to his feet and moved to the blonde girl. He then respectfully bowed, remembering the etiquette lessons beaten into him by Yoshino. "Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. It's nice to meet you." Temari smiled briefly at the boy's respectful behavior. Despite his ugly orange jumpsuit, she thought he was cute, especially with those gorgeous deep blue eyes, whiskers that made him seem a little rugged, and beautiful sun-kissed blonde hair that she'd kill to have instead of her own hair color. She rose to her feet as well and politely bowed to him. Naruto noticed she was taller than him by a little bit, so apparently she was at least a couple years older. She had slatted teal eyes that made her look somewhat exotic, and her thick dirty blonde hair was tied up into 4 short and bushy pigtails. He thought the unusual style suited her. She was wearing a black battle kimono that went down from her neck to her calves in a somewhat conservative style. She finished it off with a large white sash around her waist, black sandals, and fingerless gloves. She certainly had the image of an aspiring and serious kunoichi down pat, and he knew she was going to be devastatingly beautiful as an adult. He noted a small ornate fan tucked into the sash and wondered if she was learning to use battle fans as a kinjutsu style. He saw that style while he was searching for his own and thought it was noble of her that she was learning a difficult but powerful style. He deduced she was primarily wind-natured, like it was required to effectively use that style. "Uzumaki-san, it is a pleasure to meet you too. I am Sabaku no Temari and I look forward to your guidance." The blonde girl spoke formally as she finished her bow. "You can call me Naruto, Sabaku-san. I'm not one for formalities unless I have to." Naruto replied easily with a friendly smile. "Then I would prefer to go by Temari as well, Naruto-san. I have 2 siblings, so it gets confusing with just the surname." The boy nodded as he walked off toward the door, followed by Temari. Stopping at the door, they turned around and bowed to the cages before stepping out. After the door closed, the Kazekage slowly removed his face veil and turned to his fire counterpart with a smirk. "Now that it's just the 2 of us, please tell me, Dono, exactly why you are hiding behind that screen. I assume it has something to do with that young boy's prank you were scolding him about." The Hokage visibly cringed and sighed in defeat as he stood up to slowly step out from behind the screen, his all-orange Hokage robes now in full view. There was a dead silence for a minute as both cages stared at each other. Hiruzen's expression was one of extreme resignation while Ross's was one of visible shock as his lips began to twitch upward. Outside with Temari and Naruto, they heard loud laughter erupt from the room they just left. That was the Kage's voice. He never laughs, the blonde girl murmured in shock with a small shudder. Yes, the old man told a funny joke, the other blonde cheekily said with a foxy grin, deciding not to elaborate further on the details as they used the stairs leading down. Temari was slightly confused at how he addressed the Hokage, but decided not to inquire about that for now as she was just too stunned over hearing her father laugh heartily like that for the first time ever in her life. So is there anything in particular you'd like to do, Temari-san? Naruto cut into her daze as they stepped outside onto the street in front of the tower. She just shrugged with a neutral expression. Thanks to having Gaara as her brother, her brash and blunt nature, and the fact her father was the Kage, any children her age would not play with her. Aside from training, she rarely did anything fun since Suna was not a friendly place with its harsh desert environment. Life there was more about surviving rather than enjoying anything. So she only had two hobbies, floral appreciation and that. She would be embarrassed if anyone found out about it since it could ruin the tough image she built up if word got out. Okay then how about ice cream? What's that? Naruto face faulted. Wait you've never had it, he exclaimed as he stared at Temari as if she grew a new head. She found his awestruck expression irritating as he apparently was referring to a luxury item that the other villages took for granted compared to her home village. She had been through this many times with visiting dignitaries. Suna is different from Konoha in that we spend most of our time just surviving and making sure we have enough crop, imported goods, and water to live on. We never had much time for luxuries that you Konoha people apparently do, she replied in a cold tone. She apparently did not appreciate being reminded that the other great shinobi villages prospered compared to her own. The tone gave Naruto a shiver. I thought she seemed like a nice person at first. Don't be quick to make decisions about her. You never were able to have much until recently, so remember that as you think in her position. People in Suna spend their whole lives without what you have been able to enjoy over the past couple years. Of course she would hate to be reminded of what Suna doesn't have. I guess I should be more tactful. Just try not to cause an international incident. Boy, do I look like the type to do that. He felt Kurama pause at his apparently rhetorical question, and had a feeling he knew what she was going to say. Is that a trick question? Because we both know I'd be lying if I said no. Damn you. Sorry, I was surprised since I just could not fathom that no one has heard of ice cream. It's quite good. I'll take you to this place and you can try it if you'd like, Temari-san. He offered as he tried to ignore Kurama's laughter in his head. Temari stared at him for a long moment, making him sweat a bit. Okay, lead the way, Naruto-san. They began walking in the direction of the ice cream parlor. Almost right away, the young woman noticed nasty glares directed at her escort from the villagers around them. She glanced over at Naruto, and it was obvious he was deliberately ignoring the attention. She decided to inquire about this. Naruto-san, I'm noticing people around us are shooting you nasty glares. Did you do something to make them angry at you? Naruto whipped his head at her, surprised at her directness so soon into their first meeting. She doesn't beat around the bush, does she? Blunt and not afraid to speak her mind. Almost the opposite from your shy friend. I already like this female. Yeah. I have quite a reputation in this village as a prankster. There aren't many people here that I haven't pranked. Hell, I even pranked the old man. I mean, the Hokage just this morning. Temari narrowed her eyes at him. Her slatted eyes easily made this expression more imposing and he shrank back a little. He knew somehow that she could tell he was staying away from the real reason. The older girl could tell the glares were not simply because of his pranks. It went deeper than that. The only reason she could think of that a young boy like him would receive so much hate was that if he had been born from a family who betrayed the village in some way in the past. Or he was like Gaara. She shuddered at that thought and could not believe this blonde boy, who was obviously sane and seemed kind, would hold a demon within. Although she was curious about his history, she decided to be tactful and leave the topic at that. Upon arriving in front of the ice cream parlor, Naruto was dismayed to discover that it was closed for the day due to an issue with the freezer. He looked at Temari apologetically while she stared back with some disappointment in her escort's ability to entertain her. Growing nervous, Naruto suggested a sweet shop as the next destination. Not surprisingly, Temari was intrigued by the prospect of a shop that sold nothing but desserts, which she only had several times in her life. Arriving at the shop, they were disappointed to find it closed because of a shortage of flour and sugar. Damn it, why the hell won't this damn village let me entertain one simple guest? The boy protested to no one in particular. Temari had to hold back a smirk. While this visit might not have been going well, she had to admit she found this boy's expressive and goofy nature entertaining. I know, how about a quick stop at the Ikaraku stand? They make delicious ramen with many different flavors. It's definitely open, Naruto declared, now clearly grasping at straws. Temari never had ramen before and she was curious about it, so she simply nodded her head. A quick walk later found Naruto on all fours in front of the ramen stand, crying dramatically as he repeatedly hammered a fist on the ground. Temari was standing next to him with a blank expression, staring at the stand that had its shutters down. A small note posted on a shutter explained that the owner and his daughter were out of town for a merchant's retreat. How could you, Chuchayasen and I am Chan? The one time I really needed you, you betray my trust. Naruto cried melodramatically to the sky. Temari just shook her head at her escort's antics. Definitely open, huh? She deadpanned with a cool tone that froze Naruto in his tirade. She then let out a tired sigh. I guess it's no good, Naruto-san. I should go back to the tower and wait for the meeting to end. I appreciate your effort, but it looks like Kami is against us today for some reason. Naruto opened his mouth and looked like he was about to persuade her otherwise, but slumped his head dejectedly. I guess it's for the best. Sorry we could not do anything today, Temari-san. I'm betting if I try to suggest another place, it'll explode into a massive fireball just to spite the hell out of me. It just isn't my day. Temari allowed a small smile at his grumbling. It was refreshing to have someone, especially a boy near her age, be completely himself instead of tiptoeing on eggshells around her. She knew the reason for this was because he did not know she was the sister of the feared Gaara, Jinchuriki of the Ikabai. Therefore, he had no reason to fear being near her. She had to hold back a sad frown at that thought. She forgot to remember that she was also the daughter of the Kasuke, a person only slightly less intimidating than Gaara, and yet Naruto wasn't nervous anyway. This wouldn't register with her until a long time later. They then began their trek back toward the tower with the boy a step ahead of the older girl. As they were walking down a street lined with shops, one of the window displays caught Temari's eye. As she turned her head to have a better look, her eyes widened. So, Temari-san, mind telling me a bit more about Suna? I've never been outside of this village, so I always wondered what other places are like. Naruto suddenly asked as he walked with both arms behind his head. He didn't get a response. Sorry, I guess you have to be secretive about your village, even though we're allied. I just wanted to know what life in your village was like in general, not its secrets. The nervous boy tried to clarify. When he still heard nothing, he was starting to get irritated. Look, Temari-san, it's fine if you don't want to talk about it, but you could at least respond. He trailed off as he realized that his guest was not next to her. He stopped in his track and whipped his head around to look for the blonde girl. He immediately found her standing in front of a shop with her hands on the storefront window and her nose was almost pressing against it. Curious about what caught her attention, he walked over to her. He saw that it was a handcrafting shop and took a glance at the window display. He noticed his fellow blonde was hungrily eyeing a group of small and cute animal-themed knitted dolls. Drool was practically coming out of her open mouth as she whispered cute to no one in particular. Naruto was so stunned that he saw his older and somewhat proper guest become like this that he just stared with his mouth agape. Temari jolted out of her trance and remembered where she was. She quickly straightened up as she glanced around nervously, hoping that no one saw. To her horror, she immediately found Naruto standing next to her with a dumb expression on his face, as if he couldn't believe what he had seen. You saw, she whispered in a trembling voice as she let her long bangs overshadow her eyes. Naruto jolted in surprise at the threatening tone in her voice. He spent enough time with Ino to know that he had upset this girl greatly, even though he didn't think he did anything wrong. You saw, therefore, you must die. Temari intoned with a blank expression as she reached for the ornate fan stuck in her sash. Naruto nervously took a step back as she promptly lunged forward, snapping the small fan open. The boy responded by gracefully jumping into a backward somersault to avoid her swipe. He wasn't expecting to be hit with a strong gust of wind generated by the swipe as he landed, however, and was blown back several meters. He would have been blown all the way across the street into a wall if he hadn't instinctively stuck to the ground with chakra in his feet. She definitely has wind nature. For her to be able to generate that much wind without seals ... she is very impressive. She will be a powerful kunoichi in the future, Hirama observed, not at all concerned her host was being attacked by this girl. You're no help, damn fox. Temari continued her charge forward, her expression determined as she struck with several kicks and jabs. Naruto was impressed with her level of taijutsu as he deftly dodged her attacks. He knew many aspiring war fan users usually focused on long-range attacks and only used defensive styles for taijutsu in case opponents got close somehow. He then quickly remembered this wasn't the time to be impressed as he was nearly blown off his feet again by another swing of his guest's fan. Many bystanders were watching this little scuffle, amused at a pair of children playing around. Meanwhile, the ANBU standing watch over the pair from the shadows were nervously praying to every deity for their blonde nemesis to not cause an international incident. Oi ... wait. I didn't do anything wrong. Don't tell me this is because I just discovered you have a cute hobby. Just how far will you go? You don't need to prove that you're already strong. Naruto quickly said with both his hands up in front of him. Temari suddenly stopped her next swipe just when the fan was about to hit him. She blinked owlishly at his nervous expression. You ... don't think it's weak. Of course not. You're strong and I can tell that from the last couple minutes. Just because you have a cute side doesn't mean you should hide it all the time. Hearing that, she blushed adorably as she let her fan fall out of her limp fingers and dangle by its strap around her wrist. She then squatted down in the middle of the street with her knees touching her chest and covered her reddening face with both hands. Seeing this from whom he deemed to be a strong and prideful girl made his cheeks slightly pink. He and many onlookers watching this thought the same thing. She couldn't get any more cuter than this if she tried. It would be too boring if she's just proud and stiff all the time. It's nice she has this side. It sounds like you're trying to talk Temari-san up to me for some reason, because I don't know why else you would be interested in other puny humans. Hirama just shrugged. I'm just saying what's on my mind. He figured he wasn't going to get any more out of her about this and decided to put that aside. He squatted down so he'd be level with Temari. Temari-san, if you'd like, we can go into that shop and see if we can get you a couple of these dolls. He offered. His guest perked her head up at that, her embarrassment completely forgotten. Her teal eyes sparkled with a bright smile, lighting up her adorably childish expression at the thought of pursuing her now not-so-secret hobby. Naruto was almost compelled to bring a hand up to block the imaginary light radiating off her in waves. Okay, I was wrong. She just got cuter. Gah. All this cuteness is killing my mojo. 15 minutes later found both blondes stepping out of the shop. Temari was displaying a happy and content smile as she was holding and petting a knitted doll that looked like a weasel in her hands. Naruto smiled at this display, happy he finally got to see his guest open up a little. So you have a hobby of collecting and knitting your own dolls. I think it suits you, Temari-san, he remarked. Temari blushed slightly at her escort's compliment as she tucked the new doll away in her waist pouch. I keep a small collection at home. Only my brothers know of this, so you're the first one aside from family to find out. They're kinda my pretend friends because I don't have any back in Suna. She trailed off, surprised that she'd told the boy she just met a 4-in-1, even something like that. She just felt so calm around Naruto that it seemed natural to open up a little. She glanced warily over at her fellow blonde, expecting to be made fun of. To her surprise, he just nodded with a cute foxy expression as if he seemed to understand. I know the feeling. I'm an orphan and I live by myself. Until recently I didn't have friends, so I just talked to the plants I keep around my apartment once in a while. Still do even now, Naruto replied without any hesitation. Temari smiled at her escort's honesty. So you got a green thumb, huh? Didn't peg you for that type. She teased lightheartedly. Didn't peg you as the knitting type. Touche, Naruto-san. As they were chuckling, a young girl's voice cut into their pleasant atmosphere. Naruto, I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Both blondes followed the voice down the street to find another one of their kind, a cute young girl with shoulder-length platinum blonde hair. She was dressed in shorts and a tank top, a good choice for this warm day. She was standing next to a beautiful brown-haired woman in a light yellow sundress. As she was so young-looking and shared many features with the other girl, Temari automatically assumed them to be sisters. Ino-chan, Kana-chan. Naruto called back with a bright smile as the duo moved close to them. Temari noted the one called Kana was watching her carefully, and had a feeling this woman was a kunoichi like she aspired to be. Ino hopped on Naruto for a quick hug, not noticing the blush on his face, but someone did when Kana mentally filed this moment away for future blackmail material. What are you doing here? You don't normally come to this area ... and who's this? She inquired, before finally noticing the older, and rather pretty, girl standing next to him. Her eyes narrowed subconsciously as she felt an unknown twinge deep within, but ignored it. She would realize much later that it was a tiny and jealous voice squeaking at her to defend her territory with extreme force. I'm showing her around this village, he replied before politely gesturing to Temari, who bowed slightly. This is Sabaku no Temari. She's from Suna with the Kazekage on a diplomatic trip, and it's her first time here. He introduced, tactfully leaving out the part about her being a Kage's daughter. Kana, being a retired kunoichi, immediately knew exactly who this girl was from the surname, but didn't react other than an interested eyebrow. Ino continued to watch with slightly narrowed eyes. This is Yamanaka Ino, one of my best friends, and that's her mom, Kana. Naruto finished the introductions. It took Temari a moment for what her escort said to hit her. You're her mother. I thought you were sisters. She blurted out before she could stop herself, and promptly slapped a hand over her mouth in embarrassment, which grew when the other blonde snickered quietly. Kana let out a lovely laugh and tilted her head to the side with a dainty hand on her slightly pink cheek. Aura, I can't help but feel so young every time anyone made that assumption. She stated with the poise of a mature woman, but it was clear to everyone she was very pleased with the unintentional compliment. Temari-san, if you're part of a diplomatic party, then wouldn't it make sense for someone from our shinobi ranks to escort you instead? Why is Naruto here with you? Ino inquired just a bit bluntly, and did not miss her friend flinching at the question. Temari smirked as she pointedly ignored the silent but desperate shushing from her escort standing behind Ino. Apparently he pranked your esteemed leader, and he's escorting me as punishment. Naruto, you actually pranked the Hokage, Ino exclaimed as she snapped around with narrowed eyes at her friend, who shrank back slightly with a gulp. It seems I may have to remind Yoshino-chan to give you more etiquette lessons, especially in learning respect for your elders and superiors, Kana stated in a cheerful voice. Naruto paled considerably at that threat. No, anything but that, please, he cried out as he sank to his knees in a pleading posture before the giggling brunette while Ino shook her head with a sigh. Temari raised a curious eyebrow about this Yoshino. Her escort didn't give the impression that he scared easily, as evidenced by his blatant pranking of the Hokage himself. This woman would have to be a terrifying monster to elicit such a reaction from him. Meanwhile in the Nara compound, a beautiful, petite, and slender woman in a non-threatening housewife dress, with her long black hair pulled back into a ponytail and two long but thin bangs framing her face, let out a cute sneeze. Why do I suddenly feel like I'll have to give Naruto-kun more of my special lessons? She muttered lowly with an annoyed frown as she rubbed her small nose. Shikamaru and Shikaku, lounging lazily on the rear porch nearby, shivered involuntarily upon hearing her statement. It seems your friend is going to get into a troublesome situation soon. The older man grumbled lazily. His son nodded slowly. Troublesome. Back with the others. How are you liking Konohagakure so far, Temari-san? Kana inquired, smirking at Naruto squatting down nearby with a depressing rain cloud over his head. Ino was patting his back pityingly, even though she had an amused grin as well. It is a beautiful village in its own right, and Naruto-san has been keeping me entertained. Temari replied politely, though there was some amusement in her teal eyes as she remembered her escort's earlier goofiness. Kana giggled as if she knew what the young blonde was thinking. Knowing Naruto, he either made goofy mistakes or had a humorous streak of bad luck that somehow kept this foreign guest entertained either way. He's quite a nice young man when he's not being so mischievous, and you just have to remember he always means well in the end. You couldn't ask for a better escort, in my opinion. Ino, upon hearing this, frowned slightly. She was wondering why her mother sounded like she was talking up Naruto for Temari. She didn't say anything though. Meanwhile, Naruto already recovered by now and moved to stand by his guest. What are you ladies doing out here anyway? Is the shop closed for some reason? He quizzed. Kana and Ino seemed to have remembered something and the older woman tilted her head to the side again. Ara, I'm afraid we're running late. We've been on our lunch break from work, she stated calmly, making her daughter groan and slump into a minor depression at the reminder of having to work again. Temari bowed slightly to the Yamanaka duo. It is a pleasure meeting you. I'm glad I could speak with more citizens of this village, and thank you for your time. I'm always happy to meet anyone from outside, especially one with such high standing. Kara replied slyly, smirking a little upon seeing Naruto and Temari stiffen at being found out. After exchanging goodbyes, the Yamanaka pair continued on their way to the floral shop. Kana noticed her daughter was frowning and glancing over her shoulder at the retreating backs of Naruto and Temari going down another way. Mom, why did you talk Naruto up with that girl? You sound like you usually do when you're trying to play matchmaker. Ino spoke in a somewhat irritated tone. She also didn't forget the fact her mother's past matchmaking predictions usually turned out to be correct and those couples ended up being more than happy. Kana had to hide her ecstatic grin at this obvious display of jealousy. Perhaps there might be some hope for her desire to see Naruto and her daughter together in the future. To say she had a small disdain for Ino pining after that Uchiha boy was to say she looked just a little young. Sweetie, it's just harmless chatter. Let your mother have some fun once in a while, won't you? Besides, it seems they might have more in common than you realize, she teased, slyly alluding to the fact both Naruto and Temari were children of Hokages. Ino of course took that statement in a different way as she forced down a possessive snarl, though she didn't know why she was feeling so upset. As Kana watched her daughter fume silently, she made a mental note to prepare in-depth lessons about clan bylaws soon in order for Ino to understand what she might have to expect in the future. Considering Naruto's lineage, attractive looks, and irresistible personality, the Yamanaka matriarch knew things were going to get interesting for her pseudo-son soon. They were nice, Temari stated neutrally after a few minutes as she and Naruto were now walking aimlessly through a small park. They apparently forgot about her wanting to get back to the tower after that encounter. The other blonde turned to her with a bright smile that Temari was beginning to realize she enjoyed seeing. They're the greatest. Kana-chan used to take care of me on and off for a while until I got on my own feet. She and Nara Yoshino were the ones who taught me everything I needed to know in my early years. He replied with fondness in his tone for the women he considered to be his mother figures. And Ino-chan ... she's my first friend ever, and I'll always stick with her through anything for that. He finished with even more affection in his voice at the thought of the Yamanaka heiress. Temari could tell he cared so much for this Ino that even she was beginning to get envious of that affection. She also could tell he felt for her more than a friend should, but decided not to press on that. This was between them. As they settled into a comfortable silence while taking in the sights around the park, Naruto noticed how Temari seemed to enjoy the scenery. Having an idea, he checked the position of the sun in the sky and deduced that they had about 2 hours until the Hokage's meeting was over. He then decided to show her his new favorite spot. Temari-san, mind coming with me? I just thought of a place I think you'd like, he suggested with a smile. Temari glanced over at her escort with some trepidation about trying another place with their recent luck, but she saw the eagerness in his deep blue eyes. Having come to a decision, she nodded and they both headed off in a new direction. 30 minutes later, they found themselves standing on top of the Hokage monument, more specifically on top of the 4th Hokage bust. The view overlooking the entire village of Konoha was breathtaking and Temari took in the beautiful scenery with awe. She noticed Naruto sitting down on the stone surface and decided to sit next to him with their shoulders almost touching. They sat in silence for a while as she absent-mindedly fiddled with her new weasel doll in her hands. It's obvious this spot is special to you, Naruto-san, she stated, having watched Naruto seem to just relax as soon as they came to this spot. It was like he was opening up even more than usual. Why take me here? She finally asked after seeing her escort's quizzical expression. Why not? I noticed how you enjoy nature from our walk through the park, so I thought you'd like it up here. It's pretty and feels relaxing to just sit here, doesn't it? Temari had to agree as she could easily feel some worry in her body slowly leak out. She let out a relieved sigh as she allowed herself to relax around Naruto. Somehow she had a feeling she could trust him. They were silent for a long time until Temari finally spoke. My youngest brother tried to kill me the other day. She didn't understand why she was telling this to someone she just met, but she felt immensely comfortable with him. Small tears stung her eyes as she could feel Naruto whip his head toward her in shock. He remained silent though, apparently an indication she could continue if she wanted. She went on to explain how her brother was being driven insane by a power inside him and their father didn't care, preferring to make his own son into a more effective weapon. Hence why she was cold toward her own father, among many other reasons. She elaborated on what happened last time he went insane and that it was the closest she came to being killed. Throughout this explanation she broke down further into silently weeping as Naruto carefully rubbed her back. By the end, she let it all out and was leaning against him for comfort. A long silence followed before he finally spoke up. I'm sorry you had to deal with that for most of your life. I never had any family so I can't imagine what it's like to be hurt by a close relative. Tell you what, I'm training to become the strongest shinobi ever. Next time you come here, bring your brother along. I'll bust him down a peg or two and teach him to appreciate his siblings more, he stated with a bright smile in an attempt to cheer Temari up. She allowed a small laugh as she dried her tears off. Not in that horrible outfit, you won't. You won't survive long in the shinobi world dressed like that, she retorted, and then giggled uncharacteristically when Naruto huffed at her teasing. Would it help if I told you entire squads of A and B you couldn't find me even if their lives depended on it when I actually get serious about hiding from them? Temari remained unconvinced. This, I'd have to see to believe it. I'd show you, but right now it's about time for your dad to leave so I'll have to take you back to the main gate, Naruto announced as he checked the position of the sun. Temari sighed in disappointment at having to part like this so suddenly but nodded as they both got to their feet to walk back down to the gate. As they were walking and making small talk, Kurama suddenly spoke up. Naruto, that girl's brother ... She mentioned him as being able to control sand. You should be careful around him if you meet him in the future. Something I need to know. Yes, the Ikibai has the ability to control sand. His name is Shukaku and he is very bloodthirsty and insane. He'd try to influence his host's mind if he could. I wouldn't be surprised if this girl's brother is the host and is going insane thanks to that. While Shukaku is weak compared to me in terms of power, he is very adaptable and crafty with the use of sand. Watch yourself around this boy in the future. Naruto mentally nodded his head, deciding to file that information away for later. So the reason she's been having a hellish life is most likely because of a Jinchuriki. I can't see anything going over well if she finds out I'm one too. Sorry you have to deal with this. Naruto gave a mental shrug. No big deal. I'd hate for her to react badly, but if that happens, then there's nothing I can do but move on. We're linked like this for the rest of my life and there will always be people who can't accept that fact, so I'll just be happy with the few people who would. Kurama remained silent and he decided to leave her alone for the time being as he continued speaking with Temari. Elsewhere in the village, I can't believe they closed the ice cream shop for today. This is a rare off day from training and I wanted some banana ice cream. Hyuga Hanabi grumbled as she walked briskly back to the Hyuga compound with her escort behind her. I am sorry this happened, Lady Hanabi. We will be able to return another day however. The Hyuga guard tried to appeal to his charge. A moody Hanabi never meant anything good for those around her. Only Naruto was able to cheer her up with ease and he wasn't around. Hanabi didn't say anything more as she continued to seethe. After they walked in silence for a moment, she heard a thud and a grunt. Next thing she knew, her guard's body fell forward beside her and it landed on the ground with a thump. She could see blood seeping down the man's forehead. In a panic, she spun around to see who caused this only to see two pairs of hands reaching for her. She didn't have time to scream for help when a man's rough hand clamped over her mouth tightly from behind. At the main gate 30 minutes later, Naruto and Temari arrived at the gate just before 5 o'clock. They found the Hokage and Kazekage standing by the guardhouse talking. The rest of the Suna party were loitering around outside the gate waiting to leave. Naruto noticed the Hokage had changed his outfit to a black traditional shinobi outfit, complete with a gray gauntlet on his right arm, sandals, and a white piece of fabric displaying the kanji for third Hokage covering his shoulders. His armored battle hood, adorned with his Hide-8, hung at his waist. The Kages turned to the children. Hello, Naruto-kun and Temari-san. How was your day? Rizwane greeted with a pleasant smile as Temari bowed to him. I had a good time. Thank you for having Naruto-san escort me, Hokage-sama. I'm glad to hear that. Naruto-kun can be a good boy when he's not being mischievous. Oi, Hokage-jiji, why are you wearing that outfit? Is there a battle going on? Naruto inquired innocently before being conked on the head by a slightly irritated third. I hope you have not forgotten your prank in which you hid all of my wardrobe and left me with nothing but a bright orange Hokage outfit. Unlike you with your jumpsuit, I refuse to be caught dead in public wearing that. I was forced to unseal my combat outfit just so I can see the Suna party off. He muttered grouchily with a twitching eyebrow. Temari had to giggle at what Naruto's prank turned out to be. "Ooh, sorry, I did forget ... He. Naruto chuckled nervously with his sheepish pose. The third just sighed, told Temari his goodbyes, and went back to finish up his conversation with an amused Kazekage. Temari and Naruto took a brief walk a small distance out the gate before facing each other. "Hokage Jiji." Temari raised a quizzical eyebrow. "Oh, he's sort of my grandfather figure. He takes care of me sometimes while I'm living by myself," Naruto clarified. She nodded with a gentle smile. "Naruto-san, I just want to thank you for coming along and ... for listening to me. I'm sorry I dumped all of that on you." She bowed before a sheepish Naruto. "It's not a big deal, really. I've had a tough life too, so I could understand some of what happened to you. I just hope you'll find a way to fix all of this. If not, then I'll do it instead if you want me to," he assured with a confident expression before blushing slightly and glancing away a little. "Even though it was punishment, I'm happy I was your escort for the day. It was really nice." Temari blushed a little at her fellow blonde's kindness and sincerity. She decided it would not hurt if she kept in touch with him via letters. "Naruto-san, I would like..." She was interrupted by Akano Hachunin suddenly appearing at the Hokage's side with an alarmed expression. "I apologize, Hokage-sama, but you need to know that a Hyuga main member has been abducted. We found her guard dead near their compound. We're not able to pinpoint who or where the suspects went, and all we know is that it's been about 30 minutes since she was taken," he reported urgently. The Hokage narrowed his eyes at the news and everyone heard a snarl from Naruto. Temari was surprised when he suddenly left her side and sprinted up to the Chunin. "Who was it? Who's been taken?" The boy growled with an enraged expression that made everyone around him shiver. "My youngest daughter Hanabi." A man's voice drew everyone's attention to a tall Hyuga man approaching at a brisk pace with a girl at his side. Panic was evident on Hinata's face while Hayashi was barely keeping a hold on his own emotions. There was another angry snarl from Naruto, and Temari assumed he knew whoever was kidnapped. The blonde boy then put on a calm but serious expression as he turned to the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, I believe I can help find her quickly, but I need your permission." He addressed the older man, and Temari was surprised to see all trace of the cheerful and goofy boy she had been with most of the day gone. He was all business now, hers, and was surprised to say the least. His surrogate grandson had never addressed him like this before. "What do you intend to do?" "You know I have my sense of smell. I know Hanabi-chan's scent, and my clones can smell it just as well as I do. I could use some of the power to bring up tons of them and send them out in all directions until one of them finds her scent. It'll dispel to let me know where, and I'll go full power to catch up with the kidnappers and try to slow them down until backup comes." Naruto was clearly hesitating to mention his hidden power, but he was determined. The Hokage had to admit that was the best plan. He was sure it would take too long to form an organized search party and pick up the trail before the kidnappers got out of their territory. However, it would mean the boy revealing his hidden Jinchuriki status to everyone nearby, including his friend Hinata. "Naruto-kun ... Are you sure? Hanabi-chan is precious to me. I can't worry if people will hate me afterward when she's in danger, and I could have saved her." "Naruto-san," Hayashi's voice interjected. Naruto whipped his head toward Hayashi, surprised that he was addressed as such by the clan head. "Please do what you must to help rescue my beloved daughter. I will speak with Hinata about this in the meantime, and I will make sure she understands." Hayashi bowed deeply at his hips. He wanted so badly to go with Naruto and hunt down the bastards that dared to take his daughter, but he had to remain behind as clan head and to protect Hinata in case there might be another attack. Hinata was stunned at her father's action and his faith in Naruto. It was as if he knew her friend had a hidden ability that could save her little sister. "You have my permission. We're outside the barrier, so the chakra from your release won't bother anyone inside the village. Do what you can and I will follow the trail you leave to back you up as quickly as I can." The Hokage allowed. Temari was watching all of this with growing restlessness. The way Naruto talked about his power, the way the Hokage and that Hyuga man seemed to know he had a unique ability. Her sharp mind was beginning to connect the dots, and she didn't like the answer. As if on cue, Naruto turned toward her and she flinched a little. "Temari-san, I'm really sorry. I didn't want to scare you, but I have to do this. I hope you'll forgive me." He spoke regretfully as she was beginning to feel the world crash down around her. He then quickly dashed outside the gate to the middle of a large grassy meadow next to the road into and out of the village. He got down on all fours like an animal and bared his sharpening teeth as he concentrated on bringing out something from within. In the next moment, everyone saw the boy's eyes flash crimson and they felt a growing and terrible presence in the air. A horrid cracking sound startled most when a small crater instantly appeared under Naruto's form. The presence seemed to press down on everyone but the Hokage and Hayashi as they seemed unfazed. Rasa widened his eyes in shock at this boy's hidden power. Hinata involuntarily clutched onto Hayashi's clothes, startled by the sudden presence. She activated her Byakugan and gasped as she saw dark red chakra twirling throughout her friend's body. The Suna party fell to their knees at once, trembling before this unknown presence, which was worse than whatever they experienced from Shukaku. Temari was the worst off as this pressure reminded her exactly of Gaara's killing intent, only this one was even stronger. Her body trembled, her teeth clattered, and her eyes were wide with terror. She stumbled back onto her backside and was clumsily scrambling backward away from the terrible presence. "It's impossible. Why did Naruto-sen have to be like Gaara? This is a joke. Naruto seemed to have finished building up the chakra when he stood up. He formed a cross shape with his hands. Tajukage Bushin. He yelled at the top of his lungs, and he was instantly enveloped in a massive smoke cloud popping out of thin air and covering the entire grassy meadow. The powerful presence in the air disappeared instantly at this point, and everyone assumed this was apparently used to power this jutsu. The smoke cleared away to show an astonishing sight. There were clones of Naruto everywhere as far as anyone could see. There had to be thousands. There were even many of them sticking to the large perimeter wall bordering the grassy meadow with chakra in their feet, since the meadow was simply overflowing. Okay, boys, when you find Hanabi-chan's scent, dispel to let the rest of us know. After that, the rest of you converge toward where the trail was found. Follow it and try to slow down the kidnappers when you catch up until I get there. Go! The real Naruto yelled from within the group, and all the clones jumped and scattered in all directions with a deafening roar of "Yes, boss." A long moment of silence followed with no one saying anything. Naruto just stood still alone in the middle of the meadow, feeling a little vulnerable by himself for everyone to stare at him. He was growing afraid as he was readying himself for any negative reaction. "Naruto-kun," a whisper carried into the still air. Everyone turned toward Hinata. Her eyes were wide open in shock as she gingerly stepped up close to within 5 feet of her friend. She was the closest to him of anyone. "What was that?" she whispered again. Naruto glanced down, pain evident in his eyes. He let out a resigned sigh and looked up at her with a determined expression. "That was me using the power of the Kyuubi no Kitsune sealed within me to help create these clones," he said evenly, his gaze set with Hinata's own as she gasped. Temari let out a quiet whimper upon hearing this, as she knew the Kyuubi was much stronger than Shukaku. "And now I plan on using more in a minute to get stronger and faster so I can use the speed boost it provides to catch up with the kidnappers as quickly as possible. I'm sorry I kept this from you for so long, Hinata-chan." Naruto's voice cracked as he was expecting Hinata to lash out at him in anger for holding the Kyuubi. "But how? I thought the Kyuubi died years ago." Hinata's tone seemed to sound more curious than afraid, which surprised Naruto. He hopefully looked up at Hinata's concerned expression. There was no trace of fear or hatred. "I'll answer that, Lady Hinata. There was no way any human could actually kill a Biju, so the fourth did the only thing he could do, which was to seal the demon into a newborn. The newborn that was used for the sealing stands before you. The reason you did not know that fact was because I created a law forbidding everyone in Konoha from openly talking about that on pain of death. So please do not blame Naruto-kun for not telling you. He was only following my recommendation." The Hokage spoke softly from next to Aashi, who nodded in confirmation. Hinata widened her eyes before letting her bangs overshadow them. "Naruto-kun ... you ... Naruto flinched as he was expecting his longtime friend to get angry with him any minute. He certainly wasn't prepared for her pouncing on him to wrap her arms around his neck. "Now I understand everything. I know why the stupid villagers hate you. I'm so sorry you had to suffer, Naruto-kun. You have no idea how much of a relief it is for me to know why they hurt you and why you put up with it," she cried, her tears flowing as she imagined the pain her friend must have endured. Naruto was too stunned to hug her back as he felt happy tears flow down his cheeks. He told someone and she didn't hate him. Even better, she accepted him for who he was. After a long minute of sobbing, Hinata had to pull back and sniffled. "We'll talk more. Please ... use everything to save my little sister. She's one of my precious people, too," she pleaded. Naruto smiled assuredly. "I promise, Hinata-chan. And I never go back on my promises, you know that," he stated calmly. Hinata nodded and stepped back to the edge of the meadow to join her father at his side. "Naruto-san, please be careful and thank you for doing this," the clan head added in. Naruto nodded his assertion. "WWY?" A trembling voice drew everyone's attention to Temari, whose expression was changing from terror to anger. "Why do you trust him so much? He's just going to blow up and kill you all one day," she shouted as she tried to make sense of this whole thing. Jinchuriki weren't supposed to be this nice or self-sacrificing. Hinata's expression darkened at this unknown girl's tone. "Why did you act nice to me? Was it to fool me for your own amusement before you decide to kill me? I'm not going to give you that satisfaction, and stay the hell away from me," she snarled hatefully at the blonde boy. She didn't want to believe there was another Gaara around her. She had enough of the nightmare she suffered with her own brother for so long. She immediately regretted what she said as she watched Naruto's expression shatter and his beautiful blue eyes dulled as he slowly looked down at the ground with a pained look. She could literally hear his heart breaking. At this point, it felt like she was doused with ice-cold water and she regained control over her emotions. For some reason, it hurt deeply now when she said these awful words out loud. She knew now that she let her trauma over Gaara's actions overtake her and she had gone too far. She thought about apologizing quickly, but that was forgotten when she heard an enraged yell and turned her head to see the indigo-haired girl rush at her with her hands posed to strike. She could see the veins around this girl's eyes bulging with rage. She absent-mindedly heard Naruto shout for his friend to stop, but it apparently fell on deaf ears. Temari couldn't react in time as Hinata struck out with a two-finger jab aimed directly at the bridge of her nose. The blonde closed her eyes to prepare for the pain, but it never came. After a few seconds of waiting, she slowly opened her eyes and was startled to see the striking hand trembling an inch from her face. Glancing up, it was obvious that the girl's father had caught up and grabbed her wrist to stop her advance. She felt some of the Suna escorts move up behind her, ready to take out their weapons to defend the Kage's daughter if they needed to. "You will cease this, daughter. Now." Aashi spoke firmly while Hinata strained against the grip. "I will not, father. Her stupid ignorance hurt Naruto-kun. He did not deserve that," she snarled, pure rage evident in her voice. Hearing this person defend Naruto made Temari wish she took back her words as she remembered the brief time she spent with Naruto on the monument. Aashi looked like he was going to have to get physical to stop his daughter. "Hinata-chan, stop this." Naruto's shout from where he stood seemed to have finally gotten through to Hinata as she stopped straining against her father's grip. "You don't know what she's been through. She has reasons to fear me," he stated calmly, and Temari felt even worse. The person she hurt deeply was defending her, and she could see the hurt expression still on his face. She wanted to vomit and wallow in her own self-loathing. But Hinata tried. "Leave her alone. She's about to leave, so let her go. We won't have to see her again, okay?" he reasoned as he turned away. The statement's finality and the gesture felt like they punched an ice-cold hand into Temari's chest and squeezed her heart. Hinata seemed to have calmed down some, but she gave Temari one more angry glare. With a disgusted growl, she turned to walk with her father back next to the Hokage while the blonde girl slumped, staring down at the ground with watery eyes as she could not look up at Naruto anymore. Naruto briefly glanced at Temari slumped over on the ground, and he could tell she regretted her recent outburst. He enjoyed his time with her, but he supposed her emotional scars at the hands of her brother were too great. It was best she didn't have anything to do with him anymore to avoid further stress for her. Though, hearing that from someone I just met today hurt worse than the worst insults from the villagers, some of whom I've seen all my life. I wonder why that is. He flinched as he got a memory from one of the clones. He could almost smell Hanabi's scent as if it was here. "One of my clones found her trail. It's northeast of here. It smells like there were 3 other people with her. From what I've seen from the clones' observations, they weren't very good at covering up their trail," he announced aloud, making most of the nearby people forget about what happened with Temari. "Land of hot water is in that direction. We do not have any treaty with that country, so if they make it in there, we cannot follow. They must be Chunin or even Genin if they're not covering up their tracks well, but it doesn't mean you can be careless though. Only engage if you know you have a shot," the Hokage advised. Naruto just nodded as he got down on all fours again and seemed to concentrate even harder. The powerful presence came back in full force, and it was even stronger this time. However, everyone were expecting it and withstood the pressure better, with the exception of Temari, who still involuntarily trembled. Naruto's features turned positively feral with his enlarging whiskers, fangs showing past his lips, his fingernails extending into claws, and his eyes became more slatted with crimson slits now. The air around Naruto began to whip around into a frenzy everywhere, and a large amount of red chakra leaked out of the blonde's body. He threw his head up in a powerful roar, and even more chakra came out at once in an instant, causing a larger crater to form underneath him with a brief tremor following. This forced everyone around him to take a step back at this awesome power. The chakra whipped around in random directions for a long moment before it began to compress around the boy's body to form what looked like a shroud, and it was shaped like a fox. Everyone could see a long chakra tail form, only to be joined by another one a moment later. Naruto let out a loud exhale as he directed his crimson eyes at Hinata, who was staring at him in obvious awe, before he spoke in a deep rumbling voice. "Okay, I'll be going, everyone. I'll explain more later, Hinata-chan." Temari-sen. Temari flinched at her name being called, and she still could not look him in the eyes. "I'm sorry you had to see this. Good luck with your situation, and I hope you'll be happy eventually. If you ever need help, the offer is still good. Take care and goodbye." Before she could try to say something, she was blown back like everyone else when Naruto disappeared in an explosive burst of speed, causing a gust of wind to whip out. Next thing she saw was a large trail of dust leading around Konoha's tall wall to the northeast as it disappeared into the distance. Hinata turned to wrap her arms around her father's waist as he patted her back. "I hope you'll find her. We can't lose her, father." She trailed off and began to sniffle. She could only nod as they remained standing, not willing to move until Naruto returned. Hopefully with Hanabi. The third issued some orders to some arriving ANBU and turned to his wind counterpart. "I am sorry you had to see a domestic issue just now. Unfortunately, our goodbyes will need to be short since I'm taking a quick stroll into the forest to find the children. Goodbye and have a safe trip back to Suna, Rasadono." He briskly spoke as he put his armored hood on and then disappeared in a blur of speed after Naruto with a pair of ANBU escorts. The Kage narrowed his eyes as he walked up to his party and ordered them to make preparations to leave. He glanced over at Temari, who was still sitting on the ground staring at the spot where Naruto was standing a moment ago with large tears flowing down her cheeks. "I'm sorry, Temari. It seems all I did when I brought you here was give you another bad memory." He turned his head toward where Naruto disappeared. "But that boy ... he is strong for his age. He might be able to beat my son in combat as he is." The meeting was successful as I managed to get them to redirect more of the Wind Daimyo's mission requests to us, so that should appease my people enough for a while, but there might still be some conflict later. I'll have to cease the council's pathetic assassination attempts on Gaara and then personally train him to at least match up to Konoha's own Jinchuriki. 15 minutes later in the forest, Naruto quickly came upon Hanabi's scent and was following it for the past 10 minutes. The landscape blurred by him at an insane velocity as he sped ahead on all fours through the thick forest. The longer he ran, the faster he seemed to go as his determination to find Hanabi continued to grow. He blurred by most of the clones that he created earlier as they loudly encouraged him to hurry the hell up and that they'd catch up soon. At this point, he began to get memories from the clones ahead of him when they finally engaged Hanabi's kidnappers. They were defeated easily, but the information from the memories were valuable. Naruto saw there were 3 men in Hanabi, like he deduced from the sense. 2 of the kidnappers were thin and lanky. The third, a large man, had Hanabi tied up and gagged, struggling valiantly under his arm. They were dressed in plain light blue shinobi outfits similar to what Kiri-nin wore. Naruto's suspicions were confirmed when one of the clones had a good look at their Hidaite, which each showed the insignia of Kirigakure with a scratch through it. The way they fought the clones clearly showed them to be around Chunin level in skills. That information, along with their terrible skills at covering up their trails, made Naruto wonder how they broke into Konoha and kidnapped Hanabi without anyone noticing. It's most likely an inside job. Kurama's comment nearly made him trip. What? It's the only way to explain how these imbeciles got past your village's barrier. They must have had help. Whoever did this is probably letting anyone with enough money by, and maybe that's also how Kumo found out details about you they should not have known. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the memory of his Ashi's death. He sometimes felt a small pang of guilt in the back of his head that if Kumo hadn't known so much about him, then it wouldn't have led to the political maneuvering which caused his Ashi's unnecessary death. I don't like the idea of someone betraying Konoha like that, but I'll have to bring this up with Hokage Jiji. If it was really true, then I'll gladly rip that son of a bitch into pieces. I certainly would like to see that. Back to the situation at hand. When you encounter them, go in fast and hard. Try to take 1 or 2 of them out at once, beginning with the one holding the child. You'll only have limited time before my chakra would begin to hurt your body. If anyone remains, try not to reveal all of your tricks at once. Try to keep one hidden until you lure them in and spring a trap. I understand, Kurama. With that, Naruto sped up just a bit more as he could feel the clock ticking down on his chakra mode. The scenery around him melted into one big green blur as he focused his heightened vision ahead into almost a tunnel vision. He could smell the sense of Hanabi and the kidnappers growing stronger as he got closer. Finally, his vision picked up a hint of light blue. On that cue, he slowed down and leapt up to a tree. He then sprang off toward another, repeating this silently until he landed on a limb when he had a clear view of the missing nin, especially the large man with Hanabi. They were clearly shaken by the sudden appearance of clones from everywhere and now by the large and terrible pressure of Kurama's chakra growing in the air around them. They did not see the blonde up in a tree in the distance winding his right arm back as if he was preparing to throw a ball. A few minutes earlier, Hanabi would not stop struggling and mumbling loudly through her gag as she showed angry defiance on her face, which was an odd reaction from a young girl towards the 3 scary-looking men who abducted her. She was bad at obeying orders, and that was before the clones suddenly showed up. She apparently recognized those clones and struggled even harder since then. The leader was getting fed up with the girl. He was glad that they would soon be dropping her off with their client at a meeting spot up ahead. He would just have to hold his patience until then. He just wished these pathetic clones weren't getting in their way and testing his patience so much just when they were so close to completing their mission. This blonde brat really was annoying. As they were hopping across tree branches, they were abruptly set upon by a wave of massive and terrible killing intent. It felt like it sliced cleanly through all of them from behind, and they all had to jump down to the ground to regain their senses. Even Hanabi went slack with fear in the large man's arm for a moment before she began to struggle again, although not as enthusiastically as before. What the hell was that? The large man whispered with fear clear in his tone. Stay alert. This has to be a genjutsu or something. No human could emit something like that. The leader barked, trying to keep his own nervousness back. And I thought this was going to be an easy mission, especially with that guy letting us in and out of Konoha. Our client is just right there beyond here. The last member of the team spoke up nervously. They felt the presence grow, almost suffocating them until it finally stopped moving closer. For a moment, the team thought they might be able to walk away from this. That relative peace was shattered by the whoosh of a large red chakra arm cutting through the air directly at the large man's face. Before the man could react, the open hand slammed into his head with a sickening crunch and pushed him back violently, making him drop Hanabi to the ground where he was standing. The chakra arm smashed the large man into a tree with such force that his skull crushed inward under the hand's grip and his spine snapped in two like a toothpick. He was already dead before he hit the ground. Naruto then had the hand latch onto the same tree and it quickly slung him out of the tree he was hiding in toward where Hanabi was on the ground. He landed, dissipated the chakra arm, and quickly grabbed her with his real right arm. Before the 2 remaining nin could snap out of their shock, he whipped his left arm out, extending another chakra claw toward the 2 remaining nin. The leader instinctively jumped out of the way, but the other nin wasn't so lucky. The red fist smashed into him hard and he was knocked backward into another tree, his head thumping against it with a sickening sound. Letting that red arm dissipate, Naruto then jumped backward before extending one of his tails toward a limb behind him to let it sling him and Hanabi backward high into the trees for cover. The last missing nin was too shocked to see his two comrades struck down so easily. He could not wrap his mind around the fact that the blonde brat wasn't normal and his anger overtook his rational thoughts. "I'm going to kill that fucking brat," he growled as he disappeared into his own cover in the trees. As this was going on, Naruto tree hopped a little farther into the forest before setting Hanabi down on a tree branch. Figuring time was up with his chakra shroud, he let it dissolve to return to normal and he was now panting slightly since that mode left him tired but still able. Hanabi was stunned and overwhelmed that her Oni-chan was the one who used that terrifying power, but she was glad it was him saving her. Facing her, Naruto put a finger to his lips to make sure she would be quiet. She frantically nodded with grateful eyes as he silently cut the rope with his sharpened fingernails and removed the gag. Hanabi quickly hugged him tightly around his neck and he could feel her trembling body as it racked with silent sobs. The boy narrowed his eyes in anger toward the nin for inflicting such a traumatic experience on this young girl. He leaned in to whisper as he gently pried her resisting arms off his neck. "Hanabi-chan, we can't get away quietly but we do have someone coming. I'm going to distract the last guy. I want you to sit tight with those two." Naruto indicated two clones that silently appeared behind Hanabi, surprising her slightly. "And do not come out until you see me or the Hokage." Hanabi didn't want him to go by himself and she was going to insist, but Naruto immediately jumped down to the ground and disappeared out of view. She growled as she couldn't go after him thanks to the clone's grip on her. She could only hope he would be okay and activated her Byakugan to try to follow what was happening beyond her hiding spot. Growling as he dispelled another clone that came out of hiding from the dense foliage around him with his kunai, the missing nin was getting angrier by the minute. Just how long was this brat going to keep sending those clones at him? And just how much chakra did he have? These clones were coming from everywhere and they seemed to be growing in number each passing minute. All of a sudden, everything fell silent around him. The nin did not hear any more rustling of leaves and not even any of this forest's animals. A cold sweat dripped down the man's neck as he concentrated on searching for any sign of danger. Before he could think further on this, the bush in front of him exploded outward to spit out the blonde kid who slashed a clawed hand at his face. Fortunately for him, he was prepared as he ducked under the strike and tried to lash out with his kunai while the boy was still in the air. However, he was intercepted when a clone appeared from his side and kicked the stabbing arm off course, missing the first one by inches. He now knew the one in front of him was the original if another copy had to save him. This sent him into an excited frenzy. Naruto, upon landing from his missed strike, snarled and dashed in close to get under another one of this nin's deadly swipes and lashed a leg out to kick at one of this man's knees. Unfortunately for Naruto, the nin was resilient and the knee took the strike without breaking, like he had hoped. He cursed being a child. Even though he had grown much stronger, he was still no match for an adult's full strength. A full swing kick caught him in the stomach and he was punted away. Grunting in slight pain as he recovered midair, he spun and let his momentum carry him to a nearby tree. He slammed against it with all of his limbs latching on with chakra. The nin was momentarily surprised at his quick recovery, and that was all the blonde needed as he launched off the trunk at a surprising speed toward his enemy with an outstretched hand, its fingernails sharpening into claws. The nin was too surprised to see the blonde kid recover unexpectedly that he wasn't prepared for the retaliation when sharp claws slashed diagonally across his face. A few seconds later, he was screaming in rage and pain as he clutched at his face with a hand. That left his stomach defenseless, which Naruto took advantage of when he dashed and leapt into a full-force double drop kick that managed to launch the man back to slam against a tree. The man still wouldn't go down as he began to blindly flail around with the kunai in his hand, hoping to catch a piece of the blonde even in his blinded state. Naruto effortlessly dodged each swipe as he moved closer to the man, now nothing more than an injured rabbit trying to stave off death against a fox. A lucky swipe would have cut Naruto in the neck if he hadn't grabbed the wrist just before it connected. The nin gasped as the boy kept a firm grip on the wrist before he jumped toward a tree, dragging the disoriented man along. He bounced off and spun in midair toward another nearby tree, still keeping a firm grip. The nin cried out in discomfort as his arm was being twisted to nearly its breaking point. Upon reaching the second tree, he shot toward the ground, making the overextended man spin around and fall off his feet easily. Landing, Naruto let out a roar of exertion as he pulled the still falling and disorientated man from behind to sling him forward at high speed toward yet another tree. The nin smashed into the tree with a cry of pain and almost broke it in two. Somehow, the older man stayed conscious but he was in so much pain he couldn't move anything. Realization came to the blonde. I think I'm starting to understand why you've been making me practice the grappling and throwing kata of Raging Fox more than the others. I'm impressed you caught on already in your first life or death battle. I predicted that if you faced any threat at this point in your life, it would be against someone adult-sized. Even with your increased strength and speed, the size difference would be too great to make effective use of the striking kata in most cases. Good job on quickly eliminating those three. Now, I think you have some questions for this one. Who sent you? Naruto growled as he stepped up to the barely conscious man. It took the nin all his effort to perk his head up to glare balefully at the boy through his ruined face. Naruto wasn't fazed. It's obvious you're the grunts. There's someone else who wants my friend. I want to know who that is. Also, who helped you break into Konoha? Fuck. You. The nin forced out, his heated gaze still set on Naruto's ice-cold gaze. The boy shrugged. All right, I was trying to help you. The Hokage is coming any minute, and the first thing he will do is send you to interrogation, since he will be very particularly interested in the breach in Konoha's defenses. I have heard horror stories about the head of interrogation, and he'll make my kicking all of your asses seem like a pleasant dream in comparison. If I told the Hokage you offered information, I could put in a good word and it'll make your stay somewhat more pleasant. Don't give fuck. Just kill me. Suit yourself. The blonde backed away a few steps and stood there to wait for the Hokage, as the man seemed to have fallen into unconsciousness. Too bad I can't use your chakra for now. It'd probably scare him shitless. We'll just have to let the old fart loosen this one's tongue. I wonder why we never covered torture methods. Maybe I'll add that to our lessons. That sounds unappealing. I don't think I have the looks to pull off a menacing interrogator anyway. On the contrary, I think seeing your disarming smile and innocent blue eyes while you slowly pull a man's entrails out through his anus might make him want to give up every single detail ever since he was born. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You think I have a great smile? He grinned upon hearing the fox face fault in his head. I would think you would be more alarmed by the other half of my previous statement. I was kind of expecting a Tsukomi to that one. Sorry to disappoint, my friend. I'm already used to you. Kurama snorted at his cheekiness, and they fell into silence as he waited for any backup. After a minute, Naruto twitched as he heard rustling in the bush nearby. Upon smelling the scent, he sighed as Hanabi burst out of the leaves. What happened to my clones? He irritably asked the sheepish girl. I lost them when I had to pee. She lied badly. After a hard look from Naruto, she broke down. All right, I saw you beat this guy, so I got free with my jukin. I figured it'd be okay if I came to you now, Oni-chan. Doesn't matter. If I tell you to stay, you stay. At least listen. Naruto stopped suddenly as he heard the very slightest bit of noise. He grabbed the surprised Hanabi and jumped away. Looking back, he saw several kunai striking the ground where he was standing. He then heard a wet thunk and looked over to the disabled missing nin to see a kunai buried deep into one of the man's eye sockets. He was already dead. Naruto continued to evade more kunai and shuriken as he carried the shocked Hyuga in his arms through some trees. Running into a small clearing, he came face to face with a new enemy. He growled, "So a Kumo bastard is behind this." He snarled, clutching Hanabi tightly in his arms. Standing before him was a middle-aged man with short graying brown hair. He was dressed in a typical Kumo jounin outfit, with a pair of black pants and a black shirt underneath the Kumo's over-the-shoulder flak vest. One of his gray eyes was covered by an eye patch. The Kumo Hide-8 was displayed proudly on his forehead. "I'm temporarily an ex-Kumo, but that will change when I come back with that girl. You may have beaten the missing nins, but I'm a whole different story. You fought bravely, so I will let you go if you give me the girl now." The Kumo jounin emotionlessly stated, as if everything he said was a matter of fact. "You mean to tell me they never sent you and you're just trying to bribe your way back in with my friend here on the off chance they'd accept this? Maybe I should assume they won't miss you if I kill you right now for even suggesting that in front of me." Naruto spoke evenly with such coldness it made Hanabi shiver and even sent a small chill down the jounin's spine. The older man narrowed his eyes. "I guess the negotiations have broken down already. You could say that, and here comes my official rejection." The forest surrounding the clearing erupted with loud war cries as countless clones of Naruto leapt out of the trees into the air to drop down on the jounin. Temporarily surprised, he allowed the first few clones to get close to hitting him. He saw Naruto and Hanabi run off into the forest while the clones were doing their best to keep him busy. Son of a bitch. I didn't think he had a jutsu like that. I'll have to get serious. He quickly rushed through some hand seals before shouting. Raten, shockwave. A large dome of lightning expanded outward from the jounin, shocking and dispelling every clone that converged on him. The dome continued to expand until it barely reached the retreating original inside the forest. He grunted loudly in pain as he felt his legs seize up when a tendril of electricity from the fading dome licked against them. He fell forward, dropping Hanabi, who yelped in surprise and rolled to a stop a short distance away. Thinking quickly, he formed the hand sign for the clone jutsu and 3 clones popped into existence between him and Hanabi. "You two, take Hanabi-chan and go. You, transform into her." "No, Oni-chan." Hanabi cried and struggled as 2 of the clones grabbed her, making sure to silence her and lock her hands up tightly so she wouldn't use her jukin to dispel them, and they then quickly ran off. It broke his heart to look into Hanabi's desperate eyes begging for him to run too as they faded into the dense vegetation. He saw the 3rd clone transform into Hanabi and lay on the ground next to him, breathing heavily and twitching as if she was struck by the lightning dome too. "I'd pat myself on the back for such an awesome acting job, but no time for that. It looks like we have no choice. When you see a chance, I'll pump my chakra into you quickly. It'll damage your body since you've used up your limit for the day, but better that than both of us dead. I'll heal you afterward anyway. Looking forward to that ... He flipped himself over and raised himself up on his elbows, with his legs still seizing up, to see the Kumo nin approaching him and Hanabi. "You almost made things a little difficult for me for a second. I hope you have seen the difference between the Kiri trash and a jounin from Kumo. I offered you a chance but you blew it. I'll make your death quick, at least," the Jounin emotionlessly stated as he walked up close to Hanabi. She whimpered and cried as she desperately tried to crawl away. "Damn, I could run a world-class theater troupe all by myself if I ever had to give up being a shinobi. I almost want to save this girl myself out of instinct. Focus, Naruto." As the Jounin was reaching for Hanabi, she suddenly smirked evilly as her eyes turned wild. The Jounin was a little taken aback at this sudden display, but before he could think more on this, Hanabi popped into smoke to reveal that she was one of Naruto's clones. It quickly leaped toward the nin with both clawed hands aiming for his neck. The man recovered quickly enough to slam a fist into its face hard, dispelling it. "You damn brat. You managed to distract me long enough to get the real one away. I take back what I said. Your death will be slow." The Jounin growled slightly as he turned toward Naruto with cold fury in his eyes. "Now's a good time as any, Kurama. You'll be surprised at how difficult I can be. To kill." Naruto's voice turned demonic at the end as he felt Kurama's chakra envelop his body into a two-tailed shroud. True to Kurama's words, he immediately felt burning pain spreading throughout his body, and he had to grimace, though at least he regained control of his legs. The transformation had the desired effect on the Jounin, however, as he was wide-eyed in terror. "What the hell? You're the cause of that presence I felt not too long ago," he bellowed as he took a defensive position with a kunai in reverse grip. "Got to admit he's got enough balls to stand against your killing intent head-on. Unfortunately, that's a bad thing for us. Got to at least try and get the jump on him anyway. While he's focused on avoiding us, we'll run away." Naruto suddenly disappeared in a blur of speed. In the next instant, he was up on a tree trunk behind the Jounin and bounced off to try to slash him with his claws from the blind spot. The Jounin was too experienced as he dodged the swipe by a hair's width. This did not deter Naruto as he bounced up to another tree trunk and shot off to attempt a flying kick at the Jounin's head from another angle. The boy was shocked as the Kumo effortlessly moved in under the kick and countered with a kunai swipe at his face. He had to twist the body to its strained limits to barely avoid the kunai, leaving only a cut on his forehead as he flew underneath the kunai strike. "Too close. Get the fuck out of there." Not arguing with that, he quickly jumped onto another tree and seemed to prepare for another attack, but instead the boy bounced to another tree farther away and jumped up to start tree hopping through the forest. The Jounin was a little surprised at this sudden change and grunted in frustration. He thought about just giving this up, but he'd be damned if he let a brat barely out of his diapers show him up. With that, the man also jumped up into the trees, easily keeping pace. Here's hoping he's not interested in chasing. "I wouldn't bet on that. Keep going." "Yes, ma'am." What? The Naruto's body suddenly became numb and he realized he couldn't move much anymore. The chakra shroud suddenly dissipated and he felt even weaker. The worst thing was that he was still 50 feet above ground and he was about to lose all control of his body. Desperate, he aimed to jump down from a limb for some branches running down a tree trunk that should slow his descent. On that cue, his entire body failed and he spun forward in a free fall. He grunted as his back hit the first branch, but it did the job. It slowed him down before he hit the next one, and it repeated several times until a battered Naruto landed on his back with a soft thud on the earth. A grunt of pain escaped his mouth. "Oh. So that's what happens when I use the chakra too much. That's very helpful to know, and I'll be filing that away for future reference. No need for the sarcasm. I'll work on healing your body as fast as I can. It'll be about 5 minutes before you can move well enough though. Now, we just have to hope that Kumo Nin doesn't show up." The Kumo Jounin landed with a soft thump on the ground some distance away from Naruto with a victorious smile spreading across his face. "You just had to jinx it, damn fox. It's been nice working with you on this short partnership, damn brat. It looks like whatever you did left you weak in the end. I lost my chance at getting back into Kumo, but at least I'll get my revenge." The Jounin chuckled as he brandished his kunai. The boy just glared at him, not willing to beg for his life. Instead, he awaited his fate with no fear in his eyes. What he didn't expect was to hear a wet thunk and a yelp of pain. There was a lightning-infused shuriken sticking deep into the Jounin's now spasming forearm, forcing him to drop the kunai. Gasping, the man glanced around to see where the shuriken came from and widened his eyes in terror. Naruto turned his head with some effort to see what got the Jounin so scared. Peering into the light of the setting sun, he noticed the sunlight seemed to be fading slowly as if something was blotting it out. He was flabbergasted to see an enormous hail of shuriken, at least several hundred thousands of them, flying through the air to be the cause. He didn't notice the panicking Jounin trying to escape by shunshin. Failing that, the man tried Kawarami only to find no success there either. He realized too late that the lightning-infused shuriken stuck deep into his forearm was disputing his chakra network, making it impossible for him to escape via chakra at the moment. The size of the shuriken hail was too large and wide for him to physically escape safely now. In a whistling roar, all the shuriken passed over Naruto's immobile body to strike the Jounin, who instinctively had his arms up in front of his face, all over his body. The rest landed in a wide area around the man. The grouping was so tight that there was no more than half an inch's gap between each individual metal star. Naruto had to wince upon seeing the nin covered from head to toe with shuriken on every inch of his body. The Jounin let his shuriken-riddled arms flop down weakly to show an intact face but with blood running freely out of his mouth. After letting out a bloody cough, he slowly fell backward into a sitting position against a tree. Most of the shuriken then puffed into a large cloud of smoke. After it cleared, Naruto saw there were only 3 real shuriken sticking into the man's body, but the rest still left behind actual holes as evidenced by the profuse bleeding and the ground underneath the body getting soaked quickly with the dark red fluid. He looked back toward where the shuriken came from to see a lone black figure with 2 long ribbons of cloth whipping behind the figure's hooded head in the wind. A long bow staff was seen in his hand. He was relieved when the figure got closer to reveal Saruto by Hiruzen in full combat outfit, with a concerned expression on his face as he looked at the immobile boy. "Naruto-kun, are you okay? Fox is fixing me up. I'll be up and running in a little. You find Hanabi-chan?" "Yes, my escorts are keeping her busy nearby since she does not need to see this. You should look away now if you do not want to watch the rest of this." Hiruzen hardened his gaze and voice as he glanced over at the barely conscious Kumo Jounin. He walked over to the body, brandishing his bow staff slightly. Naruto decided to watch this. "As Mugen, the Living Lightning, also a disgraced ex-Jounin of Kumagakure. You have been recently listed in the bingo book as a rank missing nin for crimes committed on your former village, with a specific request from the Raikage himself to kill you on sight. What are your final words before I execute you on this spot?" Mugen let out a wet cough as more blood spilled out of his mouth. He barely shrugged with a resigned smirk. There were no fear in his eyes even before the powerful Hokage. "What can I say? It's been a good life." In the next instant, there was a thunderous whoosh of air as the god of shinobi sliced the Kumo Jounin's head off with a simple flick of his wrist holding the bow staff. The head thumped and rolled across the forest floor with Naruto's eyes following it in awe. Holy, Hokage Jiji just made a clean cut with a freaking bow staff. No surprise there, his clan has always been known for its mastery of the staff. Hiruzen sealed his staff into a seal on his wrist before he used hand seals and inhaled a large amount of air. "Katen, Gakakyu," he whispered before expelling hot flames, engulfing the headless body until it turned into ashes. Taking out a scroll, he walked over and knelt next to the severed head. Naruto grimaced at the grisly sight as the Hokage laid it out next to the head and slapped a hand on a seal array. In a puff of smoke, the head was now sealed into the scroll. "Since you took down 3 C-ranked missing nins and assisted in taking down an A-ranked one, I suspect you will see a much fatter envelope in the office lockbox on your next allowance day. You just won't be credited since you are not a shinobi yet, so I hope you don't mind. I suggest saving that for your eventual sabers," the third suggested with a smile. Naruto had to grin at some good fortune coming out of a long day of shitty luck. A moment later, some feelings finally returned to his body and he was able to get up and walk under his own power. He and the third then began walking through the forest back toward their village. They only went 100 meters before a loud shriek shook the air. "ONII-chan! OOF!" A small black blur zoomed out of some foliage to plow into Naruto's stomach. He fell backward onto the ground with Hanabi hugging him as tight as she could around his stomach, crying out loud. "You have no idea how scared I was for you. Don't ever force me to leave you to your death again. I don't ever want to tell Ni-chan you died for me. I can't take that. Please don't ever make me feel like this again." She continued to ramble and cry as she repeatedly slapped her hands weakly against his chest. Naruto allowed a guilty grimace as he hugged her tightly, making her stop the feeble assault and break down into racking sobs as he softly patted her back with whispered apologies into her ear. The Hokage calmly stood aside and allowed the two to have their moment while a pair of slightly frazzled ANBU emerged from the foliage Hanabi came from. Apparently they had their hands full keeping a very worried Hyuga heiress occupied. After a few minutes of crying, the excitement and the emotional turmoil of the attempted kidnapping caught up with Hanabi and she quickly fell asleep in Naruto's arms. Hoisting her sleeping form onto his back and draping his orange jacket over her, he and the others began making their way back to Konoha. Sometime later approaching the main gate. And that's why the fox and I think there might be a breach in Konoha's defenses. Just thought I'd tell you my opinion. Naruto explained what he and Kurama spoke about earlier. Hiruzen was nodding grimly. He had some suspicions and this incident only served to fuel that. He would have to investigate deeply for this traitor. He waved his hand and the two ANBU escorting them moved forward immediately. "You have heard Naruto-kun. Please run on ahead and get started investigating about a possible breach in our defenses. I'll be fine on my own from here onward," he said quietly, and got a pair of affirmative nods before they disappeared instantly into blurs toward the main gate of Konoha looming close. He then let out a loud yawn and a stretch. "Phew, I'm getting so old that I need to give my old bones some rest after this light stroll in the forest," he grumbled while thumping a fist against his lower back. Naruto glanced over with a deadpan expression. "You just sliced a man's head off with a flick of your wrist using a friggin' bow staff, and you're complaining about being old. That was impressive to you. It's child's play to me." The old man spoke with feigned haughtiness. Naruto chuckled before turning serious. "So that was a glimpse of what it's like to be a shinobi outside this gate." The Hokage adopted a serious expression as he gazed down at his surrogate grandson. "How does it feel, Naruto-kun?" The blonde raised one of his hands to stare at the palm as he repeatedly flexed it. "I killed that big man brutally and mercilessly. I could hear every single piece of his skull cracking under my chakra claw's grip and I could hear the loud pop of his spine snapping in two against that tree. All I could think of was to get Hanabi-chan away from that man in the quickest and most efficient way, but I still took a life in the process. The other 2 died as results of my actions too. I'm not going to enjoy killing, that's for sure. The Hokage remained silent, but seeing Hanabi-chan so happy to have been saved took a lot of that sting away. I can honestly believe I will do whatever I have to keep innocent people safe from harm and be happy they were okay because of me. So, I'm still not changing my mind about being a Konoha nin. His grandfather figure nodded with a gentle smile. As long as you keep that in mind, I think you will be quite a fine shinobi, Naruto-kun. After seeing what you did to save this young lady, I have no doubt you can handle yourself. Looks like you have a welcoming committee. Naruto glanced ahead to see Hayashi and Hinata standing at the guardhouse as if they've never left the spot when he ran off after Hanabi. There were also a small group of other Hyugas nearby, including the heiress's worried caretaker, Tamo. They finally glimpsed the rescue party approaching, and they noticed Hanabi sleeping safe and sound on Naruto's back. With twin cries of joy, Tamo and Hinata suddenly sprinted forward up to Naruto with obvious tears of relief flowing down their cheeks. Hinata quickly grabbed Naruto into a hug while a cooing Tamo carefully lifted Hanabi off his back to hug her as tightly as she could without waking her. As the blonde listened to their quiet chants of thank yous, a relieved Hayashi stepped up next and bowed deeply. It seems once again we fall further into our debt of gratitude to you, Naruto-san. Naruto just chuckled nervously with his sheepish gesture. To be honest, Hayashi-sama, I'd be happy if Hyuga girls would stop getting kidnapped around me. We'd be even on that. He teased with a foxy smirk. Hinata blushed slightly upon being reminded of her own kidnapping. The third and Tamo chuckled at Hinata's reaction while Hayashi nodded with an amused smirk. 3 days later, in Sunagekure, Temari finally arrived back at the Sabaku mansion, letting herself in. One could tell her eyes were a little red and puffy from some crying she did on the trip back here. Walking by the living room, she noticed Gaara sitting at the same bay window as before. She felt a shiver down her back and was about to leave him in silence without any acknowledgement. However, for some reason, she felt compelled to say this. I'm back, Gaara, she whispered before continuing on past the doorway. If she had remained there for a few more seconds, she might have imagined it when Gaara whispered welcome back. Walking by Kenkuro's room, she lightly tapped on the door as she stepped past and called out nonchalantly, I'm back. She would have continued on if she wasn't stopped by the sound of Kenkuro getting up and walking to the door to open it slightly. She looked around to see her brother's surprisingly unpainted face sticking out through the opening. Ni-san. He trailed off as he looked down slightly. Temari remained patient. Thank you. She raised an eyebrow in surprise. For trying to protect me from Gaara. I heard. He then closed the door before Temari could reply. After staring at the door for a moment, she allowed a small grin as she continued to her room. Arriving in her room, she flopped down on her bed and stared up at the ceiling. She went over what she saw in Konohagakure once more, and she knew now she fucked up big time. She blew a chance to make friends with someone who could understand some of her pain, and possibly help Gaara with his own issues as well. She knew the fault lay completely with her as she let her trauma overtake her so easily, letting a small tear sting one of her eyes. She wiped it away before she risked breaking down into another crying fit. Sitting up, she glanced over at her collection of knitted dolls on her large dresser. Getting up, she removed her new weasel doll from her pouch and gently propped it up against the rest of the dolls, the collection growing by one. She smiled again at the memory of the kind and funny blonde boy in the orange jumpsuit who helped her shop for this. Having an idea, she sat down at her desk and proceeded to take out her knitting needles. Searching through a neat arrayment of yarns in the nearby chest, she found what she was looking for. The bright orange ball of yarn. I'll make, alternate take. Naruto opened his mouth and looked like he was about to persuade her otherwise, but slumped his head dejectedly. I guess it's for the best. Sorry we could not do anything today, Temari-san. I'm betting if I try to suggest another place, it'll explode into a massive fireball just to spite the hell out of me. It just isn't my day. He grumbled grouchily while Temari was hiding her amusement at this. Suddenly, he had a glint in his blue eyes and abruptly pointed at a random shop, which turned out to be a simple woodcraft shop. There, that one's open, so let's check it out, he said quickly. Temari was about to laugh out loud at her escort's antics when the shop Naruto was pointing at exploded into a large fireball that blew them back a step. The duo were stunned as they watched the store go up in flame and people around them were running around in panic. What just happened? It just exploded. Could it be a gas main? There's nothing like that near here. An enemy attack. Temari and Naruto watched all this calmly with blank faces for a long moment before they glanced at each other and nodded silently, agreeing to keep the real cause a secret. They then took several steps back while making sure no one noticed them, before abruptly turning and then hightailed it out of there.